The instructor who has trained Mu Qing for a decade surprisingly harbors intentions toward her. Struggling to escape, Mu Qing finds herself in a slum, where she encounters a handsome young man on the verge of death. 5 years later, she returns seeking vengeance, only to discover that the homeless man has transformed into a powerful figure at the pinnacle of society. He seizes her in the street without hesitation. Chapter 1. No choices left. Chase her. Don't let her escape. The pursuers closed in relentlessly, forcing Mu Qing into the slum. This dismal place harbors all the beggars and vagrants of Country M, as well as those afflicted with contagious diseases, cast away to await their demise. Healthy individuals would never willingly enter such a realm. Yet, Mu Qing found herself with no alternatives, for she had been drugged by her own instructor. A cold glint passed through her eyes as she recalled her instructor. Yi Heng, 8 years her senior, who had taught her for the past decade. She vowed that she would one day settle the score with him. Drawing a dagger, she inflicted a deep cut on her arm. The vivid crimson of her blood, coupled with the searing pain, offered Mu Qing a fleeting clarity. Summoning every ounce of strength, she dashed forward. Ahead, she spotted a dilapidated building, seemingly on the brink of collapse, likely devoid of inhabitants, an ideal location to counteract the effects of the drug. She hurriedly approached, only to stumble over an unseen obstacle upon entering, crashing to the ground. The pain, along with the surging heat within her body, incited a fierce irritation. Bastard. No one knew that Mu Qing had a penchant for hands. She paused momentarily, contemplating the captivating hands that seemed to beckon her towards temptation. Swallowing hard, she growled hoarsely, "Let go. Help me." A melodious voice emerged from the shadows. Mu Qing then noticed a bloodied man lying in a corner. His body bore countless wounds, blood staining the ground beneath him. His tendons appeared severed, rendering him immobile. Observing his injuries, Mu Qing realized that without intervention, he would not survive beyond 3 hours. However, she truly lacked the time or inclination to assist him. She contemplated leaving him to his fate, prioritizing her own recovery. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. The man's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Stripped of all means of communication, he had no way to contact the outside world. Yet this woman possessed a phone? Unbeknownst to her, Mu Qing pulled out her phone, a smile gracing her lips as she recognized the caller. "Her dear brother, Mu Yuhan." Since birth, Mu Yuhan had been frail, relying on precious medicinal herbs for survival. 10 years prior, it was supposed to be Mu Yuhan who was sent for special training at the base, but Mu Qing, unwilling to see her brother suffer, volunteered to take his place. 10 years had passed. She was finally about to reunite with her brother. She wondered if his health had improved. Excited, she attempted to answer the call, only to find that he had already hung up. When she tried to call back, the line was busy. Suppressing her excitement, she quickly sent him a message. "Brother, I have escaped the base and am now in the slum. Can you arrange for a helicopter to pick me up in an hour and a half?" As the heir to the Mu family, Mu Yuhan would likely have some influence and could facilitate her escape. "All right. I will send someone to meet you at the slum exit in an hour and a half." A wave of relief washed over Mu Qing. Thankfully, she still had her brother. Just as the warmth of familial affection enveloped her heart, Mu Qing sensed a shadow lunging towards her. Instinctively, she tried to evade, but the figure, seemingly uncontrollable, crashed into her. Goodness! Unable to dodge in time, Mu Qing found herself pinned to the ground, the overwhelming scent of blood mingling with a unique fragrance that filled her nostrils. In an instant, Mu Qing's rationality shattered. Her eyes blazed with a primal intensity as she transformed into a fierce predator, advancing towards the man. Realizing her intent, the man growled lowly, "You dare." However, his threats fell on deaf ears as Mu Qing disregarded them entirely. His eyes widened in horror as he attempted to resist, to annihilate this insufferable woman. Yet, with his limbs rendered useless, he could only watch helplessly as Mu Qing explored his body at will. He swore he would kill this detestable woman. With a fierce roar, he suddenly bit down on her wrist, his grip as fierce as if he intended to gnaw flesh from bone. Blood seeped from the wound, yet it only served to heighten Mu Qing's fervor as they both spiraled into a state of abandon. An hour later, Mu Qing finally regained her senses. Upon realizing what she had done, she froze in shock. Had she truly surrendered herself to a beggar? Yet, she found herself devoid of the right to cast judgment. After all, it was she who had collided with him. The distinct bite marks on her wrist were swollen and inflamed, threatening to leave a scar. Was he intending to hold her accountable? Determined, Mu Qing retrieved a silver needle from her belongings and aimed it at the man's hand. Her initial intent was to relieve her wrist from his grasp, but upon seeing the inflamed bite mark, she inexplicably redirected the needle to other acupoints, completing the task. In one fluid motion, when Mu Qing regained her awareness, she found that she had stabilized his injuries. Apart from the weakness from substantial blood loss, he was merely incapacitated. At that moment, she finally had the opportunity to observe the man's face. It was a visage that would linger in one's memoria, striking beauty as if crafted by the goddess Nuwa herself, with every feature perfectly harmonized and radiant. What a pity that such a handsome face belonged to a beggar in the slum. All of Mu Qing's tension dissipated. She spoke to herself, then swiftly took out her surgical knife to reconnect the severed tendons in his hands and feet. Rest well for a few months, and you should recover, she remarked, indifferent to whether he could hear her. Having completed her task, she prepared to leave. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, drawing nearer. This was a disaster. Chapter 2. The Cycle of Fate. The man was drawn by the allure of the mobile phone. It dawned on Mu Qing that her phone was equipped with a tracking feature. If she ventured out with it, she would be unwittingly ensnared. With this realization, Mu Qing placed the phone beside the man, gazing at his handsome visage, and softly declared, "I have given you all that is yours. We are square now. Farewell." With that, she swiftly rose and dashed towards the exit, where her brother awaited her. Once she escaped the slums, she would finally be free. Her spirits soared as she approached the exit, where she indeed spotted a private helicopter marked with the character Mu. Would her brother be there? With thoughts of reuniting with him.
Moving quick and at her pace.
"Miss, the young master has instructed me to take you abroad to avoid the storm. He will follow shortly," the pilot informed her, which momentarily dampened her spirits, yet she nodded in agreement. She hurried into the helicopter. As the helicopter ascended, Mu Qing felt an exhilarating sense of freedom wash over her. No longer would she be compelled to follow the base's orders. She could open a flower shop and lead a life of an ordinary person. The prospect of a beautiful life beckoned to her, and she envisioned the moment her brother would affectionately pinch her nose, just as he did in their childhood. Suddenly, a familiar sound pierced the air, causing her nerves to tighten. She recognized that sound all too well. In her intensive training at the base, she had often heard it. Was it a bomb? Mu Qing's eyes widened in terror as she sprang to her feet and raced towards the emergency exit. "Miss, what are you doing?" the pilot exclaimed, bewildered by her actions and instinctively attempting to stop her. Yet, Mu Qing had already used the emergency hammer to break open the exit. Grasping the parachute, she had no time to leap out before a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the aircraft in flames. The blast's shockwave hurled Mu Qing into the air. Before her lay a fiery inferno, the ominous black mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. Pain seared her body, yet her heart felt as though it had plummeted into an icy abyss. Her own brother had sought to end her life.
Why?
A solitary tear fell from her eyes, dissipating into the frigid wind as she plummeted. 5 years later, in the corridor of Jiafu Hospital, Mu Qing clutched Mu Yuhan's medical records, hastening towards the patient room. Accompanying her were the director and the dean, who walked cautiously beside her, not daring to utter a word. A sardonic smile graced Mu Qing's lips. Mu Yuhan was critically ill. 5 years prior, he had been intent on eliminating her, and now he found himself reliant on her for survival. How amusing! She could hardly wait to witness his reaction upon discovering her true identity, yet alas, Mu Qing found herself absent-mindedly touching her face. In the moment of the explosion, as the bomb descended, she suffered facial injuries and was subsequently propelled away by the force of the blast, only to be rescued by a woman named Mu Ning. Mu Ning, a doctor herself, had been foraging for medicinal herbs nearby with her sister, Mu Qing, when they were inadvertently struck by shrapnel from a passing aircraft, resulting in Mu Qing's immediate death. The aftermath of her skin graft finally faded, yet she was no longer the former Mu Qing. She had become Mu Qing reborn, the ghost doctor. The torment inflicted upon her by those who conspired against her would forever haunt her memory. She vowed that those who had participated in her suffering would experience pain beyond endurance, a life worse than death. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Mu Qing's eyes, causing the very air around her to chill. At that moment, a pair of chubby little hands tugged at the hem of her garment, prompting her to look down. It was a little girl approximately 4 or 5 years of age. Her exquisite features graced a delicate complexion, creating an enchanting allure that was difficult to gaze upon without feeling compelled to look away. This was her daughter, Tang Tang. 5 years prior, an unexpected encounter had led to the birth of a pair of twins. Upon seeing her daughter's porcelain doll-like visage, Mu Qing's bitterness dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth. "What is it, dear?" Mu Qing inquired softly. Tang Tang, with her beautiful eyes, was fixated on the candies in a nearby vending machine, her small mouth smacking as her little tongue reached out to lick her cherry-red lips. The expression of a greedy little cat evoked both amusement and an irresistible urge to indulge her. "Mama, I'm hungry," Tang Tang said, patting her round little belly and gazing at Mu Qing with innocent eyes. Beside her, her brother, Gua, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. They had consumed copious amounts of food before arriving with their mother, How could she have the audacity to claim hunger now? As if sensing her brother's disdain, Tang Tang released Mu Qing's hand and dashed over to Guogua, forcefully grasping his arm. With a cheerful smile, she said, "Mama, you go ahead and check in with Grandpa Dean, my brother, and I will go get you something delicious." Without waiting for Mu Qing's approval, she began to pull the reluctant Guogua along with her. Mu Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly. This little food lover. She was blissfully unaware of the adoring gaze she received, her striking features and unique charm rendering her the center of attention. The dean was equally astonished to witness the once notorious ghost doctor displaying such a tender side, and had that little girl just called her mama? To think she was married. The dean, taken aback, refrained from prying further, merely smiling as he remarked, "Reborn doctor, the children are still quite young. Shall I arrange for someone to accompany them?" "No need, they can manage," Mu Qing replied, her thoughts already shifting as she briskly made her way toward Mu Yuhan's hospital room. However, she had not ventured far when suddenly, the sound of Tang Tang's cries and a stranger woman's sharp reprimand pierced the air. Instinctively, Mu Qing halted, then turned swiftly, her pace quickening towards the source of the commotion, an ominous aura enveloping her. The dean and the director exchanged glances of dismay and hurriedly followed suit. "Reborn doctor, please remain calm. There may be a misunderstanding," they implored. However, Mu Qing was deaf to their words, hastening forward with unparalleled speed, only to be incensed by the sight that greeted her. Chapter 3. Close your dog eyes. Tang Tang lay on the ground, weeping inconsolably, while clutching the shattered bunny cake. Guogua rushed forward, shoving the woman aside, and bellowed, "What are you doing, hitting someone?" The woman, momentarily taken aback by Guogua's push, was consumed by fury. "Where did this wild child come from? Do you dare lay hands on me? Have you a death wish?" she retorted, raising her arm to strike Guogua's small face. Mu Qing witnessed this scene and felt her blood boil. The child was her bottom line. Regardless of the circumstances, an adult should never resort to violence against a child. Moreover, the woman sported long, manicured nails. Should she strike Guogua, it could leave a mark. "Stop." Mu Qing strode forward, swiftly pulling Guogua behind her. But the woman's hand came crashing down against Mu Qing's cheek. "Mommy." Guogua's eyes immediately filled with tears upon hearing the slap. Yet, he understood that the most pressing matter was to inform his mother of what had transpired. He quickly explained, "My sister just bought a bunny cake when this lady came over. She pushed my sister aside for blocking her path, causing the bunny cake to fall and shatter. My sister cried for her to compensate, but the cake cream accidentally smeared on this lady's skirt, and she knocked my sister to the ground, saying even if we sold ourselves, we couldn't afford her dress." Guogua spoke rapidly yet coherently, recounting the events with clarity. Mu Qing's expression darkened immediately, her eyes fixed intently on the woman. "Is what my son said true? And, if it is, do you have any idea how much this dress costs? It's the latest style of the year. I just wore it for an afternoon and that little brat made it dirty. The fact that I haven't cut off her hand is already a sign of my mercy," the woman boasted arrogantly, devoid of any shame in bullying a child. Mu Qing glanced at her daughter, who sat on the ground, her delicate face reddened and swollen, her tear-filled eyes glistening. Mu Qing's heart twisted painfully. The child, born from her very essence, was her most cherished treasure, one she could hardly bear to touch, had been struck by this woman. Unjustly, no less. Mu Qing felt a surge of indignation rising within her, yet she maintained a stoic demeanor, suppressing her fury as she instructed Guogua. "Help Tang Tang up and take her to the restroom to wash her face." "Okay." Guogua nodded and hurried to assist Tang Tang. However, the woman suddenly seemed to lose her composure, lunging forward to seize Tang Tang by the shoulders, venomously declaring, "You think you can leave after dirtying my clothes? Clean this cream off my dress before you go." With that, she forcefully pressed Tang Tang's head down onto her skirt. Tang Tang was utterly terrified and burst into tears. "Mommy, I don't want this," she sobbed. Witnessing her daughter being bullied right before her eyes, Mu Qing could hardly contain her fury. She strode forward and seized the woman by her hair, yanking it back with force. The sudden, intense pain elicited a piercing scream from the woman. "Ah, my hair. You scoundrel. Do you wish to die? Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, if you offend me, you shall never set foot in this hospital again." Even at this juncture, the woman remained audacious. Mu Qing raised her arm and delivered 2 resounding slaps to the woman's face. Stunned, the woman stood frozen, while Tang Tang and Guogua felt a sense of vindication. "Mommy is amazing. Long live Mommy. Mommy, teach her a lesson." Having just been bullied, Tang Tang, witnessing her mother's fierce demeanor, ceased her crying and began to cheer for Mu Qing, even jumping up and clapping her hands. Guogua rolled her eyes and stepped forward to cover Tang Tang's mouth, dragging her away. Was this little fool seeking trouble? Mu Qing paid no mind to the whereabouts of her children, knowing Guogua would take care of Tang Tang. Meanwhile, the woman finally regained her composure. Had she just been struck? This was utterly unacceptable. I will kill you. The woman, in a frenzy, lunged at Mu Qing. Without hesitation, Mu Qing raised her foot and kicked the woman in the abdomen. Before the woman could even approach, she was sent flying through the air in a parabolic arc. Help me. The woman finally felt a tinge of fear, shouting for assistance. Instinctively, Mu Qing pursued her, catching the woman's body midair. Upon realizing it was Mu Qing, the woman erupted in furious curses. I swear, you are doomed. As her words fell, she noticed a sardonic smile curling at the corners of Mu Qing's lips. Suddenly, there was a sound of fabric tearing, and a chill swept over her as her beloved dress was ripped away. Ah! The woman was on the brink of madness. With her dress gone, she was completely exposed. And in the corridor, surrounded by onlookers, her shame was unbearable. After tearing the dress, Mu Qing flung the woman against the wall again, clutching the remnants of the torn fabric. From her pocket, she produced a card and tossed it at the woman. This year's latest model, right? 10 million is more than enough to cover this dress. Now it belongs to my daughter. Take the money and get lost. The woman had never faced such humiliation in her life. Wincing from the pain of the fall, her fingers trembled as she pointed at Mu Qing, stammering, "Why you?" Just then, the head of the hospital and the director arrived, taken aback by the scene before them. When they recognized the woman on the ground, their faces turned ashen. Heavens! This is Miss Mu Shi, the second daughter of the Mu family. The director hurried to assist Mu Shi, only to be met with her frantic swipes. Don't come near. Shut your filthy eyes. Don't look. She screamed, feeling as though she had lost all dignity that day. Mu Qing paused slightly at the mention of the director's words.
Moja danaszcze.
Her half-sister? After not seeing her for more than a decade, she appeared to be living quite well. Furthermore, she had the audacity to bully her daughter? A cold glimmer flickered in Mu Qing's eyes. Just as she stepped forward, poised to act, a familiar voice resounded behind her. Mu Qing's body stiffened momentarily. Mu Yuhan, her beloved brother, the one who had nearly condemned her to death 5 years prior. The corners of Mu Qing's eyes flared crimson. She was eager to witness what inhumane act this brother would perpetrate against her today. Chapter 4. This woman is bullying me. When Mu Qing learned of Mu Yuhan's grave illness, she had imagined his current state, yet nothing could prepare her for the shock of seeing him in person. Describing him as skin and bones hardly sufficed. His sunken eye sockets accentuated the bloodshot gaze within, dark circles shadowing his eyes. Although his appearance had not changed significantly, he emanated an aura of lifelessness, and his current fury rendered him somewhat ghastly. Upon spotting Mu Yuhan, Mu Shi rushed over, sobbing profusely. Brother, this woman is bullying me. Please, kill her to avenge me. Woo-woo. She tore my dress. Only then did Mu Yuhan notice that, apart from her intimate undergarments, Mu Shi was nearly entirely undressed. This was a face he did not recognize, yet it inexplicably struck a chord of familiarity within him. The mocking glint in Mu Qing's beautiful eyes mirrored the expression he had encountered 5 years ago in the slums. Mu Yuhan's heart tightened sharply. Over the years, Mu Qing had become a nightmare haunting his soul. Not only did this woman share Mu Qing's eyes, but she had also bullied Mu Shi. With this thought, Mu Yuhan turned to his assistant and ordered, "Have her taken away, break both her hands, and dispose of her in the sea to feed the fish." His words were delivered with an eerie calmness, as if discussing the weather, yet the command sent a sharp chill through Mu Qing's narrowed gaze. When their mother passed away, she was only 8, and Mu Yuhan was 12. He had witnessed their mother succumb to illness, and now he was prepared to commit such a cruel act to protect Mu Shi, as if such brutality had become commonplace for him. A surge of fury ignited within Mu Qing's heart. Doesn't young Master Mu wish to hear my explanation? Even a criminal deserves a chance to plead before their demise. Does one not? However, Mu Yuhan did not even cast a glance in Mu Qing's direction, stating flatly, "No need. Whoever makes my sister unhappy shall face the consequences. This is my principle." After uttering those words, he turned to the director, his expression darkening as he asked, "Is this your personnel? From this moment onward, remove her from the hospital's roster." The director was nearly struck with terror. This hospital was funded by the Mu family, and his position as director was a result of their favor. Yet, Mu Qing was also Mu Yuhan's savior. How had these two come to be at odds? Mu Qing was introduced by the director's mentor, whose illness Mu Qing had cured, thus the mentor had vouched for her. Upon hearing that Mu Qing was the ghost doctor,
Mu Yuhan på sin surprisa.
Yet Mu Shi let out a cold laugh, mocking, "She is a ghost doctor? Don't be ridiculous. A ghost doctor is a myth in the medical realm. How old can she possibly be? It's impressive enough if she can memorize medical knowledge. And now she dares to impersonate a ghost doctor to swindle others. Brother, such a person deserves to be tortured without mercy. If the ghost doctor finds out that we were deceived by this yellow-haired girl, she might become so enraged that she refuses to treat you. And we would suffer for it. Initially, Mu Yuhan was somewhat astonished when he heard the dean refer to Mu Qing as a ghost doctor. But upon hearing Mu Shi's words and observing Mu Qing's age and her ordinary attire, he couldn't help but find Mu Shi's argument reasonable. What are we waiting for? Did you not hear what the second young lady said? Drag her away for a brutal punishment, then cripple her hands and toss her into the sea to feed the fish. As these words left his lips, the dean attempted to interject. But Mu Yuhan silenced him. Dean, considering your years of dedication to the Mu family, it is understandable to be momentarily misled. However, if you utter another word, I assure you that you will accompany this woman to experience the torment you proposed. Although Mu Yuhan was nearing his end, the chilling aura and commanding presence he exuded made the dean wisely close his mouth, albeit with a concerned glance at Mu Qing. Hoping she might say something to prove her identity as the ghost doctor, Mu Qing observed everything in silence, unperturbed by how Mu Yuhan intended to deal with her. She merely wore a faint smirk, watching as he unconditionally indulged Mu Shi, blind in his arrogance, carelessly discarding her chance of salvation. As the adversaries approached, it felt reminiscent of the ambush Mu Qing faced 5 years prior in the slums. Yet this time, she did not evade or flee. Gazing at Mu Yuhan, she smiled lightly. I await the moment you regret this, eager to see you on your knees begging for my assistance. With that, Mu Qing was seized by her captors. Mu Yuhan felt discomfort at her words, while Mu Shi sneered. Beg you?
Dream on.
Do you really think you are a ghost doctor? Even when facing death? You pretend. I see you simply ask for a beating. As she spoke, Mu Shi quickly advanced, raising her arm to slap Mu Qing's face. This woman had made her lose face here, and even if her brother intended to punish her severely, she felt compelled to strike Mu Qing and vent her fury. Mu Shi's ambitions were grand, yet reality proved harsh. Before her hand could land on Mu Qing's face, Mu Qing's fingers moved slightly, and a slender silver needle pierced Mu Shi's wrist. Ah! My hand! Mu Shi felt as though her wrist had been stung by something, instinctively halting. She examined it but found nothing amiss, yet a subtle pain began to throb. Confused, Mu Shi looked up, only to see Mu Qing's mocking smile, causing her to raise her arm once more. However, at that moment, an intense itch surged through her arm, and it began to swell visibly. Brother, look at my hand! Mu Shi cried out in alarm, abandoning her intention to reprimand Mu Qing as she rushed to Mu Yuhan's side. In but a fleeting moment, Mu Shi's arm had swollen to the size of a bun. Itch, brother, it itches so much. What should I do? Mu Shi, who had been pampered since childhood, had never endured such suffering. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Observing his precious sister in such distress, Mu Yuhan hastily exclaimed, Director, quickly find someone to examine Xiaoxi. If anything happens to her, I shall hold you accountable with your lives. The director and the staff, now devoid of any other concerns, rushed forward to assess Mu Shi's condition. The scene erupted into chaos. As Mu Yuhan lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Mu Qing, who wore a cold smile. The glint in her eyes and her demeanor sent a chill down his spine. What are you still dawdling for? Drag her away for execution at once. The bodyguards dared not disobey. Mu Qing offered no resistance. She thought of the 2 little ones. If she fought back now, and they encountered the commotion, it would lead to further turmoil. It was wiser to resolve matters once they were outside. Thus, Mu Qing was taken away, while Mu Yuhan remained preoccupied with the chaos surrounding Mu Shi's arm. No one noticed the 2 men quietly observing the scene from the corner of the staircase. Chapter 5. She was utterly oblivious. Assistant Su Mo gazed at the imposing figure of Gong Yishao, who remained silent, yet exuded an air of authority. He swallowed hard and mustered the courage to speak. President Gong, what are your thoughts on the claim that the female doctor is the legendary ghost doctor, reborn? Gong Yishao, the president of the Gong Group, was a prominent figure in the M Nation, known for his extraordinary friendship with the current president. Many attributed the president's rise to power to Gong Yishao's influence. Yet, even such a powerful individual faced challenges. For instance, there was the matter of the elder Gong.
Gong Zhenhai, Gong Isia Gadang Fat.
Rumors swirled about the ghost doctor's exceptional skills, particularly the ancient art of acupuncture using golden needles. If only he could enlist the ghost doctor's assistance, there might be a glimmer of hope for the elder's ailment. For years, Gong Yishao had sought the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, reborn, to no avail. Surprisingly, today, in this modest Jiafu hospital, he heard whispers of the ghost doctor's name. Earlier, as Mu Qing had raised her hand to strike Mu Shi, she had swiftly launched a tiny silver needle. while others may have missed it. Gong Yixiao, having been trained in ancient martial arts since childhood, perceived it with unparalleled clarity. In today's society, few could wield silver needles as weapons. Regardless of whether this woman was indeed the fabled ghost doctor, Gong Yixiao felt compelled to pursue the matter. After all, compared to the elusive reborn, this woman presented a tangible opportunity. Yet, her silhouette seemed strangely familiar. A vivid memory surfaced in his mind from 5 years ago, before he lost consciousness. He had glimpsed a striking figure. That audacious woman, who had assaulted him yet healed him, leaving her contact information for him to seek help, bore a striking resemblance to the woman before him now. Gong Yixiao's gaze instantly darkened. Being overpowered by a woman was the greatest humiliation of his life. Regrettably, he had yet to ascertain her whereabouts. It was utterly infuriating. He decided to follow. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself intrigued by Qing. Su Mo, momentarily taken aback, ventured to remind him, "But the old master is waiting for you." Before he could finish his sentence, Gong Yixiao silenced him with a deadly glare. Unbeknownst to Qing, her movements were being tracked. Her mind was solely focused on one thought: to resolve matters swiftly. The two little ones washed their faces quickly. And given that Tang Tang had suffered a slight injustice today, she would surely be anxious if she emerged and did not see her mother. Qing needed to deal with these individuals post-haste, and then buy a little rabbit cake for Tang Tang, which would undoubtedly brighten the little girl's spirits. Reflecting on her daughter's radiant smile, Qing lost interest in following them any further. She abruptly halted and said coolly, "Here will suffice."
What?
The bodyguard appeared momentarily perplexed. They had barely left the third-floor staircase, and this woman seemed so impatient to court disaster. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Qing deftly produced 4 silver needles from her sleeve and hurled them towards them with remarkable speed. From different angles and heights, it was as if the needles had a mind of their own, landing precisely on the same spot on each of the 4 bodyguards' necks. They gasped as if stung by something, and then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Qing coldly retrieved the needles from their necks and glanced at her wristwatch. It had been 5 minutes since the 2 little ones entered the restroom. She needed to hurry and buy the cake. With this thought, Qing swiftly made her way towards the vending machine. Gong Yixiao and Su Mo, witnessing the entire scene, narrowed their eyes. The finesse with which she wielded the silver needle suggested that this woman might indeed be connected to the legendary ghost doctor. As Gong Yixiao resolved to follow her, his phone rang abruptly. To avoid disturbing Qing, he took a few steps back and quickly slipped into a nearby stairwell, answering the call at once.
Speak.
President Gong. The old master has fainted. Where are you? A flicker of anxiety crossed Gong Yixiao's eyes. I'll be there immediately. Understood. Su Mo, receiving the command, hurried out, only to find no trace of Qing. The phone call had inadvertently reached her ears. Damn it. There had been someone here just moments ago, and she had failed to notice. This realization filled Qing with worry. Either the assailants were stronger than her, or it was mere coincidence. However, she was reluctant to believe in such coincidences, so she abandoned the idea of searching for the children and instead concealed herself in an adjacent hospital room. Sure enough, moments later, 2 men emerged from the staircase. Due to the backlighting, Qing could not discern their faces, but their imposing presence suggested that they were no ordinary individuals. Unexpectedly, a seemingly inconspicuous hospital harbors hidden talents. Qing felt a twinge of regret for her earlier carelessness. However, given the circumstances, she could only cautiously conceal her tracks. With that thought in mind, Qing sent a message to the 2 little ones.
Goa.
Please take Tang Tang to buy another small rabbit cake and apply some medicine for me. Wait for mommy at the hospital entrance. I have some matters to attend to, but I will join you as soon as I can. This time, stay out of trouble and avoid attracting any lunatics. Understood, mommy? Please take care of yourself as well. We'll be waiting for you. Also, my sister mentioned that you helped her deal with that wicked woman earlier, and she wants to treat you to the first bite of the rabbit cake. Don't keep her waiting too long, or she says she will be utterly tormented. This little foodie always brought warmth and joy to her life, truly her source of happiness. After ending the call, Qing noticed Su Mo had already departed, prompting her to leave the ward. Chapter 6. How could you be so impolite? 5 years later, upon their first meeting, she felt it would be a disservice to Mu Yuhan if she did not bring a token gift. Considering the agonizing ordeal of skin grafting and facial reconstruction she had endured over the past 5 years, Mu Shi, overwhelmed by pain, had fainted, and the director had summoned all the doctors in the hospital to attend to her, yet nothing conclusive could be discerned. Outside, Mu Yuhan was in a state of furious agitation. Qing stealthily entered the ward through the ventilation shaft and, Upon noticing the medication Mu Yuhan had left on the bedside table, could not help but sneer. Perhaps Mu Yuhan had grown overly complacent regarding her security measures. Mu Qing twisted the cap off the medication, inhaled its scent, and immediately identified its components. With malicious intent, she poured out the pills and replaced them with those from a porcelain vial she produced from her pocket. To the untrained eye, the pills appeared nearly identical. However, once ingested by Mu Yuhan, they would ensure she experienced excruciating torment while clinging to life, a veritable living nightmare. Having completed her deed, Mu Qing heard the shouts of bodyguards outside, followed by the sound of a wheelchair scraping against the floor and the hurried footsteps of numerous individuals. With a smirk, she executed a swift leap back into the ventilation shaft, restoring everything to its original state before turning to leave. She had crawled from the third-floor vent to emerge at the fourth-floor vent. After all, taking the elevator down from here would allow her to evade the Mu family on the third floor. At this moment, Mu Qing was decidedly disinterested in encountering any members of the Mu family. Just as she exited the vent and intended to head toward the elevator, she unexpectedly collided with someone around the corner.
Ouch.
Mu Qing was caught off guard, her phone slipping from her grasp and crashing to the floor. Instinctively, she took a step back, murmuring an apology as she bent down to retrieve her phone. This device was a birthday gift from her son, Guogua, and was far too precious to lose. Wearing three-quarter sleeves, Mu Qing hastily picked up her phone and meticulously checked for any damage, only to inadvertently reveal a faint scar on her wrist. The scar is modest in size, resembling the mark left by a bite. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous scar suddenly causes Gong Yixiao, who had just been struck, to narrow his eyes sharply. He grips Mu Qing's wrist firmly and coldly inquires, "How did you acquire this scar?" Mu Qing is momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking up at him, only to realize he is a man of approximately 185 meters in height. His commanding presence is unmistakably formidable, and his strikingly handsome features are sharply defined, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Mu Qing. Familiarity? She furrows her brows, her mind racing. She does not recall ever meeting this man. However, she responds with a hint of annoyance. "Sir, please conduct yourself properly. Release me." Gong Yixiao had just rushed over after receiving grave news from the doctor regarding his grandfather's condition. If the ghost doctor could not be located in time, his grandfather's life was at stake. With Su Mo reporting a loss of the individual, Gong Yixiao had to personally embark on the search, only to be unexpectedly collided with by this woman. For someone with a penchant for cleanliness like Gong Yixiao, this was utterly intolerable. Yet, the almost imperceptible yet unique fragrance that clung to her momentarily stunned him. Why did the scent so closely resemble that of the madwoman from 5 years ago? As he pondered this, Gong Yixiao caught sight of the scar revealed when Mu Qing bent down to retrieve her phone. He knew all too well the origin of that scar. It was from 5 years prior, when, in a state of helplessness, he had bitten down on the wrist of that insane woman in a fit of rage, wishing to tear her flesh apart in retaliation. The strong metallic scent of blood made it clear to him that the bite would surely leave a mark. Back then, in the dimly lit building, he had not been able to see the woman's face clearly, but for the past 5 years, he had tasked Su Mo with searching for a woman who bore a bite scar on her right wrist. They had found several, yet none matched the imprint he bore. Gradually, his hope had faded. Had that woman truly vanished from existence? Little did he expect, after a year, to encounter this familiar scar once more. In stark contrast to Gong Yixiao's pressing demeanor, Mu Qing felt a surge of irritation. The scar served as a constant reminder of what she had lost 5 years ago. During her skin graft surgery, Mu Ning had asked if she wished to remove the scar. Mu Qing had resolutely insisted on keeping it. She wanted to remind herself that not all familial bonds are worthy of trust. It was a testament to the betrayal she suffered at the hands of her brother.
Mu Yuhan.
It was a memorial to the loss of her innocence from 5 years ago. Now, confronted by the brazen inquiries of a stranger, Mu Qing found it difficult to maintain her composure. "What business is it of yours?" she retorted, shaking off Gong Yixiao's grip and striding away. Initially, she had felt a sense of satisfaction after delivering a gift to Mu Yuhan and Mu Shi, but this inexplicable encounter with the man before her had soured her mood. Mu Qing felt a pressing need to reunite with the two little ones. Only by gazing upon their porcelain-like faces could she find solace. Gong Yixiao had searched for Mu Qing for many years, and at last, he had found a lead. Given the possibility of her connection to the ghost doctor, he could not let her slip away so easily. Gong Yixiao harbored doubts regarding Mu Qing's identity as the famed ghost doctor. After all, the ghost doctor's medical skills were far too exquisite to be possessed by a woman in her 20s. Thus, he speculated that Mu Qing might be the ghost doctor's apprentice, considering the fluidity with which she wielded her silver needles. Consequently, he obstructed her path, seizing her wrist and, before she could react, placing it against his lips. He needed to ascertain at once whether this woman was indeed the one he sought. The shape matched, the bite marks aligned. Gong Yixiao's gaze darkened suddenly. It was her. "Come with me," he commanded, forcefully pulling her towards the adjacent ward. Gong Yixiao believed it was imperative for the two of them to address the events of 5 years past. As the esteemed president of the Gong Corporation, he had been inexplicably overpowered, a burden that lingered heavily on his conscience. Moreover, she was his savior. Without Mu Qing, he likely would have perished 5 years ago, which rendered him reluctant to treat her unfairly. This inner turmoil marred Gong Yixiao's countenance. Unsure of how to confront Mu Qing, he recognized the necessity of detaining her first. Mu Qing was bewildered by Gong Yixiao's abrupt actions. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself being dragged towards the ward. Instantly, she began to struggle. "Release me, or I shall not be polite." "And how will you be impolite? Will you do as you did 5 years ago?" A chilling aura emanated from Gong Yixiao. Chapter 7. The child is her own. His brazen words momentarily stunned Mu Qing, prompting her to instinctively glance at Gong Yixiao's face. It was a visage favored by the gods. Chiseled features, perfectly sculpted, triggered a flood of memories from 5 years prior. She recalled the moment she had pinned Gong Yixiao beneath her, sunlight streaming through the dilapidated building, illuminating his striking face. With a sudden jolt, Mu Qing felt as though her mind had exploded. Goodness! Is he the father of the child? Wasn't this man a beggar from the slums 5 years ago? How is he now in Jiafu Hospital? Her momentary confusion faded as she observed the expression on Gong Yixiao's face, one that suggested he wished to possess her entirely. Instinctively, she bent her knee and kicked towards his vulnerable area. She had to escape. There could be no further entanglement with this man. She could not allow him to discover the existence of their children. With this thought, she unleashed a powerful kick. Gong Yixiao could hardly fathom that this fierce woman, upon their reunion after 5 years, could be so ruthless. Her expression and actions made it evident that she had recognized him. His gaze darkened further as he swiftly evaded her strike. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Qing attempted to flee, only to be abruptly halted as her scalp was yanked back. "Let go," she exclaimed, instinctively covering her hair. Did this man possess no understanding of gentleness? How dare he pull her hair? Gong Yixiao was momentarily taken aback. It was not his intention. He merely sensed that this deranged woman was about to flee, and instinctively reached out to seize her. To his surprise, he caught only a cascade of her silky hair. Infuriating, Gong Yixiao was on the verge of exploding with rage. This madwoman had forced herself upon him 5 years ago, and now she sought to ruin him. What enmity or grievance existed between them? He felt a surge of ire rising within him, clouding his reason entirely. He deftly evaded Mu Qing's assault, then grasped her arm at the acupressure point, effortlessly hoisting her onto his shoulder as if she were a sack of rice, and strode purposefully towards the exit. He had intended to have a serious discussion with this woman in the hospital room adjacent to his grandfather's. But given Mu Qing's current demeanor, the prospect of a civilized conversation seemed utterly futile. The dizzying sensation combined with her unique fragrance wafting into his nostrils nearly drove Mu Qing to the brink of fury. She was a woman, after all. First, this man had tugged at her hair, and now he was treating her like a mere sack of rice? Did he not consider her dignity? "Hey, put me down," she protested, struggling against him, yet not daring to raise her voice for fear of appearing utterly ridiculous. Blast it. Her skills were commendable. How could she possibly be outmatched by this lunatic? His swift movements had left her no time to react. A miscalculation. Gong Yixiao was thoroughly exasperated by her antics. Nearly losing his grip, and in a fit of irritation, he delivered a sharp slap to her backside, his crisp voice ringing out once more. "Behave yourself." The clarity of his voice and the simplicity of his actions made Mu Qing's cheeks flush involuntarily.
How dare he?
This man had the audacity to strike her in public. Embarrassment and anger surged within her, yet she remained trapped, and in her fury, Mu Qing opened her mouth and bit down on Gong Yixiao's shoulder. A sharp sting radiated through him, yet his stride barely faltered as he continued towards the hall. Su Mo had just exited the hospital room when he witnessed the scene, his mouth agape in astonishment. Good heavens! Was President Gong truly this formidable? Carrying someone in public like this? Gong Yixiao's eyes caught the stunned Su Mo, and he coldly commanded, "Aren't you going to get the car?" If he allowed this lunatic woman to escape again, Su Mo would pay dearly.
Xumontag shivat involuntarily.
His mind racing, and he hurriedly turned to dash towards the entrance. Blood lingered in Mu Qing's mouth. But Gong Yixiao seemed utterly impervious to her plight as he marched on, igniting her anxiety. Where on earth was this madman taking her? She still needed to reunite with her 2 little ones. If this man took her away, what would become of them? For 5 years, she had lived under the guise of Mu Qing, but aside from Mu Ning, she had refrained from contacting the rest of the Mu family for fear of exposing her identity. They remained oblivious to the existence of her children. The most vexing part was that she could not even mention her offspring. She feared this madman might try to snatch them away from her. No, they were her own. She had fought tooth and nail to bring them into this world. Why should she hand them over to this lunatic? He merely provided a trivial distraction. With this thought, Mu Qing once again struggled. Put me down. I must inform you that I am the second young lady of the Mu family. If you abduct me, my family will not let you go. Although the Mu family is not considered a prominent family in Country M, their esteemed reputation in the medical field has attracted many families to seek their expertise. Therefore, when a Mu family member encounters trouble, numerous families come to their aid. Mu Qing's sole desire at this moment was to rid herself of this madman, Gong Yixiao, and she reluctantly invoked her family's background. In her mind, even if Gong Yixiao was no longer the homeless vagabond from 5 years ago, she could still anticipate the extent of a man's success over such a span of time. It could never compare to the Mu family. However, Gong Yixiao showed no reaction to her words, maintaining his pace with unwavering determination. At this point, Mu Qing had already been carried out of the hospital by Gong Yixiao. She felt utterly embarrassed, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Just then, she spotted two familiar little figures standing at the entrance of a nearby cake shop. Her body stiffened involuntarily. Damn it! Her lifelong reputation before her children was being tarnished in such a manner. That detestable madman. At this moment, Tang Tang had yet to notice her being carried away. Or perhaps in her mind, her mother was omnipotent and could never be subjected to such treatment. So, even when she glanced up, she did not perceive the person as her mother. Instead, her beautiful eyes were fixated on the little rabbit cake in her hands, softly asking, "Brother, when do you think mommy will come out? This little rabbit cake is going to melt." Guogua, however, paid no attention to Tang Tang, his enchanting eyes locking onto Mu Qing's. Chapter 8. This is truly a remarkable tale. Mommy? He narrowed his eyes in surprise. Upon seeing her son about to approach, Mu Qing, in a panic, shouted at the top of her lungs, "Help! Assault!
Kidnapping!"
Even if it meant losing her dignity. She could not allow Guogua and Tang Tang to appear before this madman. Before she could finish her cries, Gong Yixiao had already tossed her into the back seat of Su Mo's approaching car. Mu Qing struggled to escape through the other door, but Gong Yixiao swiftly grasped her ankle, yanking her back with force. What the hell? When had Mu Qing ever been treated so rudely? She bit her tongue, the pain almost bringing her to tears. She vowed to take down this madman today. With a sudden burst of determination, Mu Qing sat up and launched a throat-hold attack towards Gong Yixiao. He seemed to be prepared, as he deftly tilted his neck, swiftly grasping her fist and flipping her onto the back seat. At that moment, the clear bite mark on his neck came into view, causing a tempest of emotions to surge within him. Memories of 5 years ago flashed through his mind, igniting a fervor within him. He suddenly lowered his head and captured Mu Qing's cherry-like lips with a fervent kiss. Mu Qing was utterly taken aback. What was the scoundrel doing? She instinctively struggled, even biting his tongue in a fit of anger. The sharp pain only intensified Gong Yixiao's desire for conquest, conjuring memories from 5 years prior when Mu Qing had taken the initiative with him. Humiliation. That was undoubtedly a stain on Gong Yixiao's honor. He was determined to erase this disgrace today. However, Mu Qing fought fiercely, like an enraged wildcat, employing every means to attack Gong Yixiao, which left him feeling both irritated and dissatisfied. He abruptly raised his hand and struck down towards Mu Qing's neck. Damn it! Mu Qing felt darkness envelop her, and in her fury, she uttered a curse, only to succumb to unconsciousness in the next moment. Su Mo was left stunned. Gong Yixiao had approached with such fervor, nearly ready to take drastic action. He pondered whether he should step aside to give them space, yet in an instant, he had knocked her out. His junior assistant could hardly comprehend the ways of the elite.
Drive.
Gong Yixiao's cool voice held a hint of suppressed anger, causing Su Mo to abandon his wandering thoughts and quickly gather himself to start the car, accelerating away with haste. Guogua's delicate face was filled with seriousness. How infuriating! Mummy had been taken right under his nose. Who was that person? Guogua's chest felt as if it would burst with anger, yet his expression remained eerily calm. He had to find Mummy and rescue her. Only then did Tang Tang realize something was off with her brother's demeanor. She instinctively hugged her little bunny cake and asked in a soft voice, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Mummy has been taken," Guogua exclaimed, each word punctuated with fury. That glutton! What else did he see besides food? If she hadn't just grabbed onto his shirt, could he have merely watched Mummy be taken away? Upon hearing that Mummy was captured, Tang Tang burst into tears. Brother, Mummy has been taken by bad people. What should we do? She clutched her recently bought bunny-shaped cake, wishing to share a bite with Mummy before indulging herself. But now, with Mummy missing, she couldn't eat her little bunny cake. Could she? Otherwise, Mummy would be sad.
Wah.
How despicable. Who could have taken Mummy? She wanted to eat cake. She wanted Mummy. Wah Tang Tang's sorrowful cries only added to Guoguo's headache. Frowning, he growled, "Stop crying. Quickly locate the car's position. We must save Mummy." Guoguo's calmness provided Tang Tang with a glimmer of direction and hope. With tears glistening on her fragile face, her nose reddened, and her shoulders trembling, she quickly retrieved her little yellow duck watch, pressed a button, and a virtual three-dimensional notepad appeared before them. Her brow furrowed tightly as she choked out, "I don't know anything. How can I locate him?" The license plate number is XX. With remarkable memory, Guoguo swiftly recited Gong Yixiao's license plate. Tang Tang's chubby little fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, a flurry of codes flashing by in a dizzying display. Found it. The car is heading towards Haiban Road. Tang Tang's soft voice trembled with a hint of tears. Guoguo quickly spotted a nearby shared electric bike and hopped on, declaring, "Get on." His WeChat account was registered with his mother's ID, allowing him to scan and use the bike. Ordinarily, he wouldn't ride one, as Mu Qing was concerned about safety. However, this was a special circumstance. Without further thought, Guoguo urged Tang Tang, who was climbing onto the bike, "Don't worry.
Can you handle it?
Just don't damage my little bunny cake. I haven't eaten it yet." "I know. You're so naggy," Guoguo retorted, giving her an exasperated glance before speeding off once Tang Tang was steady. Unbeknownst to Gong Yixiao, he was being trailed by the two children. After incapacitating Mu Qing, he felt a twinge of regret. Nonetheless, he dismissed it and instructed Su Mo, "Drive to the seaside villa. Handle everything this afternoon. If the old man inquires, just say you're unclear." Su Mo paused momentarily, realizing Gong Yixiao intended to have a private interaction with this enchanting woman. This was indeed a remarkable turn of events. Recalling Gong Yixiao's earlier behavior towards Mu Qing, Su Mo suddenly comprehended. It seemed even the stoic CEO had desires. Clearly, Miss Mu had captured his attention. Relieved, Su Mo nodded and swiftly drove to the seaside villa. To afford Gong Yixiao some privacy, he discreetly dismissed everyone but a few security personnel for precaution. As Su Mo contemplated approaching Mu Qing, the icy glare from Gong Yixiao made him shrink back, hastily stepping aside. "Please, Mr. Gong." Only then did Gong Yixiao exit the vehicle, casting a glance at the still unconscious Mu Qing. His brow slightly furrowed, yet without hesitation, he scooped her up. Chapter 9. He dislikes children. This madwoman is surprisingly light. Does she not eat at all? Well, there's a bit of flesh. At least she's not cumbersome to carry. With this in mind, Gong Yixiao felt a sense of ease as he stepped inside. Su Mo was utterly bewildered by Gong Yixiao's actions. This was certainly not the CEO he knew. Now, he dared not enter, hastily ensuring that all irrelevant individuals were dispersed. In an instant, the expansive seaside villa fell into silence, leaving only the breaths of Gong Yixiao and Mu Qing. Gazing at Mu Qing, still in a stupor on the grand bed, Gong Yixiao's once empty heart seemed to fill unexpectedly. He had sought this madwoman for 5 years. Initially, it may have been out of indignation, but over time, it had morphed into an obsession. After all, under such circumstances, the woman's medical skills were commendable for being able to reconnect his severed tendons. Moreover, she had left him his mobile phone, grateful for her saving his life. Gong Yixiao decided to temporarily spare her. He would address any matters once she regained consciousness. He removed his shoes, climbed into bed, and embraced Mu Qing from behind, closing his eyes as weariness enveloped him. Before long, Gong Yixiao drifted into a deep slumber, experiencing a sense of tranquility for the first time in 5 years. Guoguo rode her electric bike, following the tracking map provided by Tang Tang, until she reached the seaside villa. Outside the villa, 2 or 3 security guards patrolled, wary of approaching too closely. Guoguo quickly halted her bike, a frown creasing her brow. Tang Tang, cradling a small rabbit-shaped cake in one hand, switched off the tracking map and spoke in a soft, gentle voice. "Brother, there are people at the entrance. Is Mommy inside? How do we get in to save her?" "Be quiet. Don't make a sound." Guoguo parked the bike, pulled Tang Tang off, and found a concealed spot for her to hide. Then she instructed, "I will go in to find Mommy. You are responsible for disabling the villa's security system. We must leave no trace of our presence. Understand?" "Okay, got it." Tang Tang nodded obediently. "Really?" Her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled, as if countless stars were twinkling. Guoguo could only sigh inwardly, pondering how to manage this little glutton. She nodded, and Tang Tang immediately cheered, only to recall their precarious situation, hastily covering her mouth with her small hands and mimicking a zipper motion. Finding her sister's adorably naive antics endearing, Guogwa said nothing. She swiftly made her way toward the seaside villa.
Halt.
A security guard spotted Guogwa and called out to her. Child, this is not a place for you to play. Hurry along. Startled, Guogwa shivered slightly, nearly on the verge of tears as she retrieved a jade pendant from her pocket and offered it to the guard. Uncle, my pendant seems to be broken. Can you help me see if it can be repaired? Mommy gave it to me, and if she finds out I broke it, she will scold me. Initially, the guard intended to dismiss Guogwa casually, but was taken aback when the child presented a jade pendant. Observing its quality, he realized it must be an antique. Excitement surged within him. Had luck truly smiled upon him today? With a beaming smile, the guard crouched down, eager to take the pendant from Guogwa's hands. But she deftly evaded him. Uncle, Mommy said I shouldn't let others touch it. Is it alright if I hold it like this while you look? Of course. Of course.
Let me see.
The guard's gaze fixated on the jade pendant. This pendant is truly remarkable. It's clearly a fine piece. As he became captivated by the pendant, Guogwa's voice, laced with a deliberate restraint, floated to his ears. Uncle, does it look nice? Very nice, he replied. Upon closer inspection, it appears there is a crack on the pendant. Where? The security guard quickly focused his attention, only to find that the pendant in Guogwa's hand was swaying back and forth, causing his thoughts to momentarily blank. Look at it, listen to me. Guogwa's voice was subdued yet gentle, as if imbued with a peculiar power that gradually penetrated the guard's mental barriers. His gaze began to lose focus, and his demeanor grew somewhat sluggish. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Guogwa's eyes. He softly commanded, "Open the villa's door and let me in." Of course, the guard replied, abruptly standing up, his movement stiff as he turned to unlock the grand entrance with his fingerprint. Had there been a professional present at that moment, they would have certainly recognized that the guard was under hypnosis, and a profound one at that. Guogwa swiftly pocketed the jade pendant and followed the guard inside. Upon entering, he noticed that the other two security personnel had moved to the back. Hypnotizing all three at once would have posed a considerable challenge for Guogwa. Once inside the villa, he was met with an array of infrared security systems. Guogwa furrowed his brow once more and instructed the guard, deactivate all security systems. The guard complied immediately. Guogwa dashed towards the interior, his heart racing as he silently called out, "Mommy, I'm here to rescue you." However, as he sprinted into the living room, he unexpectedly collided with Gong Yixiao, who had just awakened and was heading downstairs for a glass of water. Both froze in place. "Whose unruly child are you?" Gong Yixiao furrowed his brow in irritation. He had never been fond of children, especially not little Guogwa. They seemed to serve little purpose beyond crying and being clingy, and their presence was often more bothersome than endearing. As this thought crossed his mind, Gong Yixiao's expression darkened.
Get out.
His voice was cool, tinged with disdain. Typically, a child would have been frightened to tears by such a demeanor, but the small figure before him merely flinched slightly before stepping forward boldly. Gong Yixiao found himself oddly appreciative of the child's courage and chose to remain still, curious to see what this little one intended to do. Guogwa, however, was feeling quite vexed. This man was so tall. He quickly fetched a stool, climbed atop it, and found that he could just barely reach Gong Yixiao's chest. How frustrating. Why must he be so short? Guogwa's brow knitted in annoyance. Gong Yixiao was perplexed by the child's actions, yet his patience was waning. He stepped forward, grasping Guogwa by the collar, intending to toss the little one outside. At that moment, Guogwa suddenly produced a handful of powder from his pocket and flung it into Gong Yixiao's face. Chapter 10. Who invited him to provoke me? Gong Yixiao was caught off guard, inhaling a significant amount of the sweet-smelling substance. Alarm bells rang in his mind, but alas, it was too late. You little rascal. He could hardly believe that he had been ambushed by a child who appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. Gong Yixiao, intent on capturing Guogwa, suddenly felt darkness envelop him, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed onto the floor, completely unconscious. Guogwa breathed a sigh of relief. He clapped his tiny hands, casting a disdainful glance at the motionless Gong Yixiao, and coldly remarked, "The sedative crafted by Mommy can incapacitate even an elephant in an instant. Let alone you. This is what you get for attempting to abduct my mother." As the thought of Gong Yixiao carrying away his mother ignited a surge of anger within him. After all, he had ridden his electric bike for so long to reach her. He climbed down from his chair and, extending his little leg, kicked Gong Yixiao. The pain shot through him, causing his features to contort. What the? Is this man made of steel? So hard. Rubbing his little foot, he noticed the security guard standing outside. With a glint in his eye, he snapped his fingers. The guard promptly entered. Strip this man of his clothes and hang them out on the balcony to dry, Guogua declared, his cheeks puffed with indignation. Anyone daring to abduct his mother in his presence must face consequences. The guard, now entirely under a hypnotic influence, failed to recognize his employer before swiftly complying with Guogua's command, removing Gong Yixiao's clothing. As Gong Yixiao's muscular physique came into view, Guogua couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. When would he be able to attain such well-defined abs? Unfazed, the guard continued until Gong Yixiao was left clad only in his underwear.
Stop.
That's enough, Guogua called out. Hang him up on the balcony. The guard obediently fetched some rope, quickly securing Gong Yixiao before utilizing the pulley by the window to hoist him up. Guogua pulled out his phone, snapping several photos front, side, and overall shots, capturing every angle. Satisfied with his work, he noticed a printer nearby. After connecting his phone via Bluetooth, he printed the photos and placed them within Gong Yixiao's line of sight, then printed a message. If you wish to avoid the embarrassment of these photos being made public, you better not provoke us again. Having accomplished this, Guogua felt a sense of satisfaction and hurried upstairs to find Mu Qing. Upon seeing her unconscious on the bed, concern flooded over him. "Mommy!" Guogua exclaimed, quickly retrieving a small vial resembling perfume from his pocket and opened it beneath her nose. The refreshing scent jolted Mu Qing awake. She opened her eyes abruptly to find her dear son leaning over her, worry etched across his face.
Guogua?
Mu Qing responded, momentarily disoriented. Guogua's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he held them back, whispering, "Mommy, you scared us to death. Are you all right?" He silently vowed that if that scoundrel harmed his mother, he would not let him escape unscathed. Seeing her son's heart-wrenching expression, Mu Qing's heart softened instantly. She hurriedly embraced him, offering comfort.
It's all right, Mommy.
"Are you feeling well?
Can you walk?"
Did that scoundrel do anything to you?" Guogua relished in Mu Qing's embrace, yet he sensed that this place was rather perilous, and he believed it would be wiser to venture outside. Moreover, he felt a twinge of regret. If that scoundrel had truly harmed Mommy, then the punishment he had just inflicted seemed rather lenient. Leave? Mu Qing suddenly realized how unfamiliar everything around her was. Memories from before her unconsciousness rushed back into her mind. She jolted awake and instinctively scanned her surroundings, but did not see Gong Yixiao's figure, prompting her to ask, "Where's that madman?"
He's downstairs.
"I had someone hang him on the balcony. I used a special sedative of Mommy's. He probably won't wake up for a while," her son replied. Hearing this, Wen Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, though a hint of trepidation lingered. Thankfully, the two little ones were there. Otherwise, she would have been in real trouble today. With this thought, Mu Qing quickly picked up Guogua and hurried outside, but upon seeing the figure swaying on the balcony, her mouth fell open in astonishment. "This is just a little punishment. Who told him to crash into me? He was so fierce, threatening to throw me out," Guogua said nonchalantly, his little hands tightly wrapped around Mu Qing's neck. "Yes, Mommy smells wonderful." Without the gluttonous Tang around, he finally had a moment to enjoy Mommy's embrace all to himself. Guogua contentedly rested his small face on Mu Qing's shoulder, while Mu Qing nearly felt her heart leap from her chest in fright. "You two met?" "Uh-huh." Guogua nodded eagerly. Mu Qing felt as though she might collapse, yet she clung to a flicker of hope as she asked, "Did he see your face?"
He did.
The two children bore a resemblance to Gong Yixiao. The realization that he had faced their son filled Mu Qing with dread. Would he overthink it upon waking? In that moment, Mu Qing truly felt a murderous urge to silence anyone who might take her children from her. Yet, seeing Gong Yixiao swaying on the balcony, she couldn't help but smile. She even dared not imagine whether he would be so enraged upon awakening that he might collapse on the spot. "Serves him right. Who told him to provoke me?" Mu Qing felt no sympathy for Gong Yixiao as she quickly made her way out with her son. However, she began contemplating where to hide her son for the time being. After all, Guogua's actions had dealt a significant blow to that man. Mu Qing couldn't suppress a laugh once more. Seizing the moment while they were momentarily distracted, she swiftly threw a punch, knocking him out cold. Guogua slightly lifted the corners of his mouth and pointed in a direction, saying, "Mommy, Tang is over there. She's about to be tempted to death by the little rabbit cake." Recalling her daughter's gluttonous nature, Mu Qing couldn't help but smile. "All right, let's go." Quickly, she carried Guogua to where Tang was hiding. At that moment, Tang was cradling a little rabbit cake, talking to herself. Mu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. This girl truly is her source of joy. Upon hearing her mother's laughter, Tang quickly lifted her head, and upon seeing Mu Qing, she instantly displayed a radiant smile, her eyes seemingly shimmering with a hint of brilliance. She spread her little arms and lunged towards Mu Qing. Guogua, still cradled in Mu Qing's embrace, exclaimed, "Don't come over." Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 11. What is the true identity of that man? Tang Tang's chubby form collided directly with Guogua, who found himself sandwiched between his mother and sister like a filling in a cookie. The phone in his hand inadvertently fell to the ground, the image on the screen immediately capturing the attention of both Mu Qing and her daughter.
What is this?
Tang Tang asked, her face a picture of confusion. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. She never expected her son to have captured such a disheveled image of Gong Yixiao.
Son, what do you mean by this?
Mu Qing turned her gaze towards Guogua. Guogua attempted to retrieve the phone, but being surrounded by his mother and sister made him abandon the idea. He finally muttered, I just wanted to keep it as evidence in case he tries to cause us trouble. I can use this to threaten him. Who is he?
Tan Tan Inquit?
Still not fully comprehending the situation, Guogua felt the urge to roll his eyes, but considering Mu Qing was present, he restrained himself and whispered, The jerk who kidnapped Mom.
Oh.
Tang Tang nodded, her expression adorably naive. Yet, she quickly picked up Guogua's phone and sent the photo to her own device. Guogua felt a sudden flutter of anxiety.
What are you doing, Tang Tang? Didn't you say you wanted to keep it?
Tang Tang's innocent demeanor and tone left Guogua speechless. He could only watch as she saved the photo, then with a beaming smile, presented the nearly melted little bunny cake to Mu Qing, sweetly saying, Mommy, you must take the first bite. It's delicious.
I've protected it for so long.
Seeing her daughter's expression of satisfaction and cherishment filled Mu Qing's heart to the brim. These children were the greatest gifts bestowed upon her by heaven, and she would never allow anyone to take them away. With that thought, Mu Qing cast another glance toward the villa.
So, what is the true nature of that man?
A sense of unease washed over her. However, she knew that the immediate priority was to ensure the safety of her children, especially her son. This man was an unexpected variable, particularly since Guogua had already encountered Gong Yixiao. She was uncertain of what Gong Yixiao might do once he regained consciousness, but she was resolute in her determination to protect her son from harm. In that moment of inner turmoil, her phone suddenly rang. Mu Qing glanced at it quickly. It was an unfamiliar number. She frowned slightly and instinctively hung up, but the caller persisted, dialing again with an air of determination that suggested they would continue until the end of time, if necessary. Feeling somewhat irritated, Mu Qing reluctantly pressed the answer button. A sharp, high-pitched female voice immediately echoed through the receiver. In Mu Qing's mind, there was no trace of memory regarding that woman. After uttering a dismissive remark, she promptly ended the call and blocked the number. Mommy, who was that woman just now? Was she the aunt from the hospital? Tang Tang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, stirring a deep discomfort in Mu Qing's heart. That insufferable woman had made things so much harder for Mu Xi, for daring to unjustly strike Tang Tang. She deserved to have her hand rendered useless. Filled with frustration, Mu Qing turned to her daughter's small face and smiled. No, it was just a wrong number. Don't dwell on that lunatic from the hospital. There are still many good people in this world. That woman must have been a patient who escaped the doctor's care. So let's not lower ourselves to her level, shall we? Oh, just a patient? All right then, I won't stoop to her level. Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, Tang Tang felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, Guogua's expression remained somber. He had genuinely wished to hypnotize Mu Xi at that moment, but her intense anger had rendered it impossible for him to do so silently. The thought of his sister being bullied right under his nose ignited a fierce anger within him. He was determined to ensure that woman faced consequences. But for now, he could not let Mommy find out. After all, he had just dealt with that man and Mommy appeared quite troubled. With this in mind, Guogua tugged at Mu Qing's sleeve and whispered, Mommy, do you need help arranging us? Perhaps you could leave us with Aunt Mu? The aunt he referred to was Mu Ning. Upon hearing her son's suggestion, Mu Qing nodded in agreement. All right, let's go find Aunt Mu. As Mu Qing observed her son scanning for a shared bicycle, she paused for a moment. It had been quite some time since she had ridden one. Today seemed like a perfect opportunity to take the children for a ride. With this thought, she placed Tang Tang in front and had Guogua stand behind her. She glanced back at her son and asked, Is everything all right? All good. Only then did Mu Qing start the bicycle. Mu Ning's residence was not far from the seaside. When Mu Qing and the children arrived, Mu Ning was not home, yet Mu Qing possessed the key to the house, allowing her to enter with the children. The living room was filled with an array of unwrapped plush toys, clearly prepared by Mu Ning for the children. Upon spotting the plush toys, Tang Tang was instantly exhilarated.
Wow.
So many dolls. She dashed forward on her short legs, throwing herself into the pile of toys and rolling around. Guogua, though feigning disdain, could not take his eyes off the Lego toys in the living room. A warm current flowed through Mu Qing's heart. Go ahead and play. I have some matters to attend to. She granted the children full access to the space and turned to send a message to Mu Ning. Thank you. Although they were not by blood sisters, Mu Qing cherished the kindness Mu Ning had shown her and the children over the past 5 years. While she may not be an exceptionally outstanding doctor, Mu Qing firmly believed that Mu Ning was undoubtedly a competent and remarkable sister. Without Mu Ning, she and the children could only wonder what their fate would be. Suddenly, Mu Qing's phone rang, displaying Mu Ning's number, yet an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped her. Chapter 12. I will make you understand how to write the word regret. Unless something had befallen her. Furrowing her brow, Mu Qing instinctively glanced at the children in the room, who were playing joyfully, before shutting the door and answering the call. Sister. Mu Ning was the only person who genuinely called Mu Qing sister. From the day Mu Ning had rescued her and embraced her as a sister, they had forged an unbreakable bond, akin to that of blood sisters, despite their different parentage. However, a voice that did not belong to Mu Ning echoed from the other end of the line. The shrill tone of a girl pierced through the receiver, causing Mu Qing's expression to darken instantaneously.
Who are you?
Though Mu Qing had spent the past few years abroad familiarizing herself with the list of Mu family relatives, she had never met them in person, making it difficult to recognize their voices. This sharp voice, if her memory served her right, seemed to have called her not long ago. Thus, the caller must be from the Mu family, albeit not particularly kind towards Mu Ning. A surge of cold determination washed over Mu Qing. Mu Ning was under her protection. Anyone who dared to harm her would pay dearly. Upon hearing the name, Mu Qing immediately discerned the caller's identity. Mu Wanwan, the daughter of Mu Ning's uncle, was a year older than Mu Qing and notoriously arrogant, having bullied both Mu Ning and her sister since childhood. When Mu Ning and Mu Qing were 5 years old, their biological parents perished in a car accident, leading to the inheritance of the Mu family being passed to Mu Qing's uncle, Mu Wanwan's father, thereby making the second branch of the Mu family the current head. Lacking parental protection, Mu Ning and Mu Qing had endured relentless bullying from Mu Wanwan, which ultimately compelled Mu Ning to take her sister and leave the Mu family, claiming they were going out for training. Little did they know, they would encounter Mu Qing's brother, who would inadvertently cause them harm. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Mu Qing's eyes. So it's Mu Wanwan, is it? You better listen closely. If my sister suffers even the slightest injury, I will ensure you understand what regret truly means. It was said that this was the 18-year-old coming-of-age gift Mu Ning had given to Mu Qing. Later, Mu Ning had handed the car keys to Mu Qing, stating that the vehicle could serve as a temporary solution. But Mu Qing was resolute in not wanting to tarnish what she could no longer consider a true sister. With this in mind, Mu Qing carefully placed the car keys aside and opened her phone to summon a taxi. To 333, Haiming Road. She still remembered the address of the Mu family's old residence. Meanwhile, Mu Wanwan was momentarily taken aback by Mu Qing's words. Was this still the timid Mu Qing from her memories, who had once been too afraid to even meet her gaze? What had she just said? That Mu Wanwan would understand how to write the word regret? Surely, she must have misheard. Rubbing her ears in disbelief, Mu Wanwan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Monink, unaware of the exchange between her and Mu Qing, was filled with anxiety. The Mu family was a den of wolves.
No.
She could not drag Mu Qing into this. She still had 2 children to care for. Upon this thought, Mu Ning hastily struggled to rise. Mu Wanwan, do not bully Xiao Qing. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Witnessing Mu Ning's futile resistance only sparked excitement in Mu Wanwan. Come at you? Very well. Your useless sister just threatened me, claiming that if I dared to harm a single hair on your head, she would make me regret knowing how to write the word regret. I am eager to see just how formidable this useless girl has been over the past 5 years, daring to threaten me. At this point, Mu Wanwan's expression darkened. Without hesitation, she seized a fruit knife from the coffee table nearby. Mu Ning's complexion turned pale as she discerned the madness and malice lurking in Mu Wanwan's eyes. This woman is a lunatic. Before their grandfather, she feigned obedience. Yet behind closed doors, she would secretly beat and scold both her and her sister. Mu Ning had once hoped to escape this den of wolves with her sister once she gained the means. But who knew she would again fall into Mu Wanwan's clutches today? The shadows of her childhood caused Mu Ning to involuntarily shrink back. What do you intend to do? Mu Wanwan, think carefully. Grandfather's birthday is just around the corner. If you harm me, he will not spare you. At this juncture, Mu Ning had no choice but to invoke the elder of the Mu family. However, Mu Wanwan merely laughed with a hint of recklessness. Upbroating Mu Ning. She gazed at her delicate, slender fingers, jealousy flickering in her eyes. Both Mu Ning and Mu Qing had always been more beautiful than her, their fingers long and elegant, reminiscent of a refined lady's hands. In contrast, though she was the daughter of the Mu family head, favored by many, she was cursed with chubby hands. Her pudgy fingers were a source of mockery. Now, Mu Qing even dared to threaten her, an outrageous affront. Suttenli muvangan koldli muset Mu Ning. How about I gift your fingers to Mu Qing, that useless girl, as a token of our meeting? Instantly, Mu Ning's face turned ashen, and she thrashed violently in response. If anyone else had uttered such words, she might have dismissed it as a jest, but coming from Mu Wanwan, she dared not doubt the sincerity behind them. After all, she had broken 3 of her ribs and had even twisted Mu Qing's arm in their youth. Now she contemplated severing her fingers? Chapter 13. I beg you, do not. From a young age, Mu Ning understood that some individuals are inherently malevolent. It transcends age and gender. Such people are simply born with malice. And Mu Wanwan was precisely one of them. Mu Wanwan, do not go too far. We live in a society governed by law. I am no longer the Mu Ning of the past. You should think twice. Though Mu Ning spoke loudly, her heart was devoid of any confidence. The shadows of her childhood weighed heavily upon her chest. Yet Mu Wanwan erupted into laughter upon hearing Mu Ning's words. Following this, with a mere glance, she commanded someone to pin Mu Ning's hand to the table, rendering her immobile. The fruit knife glinted ominously, piercing Mu Ning's gaze and psyche. No. Mu Wanwan, I implore you, do not. She is a surgeon, albeit not an exceptionally skilled one, yet her hands are the instruments of her livelihood. Should her hands be rendered useless, she would undoubtedly be unable to return to the operating table. Can a doctor who cannot perform surgery still be deemed a doctor? In that moment, Mu Ning was engulfed by panic. The shadows of despair coupled with a dread of the future compelled her to abandon her dignity and plead.
Mu Wanwan.
Clearly pleased with Mu Ning's current demeanor, wore a somewhat wicked and flamboyant smile. Beg me? How should you beg? You must demonstrate sincerity, do you not? Mu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Bound by restraints, her hands were captured, leaving her unable to struggle free. Did Mu Wanwan truly expect her to plead? A profound sense of hopelessness and sorrow began to seep into her heart. Previously, she had endured hardships for the sake of Mu Qing, resolutely persevering despite the pain. However, with Mu Qing gone, she felt an overwhelming fatigue in facing the world alone. As she gazed at Mu Wanwan, who grinned like a demon, her mind was flooded with memories of childhood torment. Mu Wanwan scorching her scalp with a searing cigarette butt and forcing her to consume laundry detergent. Mu Wanwan was the nightmare of both Mu Ning and Mu Qing. Now, those nightmares returned, yet Mu Ning found herself devoid of the courage to continue. Suddenly, she thought that rather than being relentlessly bullied by Mu Wanwan until death, it would be better to drag her down to hell together. She longed to see if the demon like Mu Wanwan truly had divine protection, if she was indeed more noble than Mu Ning and her sister. With this thought, Mu Ning resolve hartenet. She abruptly slammed her head backward, hearing a cry of anguish from behind her. Although her own head throbbed painfully, she sensed the grip on her loosening. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Ning broke free and charged directly at Mu Wanwan. Mu Wanwan, go to hell. With all her strength, she hurled herself at Mu Wanwan. The window was directly behind Mu Wanwan, and being on the 3rd floor, Mu Ning intended to throw her out, hoping for a fatal fall, or at the very least, to make Mu Wanwan experience the taste of being bullied. Unfortunately, despite her all-out assault, there were others nearby to protect Mu Wanwan. Seeing Mu Ning's reckless determination, they rushed forward to intervene, some even shielding Mu Wanwan. After all, Mu Wanwan was the daughter of the head of the Mu family, and any harm against her was intolerable. As Mu Ning was restrained, she became frantic. Let me go. You must release me, she shouted, her eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on her forehead, resembling a madwoman. Once Mu Wanwan was safely shielded, she turned her gaze upon Mu Ning. For a brief moment, she was taken aback by Mu Ning's fierce resolve, but then a surge of anger welled up within her. This pitiful girl, who had been bullied by her since childhood, dared to wish her dead. It was simply outrageous. You brat!
Mu Wanwan exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Mu Ning's abdomen.
Unable to evade due to being held back, Mu Ning bore the brunt of the blow. Suddenly, she doubled over in pain, letting out a muffled groan. Yet, Mu Wanwan seemed to be incensed. She stepped forward, seizing Mu Ning's hair, and violently thrust her towards the wall. Do you wish to throw me away? To kill me? Mu Ning, have you grown bold? The entire Mu family is under my father's dominion, and you dare to harm me? I shall not allow you to do so. Mu Wanwan frenziedly slammed Mu Ning's head against the wall, again and again, each impact horrifying to behold. Initially, Mu Ning struggled, but soon blood blurred her vision, and her mind buzzed. She felt like a deflated balloon, utterly devoid of strength. Was she on the brink of death? Perhaps death was a mercy.
In death,
she could reunite with her parents and her sister, bringing their family together once more. With this thought, Mu Ning surrendered to her fate. Like a rag doll, she was battered, blood splattering against the walls, yet Mu Wanwan showed no signs of relenting. Seeing Mu Ning give up like a lifeless dog filled Mu Wanwan with disdain. Have you capitulated so soon? Weren't you so fierce? Did you not wish to kill me?
Come on.
Get up. Mu Wanwan unceremoniously hurled Mu Ning onto the floor. Mu Ning's face was soaked in blood, her hair matted together, yet this sight did not bring Mu Wanwan any satisfaction. She grabbed a fruit knife, forcefully yanked Mu Ning's hand, and swiftly aimed for her index finger.
No.
Stop. The simultaneous cries of Mu Ning and Mu Qing pierced the air. But it was too late. With a piercing scream from Mu Ning, her finger was severed. Mu Qing's expression darkened immediately, a chilling aura enveloping her. It had only been 24 hours since she last saw her sister. But what was this? The frail woman lying on the ground. Was that truly her sister Mu Ning? The very same Mu Ning who had cared for her so tenderly over the past 5 years? Mu Qing trembled all over. She had heard tales of the Mu family's cruelty, but she had never imagined they could sink so low. Her eyes brimmed with tears. It was her fault. She had arrived too late. Gritting her teeth, Mu Qing stepped forward. Mu Ning was on the verge of fainting from the pain, yet she recognized Mu Qing's voice. She lifted her gaze in disbelief and saw Mu Qing approaching against the light. At that moment, Mu Ning's emotions shattered. 5 years ago, when she saved Mu Qing, she had felt resentment and anger, for her only kin had been lost due to Mu Qing's presence. However, her duty as a doctor forbade her from standing idly by. When Mu Qing awoke and learned of her sister's passing, she had even requested to undergo surgery to resemble her sister, continuing to live under the guise of Mu Qing. At that moment, Mu Ning could no longer harbor hatred. How familiar that face was. It was the visage of her only family, and in these 5 years, everything Mu Qing had done for her sister made Mu Ning feel that she was indeed Mu Qing. It was none of her concern. Why did she have to come? Chapter 14. With me here, no one shall harm you.
Go. Leave.
Mu Ning sobbed loudly. As if she had once again witnessed her frail younger sister stepping into the den of wolves that was the Mu family. It felt as though she saw Mu Wanwan's bloodied knife aimed at Mu Qing. Suddenly, a surge of strength erupted within Mu Ning. Caught off guard, Mu Wanwan was struck head-on and landed painfully on the ground, cursing furiously. Mu Ning, you lunatic. You must truly be tired of living. As she spoke, she prepared to retaliate against Mu Ning. Mu Qing's eyes narrowed instantly, exuding an aura of lethal intent. With a swift motion, she launched a tiny silver needle that pierced through Mu Wanwan's raised wrist, causing her to scream in agony. Ah! My hand! Mu Wanwan cried out, tears streaming down her face. Upon witnessing her injury, a crowd quickly gathered around her, while Mu Ning was shoved aside. Miss, are you alright? I'll call a doctor for you. Miss, hold on, I'll fetch the medicine kit. Everyone rushed to assist Mu Wanwan, yet they had previously turned a blind eye to Mu Ning's suffering. Mu Qing's gaze turned icy. She stepped forward, retrieving Mu Ning's severed finger and lifting her into her arms. Sister, do not fear. I am here. I will not allow you to become disabled. Mu Qing made a conscious effort to moderate her strength and tone, fearful that her anger might inadvertently harm Mu Ning. Gazing at the familiar face before her and hearing those comforting words, Mu Ning's cheeks were soon wet with tears. You should not have come. These people are devils. If you stay, you will never escape. Shao Qing, you must leave now. I am a member of the Mu family. Regardless of the outcome, my fate is sealed. But you have harmed Mu Wanwan, and the Mu family will not spare you. Take advantage of their momentary confusion and flee. Mu Ning's words tugged painfully at Mu Qing's heart. She understood that for the past 5 years, Mu Ning had been reminiscing about her sister through Mu Qing's visage. Yet the affection she displayed towards Mu Qing was genuine. Mu Qing was a person who valued gratitude. She reciprocated the kindness she received from others. In her heart, Mu Ning had long been her sister. Sister, do not speak foolishly. Leave everything to me. You are a Mu family member, and you are also my sister. From the day I called you sister, you became my kin. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. With that, Mu Qing swiftly took out the silver needle and expertly applied it to Mu Ning's continuously bleeding finger. The severed finger needed to be reattached as quickly as possible, otherwise, it would indeed result in lasting repercussions. Mu Qing knew that Mu Ning cherished her hands above all, as they were essential for her career as a surgeon. The account for Mu Wanwan's attack on Mu Ning's finger would be settled later, but right now, the priority was Mu Ning's injury. After completing the task, Mu Qing gently lifted Mu Ning and asked softly, there should be a room for you here, right?
Yes.
Mu Ning was drenched in cold sweat, her body racked with pain, but she understood the intent in Mu Qing's eyes. She wished to preserve her finger. Mu Qing's mastery in medicine was well known to Mu Ning. Thus, upon realizing Mu Qing's intentions, Mu Ning promptly stated, the room at the very end on the left side of the first floor is it. Perhaps it was merely her perception, but at that moment, Mu Ning experienced an unprecedented sense of security. Although she was the elder sister, this feeling manifested vividly in her consciousness. Unaware of Mu Ning's thoughts, Mu Qing swiftly lifted her and dashed toward the exit.
Amidst Mu Wanwan's piercing screams,
Security personnel rushed towards them. Not wishing to linger, Mu Qing swiftly dispatched several silver needles, causing cries of anguish to erupt. Like a swift leopard, she clutched Mu Ning and raced towards the innermost room on the first floor. Kicking the door open, Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. This was no place for human habitation. It was cluttered with debris, leaving no space to set foot. Mu Ning, startled by the scene, quickly accepted the grim reality and weakly remarked, "Since our parents passed away, there has been no place for us sisters in the Mu family." The words were heart-wrenching. Mu Qing glanced at her, closed the door, locked it, and hastily cleared the debris from the bed before placing Mu Ning on it. "Sister, the environment here is poor, and there is a risk of infection. However, we cannot delay. Your severed finger must be stitched immediately. There is no anesthetic here. Can you endure it?" Mu Qing felt a twinge of conflict. If it were a clean room, it would be one thing, but this had become a storeroom, significantly increasing the surgical risks. Though she carried surgical tools, she lacked anesthetics. Observing Mu Ning's imminent faintness, Mu Qing felt a rare uncertainty. However, Mu Ning forced a smile and replied, "It's fine. Go ahead. When I was younger, Mu Wanwan kicked 3 of my ribs, and I was forced to do laundry. I endured that, so this is merely a severed finger. Don't worry about me. I'm fine." Hearing her words, Mu Qing felt a pang of discomfort. Although she too lost her mother at 5 and was sent by her biological father to a base for inhumane training, she had never experienced the torment of familial abuse. Yet, thoughts of Mu Yuhan surfaced. Her biological brother. Was he not another Mu Wanwan in disguise? The only difference lay in the methods. Mu Wanwan preferred to use a dull knife, while Mu Yuhan struck her down with a single blow. In that instant, Mu Qing felt a stirring in her heart. Drawing a scalpel from her pocket, she whispered, "The more others wish for our demise, the more we must live splendidly. Sister, I hope this will be the last time we face such despair. In this world, you still have me. I am your true sister. Since the Mu family has treated you so poorly, I shall deliver them to you. But you must promise to live well." With that, she began the operation. The excruciating pain made Mu Ning shudder, yet warmth blossomed in her heart at Mu Qing's words. Upon gazing at that familiar visage, a solitary tear cascaded down Mu Ning's cheek. "Shao Qing, I am so sorry for implicating you. It shall not happen again." With that, Mu Ning succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving Mu Qing momentarily taken aback by her words. Implicate? Such a sentiment should have been voiced by her, for had it not been for her 5 years ago, the true Mu Qing might still be alive. Mu Qing harbored a profound sense of guilt and gratitude towards Mu Ning. Thus, she could not permit Mu Ning to be bullied, not by anyone. Chapter 15. Knowing when to stop. Mu Qing composed herself and swiftly set about stitching Mu Ning's wounds. The needle and thread danced in her hands as if imbued with life, moving with remarkable speed. The door was battered with ferocious knocks, accompanied by Mu Wanwan's furious tirades, but none of it reached Mu Qing's consciousness. She seemed to have entered a state of transcendence, quickly reattaching Mu Ning's severed fingers before wrapping them in bandages, her beautiful eyes chillingly cold, as if encased in ice. Prior to her arrival, she had cautioned Mu Wanwan over the phone. Regrettably, it appeared that her words had fallen on deaf ears. No matter. From this day forth, Mu Qing would ensure that Mu Wanwan learned the true meaning of regret. She shed her outer coat and draped it over Mu Ning, whose long hair was matted with congealed blood and whose forehead bore dried blood, a sight both harrowing and revealing of the treatment she had endured prior. Moreover, Mu Qing had sensed Mu Ning's frail pulse, indicating she bore bruises. With that, Mu Qing rose and opened the door. Upon seeing Mu Qing emerge, Mu Wanwan erupted in fury. "You little wretch, how dare you come out? Surround her." Mu Wanwan's face contorted with pain. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such humiliation. The family doctor had just visited, warning that the location of the silver needle was precarious. Removing it carelessly could result in paralysis. Yet leaving it in place would cause excruciating agony. Now, Mu Wanwan was consumed by a tempest of pain, yet she found herself powerless against the needle. She yearned to capture Mu Qing and teach her a lesson, reminding her who truly held the reins within the Mu family. Contemplating this, Mu Wanwan's expression darkened further. "Mu Qing, if you remove the needle now, I shall overlook the disrespect shown by you and your sister today." Observing the condescending demeanor of Mu Wanwan, Mu Qing could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Overlook your conduct? Do you truly believe I am the one who should be concerned about you?" The surgical knife in Mu Qing's hand glistened with Mu Ning's blood, her gaze fixated on Mu Wanwan with the intensity of a lone wolf. inciting an inexplicable surge of fear within the once unyielding young lady. What an absurdity! Mu Wanwan swiftly cast aside the flicker of terror, recalling the image of Mu Qing kneeling before her in a display of desperation, which bolstered her confidence. Mu Qing, do not push your luck. Your ability to escape my wrath is a privilege for you and your sister. Otherwise, there will be no place for you two in the Mu family. Do you truly think that 5 years of wandering has made you formidable? As soon as the Mu family made their intentions known, I can assure you that no hospital in the nation would dare to accept you. Mu Wanwan was not exaggerating. The Mu family indeed possessed such power in Z country. However, Mu Qing remained unfazed. With a cold laugh, she proclaimed, I shall not retain this facade today. But your hand, I shall claim. With that, she hurled her scalpel with utmost precision. Mu Wanwan's eyes widened in sheer terror as she stood frozen, the scalpel hurtling towards her, even forgetting to scream. The blade, imbued with an unyielding force, rendered her utterly paralyzed with fear. Just as the scalpel was about to pierce her wrist, a servant suddenly shoved Mu Wanwan aside, using their own body as a shield. A cry of anguish escaped the servant as they staggered backwards several steps before coming to a halt, the scalpel slicing through their arm and soaring away. The immense force behind Mu Qing's throw was evident. She truly intended to sever Mu Wanwan's hand. A cold sweat broke out on Mu Wanwan's brow. Was this really the timid and fearful Mu Qing she once knew? What had transpired during the 5 years she spent away? Why did she seem like a completely transformed person? Doubts began to surface in Mu Wanwan's mind. Seeing Mu Wanwan's frantic desperation, Mu Qing's gaze grew colder still. It was maddening that someone would step in to shield Mu Wanwan while the kind and gentle Mu Ning was being tormented without anyone to voice a word in her defense. In that moment, Mu Wanwan felt a flicker of fear.
Quick!
Stop her, she shouted, genuinely frightened. Yet Mu Qing maintained a faint, enigmatic smile, her eyes icy. Step aside. Today, I only desire Mu Wanwan's hand. Her voice was soft, almost gentle, akin to discussing the weather, yet it sent an involuntary shiver down the spine of those present. Mu Wanwan felt a chill at her wrist, as if it might truly be rendered useless, an inexplicable sense of dread creeping into her heart. She clutched her wrist tightly, exclaiming, "Seize her! Hurry! Where are the security guards?" As Mu Wanwan's cries echoed, a multitude of security personnel rushed in, surrounding Mu Qing. Her expression darkened as she flicked her fingers, several silver needles appearing deftly between them. Just as she contemplated launching them at the oblivious crowd, a commanding voice rang out from outside. Halt! The newcomer, exuding authority, swiftly pulled Mu Wanwan behind him for protection, causing Mu Qing to lose her prime opportunity for an attack. Feeling a wave of frustration, she turned her gaze to the newcomer. It was a middle-aged man, likely in his 50s, with an imposing presence that suggested he was accustomed to leadership. Upon seeing him, Mu Wanwan burst into tears. Father, that vile Mu Qing attempted to kill me. If the servant hadn't pushed me, she would have severed my hand. She immediately resorted to casting blame, crying out as the wronged party. Mu Qing gradually comprehended that the individual before her was none other than the current head of the Mu family, Mu Yifeng, the second uncle of Mu Ning and the biological father of Mu Wanwan. Mu Yifeng's brow furrowed deeply, and his gaze upon Mu Qing was decidedly unfriendly. The memory of Mu Qing's earlier desire to secure his daughter's hand ignited a shadow of fury within him. Bring Mu Ning out to me. Break her 2 hands. Consider it a means to calm the young lady's nerves, he commanded. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing's anger surged. You dare.
Yet,
She was acutely aware that this was the Mu residence. At Mu Yifeng's command, numerous figures clad in black swiftly infiltrated the premises, making a beeline for Mu Ning's chamber. Their demeanor suggested a complete disregard for Mu Ning's well-being. At that moment, a sense of panic washed over Mu Qing. Do not lay a finger on my sister. Instinctively, she hurled her silver needles, but regrettably, their quantity was limited, whereas the black-clad assailants seemed to multiply incessantly. In that instant, Mu Qing grasped the grim reality. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Mu Yifeng recognized that Mu Ning was her Achilles heel. Thus, by controlling Mu Ning, he could render Mu Qing powerless. Similarly, in her quest to rescue Mu Ning, Mu Qing would need to first subdue Mu Wanwan. Just then, Mu Yifeng brandished a sharp dagger and hurled it towards Mu Qing's chest. Should she evade it, she would undoubtedly lose the opportunity to use Mu Wanwan as leverage. Conversely, should she remain still, the dagger would surely pierce her heart. As she beheld the swiftly approaching dagger, recalling the trust reflected in Mu Ning's eyes, Mu Qing clenched her teeth and unhesitatingly lunged toward Mu Wanwan. Chapter 16. Quite to his liking. The dagger was mere moments from embedding itself in Mu Qing's body when, with a clang, it was deflected by an unseen force, narrowly missing her shoulder. Head of the Mu family, what is the meaning of this commotion? Mu Qing paused momentarily upon hearing the voice. It bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the madman's aide. As she pondered this, Su Emo pushed through the crowd, followed closely by the brooding Gong Yixiao. Upon entering, Gong Yixiao's gaze immediately fell upon Mu Qing. She stood there, radiating an aura of coldness, her entire being suffused with a sense of lethal intent. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met, and she appeared momentarily dazed. Gong Yixiao's hands trembled slightly behind his back. She had come perilously close to losing her life. Did she truly understand the gravity of death? Was she so reckless as to storm into another's home in such a manner, as if she were courting disaster? Yet, recalling the purpose of his presence, Gong Yixiao snorted derisively. The embarrassment of awakening in such a compromising position spurred him to a near frenzy. He felt an overwhelming urge to apprehend that insufferable boy and teach him a lesson. It was the first time in his life that he had found himself suspended from a balcony, swaying in the wind. That insufferable boy was clearly in league with Mu Qing. He urgently implored Su Emo to investigate Mu Qing's whereabouts, fearing that she might flee with that insufferable boy. Mu Qing had claimed to be the second young lady of the Mu family. Thus, Gong Yixiao hastily arrived with his assistant, only to be met with such a scene. Mu Yifeng was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Gong Yixiao. At that moment, he remained silent, fixated on Mu Qing, his heart stirred with subtle emotions. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, harboring doubts about Gong Yixiao's true identity. Mu Yifeng was the head of the Mu family, and given the family's current standing in Country Z, many aristocratic families treated him with great deference. The fact that someone could compel Mu Yifeng to act in a subservient manner indicated the other party's extraordinarily noble status. However, how could such a distinguished individual have once been a beggar on the brink of death in the slums of Country M 5 years ago? Mu Qing found it difficult to comprehend, but she was too indifferent to ponder it further, instead casting a bold glance toward Gong Yixiao. Despite her current disadvantage, her gaze remained unabashedly defiant. Su Emo couldn't help but marvel at the woman Gong had chosen. She was indeed remarkable. He silently stepped back, yielding the central position to Gong Yixiao. Although Gong Yixiao was furious about the recent manipulation he had endured, as well as Mu Qing's actions 5 years prior, taking everything from him and then refusing to assume responsibility, upon witnessing Mu Qing's demeanor, he declared, "I am here to find you. As for your personal matters, I shall not interfere. You may handle them as you wish. However, once you are done, you must come with me." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Mu Yifeng and Mu Wanwan instantly shifted. Mu Qing actually knew Gong Yixiao. Moreover, while Gong's words did not explicitly state he was acting on Mu Qing's behalf, they unmistakably conveyed his desire for her. How could the Mu family possibly offer him a useless or disabled person? Was Gong Yixiao indirectly providing support to Mu Qing? As this realization dawned upon Mu Yifeng and Mu Wanwan, they found themselves somewhat bewildered. "Mr. Gong, you are acquainted with our Xiao Qing? Since you know her, this is merely a child's play, and I believe it would be best to let it go. Perhaps you would prefer to enjoy a cup of tea in the front hall?" Mu Yifeng quickly rephrased his words. However, Gong Yixiao ignored him entirely, taking a seat on the chair Su Emo had offered, adopting a languid demeanor as he regarded Mu Qing, completely detached from the unfolding drama. Mu Qing felt a sense of gratitude. Though she had not clearly seen what had transpired, she understood that Gong Yixiao had come to her rescue. If she had previously failed to extract Mu Ning, at this moment, she was willing to leverage Gong Yixiao's influence to take her away. Swiftly, Mu Qing stepped forward, seizing Mu Wanwan's long hair and yanking her from behind Mu Yifeng.
"Ah!"
"Mu Qing, let go of me." Mu Wanwan, who had always been the one to bully others, was unaccustomed to being mistreated, especially by the timid Mu Qing whom she had always looked down upon. She was utterly enraged. She flailed her arms, desperately attempting to scratch Mu Qing's face, but Mu Qing afforded her no opportunity, forcefully directing her head toward the nearby wall. "Wanwan!" Mu Yifeng's heart tightened, and he instinctively moved to rescue his daughter, but Su Emo stepped forward, blocking Mu Yifeng's path. "Head of the Mu family, this is merely a playful scuffle between daughters. I apologize for the amusement it has caused you." Tragically, while Mu Yifeng's words were intended to curry favor with Gong Yixiao, Su Mo's statement was meant to assert dominance. Mu Yifeng's hands instinctively clenched tightly. Mu Qing, disregarding everything, relentlessly pulled on Mu Wanwan's hair, slamming her head against the wall until blood flowed freely, stopping only when it resembled the state of the unconscious Mu Ning. Mu Yifeng's heart ached profoundly. When had his daughter, whom he cherished so dearly, ever been subjected to such brutal treatment? At that moment, he yearned to tear Mu Qing apart, but with Gong Yixiao present, he had no choice but to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth and saying, "Xiao Qing, Perhaps it's time to cease this madness. With a devilish glint in her eyes, Mu Qing shot a glance at Mu Yifeng and scoffed. Cease? Uncle, you truly amuse me. Did Mu Wanwan ever consider stopping while tormenting Mu Ning? From childhood, she has mercilessly bullied them. Surely, you must be aware of how your daughter has treated Mu Ning, yet what did you do? If you had taken any action or offered guidance to Mu Wanwan, she would not have committed such heinous acts today. Now you wish for moderation? How utterly laughable. Mu Qing's gaze turned icy in an instant. Mu Wanwan, dazed and on the verge of fainting, heard Mu Yifeng's voice and immediately began to cry out in distress, Dad, save me. However, no sooner had she spoken than Mu Qing raised her foot and kicked Mu Wanwan away with all her strength. The impact was deafening. Mu Wanwan screamed, her body crashing against the wall before rebounding onto the floor, the sound of her ribs fracturing echoing through the air.
Mu Yifeng's countenance shifted dramatically. Mu Qing.
Cease this at once. He could no longer heed Sumo's attempts to intervene and rushed forward, his demeanor suggesting he wished to tear Mu Qing apart.
Yet,
Mu Qing merely sneered, swiftly moving her body. Before Mu Yifeng could reach Mu Wanwan, she effortlessly lifted Mu Wanwan, swiftly removed the silver needle from her wrist, and seized a nearby surgical knife, severing the tendons in Mu Wanwan's hand with precision. Every movement flowed seamlessly, leaving no opportunity for rescue or intervention.
Ah!
Mu Wanwan's piercing scream ascended to the heavens. Mu Qing kicked her away, fortuitously crashing into Mu Yifeng's embrace. The force knocked him off balance. Yet he dared not release her, his eyes filled with a murderous glare directed at Mu Qing. Mu Qing. His eyes burned crimson, his heart shattered. Someone seize Mu Qing. Is the matter resolved? Can you accompany me now? Gong Yixiao interjected coolly, rising from his chair and brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. His captivating gaze fixed intently on Mu Qing, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his eyes. This madwoman's skills were impressively swift, yet her temperament was rather volatile. Nevertheless, it was quite to his liking. Chapter 17. Does Mu Qing need a protector? Despite the circumstances being rather exhilarating, Mu Qing felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. Had Gong Yixiao not intervened, she could have relished in thoroughly tormenting the father and daughter duo before departing with Mu Ning.
But now?
It seemed she was obliged to owe Gong Yixiao a favor. The entire situation felt profoundly discomforting. Thus, when Mu Qing heard Gong Yixiao inquire whether she had finished, her temper inexplicably flared. Did I make you wait? If you dislike waiting, then leave. Upon uttering these words, Su Imo nearly lost his footing in astonishment. Goodness! The woman chosen by President Gong was indeed fierce. Over the years, no one had dared to speak to Gong Yixiao in such a manner. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened instantly, exuding an oppressive aura that suggested imminent eruption, instilling a sense of trepidation in those present. Mu Qing, have you lost your mind? How dare you address President Gong in such a way? Do you believe he is akin to my dear Wanwan? Apologize to him at once. Gu Yifeng finally seized the opportunity to chastise, harboring a hidden desire for Gong Yixiao to retaliate against Mu Qing's audacity. Ideally, he wished for this woman to be utterly eliminated, avenging Mu Wanwan in the process. Even Su Imo wiped a bead of cold sweat, sensing that Mu Qing might be facing dire consequences today. Having been by Gong Yixiao's side for so long, he knew that those who spoke to him in such a manner were often cast into the depths of the sea. Gong Yixiao's chest swelled with rage, his captivating eyes shrouded in darkness. This woman was undeniably too brazen. In accordance with his usual temperament, Gong Yixiao would have genuinely erupted in anger. Yet, upon observing the bloodstains adorning Mu Qing and the weariness etched in her exquisite eyes, his fury inexplicably subsided. What more needs to be done? His voice, laced with a magnetic restraint, left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Could it be that Mu Qing, in daring to challenge Gong Yixiao's authority, would still be met with a degree of leniency? Gu Yifeng's countenance shifted unpredictably, his gaze towards Mu Qing now tinged with contemplation. In truth, Mu Qing was genuinely eager to provoke Gong Yixiao's ire, hoping that this man would simply walk away. It was not his concern to begin with. Yet, he had chosen to involve himself, inexplicably leading everyone to perceive Mu Qing as reliant on him. Did she truly need a protector? The very notion was absurd. Yet, she never anticipated that Gong Yixiao would manage to suppress his anger. This man was not to be trifled with. Moreover, it now appeared that Gong Yixiao remained a formidable adversary. At this juncture, Su Imo finally noticed Mu Ning, who was battered and bruised, with her fingers even bandaged. Had Gu Yifeng and his associates initiated the violence? Instinctively, Su Imo glanced at Gong Yixiao. With a subtle glimmer in his eyes, Gong Yixiao instructed, "Bring a stretcher." "No need, I can manage on my own." In that moment, Mu Qing appeared resolute. She cast a cold glance at Gu Yifeng and the unconscious Mu Wanwan in his arms, stating icily, "Let this matter rest for now. Uncle, you had best keep a close watch on Mu Wanwan. Should she dare to harm my sister again, I will not be so lenient."
With that,
Mu Qing departed the Mu family estate, cradling Mu Ning in her arms. Gong Yixiao exchanged a glance with Gu Yifeng, a look that nearly caused Gu Yifeng to lose his composure. He found himself perplexed by the meaning behind Gong Yixiao's gaze, though the underlying warning was unmistakable.
So,
The girl Mu Qing had indeed found a formidable ally? A bead of cold sweat involuntarily trickled down Gu Yifeng's forehead. Upon bringing the person to light, Mu Qing realized she had no vehicle at her disposal. Hailing a taxi with the bloodstains on Mu Ning's attire would likely deter any driver from accepting the fare. It seemed that Gong Yixiao perceived her predicament, as he offered, "Shall I give you a ride? We could have a discussion afterward." "Very well." Mu Qing hesitated momentarily, but found herself in agreement. Encountering Gong Yixiao upon her return to the country was entirely unexpected. Although she had learned 5 years ago that this man would not meet his demise, she had not anticipated his formidable presence. In hindsight, she should have taken action back then. Mu Qing felt a pang of regret, but quickly lifted Mu Ning into the vehicle. Gong Yixiao cast a glance at Mu Ning in Mu Qing's arms. The sight of her blood-soaked form caused his brow to furrow in concern. After a brief moment of hesitation, he settled into the front passenger seat. Su Mo suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Gong Yixiao never occupied the passenger seat. His presence today felt akin to that of a looming specter, prompting Su Mo to swallow hard. "Where to, Ms. Mu?" he inquired. Gong Yixiao closed his eyes after speaking. Yet it was evident that he radiated an aura of cold detachment. As a physician, Mu Qing's observations were meticulous. She raised an eyebrow slightly. It appeared that this man harbored a penchant for cleanliness. The absurdity of a man with such a quirk having been discarded in a slum 5 years prior struck her as somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, Mu Qing had no intention of challenging Gong Yixiao at that moment. She assessed Mu Ning's condition and noted a slight fever. "To the central hospital, please," she urged. Su Mo promptly started the engine. Once the vehicle was in motion, Mu Qing's focus remained steadfastly on Mu Ning, revealing her deep concern for the woman. Gong Yixiao glanced at her through the rear-view mirror, his gaze reflecting a myriad of thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the central hospital. Mu Qing carried Mu Ning inside and immediately contacted a physician to attend to her post-operative care. The doctors here were highly skilled, having already completed the intricate reattachment surgery. The subsequent procedures were well within the capabilities of any qualified doctor. Still, Mu Qing felt uneasy and chose to remain close throughout. Gong Yixiao waited silently outside. The Gong Corporation had numerous matters requiring his attention, and the Gong family was embroiled in chaos. Yet, at this moment, Gong Yixiao was willing to wait indefinitely for a woman, which left Su Mo both surprised and perplexed. "Is there something particularly special about Miss Mu?" he asked. "She is the woman who saved me 5 years ago in the slum," Gong Yixiao replied. The instant those words escaped his lips, Su Mo's expression shifted dramatically. For 5 years, Gong Yixiao had sought his benefactor from that fateful encounter. Su Mo understood that had there been no one to reattach Gong Yixiao's tendons, or leave a means for him to reach out, it was highly likely that Gong Yixiao would not exist in this world today. In that moment, Su Mo comprehended the unique significance Mu Qing held in Gong Yixiao's heart, and a flicker of gratitude towards her blossomed within him. Is it true what the director of Jiafu Hospital said, that she is the legendary Dr. Reborn? Uncertain, yet acknowledging her exceptional medical skills, he suggested that she could attempt to treat the elderly gentleman. Gong Yixiao spoke with an air of indifference, though a flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes. Apart from him, no one was privy to the transgressions this woman had committed against him in the past. Chapter 18. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. In light of her saving his life years ago, he was willing to overlook the past. Yet the audacity of that wretched boy to ambush him and hang him on the balcony was something he demanded an explanation for Mu Qing. Throughout his life, Gong Yixiao had never encountered such humiliation. To make matters worse, that insufferable boy had even taken photographs, printing them out to blackmail him. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Gong Yixiao's eyes. "Have we received any news about that troublesome boy I instructed you to investigate?" Gong Yixiao abruptly shifted the topic, catching Su Mo off guard. After a brief pause, Su Mo replied, "Our team has looked into it, but we were unable to find anything." Gong Yixiao's gaze sharpened. Su Mo involuntarily shuddered, yet could only lament, "Mr. Gong, it truly cannot be found. All surveillance footage has been destroyed. I attempted to have it restored, but the technicians claimed it was too complex, repairs would require considerable time, and it remains unfixed." An overwhelming tide of anger surged within Gong Yixiao. It was unbearably frustrating. He had nurtured numerous capable individuals, yet they could not even restore a video? Who was aiding that wretched boy? Was it Mu Qing? What connection did that boy have with her? The boy bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. Bring me paper and pen.
Huh?
Su Mo was taken aback. Why did Gong Yixiao suddenly require paper and pen? Noticing Su Mo's bewildered expression, Gong Yixiao's temper flared. If your ears and mind have deteriorated, I would be more than willing to send you to Iceland for retirement. Iceland, a land perpetually covered in snow, harbored an extremely harsh climate, rendering it inhospitable for many creatures. Upon hearing this, Su Mo snapped to attention and hurried off to procure paper and pen. Gong Yixiao took the materials and seated himself on a nearby bench, beginning to sketch the likeness of that troublesome boy from his mind. Su Mo was astonished to learn that Gong Yixiao possessed artistic talent, and to such a remarkable degree. He watched in admiration as Gong Yixiao effortlessly outlined a face with just a few strokes, exclaiming, "Mr. Gong, is this a portrait of your childhood?" Gong Yixiao's hand paused momentarily. "What did you say?" Su Mo, caught by the intensity of Gong Yixiao's gaze, quickly clarified, "Mr. Gong, I was merely guessing. However, this likeness bears an uncanny resemblance to your younger self." Little did anyone know that Su Mo had grown up alongside Gong Yixiao, as his father's position as the Gong family's chauffeur had led to a close-knit relationship. Being raised within the Gong household, Su Mo had become a trusted companion, eventually being brought into the Gong group as Gong Yixiao's right-hand man after graduation. It finally dawned on Gong Yixiao why that troublesome boy seemed so familiar. It was because he bore a striking resemblance to his own youthful visage. Gong Yixiao's mind suddenly froze, as if something fleeting had flashed across his consciousness. How could this woman have concealed so much from him? Go, investigate the identity of this scoundrel based on this likeness. Gong Yixiao abruptly thrust the portrait into Su Mo's hands. Su Mo instantly understood. This scoundrel was the one who had knocked Gong Yixiao unconscious and had hung him on the balcony like a hero from Liangshan. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Su Mo held an unyielding admiration for Guogua in his heart, yet he dared not delay. He swiftly captured the image with his phone and dispatched it to the Gong family's intelligence network, urging them to uncover all information about this scoundrel in the shortest time possible. Gong Yixiao's gaze, however, was somewhat intricate. Could it truly be as he suspected? Was this scoundrel potentially the son of him and this madwoman? A man who had never cared for children. Gong Yixiao's brows furrowed, and his expression darkened. This unexpected conjecture left him unprepared. How could this be his son? Could he possibly have fathered such a troublesome, mischievous child? Gong Yixiao's heart was in turmoil, an inexplicable sense of suffocation weighing upon his chest. He rose to his feet, casting a glance at the busy Mu Qing, and murmured, "When she comes out, instruct her to find me in the courtyard." Gong Yixiao felt an urgent need for fresh air, lest he succumb to thoughts of violence. Su Mo was unaware of the reason for Gong Yixiao's ire, yet he nodded in compliance. Mu Qing busied herself with the doctors, redisinfecting Mu Ning's wounds and administering an 4-drip, observing her temperature gradually decrease. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. After the doctors issued their instructions, they departed. It was then that Mu Qing noticed Su Mo outside. To her surprise, the man had not yet left. A sense of frustration welled within her. She had no desire to entangle herself with him, yet it appeared unavoidable. Mu Qing carefully tucked Mu Ning's blanket before exiting the ward. "Where is Master Gong?" Su Mo's demeanor shifted to one of respect upon seeing Mu Qing. "Miss Mu, Master Gong is waiting for you in the courtyard." Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. The difference in Su Mo's attitude was stark. Now, respect and gratitude glimmered in his eyes. She furrowed her brow slightly. "What is the matter?" "Nothing at all. Please, Miss Mu." Su Mo promptly gestured for her to follow. Mu Qing shook her head. "For now, I must ask you to remain here and look after my sister. I have injured Mu Wanwan. The Mu family will not let this go easily." "Understood, Miss Mu." Su Mo expressed no objections to her request. Mu Qing felt a flicker of doubt but chose to remain silent, stepping directly into the courtyard. Gong Yixiao stood tall, approximately 6 feet 3 inches, alongside the long corridor, a cigarette delicately poised between his slender fingers. He inhaled deeply, and amidst the swirling smoke, Mu Qing could not discern his expression, though the scene was undeniably captivating. 5 years ago, she had recognized this man's striking appearance, and his hands were nothing short of alluring. Now, 5 years later, he had become even more irresistibly attractive. She suddenly felt her heart race, compelling her to quickly gather her thoughts. Moreover, this man did not strike her as one prone to romantic entanglements. Although she knew little of him, she discerned a palpable aura of violence in his eyes. This man was undoubtedly formidable. Regrettably, 5 years prior, she had been blind. mistaking him for a mere beggar from the slums. Indeed, that love potion was a perilous folly. Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, she noticed Gong Yixiao extinguishing his cigarette, then elegantly striding towards her with his perfectly proportioned long legs. She took a seat on a nearby stone bench. Gong Yixiao seldom encountered a woman who remained so composed in his presence. Undeniably, Mu Qing's poised demeanor brought him a sense of unexpected ease. Chapter 19. Does this man possess no shame? What do you seek from me? Mu Qing instinctively sensed a dangerous glint in Gong Yixiao's gaze. How had she failed to recognize that this man was no mere lamb back in the slums? Alas, regret washed over her. Had she known of his immense power now, she would have refrained from rescuing him. Even silencing him would have been preferable, for the child was hers alone. Now, she lived in constant trepidation, fearing he might discover the truth and come to claim the child. A flicker of vexation crossed Mu Qing's eyes. Gong Yixiao regarded her and suddenly smiled. It must be said, his smile was truly captivating, illuminating the surroundings like the first bloom of spring, yet it was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Would you care to explain the events of 5 years ago? He inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly, an implicit pressure causing Mu Qing to furrow her brow. Speaking of her past to a stranger felt unwelcome, yet this stranger shared an intimate connection with her and 2 adorable children. Moreover, even if she chose silence, with his current influence, he could undoubtedly uncover the truth. Contemplating this, Mu Qing turned her gaze to Gong Yixiao. Perhaps you could first enlighten me about your identity? Her voice was soft yet firm, calm and gentle, devoid of discomfort. Gong Yixiao. The name rendered Mu Qing momentarily speechless.
Who was Gong Yixiao?
He epitomized the zenith of power and wealth in the Z nation. 2/3 of the nation's economy was intertwined with him, and the current president was reportedly closely associated with him. Had she truly stumbled upon such a figure? The man she had casually approached for an antidote 5 years ago was, in fact, a person of immense authority. It was no wonder Gu Yifeng had been so obsequious and humble in his presence. It was clear now how he had ascended to his current stature in just 5 years. However, the president's rise had only occurred in the past 3 years, suggesting that 5 years ago he had been ensnared in a scheme. Recalling the wounds and near-lifeless state Gong Yixiao had been in back then, Mu Qing instinctively reached out, directly grasping his pulse. Gong Yixiao's body stiffened momentarily. As her delicate and cool hand clasped his pulse, an electric current surged through him, and the enchanting scenes from 5 years past abruptly flooded into Gong Yixiao's mind, stirring a tempest in his gaze. Mu Qing, however, remained oblivious to his expression. As the moment of pulse-taking extended, her brows furrowed in concern. Gong Yixiao's health was far from satisfactory, although it had not deteriorated since 5 years ago. It had not improved either. She raised her gaze towards Gong Yixiao, contemplating his well-being, no harm done. This was Gong Yixiao's greatest secret, known solely to him. Even Su Mo was unaware of his condition. Yet, he found himself unperturbed by the thought of letting Mu Qing in on it. Mu Qing's brows remained tightly knit. She was not one to meddle in others' affairs, and Gong Yixiao's status made any entanglement inherently perilous. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. She recalled the 2 little ones at home, who were her most cherished kin, a bond forged through her connection with Gong Yixiao, allowing her to endure the most arduous years. Regardless of whether Gong Yixiao acknowledged their existence, Mu Qing could not bear the thought of watching him exhaust himself to the point of demise. How old are you this year? 27. Before Mu Qing, he appeared unusually forthcoming. Had Su Mo been present, he would surely have been left astounded. Upon hearing her finally acknowledge the events from 5 years ago, a complex sensation surged within Gong Yixiao. I believed I was destined to perish 5 years ago, yet I do not owe you my gratitude. Mu Qing's brow quirked slightly. What do you mean? What an audacious man. As if he could read her thoughts, Gong Yixiao suddenly leaned closer, his striking visage overwhelming her senses, causing her heartbeat to quicken. What are you doing? Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, only to realize the stone bench lacked a backrest, sending her tumbling backward. Gong Yixiao's long arms swiftly caught her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace as he softly inquired, "Why hide? Feeling guilty? Because of 5 years ago or 5 years hence?" His words ignited her defenses. She recalled the encounter between Guogua and Gong Yixiao. The audacity of that little rascal in embarrassing such a powerful man, stirring a wave of anxiety within her. Do you not comprehend what I am saying? She forcefully pushed Gong Yixiao away, though her heart raced uncontrollably. This was no longer the thrill of infatuation, it was sheer apprehension. If he were truly to investigate Guogua, the thought sent a pang of urgency through her, her captivating eyes darting about. Unbeknownst to her, she resembled a cornered little fox. Gong Yixiao's mood lightened slightly. How should we account for what happened 5 years ago? He suddenly spoke, causing Mu Qing to choke on her own saliva, leading her to cough repeatedly. Observing this, Gong Yixiao glanced at the nearby vending machine, instinctively stepping forward to buy her a bottle of water, twisting off the cap and offering it to her. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, sensing that such behavior seemed unbecoming of Gong Yixiao. She couldn't help but inquire, "You haven't drugged me, have you?" "Not at all. I expect you to act with honor," he replied. This remark instantly reminded Mu Qing of the embarrassing moment when she had been thrown over Gong Yixiao's shoulder not long ago. She shot him a disapproving glance, took a sip of water, and said, "We are even regarding the events of 5 years ago. I may have slept with you, but I also saved your life and left you my number to reconnect with the outside world. I hardly think you have suffered, but that was my first night. Do you have any idea how many women across the nation would pay for it? A single surgery and a phone call and you think it's settled?" Gong Yixiao's words nearly rendered Mu Qing speechless. Did this man have no shame? Did he think everyone hadn't experienced a first night? Moreover, who was she? She was a ghost doctor. Her surgical skills were invaluable, yet he dared to complain?
Mukwinkes enger flared.
Are you selling yourself? If so, I could compensate you for your worth. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened instantly. Mu Qing, say that again. His voice, though soft, carried an unsettling chill, causing Mu Qing's throat to tighten, and she instinctively felt the urge to flee. You were the one who claimed your first night was precious. And not everyone is capable of performing my surgeries. Don't act so innocent after reaping the benefits. Besides, isn't it the girls who usually bear the brunt of such matters? I have let it go, yet you, a grown man, continue to dwell on it. What do you intend to achieve? Chapter 20. You better keep your word. Mu Qing felt quite vexed. In the base, she was someone who feared nothing and no one. After 5 years of wandering, she had faced numerous challenges without flinching. Yet, in the presence of Gong Yixiao, her confidence seemed to falter. She could not help but glance at his face. Fine, she admitted she had a weakness for handsome men. Gong Yixiao's appearance was impeccably aligned with her aesthetic. Even his fingers were stunning. A fleeting glimmer of affection crossed her eyes. Noticing her somewhat aggrieved tone, Gong Yixiao paused, observing her gaze fixed upon his hands, and momentarily hesitated. Did she find his hands appealing? Instinctively, he placed his hands on the stone table, and indeed, he caught sight of Mu Qing subtly biting her lip, the expression in her eyes providing him with a measure of comfort. As for 5 years ago, your responsibility is to help restore my health, and we will be even, Gong Yixiao declared. Although coerced back then, he sensed that Mu Qing was likely a novice as well, and in her dazed state, she might have been set up. In that light, a woman indeed faced greater distress than a man. With this thought, Gong Yixiao's demeanor softened slightly. However, Mu Qing was momentarily stunned by his words. You truly are a shameless man. I was the one who bore the brunt of what happened 5 years ago. Why do you now demand that I restore your health? She felt an overwhelming urge to sever her own hands. Why did she foolishly offer to check Gong Yixiao's pulse? Was she simply inviting trouble? Gong Yixiao spoke softly. If you refuse to comply, I shall track down that wretched boy and hang him on the balcony, allowing him to wither like dried meat. His tone was deceptively calm, yet it sent shivers down Mu Qing's spine. What are you saying? You can't possibly believe that hiring a hacker to erase the video will keep me from discovering that boy's whereabouts, can you? Perhaps I should perform a magic trick instead? With that, Gong Yixiao produced a pen and paper gifted by Su Mo and, before Mu Qing's astonished eyes, swiftly sketched her portrait. Mu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Is this truly happening? Who can explain why a man of such immense power would engage in painting? Aren't those long, elegant hands meant for earning money? How could he possess such artistic talent? The quality of the drawing was nearly indistinguishable from a photograph, sending a chill down her spine. Gong Yixiao faced off against Guogua, a powerful man who could easily uncover Guogua's identity. It was merely a matter of time. If he were to learn of Guogua's true nature, might he spare him out of consideration for being his son? Noticing the furrow in Mu Qing's brow, Gong Yixiao remarked, I have always harbored a profound disdain for children, particularly those who cross me. Their status matters little. They hold no significance in my eyes. Having ascended to my current position, I no longer cherish the hope of living out my days peacefully, nor will I leave behind an heir to be threatened or persecuted. Mu Qing suddenly sensed a hidden meaning in Gong Yixiao's words, leaving her with a sense of dread. Over the years, few had been able to threaten her. Yet children remained her greatest vulnerability. Could he have guessed Guogua's identity? The thought sent a shiver through her. As she regarded Gong Yixiao, his gaze had grown noticeably colder. Are you threatening me? Let us see if you can indeed instill fear. I have always been amiable. I believe in mutual consent in all matters. Do you not agree? The more he insisted, the less assured Mu Qing felt. Then let us negotiate a different condition. Help me treat my grandfather's illness, and once he recovers, we shall consider our dealings settled. Moreover, I shall not interfere in your affairs. Should you require my assistance, I will gladly oblige.
What say you?
Gong Yixiao's sudden change of heart made Mu Qing realize that perhaps he had never intended to seek treatment for himself. Perhaps his true motivation lay in his grandfather's ailment. Yet his body could not endure for much longer. The indifference in Gong Yixiao's eyes struck a disquieting chord within her. In this world, who does not toil for the sake of living? Some even risk their fortunes merely to extend their lives by a few months. Yet here was Gong Yixiao, with a body so frail, displaying such indifference. What experiences had led him to regard death so lightly? As Mu Qing became aware of her thoughts, she quickly reined in her emotions. Her relationship with Gong Yixiao was confined to that moment 5 years ago. It was best for them to remain strangers now. If she could avoid offending him while safeguarding her son, she would welcome it wholeheartedly. Although she had deviated from her original plans, Mu Qing still inquired, "What has happened to your grandfather?" In his youth, he had sustained an injury near his heart, and now that he is aged, his circulation has deteriorated, leading to occasional fainting spells. The doctor has recommended surgery to remove the bullet lodged within him since that time, but regrettably, no one possesses the requisite skills. It is said that the ghost doctor can perform such an operation. However, his whereabouts are unpredictable. 5 years ago, you managed to reconnect the tendons in my severed hands and feet, so surely you can handle the surgery as well? Gong Yixiao recounted his grandfather's condition.
Mohink furolet harbrov.
I must see him in person to determine whether I am capable of treating him. Very well. Gong Yixiao did not press her further. Mu Qing perceived that the rumors surrounding Gong Yixiao were somewhat exaggerated. He was, after all, quite agreeable. All right, Gong Yixiao nodded. Seeing his agreeable demeanor, Mu Qing hesitated and pondered before asking, "If I were to cure your grandfather, would you cease to trouble me? Would our paths diverge from here on? And you would no longer harass Guogua?"
Wawa?
Mu Qing suddenly realized she had inadvertently revealed her son's name and quickly added, "I mean that mischievous little rascal who delights in teasing you." Gong Yixiao regarded her with a gaze that seemed to hold deeper meaning, causing Mu Qing to feel a chill run down her spine. Just as she was about to succumb to the pressure, Gong Yixiao calmly replied, "Very well. As long as you cure my grandfather, I shall not pursue any further responsibilities regarding him. You had best keep your word." With that, Mu Qing turned and left. This arrangement was indeed preferable, as it spared her the anguish of finding a place for her children. She had never been apart from them since they were little. The thought of sending them away, due to Gong Yixiao, was unbearable for her. It was merely a surgical procedure, one she should be able to manage swiftly. Afterwards, she could focus entirely on resolving matters concerning the Mu and Mu families. With this thought, Mu Qing felt a surge of relief, which lightened her steps considerably. However, just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 21. The mischief begins anew. Mu Qing's heart skipped a beat. She quickly checked her phone and saw that it was a call from Guogua. She hastily answered.
So,
"Mummy, a multitude of strangers has arrived outside. They are throwing something onto Annie's house, and I overheard them saying they intend to set it ablaze. The doors and windows have been nailed shut. Tang tang, and I cannot escape." Guogua's voice was tinged with urgency. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing felt as though she might explode. That house belonged to Mu Ning's mother as part of her dowry. Thinking of her 2 little ones at home, Mu Qing felt a surge of panic. "Gong Yixiao, I need to borrow your car. You promised that as long as I could save your grandfather, you would consider assisting me. I am in urgent need of a vehicle right now." This was the quickest solution that came to her mind. Moreover, Gong Yixiao's license plate in Z country would likely afford her certain privileges, allowing her to bypass many complications. Observing her pale complexion, Gong Yixiao inquired, "What has happened?" "No time for questions. Will you lend me the car or not?" Mu Qing's demeanor was quite concerning. Gong Yixiao firmly grasped Mu Qing's hand and strode into the hospital. His long strides compelled Mu Qing to jog to keep up, yet she refrained from voicing any complaints. Instead, she inquired, as if struck by a sudden thought, "Is the car key with Su Mo?" "Indeed," Gong Yixiao affirmed with a nod. Su Mo's eyes widened in surprise as he observed the 2 of them entering hand in hand. Indeed, it was President Gong. How swiftly he had won over Miss Mu. Su Mo's curiosity piqued, but he was abruptly interrupted by Gong Yixiao's cold command. "Hand me the car key."
Xumontak.
Taken aback, was startled into a cold sweat by Gong Yixiao's piercing gaze. The car key. It's right here," he stammered, hastily handing it over. "Oh, good." Su Mo quickly nodded. Mu Qing was ushered into the car by Gong Yixiao. She had intended to drive herself, but Gong Yixiao did not afford her that opportunity. Anxiously, She urged, could you speed up?
I mean, only if it's a red light.
Certainly, Gong Yixiao interrupted, sensing her urgency and believing she was not one to take advantage of his favor. He was convinced that her haste was due to a genuine matter of concern. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. Even when faced with red lights, he showed no inclination to halt, seemingly indifferent to points deductions or fines. While Mu Qing was worried about the children's safety, she also felt a twinge of embarrassment. You needn't worry, I rarely drive, Gong Yixiao remarked, leaving Mu Qing momentarily speechless. It was true. Given his status, he seldom drove himself. However, Mu Qing's thoughts turned to other concerns. She had initially thought it would merely be a matter of borrowing a car, never anticipating that Gong Yixiao would accompany her without hesitation. Wouldn't this expose the children? If he were to inquire about them, how would she respond? Should she speak the truth? Would this man seek custody of the children? Yet, the children were in imminent danger, and at that moment, she could conceive of no better course of action. Furrowing her brow in distress, her turmoil prompted Gong Yixiao to press the accelerator to the floor. The car sped toward Mu Ning's house. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene of chaos. As numerous figures clad in black surrounded the residence, some even igniting torches and hurling them toward the house. Flames swiftly erupted.
Stop!
Mu Qing's heart leapt into her throat. Before the car had fully come to a halt, she flung open the door and dashed toward the house, disregarding everything else.
Muchen!
Gong Yixiao attempted to seize her but was too late, watching helplessly as she kicked open the door and rushed inside. The black-clad figures swiftly encircled the entire house. In this isolated villa, devoid of nearby neighbors, their audacity was palpable. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened. As he brought the car to a stop, several vehicles pulled up behind him. The individuals disembarking from the cars regarded Gong Yixiao with utmost respect. President Gong, secure these individuals and find someone to extinguish the fire. After giving his orders, Gong Yixiao seized the fire extinguisher and dashed inside. The onlookers were utterly paralyzed with fear. Mr. Gong, it's enough for us to go in. Mr. Gong, please come out. Unfortunately, Gong Yixiao moved too swiftly for the bodyguards to catch him. Once inside his vehicle, he called them, instructing them to use the navigation system to follow his car, just in case. Little did he anticipate that the situation would escalate to such a catastrophic fire. Who could be responsible? Gong Yixiao was uncertain. But one thing was clear, he could not allow Mu Qing to be harmed. If anything were to happen to her, who would perform surgery on his grandfather? Instead of searching for the elusive ghost Dr. Reborn, it was far more pragmatic to secure Mu Qing. Moreover, this woman was his. How could he stand idly by as she faced danger? As realization dawned on him, he had already plunged into the house. The flames, fueled from outside, spread rapidly, and with doors and windows nailed shut, the temperature inside soared alarmingly. Armed with the extinguisher, he called out for Mu Qing. Meanwhile, Mu Qing was consumed by fear, her mind racing with visions of her terrified children.
Tang tang.
Gua gua. She hurriedly opened the guest room. Finding it empty, she dashed to the bedroom, only to discover the same absence. The living room's plush toys were already ablaze, and even Guagua's cherished Lego set lay scattered across the floor. Where could the children be? Panic surged within her, accompanied by a flicker of murderous intent. If anything were to happen to her son or daughter, she vowed to ensure their tormentor paid dearly. It had been long since Mu Qing felt such fury. She flitted about the house like a headless chicken. When Gong Yixiao spotted her, her eyes were bloodshot, her hair disheveled, and she appeared on the verge of losing control. Outside, the flames roared ferociously, thick smoke rising and causing everyone to cough violently. He grasped her arm firmly. Mu Qing, desperate to find her little ones, felt as though she might explode when restrained. Chapter 22. Why this man? Let go of me, she shouted, throwing a left hook that Gong Yixiao intercepted with a firm grip. Calm down, he growled, his voice resonating with authority. Tell me what you need. I will help you. His commanding tone momentarily cleared her mind. She noticed him wielding the fire extinguisher, even as he spoke to her, and she responded, my children, they are inside. Her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. For 5 years, she had raised her children alone, enduring hardships without shedding tears, for she believed her little ones were the most precious gifts from heaven. But now, panic had engulfed her. In a hoarse voice, she confessed, they were at home when I left. Just now, Guogua called to say someone was trying to set the house on fire, and the doors and windows were nailed shut. But where are they now? That wretched boy? Gong Yixiao's heart skipped a beat.
Ah?
Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled something, swiftly turning to dash towards the bathroom. How could she have forgotten? Guogua was no ordinary child. With the fire raging outside, He would undoubtedly take Tang Dang to a place with a water source. The bathroom was the safest refuge from the flames. Qing kicked open the bathroom door and was met with the sight of Guogua and Tang Dang huddled inside the bathtub, which was filled to the brim with water. The two children had covered their mouths and noses with towels, and for the moment, they appeared unharmed. "Mummy!" Tang Dang cried out immediately. Brother was so scary just now. She knew she shouldn't cry, but she couldn't help it. Upon seeing Qing, the little girl burst into tears, flailing her small arms and legs in an attempt to climb out, but she struggled and failed several times. Qing hurried forward and lifted Tang Dang up, then turned to Guogua, anxiously asking, "Are you hurt?" "No." Guogua shook his head. Although his complexion was somewhat pale, he remained relatively calm. Gong Yixiao spotted them at once, momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed it was just Guogua, but it seemed he had a daughter as well. The two were indeed a pair of twins. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes. "Let's go. This house has been filled with flammable materials and won't hold for long," Gong Yixiao urged. Guogua immediately turned to follow his gaze, locking eyes with Gong Yixiao in surprise. Why was this man here? Why was Mummy with him? Before Guogua could fully comprehend, Gong Yixiao strode in, scooping him up into his arms with a commanding whisper. "Hold on to my neck. I need to silence them so we can escape." "Okay." Guogua instinctively complied. Qing was momentarily startled by Gong Yixiao's actions, unsure of what to say. "What are you dawdling for?"
Move.
Gong Yixiao instructed. It was only then that Qing snapped back to reality, clutching Tang Dang as she rushed outside. He was right. The house, laden with flammable materials, was engulfed in flames. And they could not linger. Guogua watched the interaction between Qing and Gong Yixiao with confusion, his small arms tightly wrapped around Gong Yixiao's neck, feeling an inexplicable sense of safety in the man's embrace. He glanced at Gong Yixiao, who commanded, "Close your eyes." Guogua complied without hesitation. Gong Yixiao had never held a child before, especially not under such dire circumstances. He felt the soft grip of the little arms around his neck, a sensation that stirred something deep within him. Tang Dang, cradled in Qing's arms, had stopped crying, her large, watery eyes blinking curiously at Gong Yixiao. "This uncle is so handsome," she exclaimed. "Mummy, who is this uncle?" Qing was at a loss for words and chose to feign ignorance. Tang Dang, not receiving the answer she sought, continued to murmur, "Who is he? Is he Mummy's friend?" Qing truly wished to silence her daughter's lips. Just as they were about to reach the door, a beam suddenly crashed down. "Be careful!" Gong Yixiao swiftly kicked, propelling Qing and Tang Dang out of harm's way. In a split second, he turned sharply, shielding Guogua beneath him. As the beam fell, Gong Yixiao let out a muffled groan, yet he arched his body, granting Guogua the space to move.
Run.
"Go find your mommy.
Now."
Gong Yixiao spat a mouthful of blood, but he bore the weight on his back, commanding Guogua with unwavering resolve. Guogua stood frozen, realizing that no man had ever protected her and her mother in such a manner. Just moments ago, this man could have escaped, could have forsaken his own safety, yet he chose to shield her. Just before, he had even teased her. Tears welled in Guogua's eyes. "I'll pull you out." She crawled from beneath Gong Yixiao and grasped his arm tightly, attempting to drag him outside. However, Gong Yixiao's towering stature rendered her efforts futile. Overwhelmed, Guogua began to weep. She had always told herself that she was a little man, tasked with protecting her mother and sister. Little men do not cry. Yet at that moment, she could not hold back her tears. Unable to move Gong Yixiao, she turned to lift the beam, pinning him down. But the beam, scorched by fire, was too hot to approach. In desperation, Guogua cried out for help. "Help! Is anyone there? Please save him." She continued to tug at Gong Yixiao.
You cannot die.
"You mustn't die." After all, she was just a child, terrified and gasping for breath. Gong Yixiao, perplexed by his own reactions, found it curious that he had instinctively acted to protect the child, despite his aversion to children. This was not characteristic of him. He had saved Qing for the sake of his grandfather, but what compelled him to save this insufferable boy? Was it merely for the uncertain bond of paternity? He couldn't quite articulate it. Seeing Guogua gasping and weeping, he growled, "Stop crying. I'm not dead yet. Your mommy and the others will be here shortly. You missed your chance to escape." As he spoke, he noticed the raging flames rapidly closing in on them. "Activate the fire extinguisher. If you want to live, hurry."
Fala.
Startled by his shout, was momentarily dazed, her small face smudged with soot. Yet, she managed to grasp the fire extinguisher beside Gong Yixiao, following his instructions. The extinguisher was cumbersome for her, but despite her repeated falls, she rose each time, gritting her teeth in silence as she sought a way to escape. Her determination evoked a flicker of admiration in Gong Yixiao's eyes. Chapter 23. That woman has arrived. A pang gripped her heart. If not for Gong Yixiao's timely kick, it could have been her and Tang Tang trapped beneath the beam. Gong Yixiao. Mu Qing could not quite articulate the tumult of emotions within her. There was no time to ponder. After entrusting Tang Tang to Gong Yixiao, she swiftly directed others to extinguish the flames and rushed inside herself. The fire raged fiercely, and despite her wrapping herself in a water-soaked quilt, she was still choked by the smoke. Guogua, wielding a fire extinguisher, had begun to feel numb in her hands. Upon seeing Guogua safe, Mu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to be stunned by the sight of Gong Yixiao's injuries.
Quickly!
Someone, carry Gong Yixiao out. At her command, everyone converged, hastily rescuing him. Just as they emerged, the house collapsed with a thunderous roar. Mu Qing's heart seethed with anger as she beheld Gong Yixiao's wounds. Her fury was not directed at him but rather at those responsible for the arson. She recognized the leader of the perpetrators as the head of security from the Mu family's ancestral home. Yes, those accompanying Gong Yixiao acknowledged Mu Qing's words. Having witnessed the unique bond between her and Gong Yixiao, they promptly apprehended the culprits. Though Gong Yixiao's back was burned, his mind remained clear as he furrowed his brow at Mu Qing's revelation. The Mu family did this? Mu Qing surmised that this was not Gu Yifeng's doing. For as the head of the Mu family, he would not dare to trouble her after learning of Gong Yixiao's protection over her. Only that foolish Mu Wanwan would resort to such measures. With her tendons severed, few doctors could restore her, and now, in unbearable pain, she sought revenge by setting fire to the home of Mu Ning's mother. Mu Wanwan likely believed that at this hour, Mu Ning would be at the hospital, and Mu Qing would accompany her, leaving their home unguarded. However, she had not anticipated that Mu Qing would have 2 children present. This misstep would surely lead to dire consequences for the Mu family. Yet, Mu Qing felt no pity for them. Without Gu Yifeng's indulgence, Mu Wanwan would not have dared such an act. She had not intended to owe this man a favor, but it appeared that her debts were multiplying. The complexity of her feelings weighed heavily on her. I shall take you to the hospital first. Your injuries require immediate attention.
All right.
Cold sweat beaded on Gong Yixiao's forehead, a testament to his agony, yet he remained resolutely silent, displaying remarkable restraint. Guogua had not left his side since he was rescued, her small hands tightly clutching his, her eyes brimming with concern, though she said nothing. Mu Qing understood that this little one would likely never forget Gong Yixiao's life-saving act. Indeed, this was the first meeting of father and daughter.
Tang Tang.
Upon spotting Mu Qing and the others, struggled to escape the bodyguard's embrace and hurried over on her short legs. Mummy, is the handsome uncle hurt? You will make him better, won't you? The soft timbre of her daughter's voice tugged at Mu Qing's heart. She nodded, lifting the child into the car as they rushed to the hospital. Initially intending to head to the city center hospital, Gong Yixiao insisted on going to Jiafu Hospital, a request that Mu Qing found somewhat reluctant to comply with. Jiafu Hospital is constructed by Mu Family Investments, and with Mu Shi and Mu Yuhan present, she is currently reluctant to meet them. However, Gong Yixiao had just rescued the children and her, and he mentioned that the elder of the Gong family was at Jiafu Hospital, which would be more suitable for her consultation. Thus, Mu Qing felt compelled to acquiesce. She could only have Su Mo facilitate the transfer procedures for Mu Ning, and they both moved to Jiafu Hospital. The news of Gong Yixiao's injury reaching Jiafu Hospital swiftly found its way to Mu Yuhan's ears. His brow furrowed slightly as he inquired. Investigate how Gong Yixiao sustained his injuries. Gong Yixiao's status is exceedingly unique, and he preferred not to make an enemy of him.
Meanwhile,
Mu Shi's hands continued to ache and itch. She had seen every doctor at Jiafu Hospital, yet none could provide a definitive explanation, only exacerbating her pain, leading her to scream and throw things in frustration. Mu Yuhan's expression darkened progressively, and he too was in excruciating pain. Feeling as though his bones were being shattered piece by piece, a tormenting agony with no relief in sight. Painkillers proved ineffective. At that moment, Mu Shi's commotion became increasingly unbearable, pushing Mu Yuhan closer to the brink of madness. He dispatched someone to ascertain Mu Qing's whereabouts, but alas, no news emerged. Just then, Gong Yixiao's arrival further intensified Mu Yuhan's sense of misfortune. Regardless of his suffering, he knew he could not afford to offend Gong Yixiao, even if it meant crawling before him to make an impression. With this thought, a flicker of irritation crossed Mu Yuhan's gaze. Had they not yet located the woman capable of treating the second miss? Not yet, young master, his subordinates replied, visibly apprehensive. They had initially assumed her to be merely a pretender, yet she had managed to escape the grasp of 4 or 5 bodyguards without leaving a trace. Mu Yuhan recalled Mu Qing's cold laughter as she declared, I await your plea. Was his condition and Mu Shi's plight all orchestrated by that woman? How had she accomplished it? The more Mu Yuhan pondered, the more he felt a creeping dread. Such a person, if not utilized for his benefit, could not be allowed to remain in this world, yet before that, he needed to find her to heal both himself and Mu Shi. With this in mind, Mu Yuhan, agitated, declared, Why are you not out searching? Yes. His subordinates quickly exited. Observing Mu Yuhan's state, an assistant cautiously remarked, Young master, given your current condition, perhaps you should refrain from visiting Gongzong. How can I not go? With so many hospitals around, Gongzong has chosen to come here, undoubtedly because the elder is with us. Furthermore, this represents a prime opportunity to ingratiate ourselves with the Gong family and establish a connection with their grand enterprise.
Mu Yuhan,
Drenched in cold sweat from the pain, doubled over. He truly wished to eliminate that woman. Yet, he did not even know her whereabouts. Just then a subordinate burst in. Young master, we have found the woman. Chapter 24, I have no interest in the names of the deceased. Where is she? Mu Yuhan gritted his teeth. His sunken eye sockets tinged with a ghastly hue. It was truly a frightening sight. His subordinate hastily remarked, I just spotted her at the entrance of the emergency room. Let us go. We must apprehend this woman today. I shall ensure she pays for this. The pain Mu Yuhan experienced was unlike any he had felt before. Although he had previously faced life-threatening circumstances, that pain was bearable. When it became unbearable, there were always painkillers prescribed by doctors. However, the torment he endured now was akin to a living hell, and no analgesics seemed to alleviate his suffering. The architect of his misery was none other than that woman. Trembling from the pain, Mu Yuhan felt a flicker of resolve surge within him. After his assistant helped him into a wheelchair, he pushed himself toward the entrance of the emergency room. A throng of people gathered there. Gong Yixiao was firmly grasped by Guogua's hand, yet his gaze was fixed on Mu Qing. You are to perform the surgery, he uttered, his voice trembling, betraying the severity of his anguish. Mu Qing, however, replied softly, That is against protocol, and I am not a physician at this hospital. I lack the qualifications to perform the surgery. Your injuries are solely burns, and any physician can handle this procedure. It does not necessitate my involvement. This was Mu's family hospital. She had been personally invited by the director to attend to Mu Yuhan, but prior to that, she had been blacklisted by him within the institution, rendering her unable to practice here. She had no desire to entangle herself further with Mu Yuhan. The children must have been terrified, and Gong Yixiao's wounds required immediate attention. If Mu Ning were to transfer hospitals, she would need to assist with the necessary signatures. Mu Qing had far too many responsibilities and could not enter the operating room at this moment. Yet, Gong Yixiao remained resolute. I have stated that I only want you. As he spoke, a cough escaped him, tainted with a trace of blood seeping from his beautifully shaped lips, startling Su Mo considerably. President Gong, please refrain from anger. In your current state, it is best to remain calm. Miss Mu must have other considerations, otherwise. That woman, bring her to me. Before Su Mo could finish his sentence, Mu Yuhan caught sight of Mu Qing from afar. Amidst the crowd, he was unsure why, but his gaze was immediately drawn to her. This woman possessed an undeniable presence that could not be overlooked at any moment. Mu Yuhan gasped in pain, his voice sharp and quivering. Mu Qing momentarily froze, turning to see Mu Yuhan's veins bulging and his face clouded with a fury that seemed to threaten her existence. She couldn't help but wonder if he bore the same expression 5 years ago when he sought to eliminate her. How truly unsightly. As Su Mo began to rise to speak, Mu Qing interjected, I will resolve my personal grievances myself. After stating this, she looked at Gong Yixiao, noticing his displeasure. Remembering his recent act of saving her and the children, Mu Qing ultimately relented. You may go in first to have them attend to the disinfection. I will handle the surgery. However, I require a few minutes to attend to personal matters. Gong Yixiao's brows were furrowed tightly together as he suddenly felt a flicker of murderous intent towards Mu Yuhan, who was approaching. Hurry up. I'll give you only 10 minutes.
All right, Mu Qing nodded.
Su Mo, however, was somewhat taken aback. Typically, Gong Yixiao never altered his decisions or schedules for anyone, yet this Miss Mu had repeatedly breached his exceptions, prompting Su Mo to ponder further. Guohua, on the other hand, clasped Gong Yixiao's hand tightly and whispered, I will wait for you outside. Observing the little one, Gong Yixiao felt an increasing sense of irritation. What a nuisance. Nevertheless, he uncharacteristically nodded and even uttered an affirmative sound, as if conceding. Su Mo glanced at Guohua and then at Tang Dang in Mu Qing's arms, and could not help but suggest, Miss Mu, why don't I take the 2 children to the adjacent room for a bath and some snacks? You seem to be handling personal grievances and the children. He left the rest unsaid, yet Mu Qing understood. She nodded and entrusted the children to Su Mo. Perhaps due to Gong Yixiao's influence, Guoguo was relatively amiable towards Su Mo, while Tangdang, upon hearing about food, eagerly followed along. At that moment, Mu Yuhan also approached Mu Qing. He felt that the man who had just passed by seemed somewhat familiar, but did not dwell on it. He simply commanded his subordinates. Capture her. Mu Qing could not help but let out a cold laugh. Was young Master Mu truly courting death? She had originally intended to confront Mu Yuhan in a couple of days, yet fate had conspired for them to meet so fortuitously. The mocking gaze from Mu Qing only intensified Mu Yuhan's discomfort. Even if I die, I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts before my demise. I warn you, you would do well to recognize your place and heal Xiao Shi and me. Perhaps I will grant you a swift end, otherwise. Young Master Mu truly had a sense of humor. Whether I treat you or not, you are destined to die, so why should I bother? Am I mad? Mu Qing never anticipated that the grown Mu Yuhan would turn out this way. To claim she was not disappointed would be a lie. There was even a faint, dull ache in her heart. After all, they were blood relatives, siblings connected by fate. Yet, she stood right before him, and he remained oblivious.
Suddenly, Mu Qing spoke.
Young Master Mu, do you not wish to know my name? I have no interest in the names of the deceased. Mu Yuhan felt further pain. Unsure whether it was psychological or due to the woman before him. He felt a strange familiarity with Mu Qing, yet her face was entirely foreign to him. Furthermore, her arrogance was thoroughly unappealing. However, Mu Qing smiled and said, "What a pity, for I wish to tell you. Young Master Mu, my name is Mu Qing." As these words left her lips, Mu Yuhan was momentarily stunned. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Mu Qing.
Mu Qing.
Little Qing? Could it truly be her?
How could that be?
While their eyes bore a striking resemblance, her face and the way she looked at him now felt utterly unfamiliar. What did you say your name was? Mu Yuhan's voice trembled, her hands gripping the wheelchair's handles tightly, revealing her agitation. Mu Qing slightly curled her lips into a cold smile and said, Mu Qing. The Mu in admiration, and the Qing in verdant mountains and clear waters. I am the second young lady of the Mu family in the city. Mu Feng is my uncle. Young Master Mu, are you truly certain you wish to lay hands on me? By invoking the identity of the Mu family, Mu Qing perceptively noted the fleeting disappointment that flickered in Mu Yuhan's eyes. Disappointment? When she realized that she shared a name with the second young lady of the Mu family, Mu Qing paused momentarily. Yet she never anticipated that Mu Yuhan would display such an expression upon hearing her name. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Her sole intention was to instill unease within him, and as for the rest, they could take their time. With that thought, Mu Qing boldly stated, Young Master Mu, allow me to remind you that the one awaiting my surgery inside is Gong Yixiao. You may take me away for 1,000 tortures, but can you withstand the wrath of Gong Yixiao? Chapter 25. This man is truly difficult to serve. All expressions on Mu Yuhan's face froze. Gong Yixiao?
How could this be?
Instinctively, he glanced at his subordinates. The subordinate, trembling, replied, It seems that President Gong is indeed present. His voice was barely audible, his gaze evasive. He hadn't had the chance to speak earlier, and who could have predicted that young Master Mu would rush over in such a furious state? Mu Yuhan gritted his teeth in anger, yet had to suppress his fury. No wonder the figure he had seen earlier seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't that precisely Su Mo, Gong Yixiao's assistant? Observing Mu Qing's triumphant demeanor, Mu Yuhan nearly ground his silver teeth to dust. Although he was unaware of when she had ingratiated herself with President Gong, even he knew that not even President Gong could erase the enmity between them. Now that she had done such a thing to him, he desired her life. But what had she done wrong 5 years ago? They were of the same blood. She had trusted this brother of hers so deeply, yet what was the outcome? He actually wished to kill her. For a fleeting moment, Mu Qing genuinely yearned to ask Mu Yuhan what grudge or grievance from 5 years ago had compelled him to deal her such a vicious blow. The burning words lodged in her throat, and she ultimately could not refrain from asking, Young Master Mu, may I inquire if there is anything you have ever done in your life that you regret? Regret? Mu Yuhan paused slightly. He gazed into Mu Qing's complex eyes, which seemed to harbor a glimmer of expectation. What was she anticipating? That he would show mercy and let her go? But what of Mu Shi? His death would be inconsequential. However, Mu Shi could not perish. With this thought, Mu Yuhan could not help but sneer, I, Mu Yuhan, have never done anything in my life that I regret. So, do not harbor such extravagant hopes. Today, you may rely on President Gong to escape. But you had better possess the capability for him to protect you for a lifetime, or else a fierce killing intent suddenly erupted in Mu Yuhan's eyes. This murderous aura pierced through all of Mu Qing's expectations like a sharp sword. She could not help but feel a sense of self-mockery. What was she still hoping for? Did she expect this man to confess to having experienced regret? For a long time, she believed that Mu Yuhan's ruthless actions 5 years ago might have been driven by some profound reason. However, it has become apparent that he has always been this way. Time has altered the trajectories of their lives, leading to the loss of her once beloved brother. Yet, perhaps it is for the best, she no longer harbors any expectations. Mu Qing concealed her emotions, gazing coldly at Mu Yuhan, and quietly remarked that they would wait and see. With that, she turned and entered the operating room, donning a sterile gown. Mu Yuhan was momentarily taken aback by her demeanor and expression. Why does this woman always evoke such a sense of familiarity within him? Moreover, he could sense her hostility towards him. However, he could not recall having offended anyone from the Mu family. Furrowing his brows, Mu Yuhan's eyes narrowed involuntarily as he watched Mu Qing step into the operating room. Who could explain why she was entering there? His voice turned icy. His subordinate quickly responded, "Young Master Mu, she is the one personally designated by President Gong for his surgery. Our doctors are not deemed satisfactory by him." What? Mu Yuhan was momentarily stunned. Who is Gong Yixiao? He is audacious, cold-hearted, yet treasures his own life above all. To have someone of Gong Yixiao's caliber personally designate a surgeon indicates remarkable skill. Yet this woman is undeniably very young. Mu Yuhan recalled the words of the director, questioning if she could indeed be the legendary reborn ghost doctor. No, that is impossible. But the fact that Gong Yixiao holds her in such high regard suggests she possesses considerable talent. Furthermore, she had managed to subtly outmaneuver both Mu Shi and himself. A contemplative look crossed Mu Yuhan's eyes. Very well. His subordinate promptly set out to investigate. However, Mu Yuhan refrained from interrupting Gong Yixiao's surgery, instructing his assistant to secure the area without arousing Gong Yixiao's suspicion. His curiosity about Mu Qing had grown. What indeed is her identity? Had she claimed to be the second young lady of the Mu family? Turning to his assistant, Mu Yuhan whispered, "Go check on the Mu family's standing. How is Mu Qing perceived there? If she is indeed a favored daughter of the Mu family, I must tread carefully." For the first time in many years, Mu Yuhan felt challenged by an inconspicuous woman. His assistant left swiftly, and Mu Yuhan was compelled to depart as well, though the question Mu Qing had posed not long ago lingered in his mind. She had asked him if there was anything he regretted in this life. Regret? He could not help but recall the image of young Mu Qing. Back then, she was soft and sweet, her laughter remarkably healing. A doll-like creature, she was sent away by their father to a training base due to his health issues. Although Mu Yuhan had never been to the base, he had heard from others that it was akin to a hell on earth. Those who emerged from such a place were undoubtedly exceptional. Yet the hardships endured were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He was filled with frustration, self-reproach, and rage. Yet he could no longer await the presence of his beloved sister.
Mu Yuhan's mood abruptly soured.
The pain had already contorted his features into a grimace, and now it infused him with a touch of ferocity and rage, causing those around him to instinctively retreat, wary of provoking him. However, Mu Qing was oblivious to the profound shift in Mu Yuhan's mindset triggered by her words. As she entered the operating room, she was met with the sight of several nurses standing helplessly by with sterilizing cotton, some even with tears brimming in their eyes. What is happening here? Mu Qing instinctively inquired. What are you doing? She strode forward, only to discover that Gong Yixiao's wound had yet to be attended to. What on earth are you all doing? Were you not instructed to prepare for sterilization beforehand? Anger flared within her. The risk of infection from burns was severe, and Gong Yixiao had sustained injuries from a falling beam, with numerous fragments to contend with. The longer they delayed, the more difficult it would become to manage. She had presumed that Jiafu Hospital, being reputable, would not have nurses of such low caliber, but it seemed she had overestimated the Mu family's medical establishment. The nurses shrank back under her reprimand, tears spilling forth. President Gong does not allow us near, nor does he permit us to administer anesthesia. With that, one nurse cast a glance at a younger colleague. Mu Qing then noticed that the latter's wrist had swollen. Observing Gong Yixiao's fierce and dismissive demeanor, she began to grasp the situation, feeling a mix of irritation and dismay. This man was indeed a challenge to deal with. All for a simple sterilization and anesthesia. He had gone so far as to break a nurse's wrist? Mu Qing gazed incredulously at Gong Yixiao, hoping for an explanation, but to her astonishment, he merely closed his eyes and lay down on the operating table, adopting an indifferent posture that left her somewhat numb. Chapter 26. You are important. You all may leave. I shall manage here. Mu Qing inhaled deeply and spoke calmly. You, young nurse, tend to the wound and also draft a leave of absence. You may seek reimbursement for lost wages and medical expenses from Su Mo. Upon saying this, she glanced at Gong Yixiao, who had opened his captivating eyes to regard her with an inscrutable expression. What is it?
Mu Qing quitted.
You, President Gong, break someone's wrist and yet expect them to pay for their own medical care? His brow furrowed slightly at her accusation, yet he remained silent. The young nurse, seizing the opportunity in the absence of a response from Gong Yixiao, hastily expressed her gratitude before fleeing the room, followed by the other nurses. Watching this unfold, Mu Qing sighed and remarked, "You truly live up to your fearsome reputation. That young nurse is just a delicate girl. How could you bring yourself to break her wrist?" "You were 1 minute late," Gong Yixiao replied, his voice raspy. Mu Qing paused, taken aback. Must calculations be so precise? This minor procedure could hardly be deemed indispensable. What could possibly justify his actions? Suddenly, a thought flickered in her mind. Gong Yixiao's physical condition is quite peculiar. He has concealed it for so long, permitting no one to draw near. Although it may seem to be merely a slight disinfection now, he cannot afford to take even this minimal risk.
Indeed.
As the chief CEO of the vast Gong Corporation, he must avoid any potential missteps. Such an individual should approach all matters with utmost caution. How could he be so impulsive as to plunge into the flames to rescue them? With this thought in mind, Mu Qing swiftly seized the antiseptic cotton and commenced tending to his wounds, inquiring along the way, "Given your awareness of the dangers of injury and the implications of failure, why did you still choose to save me? You're different. You are important." Gong Yixiao's words caused Mu Qing's heart to quiver involuntarily, as if something within her had erupted, sweet and ineffable, tugging at her very core. "You." She was about to assert that she would not be swayed by Gong Yixiao's honeyed words when he continued, "My grandfather's health cannot be delayed any longer. If something were to happen to you, your life may not matter, but my grandfather would be lost." Instantly, all sweetness dissipated, replaced by a flicker of indignation. Mu Qing's expression darkened slightly. "Then why save me? Why rescue my child? Aren't they the ones you care for most? If your mood is clouded by 2 little ones, how can you focus on treating my grandfather?" Gong Yixiao regarded her with an incredulous stare, as if she were a fool. The antiseptic cotton in Mu Qing's hand snapped in two. This heartless man. She should never have expected anything from such a cold-blooded individual. Gong Yixiao's body tensed abruptly. He instinctively glanced at Mu Qing, noting her serious demeanor as she tended to his wounds, revealing no signs of distress. He could only suppress his feelings of irritation in silence. This woman truly possessed an extraordinary audacity. Had anyone else dared to treat him so, he would have broken their hand long ago. However, considering her ability to save his grandfather, Gong Yixiao resolved to endure, for the time being. Clenching his teeth, he lay on the bed, initially believing that gritting his teeth would suffice. Little did he know that after the disinfection, Mu Qing would immediately pick up the tools to address his wounds. The sharp pain caused him to gasp in shock. "Isn't anesthesia required?" Cold sweat dripped from Gong Yixiao's forehead. Mu Qing replied nonchalantly, "You are Gong Yixiao. Can you truly tolerate being anesthetized and losing mobility for half an hour? That would be akin to placing your life in my hands for half an hour. Are you not afraid of what I might do?" Her reasoning was impeccable. Had it been any other doctor, Gong Yixiao would have adamantly refused anesthesia. Yet, considering Mu Qing, he found himself pondering. Perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. After all, losing mobility in front of her was not a novel experience. 5 years ago, she had not caused him any harm. What might she do now? If her actions were akin to those from 5 years ago, Gong Yixiao suddenly felt a dryness in his throat, and a faint stir of desire coursed through his body. The more he attempted to suppress it, the clearer the scenes from 5 years ago became in his mind. Gong Yixiao spoke in a hushed voice, requesting, "Give me a glass of water." Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Drinking water during surgery was strictly prohibited. She inquired, "Are you very thirsty?"
"Yes."
Gong Yixiao turned away, deliberately avoiding her gaze. The faint fragrance emanating from her seemed to invade his senses, akin to a hook that stirred the deepest desires within him. Observing his demeanor, Mu Qing assumed that his discomfort stemmed from pain, prompting a surge of self-reproach. What was she doing? They were essentially strangers, their connection merely a fleeting encounter from 5 years prior. Yet it had not been Gong Yixiao's desire. It was she who had compelled the situation, was it not? Moreover, the condition of the elder Gong was indeed quite precarious, and his willingness to save her was understandable. Aware of the importance of the children to her, he inadvertently saved them as well. Was there any fault in that? What was she truly angry about? Was it Gong Yixiao's attitude towards her or his indifference towards the children? Yet, they were strangers. If not for the elder Gong's illness, he might not have sought her out at all. Furthermore, he was unaware of the children's circumstances. As a physician, it was a grave breach of professional ethics to project personal emotions onto a patient. Realizing this, Mu Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was a bit rough. Please bear with it. Water is not allowed during surgery. Would you like me to moisten your lips with a cotton swab? Upon hearing this, Gong Yixiao outrightly refused. The mere thought of her proximity had already unsettled him. Allowing her to touch his lips would be akin to self-torture. No need. Proceed with the surgery, he replied, closing his eyes, opting for the solace of ignorance. He sensed Mu Qing's earlier anger, but failed to comprehend its source. Was it due to a statement that he had saved her because of his grandfather's illness? Although true, Gong Yixiao was acutely aware that his feelings for Mu Qing were distinctly different. After searching for this woman for 5 years, she had taken away his most private and cherished possession. The initial anger had gradually transformed over time. He knew, without a doubt, that he intended to claim her for himself. Although he could not yet discern whether this overwhelming need was love, it mattered not. No one could elude Gong Yixiao's desires. Lost in thought, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to groan and lose consciousness. Simultaneously, Mu Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 27. Who is assisting him? This is dire. Mu Qing was aware of Gong Yixiao's frail condition, but she had not anticipated it deteriorating to such an extent. Her disinfection procedures had inadvertently triggered a violent reaction to some toxin within him. The charred surface of his skin revealed a layer of purplish-blue bruising. Mu Qing swiftly produced a golden needle to seal the acupoints, while her silver needle danced rapidly upon Gong Yixiao's body. No one was aware that she possessed the golden needle. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, Mu Qing would have refrained from using it. However, Gong Yixiao's condition was far worse than she had anticipated, compelling her to employ both the golden and silver needles. Her expression was grave, even tinged with a hint of solemnity. What manner of poison was this, so overwhelmingly potent? 5 years prior, she had known of the toxins within Gong Yixiao's body. Yet they had never surged forth with such uncontrollable ferocity. Mu Qing furrowed her brow tightly, her hands never ceasing their delicate movements, fingers flying like ethereal sprites. Mesmerizing to behold. Though Gong Yixiao lay unconscious, the anguish etched upon his face was unmistakable. He felt as though he were ensnared in a hellish abyss, enduring a torment of alternating warmth and cold, a pain that could find no outlet, torturing him like a trapped beast unable to escape invisible shackles. Just as he contemplated annihilating everything, even himself, a sudden warmth surged from his dantian, leaving Gong Yixiao momentarily stunned.
Who was aiding him?
He had always fought his battles alone, too afraid to reveal his vulnerabilities, to cry out in pain, or to seek medical help. He had believed he would endure until the final moment, yet unexpectedly, someone was there to assist him. Who? A growing warmth flooded into his being, alleviating the relentless pain considerably. He had never breathed a sigh of relief during such episodes, terrified that a moment's lapse could lead to eternal unconsciousness. Yet in this moment, waves of warmth flowed through his acupoints, dispersing much of the excruciating torment and lightening the burdens that weighed heavily upon him. Suddenly, Gong Yixiao thought of Mu Qing. It was she. 5 years ago, he had believed his demise was inevitable, only to find that fate had intertwined his life with hers, granting him a second chance and an additional 5 years. Now, 5 years later, she was again the one to halt the impending collapse of his body. This woman was indeed his guardian angel. Gong Yixiao abruptly opened his eyes. His iridescent gaze still bore traces of crimson, yet it fixated intently on Mu Qing. He could clearly see her using the golden needle to purge the poison from his body, while the silver needle lay nearby, darkened to a disturbing hue. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Mu Qing's brow, her complexion pale to the point of being alarming, yet her eyes remained steadfastly locked on his back. Even on the acupoints atop his head, her seriousness stirring within him an overwhelming desire to embrace her. It was said that the technique of sealing acupoints with the golden needle required immense mental fortitude, and the ancient medical practice of this technique was not something just anyone could master. Yet Gong Yixiao recognized that Mu Qing was employing the ancient medicinal technique of the golden needle. Though he was not well versed in ancient medicine, he had encountered this method in the dark corners of its lore. Thus, was this woman truly a ghostly physician, or perhaps a disciple of one? Gong Yixiao contemplated quietly, gently closing his eyes and relaxing his body, surrendering completely to Mu Qing. She was momentarily taken aback, acutely aware of the resistance and vigilance he exhibited even in a state of unconsciousness. This man, despite being in a comatose state, remained in a combat-ready posture, as if he could strike back with lethal force should anyone dare to approach him. Therefore, Mu Qing promptly employed golden needles to control his movements. She had anticipated that this rigid, defensive stance would persist until she completed her rescue efforts, yet unexpectedly, Gong Yixiao's body suddenly relaxed. This was a relief for Mu Qing, as a cooperative patient required significantly less mental energy. Instinctively, She glanced at Gong Yixiao. With his eyes closed and devoid of any signs of anguish, he appeared as though he were peacefully asleep, exuding tranquility. His long, curled eyelashes cast a delicate shadow across his face, evoking an inexplicable sense of envy within her. Why must a man be so strikingly handsome? Qing murmured to herself before resuming her task. Although she could not eliminate the poison from Gong Yixiao's body all at once, she could confine the toxins to a specific area. Buying time to identify the substance and concoct an antidote, this was the true path to resolution. However, merely using the golden needles to redirect the toxins exhausted all of Qing's energy. She was drenched in sweat, feeling faint. As she withdrew the final needle, she stumbled, nearly collapsing, but a pair of long hands swiftly caught her. It was arduous. Gong Yixiao's voice emerged, raspy yet inexplicably alluring. Qing paused, realizing that he had likely awakened the moment he relaxed his body, choosing to remain silent, so as not to disturb her. You truly are a challenging patient. Let me see, you need me more than your grandfather does, she remarked. Gong Yixiao remained silent, observing Qing's pallid complexion, a sudden stir of emotions coursing through him. Something warm and comforting settling in his heart. Call a doctor to attend to my burns, he instructed. Previously, he had resisted anyone touching him out of fear of revealing his poisoning, but now that Qing had addressed the most critical issue, he was more amenable to the idea of external medical assistance. The primary concern was that Qing's current condition was unsuitable for continuing the procedure. However, Qing frowned slightly and softly replied, "If you wish to depend on me, you must learn to trust me. Changing the lead surgeon midway will complicate my future endeavors." Gong Yixiao nodded, showing little particular concern for his own condition, a nonchalance that made Qing feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Did you hear what I said? Open your mouth." Gong Yixiao's sudden command rendered Qing momentarily speechless. "What?" "I said to open your mouth." The rare sight of her stunned expression prompted a slight smile to curve his lips. Yet, even such a simple gesture left Qing utterly astonished. Why is this man so strikingly handsome? She couldn't help but swallow nervously, although she was unsure why Gong Yixiao wanted her to open her mouth. Surely this man wouldn't he repay kindness with malice? Contemplating this, Qing approached him, half squatting as she parted her lips. Unbeknownst to her, Gong Yixiao had produced a piece of soft candy and promptly placed it into her cherry-like mouth. Chapter 28. Do you think I'm a dog? Qing was momentarily taken aback. She never anticipated that Gong Yixiao would offer her a piece of candy. "Candy can replenish your energy," he remarked, finding the adorable look on her face utterly charming. He instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. "Ah, that feels nice," she thought, though her lips twitched in disdain. "Do you take me for a dog?" she retorted, standing up with a look of contempt. Yet the sweetness of the candy caused her lips to involuntarily curl into a slight smile. All right, she admitted that perhaps she did feel a bit more energized. "Lie still. Don't disturb me. If I don't operate soon, you can forget about your back," Qing said sternly, though her grip had softened considerably. This time, Gong Yixiao truly closed his eyes and fell asleep. In her presence, he felt an unusual sense of security. Qing could sense his deep slumber, prompting her to ease her touch even further. This man seemed to be someone who rarely enjoyed restful sleep, and now that he had finally succumbed to it, she found herself reluctant to wake him. Unfortunately, her surgery still needed to proceed. I should have administered some anesthetic earlier," she mused, suddenly focusing her gaze on the golden needle. After sterilizing it again, she wrapped it in anesthetic and swiftly pierced several acupoints on Gong Yixiao's back. Once the anesthetic took effect, she began to address his injuries. The wounds on his back appeared severe, but were not overly serious. Qing quickly tended to them. But upon seeing Gong Yixiao finally sleeping soundly, she decided not to disturb him and wheeled him out of the operating room. Su Mo had already arranged for a VIP ward. After placing Gong Yixiao inside, she summoned Su Mo. "I've given him anesthetic. He should be in a deep sleep for 1 or 2 hours. Stay here and guard him. Unless it's something particularly urgent, don't let anyone disturb him." Qing initially intended to mention the toxins in Gong Yixiao's body but thought better of it, considering his cautious nature. Su Mo was both astonished and shocked. He understood better than anyone the extent of Gong Yixiao's vigilance. No one had ever managed to anesthetize him before. He had always been aware of Gong Yixiao's unique attitude toward Qing, yet he never anticipated that Gong Yixiao would entrust his life entirely to her. Noticing Su Mo still in a daze, Qing furrowed her brow slightly. "Did you hear me?" "Oh, yes." Su Mo nodded vigorously. With that, Qing left the ward. Though there was no one else around, she was acutely aware that Mu Yuhan's people were likely watching her from the shadows. She proceeded to the inpatient department to inquire whether Mu Ning had arrived. The staff provided her with the room number. Mu Qing hurried over. Upon waking, Mu Ning was momentarily taken aback by Mu Qing's presence, then smiled faintly and said, "Xiao Qing, you've come?" "Yes, we are currently at Jiafu Hospital. Your wounds have been treated, so rest assured, there will be no lasting effects. In the future, you should avoid going to the Mu family unless absolutely necessary. If you cannot avoid it, let me know, and I will accompany you." Mu Qing shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired had she not sought out Mu Ning. However, Mu Ning, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "You shouldn't involve yourself in the matters of the Mu family. It's not about should or shouldn't. Since I have taken on this face and lived with her identity, I am your sister. I am a part of the Mu family. If they wish to bully you, they will have to contend with me. So, sister, please refrain from saying it's none of my business. I do not like hearing that." Mu Qing's expression was grave.
Noticing Mu King spallor, Mu Ning nodded in understanding.
"By the way, what about the children? Have you left them at home?" Recalling Mu Qing's 2 little ones, Mu Ning's face brightened with a smile. Those 2 children are simply adorable. However, upon hearing Mu Ning inquire about the children, Mu Qing's thoughts drifted to her house, which was likely now a mere ruin. Sighing as she gazed at Mu Ning's smiling face, Mu Qing said, "Sister, there is something I must tell you. But you must promise me not to react too strongly. Those who have bullied us, trust me, I will ensure they pay the price." This statement caused Mu Ning's smile to falter, an unsettling anxiety stirring within her. "Has something happened again?" Mu Qing nodded and recounted how Mu Wanwan had sent someone to burn down her house. Mu Ning's complexion turned pale, yet she remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. "I'm sorry, I did not foresee that Mu Wanwan would act so ruthlessly. It's not your fault. That's just her nature. She has always bullied me and Xiao Qing. It has become second nature for her. Now that you have unexpectedly caused her to suffer a setback, she will undoubtedly harbor resentment. We are fortunate to have escaped her wrath. What about the children?" Suddenly recalling the children in the house, Mu Ning felt a surge of anxiety.
"I must go and check on them."
As she attempted to rise,
Mu Hint ganti restrainet her.
"They are safe. They have already been rescued." Mu Qing wished to alleviate Mu Ning's psychological burden and refrained from elaborating on other matters, particularly not mentioning Gong Yixiao. She sensed that the man preferred to maintain distance from others. It was already a rare exception for him to support her at the Mu family. It was unlikely he would engage with any other family members. Relieved to hear the children were unharmed, Mu Ning instinctively asked, "Where are the children now?" "In the hospital room. I brought them here. If you don't mind their noise, I can let them stay with you temporarily. It's just that I have a patient to attend to, and it would be inconvenient to have the children with me. However, I will assign someone to protect you. Rest assured, Mu Wanwan will not trouble you." Mu Qing expressed her intentions. "It is not ideal for the children to remain with Su and Mo." Mu Ning nodded in agreement. "They have been with me since childhood. There should be no issues. Just do not overexert yourself." "I understand," Mu Qing replied with a slight nod, then arranged for a special caregiver to look after Mu Ning before rising to head towards the room designated by Su and Mo. Tang Tang, having successfully followed Gong Yixiao's vehicle, was rewarded by Guogua with a large chicken leg, which she devoured joyfully, while Guogua appeared somewhat distracted. He pondered about that uncle and his uncertain fate. Growing up, he had never known who his father was, nor did he have a nurturing mother. Each time he observed peers being embraced, cherished, and protected by their fathers, it felt disingenuous to claim he was not envious. Yet, with his mother withholding the identity of that man, and Tang Tang preoccupied with food, Guogua felt the weight of being the sole young man in the family, tasked with safeguarding his mother and sister. He had always believed he was capable, but the recent inferno had starkly revealed his vulnerability and inadequacy. Strangely, while he felt a twinge of gratitude towards Gong Yixiao, he also developed a sense of admiration. Chapter 29. Has that woman fled again? He aspired to be a man like Gong Yixiao. Yet, having previously offended him, Guogua wondered whether Gong Yixiao would forgive him. As Guogua was lost in thought, Mu Qing entered the room. "Mommy!" Tang Tang exclaimed, momentarily breaking from her chicken leg conquest. Guogua quickly jumped off the bed, anxiously inquiring, "Mommy, how is he?" Seeing the worry in her son's eyes, Mu Qing felt a pang of discomfort. She could provide the children with the finest life and all her love, yet she could not fulfill their yearning for a father. Given her understanding of Gong Yixiao and the toxicity he was battling, Mu Qing reaffirmed her decision to keep Guogua and Tang Tang from knowing their lineage. A man as formidable as Gong Yixiao had succumbed to such circumstances. She did not wish for her children to live in constant trepidation within such an environment. It was far better for them to remain blissfully unaware of their father's identity and live joyfully. With this thought, Mu Qing gently stroked Guogua's head, saying, "Everything is fine now. How could anything happen when your mother is involved?" He has just fallen asleep. If you're worried, would you accompany me outside for a brief moment? Can't we go in? Guogua asked, disappointment creeping into his voice. Mu Qing shook her head. He needs to rest. Moreover, your aunt has also been injured. I would like you and Tang Tang to visit her in this hospital. She is quite seriously hurt. Upon hearing that Mu Ning was injured, Guogua immediately grew anxious. What happened to Auntie? Let us hurry. He promptly grabbed Tang Tang, still gnawing on her chicken leg, and declared, Mommy, we will take good care of Auntie. Indeed. Take good care. Tang Tang, unable to comprehend Guogua's words, simply nodded in agreement before resuming her feast on the chicken leg. Her face and hands were smeared with grease, yet there was an inexplicable charm about her. Guogua, with a hint of disdain, swiftly snatched a wet wipe from the side and meticulously cleaned her up before turning her gaze towards Mu Qing. With a smile, Mu Qing announced, All right, I shall take you to see your aunt. Coincidentally, my mother has a patient admitted here, and I need to gather some information. As she spoke, Mu Qing took one child by each hand and led them away from the ward, heading towards Mu Ning's room. Tang Tang, thoroughly enjoying her meal, walked and munched while asking Mommy, Can I have a milk tea later? Eat, eat, eat. Is there nothing else you can do all day? Guogua shot her a disapproving glance. In response, Tang Tang merely made a silly face at her and continued her calm consumption, which amused Mu Qing greatly. Upon reaching the entrance of Gong Yixiao's room, Mu Qing paused momentarily before opening the door and pulling Guogua inside. Su Mo, upon seeing Mu Qing enter, quickly stood up. Miss Mu, I brought my son to see him, Mu Qing replied softly. Guogua observed the sleeping Gong Yixiao on the hospital bed. Her lips pursed in silence, closely resembling him in demeanor. Su Mo felt a twinge of surprise but refrained from interrupting. As Tang Tang continued eating, she glanced at Guogua. What is so fascinating about a patient? She stole a quick look at Gong Yixiao and suddenly thought the man seemed somewhat familiar. Where have I seen him before? She pondered, furrowing her brows in contemplation. Ultimately, she decided to abandon the thought and focus on her delicious chicken leg, waiting for Mommy and Guogua. After observing Gong Yixiao for a while, Guogua took a small porcelain bottle from her pocket and placed it by his bedside. Whispering to Su Mo, the fragrance in this will help him sleep more comfortably. Thank you, Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Guogua then turned to Mu Qing and said, Mommy, let us go. Andy must be waiting anxiously. Very well, Mu Qing replied, leading Guogua and Tang Tang out of the ward. In a low voice, she asked Guogua, Are you sure you want to give that bottle of sleep aid to him? Yes, he saved me, Mommy, and my sister not long ago. Consider it a token of gratitude. Guogua showed no signs of regret. Little did anyone know, Guogua had recently emerged as the world-renowned perfumer known as Qing. To outsiders, a single drop of Qing's fragrance was worth its weight in gold, yet she had freely gifted a whole bottle to Gong Yixiao, clearly indicating her regard for him. Contemplating their relationship, Mu Qing felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Let us go. Your aunt misses you both dearly. With that, she led the children to Mu Ning. Upon seeing Tang Tang and Guogua, Mu Ning was filled with joy, momentarily forgetting her hand pain.
Tang Tang,
Noticing her aunt's bandaged fingers, suddenly found her chicken leg unappealing. Auntie, what happened to your finger? She hastily set down her chicken leg and rushed over, her expression teetering on the brink of tears, which tugged at Mu Ning's heartstrings. Mu Ning had grown up watching the two of them, especially Tang Tang, who had a frail constitution during childhood. Every time she had a fever in the middle of the night, Mu Qing was preoccupied and could hardly attend to her. It was essentially Mu Ning who raised her. Naturally, Tang Tang felt a closer bond with her than with ordinary people. Upon hearing Mu Ning's words, Tang Tang instinctively glanced at Mu Qing. Mu Qing nodded and said, Auntie is injured. Please don't trouble her for now, alright? Yes. I won't cause any trouble. Tang Tang quickly promised, raising her finger in a vow. Although Guogua remained silent, she handed Mu Ning a bottle of ointment. Auntie, this ointment can relieve pain. Please use it first. Mu Ning was touched to the point of tears as she accepted the ointment. Thank you, Guogua. Auntie really appreciates it. Seeing the three of them interact so joyfully, Mu Qing then said, I'll have someone prepare the meal shortly and bring it over. You two can eat first. Don't wait for me. I need to go to the dean's office to check some information. Don't overexert yourself. If it's not absolutely necessary. Don't push yourself too hard, Mu Ning expressed her lingering concern for Mu Qing. Others perceived Mu Qing as exceptionally capable, but only she understood the hardships and sorrows Mu Qing bore. Mu Qing nodded, smiled, and then rose to leave. Gong Yixiao was still asleep, and it would not be appropriate for her to visit the old master of the Gong family unannounced. Instead, she decided to take this opportunity to inquire about his health. With that thought in mind, Mu Qing made her way to the dean's office. His sharp gaze swept around the vicinity, only to find no sign of Mu Qing, causing his brows to furrow in irritation. Has that woman run off again? Where is she? Gong Yixiao's voice was hoarse yet tinged with a hint of agitation, a barely contained fury that made Su Imo involuntarily shiver. Chapter 30. This woman has such audacity. Miss Mu has taken the children to find Miss Mu Ning. Su Imo quickly interjected, fearing he would incur Gong Yixiao's wrath if he delayed his response. Gong Yixiao's brows knitted tightly. He still recalled how pale that woman had looked after administering the injection. Could she not simply rest peacefully? All her thoughts seemed to revolve around her sister and the children, without a thought for her own well-being. Gong Yixiao felt an inexplicable anger rising within him, however. He also noticed his sleep had improved significantly.
Wait.
How long has she been gone? About 40 minutes or so, Su Imo estimated. Though he had not kept an exact count. Gong Yixiao's eyes shot towards Su Imo. Did she administer anesthesia to me? After his toxins had been contained, he monitored what Mu Qing was doing, but he never expected her to be so audacious. Fully aware that he despised losing control over his body, she still dared to act this way. Su Imo, feeling the intensity of Gong Yixiao's gaze, nearly buckled at the knees. I thought you had tacitly permitted it. After all, in the past, no one could get close to you. Su Imo muttered softly, only daring to speak in hushed tones. A chill emanated from Gong Yixiao, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet to freezing levels. Su Imo genuinely feared he might be frozen to death. Just then, Gong Yixiao noticed the bottle in Su Mo's hand. What is this? This was a gift from Miss Mu's son, said to aid in sleep, called on Shui. I recently had a sample sent for testing, but the results have yet to arrive, hence I have refrained from offering it to you. Gong Yixiao's identity is exceptionally unique, entangled even with the president. He must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Although Su Imo also felt that Mu Qing might not intend to harm Gong Yixiao as his childhood friend and assistant, he bore the obligation to ensure that anything Gong Yixiao used was utterly safe. Gong Yixiao paused momentarily. That little rascal? The memory of the small figure insisting on pulling him from beneath the beam softened his heart inexplicably. Give it to me, Gong Yixiao suddenly spoke. Su Imo hesitated briefly before responding. President Gong, perhaps we should wait for the test results first. No need, Gong Yixiao replied. Despite having been teased by that insufferable child before, he believed that this time, having risked his life to save him, that child would undoubtedly not repay kindness with malice. After a moment's hesitation, Su Imo handed the incense to Gong Yixiao. He inhaled its fresh scent, which was surprisingly pleasant. He stored the incense and prepared to rise to find Mu Qing, but as he stood, a wave of dizziness overcame him. President Gong. Su Imo quickly supported him, whispering, Miss Mu mentioned you need to rest for at least an hour or two. How is grandfather? Gong Yixiao inquired, prompting Su Imo to pause before responding. There are no issues for the time being. Very well, Su Imo nodded quickly, but as he turned to leave, a thought struck him. President Gong. While assisting Miss Mu with the children, I collected hair samples from both children. Would you like to conduct a paternity test? He truly did not wish to meddle. But Guogua and Tangeng bore an uncanny resemblance to Gong Yixiao, though he was unaware of what transpired between Gong Yixiao and Mu Qing 5 years prior. He had observed the special bond Gong Yixiao held for her. Moreover, if those two children were indeed Gong Yixiao's, Su Mo's expression grew solemn. Gong Yixiao froze momentarily. The children. He had previously thought Mu Qing had only one child, yet there were two. A woman raising two children alone for 5 years. She was indeed remarkable. Proceed with it, Gong Yixiao commanded, and Su Imo felt a sense of relief as he departed with Gong Yixiao's samples. Mu Yuhan had been closely monitoring Mu Qing's actions. When Mu Yuhan learned that Mu Qing had completed the surgery for Gong Yixiao, he was momentarily taken aback. Especially as the hospital director had also informed him that Mu Qing had taken on the surgery for the old Master Gong. The complexity of the old Master Gong's surgery was unparalleled. It was said that only the ghost doctor could perform such an operation. How audacious was that woman to dare undertake the old Master Gong's surgery? However, Mu Yuhan furrowed his brow deeply. The decision-maker in this matter was Gong Yixiao. Gong Yixiao was ruthless towards everyone, yet he treated the old Master Gong with utmost care. Thus, for Gong Yixiao to make such a decision indicated that he had indeed acknowledged Mu Qing's medical skills. Could she truly be the ghostly physician? How is that even possible? Mu Yuhan's mind raced with thoughts. Go, have the director send me the surveillance footage from the operating room. The operating room is equipped with monitoring cameras. However, his subordinate managed to locate the video of Mu Qing being forcefully escorted out by bodyguards. In the corridor, Mu Qing deftly incapacitated 4 burly men, wielding nothing but silver needles. Silver needles? Mu Yuhan's eyes narrowed suddenly. It is said that the ghostly physician excels in acupuncture with golden needles. Although this woman employed silver needles, it was evident that her skill had reached an extraordinary level.
How could this be?
Mu Yuhan felt a twinge of frustration. Upon seeing the video, his assistant remarked, "Young Master Mu, the ghostly physician is quite aged. Could this woman be related to her? Perhaps a disciple?" Although he had never heard of the ghostly physician taking on apprentices, it was clear that this woman's medical skills were impressive. Mu Yuhan found himself filled with regret. Had he known earlier that Mu Qing was adept with needles, he might have treated her differently when the director brought her in. Yet, the thought of her enmity with Mu Shi furrowed his brow once more. Is the second Miss's arm still not healed? Not at all. It has swollen further and itches intensely. The second Miss has scratched it raw. The doctors have tried various remedies, but to no avail. We administered sedatives. Yet she still wakes up due to the itching. It seems we must seek that physician again. The assistant's words darkened Mu Yuhan's expression. He recalled the woman named Mu Qing. Mu Qing, remarkably, she shared a name with his sister, Mu Qing. What if she had ties to the Gong family? The assistant appeared troubled. Although the Mu family had rapidly advanced in recent years, they still could not compare to the Gong family. A complex emotion flickered across Mu Yuhan's eyes as he whispered, "Find a way to delay matters. We must avoid direct confrontation with them." Understood. The assistant hurriedly wheeled Mu Yuhan to the director's office. Before they could enter, a loud crash echoed, causing Mu Yuhan's expression to change instantly. "Quick, let's see what happened." Chapter 31. You truly have grown. The assistant was taken aback. Could it be that Dr. Mu had assaulted the director? With this thought, he swiftly pushed open the office door, only to find Mu Qing collapsed against a nearby bookshelf, her pallid complexion alarming. A flower pot lay shattered on the ground, producing a sharp sound. Mu Yuhan was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a scene. At that moment, Mu Qing looked ghostly pale, clearly in a poor state. Suddenly, Mu Yuhan closed the office door and locked it. He rolled his wheelchair step by step towards Mu Qing. She was genuinely fatigued. In her weariness, she stumbled and instinctively reached for something, only to collide with the bookshelf and fall. She never expected Mu Yuhan to arrive at this hour. No, she should have anticipated it. This was the Mu family S hospital, and the director was under Mu Yuhan S authority. It was her oversight. Moreover, at that moment, Mu Yuhan's countenance was far from pleasant, and even his assistant appeared to be in a state of readiness. Suddenly, Mu Qing broke into a mocking smile, though visibly weakened. Her derisive grin was strikingly sharp.
Mu Yuhan's gaze darkened considerably.
You truly are oblivious to your own peril. You flatter me, young Master Mu. Her head was spinning intensely. She had clearly overestimated her own capabilities. Administering the golden needles to Gong Yixiao had nearly depleted her entire reservoir of spiritual energy. She had presumed that Mu Yuhan would be wary of Gong Yixiao's status and power, and thus would not dare to act recklessly towards her. Which is why she had come to peruse the medical records and rest momentarily. Little did she know that Mu Yuhan did not play by the expected rules. Setting aside the old Master Gong's medical file, Mu Qing coldly regarded Mu Yuhan and inquired, "What is the purpose of such a grandiose display, young Master Mu?" Feigning ignorance. "Are we?" "Mu Qing, I offer you an opportunity. Heal Xiao Shi's hand, and I may consider not holding this against you." Mu Yuhan's words left Mu Qing momentarily stunned. She had assumed that Mu Yuhan's presence was for his own sake. After all, he was on the brink of death, was he not? Mu Qing believed that Gong Yixiao's vital need for her would compel Mu Yuhan to view her in a new light. She awaited Mu Yuhan's plea for her to treat him, yet he had indeed come, still maintaining his lofty demeanor. The most ludicrous part was that he was not there for himself. He was there for Mu Shi, the very instigator of her mother's fury. Mu Qing's expression immediately soured. What if I refuse? No sooner had Mu Qing uttered her words than Mu Yuhan's eyes locked onto her, while simultaneously his assistant, like a specter, approached Mu Qing and made a move against her. Had it been earlier, Mu Qing might have evaded. However, due to the exertion from administering the golden needles to Gong Yixiao, she felt dizzy, and by the time the assistant drew near, it was too late for her to escape. With a resounding thud, the assistant's fist struck Mu Qing squarely in the face. She felt a surge of warmth rushing from her nose, and her body faltered, collapsing against a nearby chair.
Mu Yuhan,
you truly have become something. Mu Qing was infuriated. This brother of hers was now willing to lay hands on a girl for Mu Shi's sake? But before she could retaliate with her defensive silver needles, the assistant brandished a stun baton, aiming it directly at Mu Qing. She emitted a muffled groan and was rendered unconscious. Mu Yuhan, devoid of any compassion, murmured, "Take her away, and ensure the Gong family does not see her." "Yes, young master, but where shall we take her?" The assistant hesitated. Mu Yuhan pondered briefly before softly instructing, "Take her to my villa. Lock her in the basement for now." "Understood." The assistant hoisted Mu Qing over his shoulder as if she were a sack of rice and exited the director's office. Given that this establishment was a product of the Mu family's investment, erasing Mu Qing's presence would be effortlessly simple for Mu Yuhan. After executing these arrangements, he proceeded to Mu Shi's hospital room. Mu Shi, in agony, had cried herself hoarse, yet her suffering remained unabated. In a fit of despair, she began to smash everything within reach. "All right, let us pause for a moment." The sound of Mu Yuhan's voice reached Mu Shi, causing her to halt her actions. In an instant, she burst into tears and rushed to him. "Brother, what should I do? My hand is swelling more and more, and it hurts terribly. Has that woman been found?" Mu Yuhan glanced at Mu Shi's wrist. Her hands were so swollen that the veins were visibly protruding, with a layer of red welts that she had scratched open, a sight that was truly horrifying. Although the doctor attributed it to the position of the silver needle, Mu Yuhan couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled poisoning. "Little Shi, I will have the doctor draw some blood for a test. Just bear with it a little longer. I promise nothing will happen to you." A flicker of tenderness crossed Mu Yuhan's eyes. While Mu Shi was tempted to express her anger, she recognized that the person before her was her brother, who only had her best interests at heart. She nodded reluctantly. Mu Yuhan arranged for a blood sample to be taken from Mu Shi and lowered his voice. "There are important guests at the hospital right now, so it would be best if you refrain from confronting them. From now on, stay in your room, and I will ensure you have round-the-clock care. Rest assured, brother will see to your recovery." With Gong Yixiao present at Jiafu Hospital, Mu Yuhan was genuinely worried that Mu Shi might unknowingly provoke him, which could lead to dire consequences. Though Mu Shi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she perceived the warning and gravity in Mu Yuhan's gaze. Despite her headstrong and domineering nature, she understood who cherished and protected her in the Mu family, and thus, she dared not truly anger Mu Yuhan. She nodded, her voice tinged with grievance. "But brother, you must find that woman soon. Once she heals me, I shall take her life. Girls shouldn't be so violent." "It's not good," Mu Yuhan admonished gently. "Thank you, brother." A flicker of a smile appeared on Mu Shi's face, but the pain in her arms soon made her wail anew. Mu Yuhan's expression instantly darkened. Having endured so much, he vowed not to let that woman escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Su Mo had searched the entire hospital for Mu Qing with no success, and anxiety began to take hold of him. "Where is she? Send more people to look for her. I refuse to believe that a living person can simply vanish within a hospital." Su Mo's face was grim. He quickly made his way to Gong Yixiao's room and relayed the news of Mu Qing's disappearance. Gong Yixiao's expression turned immediately somber. "Have you reviewed the surveillance footage?" "Yes. But the video showing Miss Mu exiting Miss Mu Ning's room has gone missing." Su Mo's words caused Gong Yixiao's eyes to narrow. "What does missing mean?" His voice was frigid. Su Mo felt a chill run down his spine. "Our team is still repairing the footage, but this isn't our territory." "Then go find Mu Yuhan." At the mention of Mu Yuhan, Gong Yixiao's eyes narrowed further. It appeared that this man had been at odds with Mu Qing from the very beginning. Could he be the one who took her? This was a hospital invested in by the Mu family. It wouldn't be impossible to discreetly take someone away. However, daring to pull such a stunt beneath his nose, Gong Yixiao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Seek someone to investigate Mu Yuhan's whereabouts." Just as she was saying this, Tang Tang emerged from Mu Ning's room, having gone out to buy some snacks. Coincidentally, she overheard Su Mo's voice in the corridor, prompting her to step inside. "Uncle Su Mo, whom are you trying to track? I can assist you. However, as compensation, you must buy me a braised egg." "What do you say?" Tang Tang felt exceedingly clever. Just look at that. She could have someone else purchase her food without spending her own money. Her bright, playful demeanor was so endearing that it could melt hearts. Su Mo was quite fond of Tang Tang. Yet he felt that such a significant matter was more suited to adults than children's play, so he replied, "Tang Tang, dear, you wish for a braised egg, correct? I will buy one for you shortly, but right now, Uncle Su Mo has some important matters to attend to. Could you please wait a moment?" "What are you busy with?" Just tracking someone's whereabouts." "I truly can help, I promise." With that, Tang Tang activated the watch on her wrist, and a virtual 3D computer screen materialized in midair. Gong Yixiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and Su Mo was taken aback as well. "Wow, Tang Tang, your toy is incredibly advanced." Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Gong Yixiao giving him a look that seemed to say he was foolish, a glance that made Su Mo feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Did I say something wrong, Mr. Gong?" "Of course." It was then that Tang Tang noticed Gong Yixiao lying on the hospital bed. "Wow, handsome uncle, it's you." She gleefully trotted over to Gong Yixiao, arms outstretched and eyes sparkling with excitement. Having never interacted with children before, Gong Yixiao was momentarily taken aback and then looked at Su Mo. Su Mo cleared his throat and said, Mr. Gong, Tang Tang wishes for you to hold her. Upon hearing this, Tang Tang nodded eagerly, her eyes shimmering like stars, making it impossible to refuse her. Considering the injury on Gong Yixiao's back, Su Mo suggested, Tang Tang, Uncle Gong is hurt. Let me carry you, all right? As he approached, Tang Tang instinctively pouted, clearly refusing. Suddenly, Gong Yixiao felt a stirring in his heart. Without thinking, he reached out and lifted her into his arms. He had never realized how soft such a small child could be, and the delightful fragrance emanating from her made his heart soften. Tang Tang, in turn, beamed with joy. Uncle, you are so comforting. Gong Yixiao couldn't help but smile. At such a young age, you know what comfort is? Of course I do. It's just like how you are. Tang Tang exclaimed, admiring the handsome uncle before her. She was utterly taken with him. Su Mo, having not seen Gong Yixiao smile in a long while, was momentarily stunned by the sight. However, upon reflecting on the potential connection between the child and Gong Yixiao, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Well then, Mr. Gong, shall I step out for a bit? Wait, Gong Yixiao said softly, his tone unconsciously softening as he looked at Tang Tang. Why don't you show Uncle how to play with that? As he spoke, his finger pointed towards a screen where Tang Tang's wrist adorned a device. Tang Tang immediately brightened with joy. Sure. Do you want to know someone's whereabouts? Any clues? Her words momentarily caught Gong Yixiao off guard. Clues? He furrowed his brow and suggested, why not investigate where your mother is at the moment? Huh? Didn't Mommy say she was going to treat an elderly gentleman? Tang Tang tilted her head in confusion, looking at Gong Yixiao. A sudden warmth washed over his heart. Treating an elderly gentleman? Indeed. That was what she had mentioned to her aunt. She had also said that the old man was in poor health and that she needed to gather some information. As Tang Tang spoke, Gong Yixiao's gaze grew complex. Was that woman preparing for the old man's surgery after giving him acupuncture? Her diligence stirred feelings of guilt and tenderness within him. Unbeknownst to Tang Tang, who was blissfully unaware of his thoughts, she proudly declared, Pretty uncle, I secretly installed a tracking system on Mommy. What? It was truly astonishing. It was hard to fathom that such a young child could have installed a tracking system. Su Mo felt somewhat aggrieved. However, Gong Yixiao was too disinterested to glance at him again and directly asked Tang Tang, Can you see where she is now? Of course. After her affirmation, her chubby little hands began to tap away at the virtual keyboard. As a series of codes flashed before Su Mo's eyes, he stood there, mouth agape in sheer astonishment. Gong Yixiao, on the other hand, merely pressed his lips together slightly, his eyes glimmering with mirth and satisfaction. This girl might very well be his daughter. He felt an overwhelming surge of pride. This sensation surpassed even the joy of closing multi-million-dollar deals. Gong Yixiao could not help but say, Su Mo, go buy Tang Tang some delicious treats. At the mention of food, Tang Tang's eyes sparkled with delight.
Unso su.
I want marinated eggs, a cake, and I want some meat. After expressing her desires, she turned to Gong Yixiao and asked, Pretty uncle, I don't have any money. Will you treat me? Sure. Yay. Thank you, uncle. With that, Tang Tang cupped Gong Yixiao's face and planted a kiss on it. The soft touch, accompanied by a faint scent of milk, flooded his senses, causing him to stiffen momentarily, yet he found himself inexplicably fond of and drawn to it. Seeing their interaction was pleasant, Su Mo smiled and exited the hospital room, hurrying to buy the treats. Meanwhile, Tang Tang, oblivious to the impact she had on Gong Yixiao, continued to tap furiously at the keyboard, a small red darting across the screen. Huh. Where is Mommy going? It feels like she's leaving the city. Is she going alone? Doesn't she want me and brother anymore? The thought frightened her, and her lovely eyes brimmed with tears. Just as her lips quivered and it seemed she would cry, Gong Yixiao swiftly scooped her up and strode towards the exit. I will take you to find your mommy. Chapter 33. Who gave you the courage? Really? Tang Tang immediately turned her gaze towards Gong Yixiao. This handsome uncle is truly delightful. Gong Yixiao slightly curled the corners of his lips, holding her tightly. Tang Tang began to tap on her phone, her soft and sweet voice resonating once more. Mommy, I really want to go to the seaside. Su Mo, prepare the car. Su Mo hastily stuffed some treats into Tang Tang's hands. With her little face tilted up, she smiled cheerfully. Thank you, uncle. Good girl. Gong Yixiao's expression softened considerably. Qing was jolted awake by a splash of cold water. The frigid temperature made her involuntarily shiver, and she soon realized her hands and feet were pressed against the wall, standing in a starfish position against the icy surface. The place was quite damp and somewhat dim, resembling a basement. Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, recalling the events before her unconsciousness, and her gaze towards Mu Yuhan shifted. Indeed, time can truly alter a person. Perhaps she had never genuinely understood this brother of hers. Mu Yuhan, you better be aware of what you are doing. Mu Qing was unconvinced that Mu Yuhan wished for his own demise. If that were the case, why would he be frantically searching for the whereabouts of the ghost doctor? Yet, here she stood before him, and he seemed intent on harming her, just as he had 5 years ago. Mu Qing's expression darkened. Mu Yuhan was coughing violently, his body growing weaker, each breath feeling like a needle piercing through him. Perhaps he was indeed nearing death. However, before he succumbed, he could not allow anyone to harm Muxia. With this thought, an icy veneer settled over his gaze. I will ask you once more, do you want to cure Xiaoxia? Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Had he gone through all this trouble merely to treat Muxia?
Why?
Muxia was responsible for their mother's death. Why was he showing such kindness? For a fleeting moment, Mu Qing yearned to ask Mu Yuhan if he even remembered how their mother had died. Yet, the words caught in her throat. She looked at him with a complex expression and coldly replied, I stand by my words. She deserves every bit of it. To spare her a hand would be too lenient. That woman had harmed her most cherished daughter and driven their mother to her death. Now she occupied the identity and status that rightfully belonged to her, basking in Mu Yuhan's affection. Why should a mistress's daughter live so extravagantly and brazenly? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a flicker of grievance crossed her eyes. This man before her was her own brother. Yet, 5 years prior, he had sought to end her life, and 5 years later, he was pressuring her to confront their mother's enemy. Why had it come to this? Mu Qing quickly turned her head, fearful that her eyes would betray her emotions. Now was not the time to reveal her true identity to Mu Yuhan. Yet, upon hearing her words, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Mu Yuhan's gaze. Mu Qing, I had afforded you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Thus, I cannot be blamed. Upon uttering these words, he commanded his assistant to transfer the blood extracted from Mu Xi into Mu Qing's body via a syringe. Time was of the essence. To abduct someone from beneath Gong Yixiao's very nose was but a fleeting thrill. By the time Gong Yixiao reacted, he would find himself unable to confront Mu Qing. Mu Yuhan reluctantly acknowledged that Mu Qing had indeed found a formidable protector. Regrettably, the task he sought to accomplish, to save those in need, was one that he felt compelled to undertake. As the pillow pierced her skin, Mu Qing struggled momentarily, her voice filled with fury as she demanded, What have you injected me with? Mu Xi's blood, she exclaimed incredulously. I refuse to believe you merely used a silver needle to inflict such damage upon her hand. There must be something else involved. Since you refuse to treat Mu Xi's injury, let your fate mirror hers. A hint of coldness and ferocity flickered in Mu Yuhan's gaze, directly provoking Mu Qing. You care for her that much? I have heard she is the daughter of a mistress, and that she even drove your own mother to her demise. As her son, you have not only failed to avenge your mother, but have instead elevated this enemy to great heights. Mu Yuhan, are you even human? Mu Qing's low growl and the condemnation in her eyes caused Mu Yuhan's own gaze to narrow. In the next moment he advanced, seizing Mu Qing by the throat, his fingers tightening like iron hooks. How dare you investigate the Mu family? Who granted you such audacity? Mu Qing felt as though her neck would snap. As Mu Yuhan's grip continued to constrict, the breath in her lungs began to wane, her complexion turning a shade of blue. Yet she maintained her cold stare into Mu Yuhan's frigid eyes, sneering, I know much more than this. I am aware that 5 years ago, you dispatched someone to murder your own sister. Mu Yuhan, your sister is watching you from above. You toil relentlessly for the daughter of a mistress. You truly honor your mother and sister. Silence. Mu Yuhan's eyes widened in shock, his grip tightening further. Mu Qing was suddenly overtaken by violent coughing, the sensation of suffocation rendering her akin to a fish out of water, gasping desperately yet unable to draw in even a breath of oxygen. She understood that Mu Yuhan genuinely wished for her demise.
Why?
She was your own sister. Why did you kill her? Mu Qing could no longer restrain her curiosity. Yet, madness flickered in Mu Yuhan's depths. When did it become your place to question the affairs of the Mu family? Do you truly believe that because you share the name Mu Qing, you can act as recklessly as my sister did? I had no intention of letting you die. But at this moment, your death is inevitable. With that, he grasped a nearby vase and hurled it towards Mu Qing's head. Bound by Mu Yuhan's hold, she could not break free. Just as the vase was about to strike, the assistant intervened. Young master, you cannot. The second miss cannot endure much longer. At the mention of Mu Xi's name, a flicker of sanity seemed to return to Mu Yuhan. He abruptly released Mu Qing, yet without hesitation, he delivered a punch to her abdomen. Although Mu Yuhan was unwell, the force behind his punch was formidable, causing Mu Qing to curl up in pain and cough violently. This was her biological brother. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Mu Qing erupted into wild laughter, though tears shimmered in her eyes. Upon returning to her homeland, she had come for vengeance, fully aware that she should not show any weakness. Yet, a voice deep within her insisted that perhaps the events of 5 years prior were a misunderstanding. Perhaps it was not Mu Yuhan's true intention. But what had she witnessed? She had seen Mu Yuhan's indulgence towards Mu Shi, observed how he went so far as to offend Gong Yixiao in order to save her. He even nearly killed her again for Mu Shi's sake. A profound sorrow enveloped Mu Qing, yet she understood she could no longer deceive herself. Chapter 34. Still at a loss. Whether 5 years ago or 5 years hence, her brother had never held her, his own sister, in his heart. Even now that she was named Mu Qing, Mu Yuhan showed her not a shred of mercy. So what was she still hoping for? Her body had begun to react to Mu Shi's blood. The agonizing itch compelled Mu Qing to writhe, yet her gaze was chillingly fierce. Mu Yuhan, do you truly wish to save Mu Shi? Yes. This declaration served as the final straw for Mu Qing, leading her to relinquish all hope and softness. She let out a cold laugh and declared, "Very well, I present you with 2 choices. You have seen my medical prowess, and I shall clarify. I am the Ghost Doctor Reborn. I can grant you one opportunity. Save yourself, and you cannot save Mu Shi, or save Mu Shi. And you cannot save yourself. Which will you choose?" Human nature is inherently selfish, especially for a man who, 5 years ago, could have killed his own sister. How could he possibly forsake his chance of victory for the daughter of a mistress? Mu Qing understood better than anyone how desperately Mu Yuhan craved life. She intended to unveil his deepest desires and the hypocrisy he had concealed.
Mu Yuhan hesitated momentarily.
Even now, he found it hard to believe that Mu Qing was the ghost doctor, yet she could very well be associated with the ghost doctor. He could pursue what he had not yet accomplished. However, a flicker of conflict crossed Mu Yuhan's eyes. His assistant quickly interjected, "Young Master Mu, I understand your fondness for the second miss, but she is of no consequence. You are the future of the Mu family. You must consider your own interests." Mu Qing remained silent, but evidently concurred with the assistant's remarks, believing that Mu Yuhan would make that choice. Yet Mu Yuhan lifted his gaze to Mu Qing, gritting his teeth, and proclaimed, "I choose to save Xiaoxi." This statement left Mu Qing utterly stunned. How could it be? A person so selfish and hypocritical. Why would he sacrifice his chance to survive for the daughter of a mistress? What could possibly motivate such a choice? Mu Qing could not comprehend it. Yet from her current position, she had no right to question Mu Yuhan on this matter. Contemplating his cruelty towards her and his reckless disregard for Mu Shi,
Mu Qing suddenly smiled.
"Young Master Mu, have you made your decision? Less chatter. Just reveal the formula for the antidote." Mu Yuhan was baffled by the antics of the woman before him, yet he was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Gong Yixiao could arrive at any moment. He needed to extract the antidote's recipe from Mu Qing's lips before Gong Yixiao's arrival. A faint smile curled at the corners of Mu Qing's mouth. Excellent. Previously, she had wavered, her heart softened, but at this moment, she felt grateful to Mu Yuhan for finally prompting her to make a resolute decision. Mu Qing slowly began to speak. "Listen closely, I will only say this once. If you cannot remember it, do not blame me for not repeating it." Mu Yuhan hurriedly produced paper and pen, handing them to his assistant. "Quickly, once you've written it down, take a photo and send it to the director," instructing them to prepare the antidote according to this formula. There was no room for error in Mu Yuhan's urgency. However, Mu Qing found his desperation glaring. The more frantic he became, the more she felt her heart being torn apart, and she couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid I might provide a false formula that could truly harm Mu Shi?" "You wouldn't dare." Mu Qing chuckled softly, a bitter smile playing on her lips. She truly had no need to. Just one Mu Shi. She would have countless opportunities to eliminate her in the future, but her chances to engage with Mu Yuhan would be limited. With this thought, a chill swept through Mu Qing's eyes. "Listen carefully." She swiftly recited the names of the medicinal ingredients. The assistant scrambled to jot them down, while Mu Yuhan activated his phone to record the information. It must be said that Mu Yuhan's dedication to Mu Shi reached an impeccable level. This meticulous affection, when compared to the treatment Mu Yuhan had afforded her 5 years ago, struck Mu Qing as painfully glaring. After she finished speaking, she observed the assistant verifying the recorded names of the ingredients and Mu Yuhan's recording 2 or 3 times, ensuring there were no discrepancies before rushing out to send the message. Suddenly, Mu Qing inquired Mu Yuhan, "Do you regret killing your own sister 5 years ago?" "Shut up." Mu Yuhan's anger flared again. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Qing broke free from the handcuffs binding her. A small, compact bomb slipped from her sleeve. Mu Yuhan's eyes widened in shock, instinctively prompting him to flee. However, Mu Qing kicked him down. "Did you really think I would passively allow you to take me away from Jiafu Hospital? I merely wanted to see what you intended to do.
Mu Yuhan.
You have truly not disappointed me. A heart as callous as yours deserves to be obliterated, just as it was in the past. A flicker of hatred and ruthlessness crossed Mu Qing's gaze. She forcefully tossed Mu Yuhan aside, shoving the miniature bomb into the collar of his clothing, before making a swift dash toward the exit. With a thunderous boom, Mu Qing was propelled backwards by the force of the explosion. The sensation bore a striking resemblance to that of 5 years prior. Yet, she felt a profound sense of vindication. Finally, she had avenged herself and Mu Qing. Mu Qing's body soared through the air in a parabolic arc, while Mu Yuhan's assistant was left trembling in terror, crying out, "Young Master Mu." He charged in like a madman. Mu Qing revealed a gratifying smile midair. Although it was merely a miniature bomb, it was meticulously crafted for Mu Yuhan. Even if it did not claim his life, she was determined to make him experience the agony of skin grafting she had endured years ago. As for herself, Mu Qing had not anticipated the current outcome. Damn it! She was still at a loss. The shockwave hurled her away, and she was likely to sustain injuries upon landing. She wondered if her hands would be harmed. She had promised Gong Yixiao to perform surgery for his grandfather. Now, she feared she might have to break that promise. In her mind, the image of Gong Yixiao's furious yet handsome face flashed rapidly. Was it her imagination, or did she truly see Gong Yixiao rushing toward her?
Wait. Who was he holding?
Did it resemble her gluttonous Tang Tang? Mu Qing couldn't help but widen her eyes. Gong Yixiao felt his heart involuntarily constrict. What on earth was this woman up to? In a brief moment, she had turned to playing a game with bombs? Did she truly believe herself to be a cat with 9 lives? Gong Yixiao's expression darkened, but upon witnessing Mu Qing plummeting, he instinctively harnessed his ancient martial arts prowess, swiftly moving to her side, placing Tang Tang aside, and catching the descending Mu Qing with precision. The force caused him to involuntarily step back, but he inadvertently stepped on a stone, losing his balance, and both of them were sent flying. Chapter 35. Do you have a grudge against him?
Wow.
Are Uncle and Mommy playing the flying game? I want to play too. Tang Tang's eyes lit up instantly as she dashed toward Mu Qing.
No.
Don't come over. Mu Qing felt a wave of frustration. She was aware of Gong Yixiao's injury on his back. Should she crash into him, it would likely cause his wound to reopen. Mu Qing considered her next move. She would grasp Gong Yixiao's arm and perform a reversal, awkwardly serving as a human cushion to repay his act of saving her. Although she didn't necessarily require his rescue, she appreciated the sentiment. However, Tang Tang suddenly lunged forward, leaving Mu Qing unable to execute her plan. If Tang Tang landed on Gong Yixiao, it would still impact his injury, and she was already struggling to bear Gong Yixiao's weight alone. The thought of adding Tang Tang into the mix was overwhelming. But how could Tang Tang possibly heed Mu Qing's warning? She assumed her mother was speaking in jest. Growing ever more delighted, stretching her arms wide and charging toward them. I'm coming. Mu Qing felt as if the heavens were conspiring against her. Gong Yixiao noticed Mu Qing's despondent expression and couldn't help but curl his lips in amusement. Just as their bodies were about to meet the ground, Gong Yixiao planted one hand on the ground, executing a swift roll, and effortlessly wrapped one arm around Mu Qing's slender waist, lifting her up and performing an impossible maneuver while also catching the rushing Tang Tang in his grasp. Tang Tang personally experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring from the ground to midair, unable to suppress a cry of delight.
Ah!
Can we do it again? Please? Mu Qing was momentarily stunned. She prided herself on being the most diligent and capable at the base, even considering her skills to be among the finest. Yet, in the presence of Gong Yixiao, her sense of superiority vanished. The angle and posture she had just witnessed were utterly beyond her capability to replicate with such perfection. Just how profound was this man's prowess? Mu Qing's heart brimmed with astonishment. Gong Yixiao, in contrast, was in high spirits. Hearing Tang Tang's jubilant shouts did not irk him. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Mu Qing, noticing the confusion and shock reflected in her eyes. Are you stunned? He asked.
No.
Mu Qing abruptly regained her composure, only to realize that Gong Yixiao still had his arm around her waist, his warm palm feeling somewhat scorching against her skin. The lingering scent of medicine on him stirred a pang of guilt within her. What brings you here? She inquired. And what about your promise? You said you would treat my grandfather, yet here you are, gallivanting about? Gong Yixiao spoke with a hint of restrained anger. If he and T arrived, would this woman have truly perished here? He couldn't help but glance at the collapsed villa. The destruction was quite significant. Did Mu Yuhan do this? A trace of menace tinged his voice. But Mu Qing merely smiled. No, it was me. He'll probably suffer greatly. If he survives at all. Having calculated the explosives, she knew they wouldn't kill Mu Yuhan, but they would certainly render him a shell of his former self. She wished to witness him inch toward his demise, living out the latter half of his life in remorse and regret. Gong Yixiao did not miss the flicker of anger and complexity in Mu Qing's eyes. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Indeed. Mu Qing did not deny it. She expected Gong Yixiao to press further, feeling conflicted about how to navigate her enmity with the Mu family. Yet, unexpectedly, he released her and hoisted Tang Tang onto his shoulder. Tang Tang gasped, then joyfully exclaimed, "Mummy, look. I'm flying." She had seen the neighbor's chubby little boy being carried in such a manner and had always envied him. Unfortunately, her father was absent, and her brother was far too young to lift her. To her delight, this handsome uncle had made her dream come true. Laughing and shouting, Tang Tang reveled in her newfound joy. Gong Yixiao smiled gently. "Are you afraid if I run?" "Not at all," Tang Tang declared loudly, eager to showcase her bravery. She turned to Mu Qing and added quickly, "Mummy, I'm the bravest, right?" Gong Yixiao's gaze shifted to Mu Qing as well. At that moment, Mu Qing found herself at a loss for how to respond to these two individuals. The instant Gong Yixiao's hand left her waist, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss wash over her, as she observed Tang Tang joyfully perched on Gong Yixiao's shoulder. Her delight surpassing that of indulging in 2 slices of mousse cake, a wave of guilt washed over her. This was a debt she owed to the children, one she regrettably could never repay in this lifetime. Now, both the adult and the child gazed at her with unwavering attention, and Mu Qing found herself overwhelmed by a medley of emotions, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Indeed, Tang Tang was the bravest. Her voice trembled with a hint of hoarseness, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. A flicker of an indescribable emotion crossed Gong Yixiao's gaze, only to be swiftly concealed. He smiled at Tang Tang, exclaiming, "Hold on tight, we're about to take off." With that, he began to run energetically.
Ah!
Tang Tang squealed with delight. Gong Yixiao, who had previously found the clamor of children unbearable, now felt a strange sense of warmth blossoming within him. He ran across the open space, holding Tang Tang aloft like an ordinary father, entirely shedding the persona of the economic leader of Country Z. In that moment, he appeared to be just a simple man, a devoted father. Mu Qing's heart swelled with warmth, prompting her to swiftly turn away, discreetly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. When Su Mo arrived, he beheld the scene of Gong Yixiao joyfully playing with Tang Tang, his back stained crimson with blood, a clear indication that his wounds had reopened. Yet, Gong Yixiao seemed oblivious to the pain, allowing Tang Tang to direct their imaginary escapade. "I want to go over there." Yes, over there."
Ah!
"We're flying. I can see so far." Su Mo chose silence, approaching Mu Qing with a respectful inquiry. "Miss Mu, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Mu Qing replied, shaking her head. Just then, the distant wail of an ambulance pierced the air, and Mu Qing's expression darkened, her emotions settling into a more somber demeanor. She knew that it was certainly Mu Yuhan's assistant who had summoned the ambulance. Gong Yixiao, too, halted his movements. Although Tang Tang was not yet finished playing, she inquired upon hearing the siren, "Is there someone else in the house? Is a mommy here?" Gong Yixiao gently set Tang Tang down from his shoulder and handed her over to Su Mo. "Take Tang Tang to the car for a treat." Such a gruesome scene is not suitable for children. For the first time, Gong Yixiao exhibited kindness towards a child. Though surprised, Su Mo swiftly accepted Tang Tang and carried her into the vehicle. Gong Yixiao then turned to Mu Qing, his voice low. "Do you wish for him to pass away?" Chapter 36. Born of the same root. Why rush to harm each other?
What?
Mu Qing had not quite caught his words and instinctively looked towards Gong Yixiao. He continued earnestly, "I do not wish for you to harbor concerns while treating my grandfather. If you wish for him to pass, I can fulfill that wish immediately." In that moment, Mu Qing understood his implication. This man was urging her to dedicate herself entirely to treating the old Master Gong, even suggesting he could eliminate her personal grievances. However, Mu Qing had no such need. "My affairs will resolve themselves. I urge you not to intervene. Furthermore, I must express that I possess a strong sense of medical ethics and self-discipline. I either refrain from performing surgeries or, if I do, I dedicate myself wholly to them. Should you harbor any doubts regarding my capabilities, feel free to seek another surgeon." Mu Qing sensed a hint of condescension from Gong Yixiao, albeit she found this impression somewhat melodramatic. As Gong Yixiao gazed into her earnest eyes, he was unexpectedly captivated by her charm. In truth, Mu Qing was not unattractive. She could even be deemed beautiful. Yet, he could discern no resemblance to the children in her features, save for her enchanting eyes, which utterly mesmerized him. A stirring thought crossed Gong Yixiao's mind, prompting him to inquire, "Are the 2 children truly your biological offspring?" He mused whether they might not be her own at all. Perhaps adopted or found, reminiscent of their first encounter 5 years prior. This question bewildered Mu Qing, leaving her infuriated. Of course, they're mine. Would they be yours instead? She retorted, deeming Gong Yixiao's intellect questionable. In an irate huff, she pushed past him and headed toward the car, fearing that remaining in his presence might provoke her to strike him. Observing her furious demeanor, Gong Yixiao couldn't help but chuckle, finding her anger oddly endearing. Perhaps he truly was losing his mind. He stepped forward and grasped her wrist firmly. What is it? Mu Qing snapped, her tone sharp. Gong Yixiao replied softly. In my efforts to amuse your daughter, I have reopened the wound on my back. As her attending physician, shouldn't you attend to it? His words effectively quelled her ire. The joy she had witnessed in Tang Tang was unprecedented. Previously, Mu Qing had assumed her daughter was merely a little foodie, interested only in food and perhaps a bit of computer games. She had never anticipated that something as simple as a father-daughter interaction could elicit such happiness in Tang Tang. As a mother, it was disingenuous to claim she wasn't touched or saddened by this. The one who had brought such joy to her daughter was undeniably Gong Yixiao, who had knowingly risked aggravating his injury to achieve it. For this reason alone, Mu Qing felt increasingly indebted to him. Why did she feel as though her debts to this man were accumulating? Her emotions were a tangled web, yet she refrained from further resistance. Is there a medical kit in the car? She inquired. Yes, Gong Yixiao answered promptly, appearing exceedingly cooperative, making it even harder for Mu Qing to decline. Then let us proceed, she declared, turning to leave while her gaze involuntarily lingered on the ambulance. Mu Yuhan had already been brought out, his body a gruesome sight, drenched in blood and his clothing in tatters, appearing to have succumbed to unconsciousness. The assistant repeatedly called his name, desperately hoping to keep him awake, while the expressions of the doctors and nurses were grave. It was evident that Mu Yuhan's injuries were severe, and given his physical resilience, it was uncertain whether he would survive this ordeal. A complex emotion flickered in Mu Qing's eyes. The revenge had been accomplished. She finally allowed Mu Yuhan to experience the sensation of being blasted away by a bomb. However, deep within her, there was not a trace of satisfaction from revenge. Instead, a heavy feeling made her want to cry. They were of the same bloodline. Why the urgency to harm one another? This thought invaded her mind, and she knew she had no regrets, even if that person was her own brother. Yet, there was an undeniable discomfort in her heart. Gong Yixiao noticed the hint of redness at the corners of Mu Qing's eyes and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He suddenly felt that it was particularly jarring for Mu Qing to regard another man with such an expression, causing him discomfort. She had shared intimacy with him, yet now she was staring at another man in front of him, as if he were invisible. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he reached out, pulling Mu Qing's head into his embrace, firmly gripping the back of her neck, preventing her from continuing to gaze at Mu Yuhan. Caught off guard, Mu Qing's head was suddenly pressed down, causing her nose to collide directly with Gong Yixiao's chest. He must have been a fitness enthusiast, as his solid chest muscles caused her nose to sting, and tears instantly fell. Are you insane? She thought. She had no intention of crying, yet this man had made her weep. Could she not retaliate? Frustrated, Mu Qing pushed Gong Yixiao away. His expression darkened as he coldly remarked, Is he more handsome than I? What? Mu Qing found his reaction utterly perplexing. What relevance did their appearances hold? Furthermore, it seemed they were not particularly familiar with one another. His tone and expression could easily lead her to misconstrue that he was jealous. But how could that be? Gong Yixiao's kindness towards her, his rescue, was merely for the sake of the old Master Gong's illness. Given everything she had done to him 5 years ago, his not exacting vengeance on her was already a display of magnanimity. How could he possibly harbor feelings for her? Mu Qing felt a bit deranged. She shook her head vigorously to dispel the chaotic thoughts from her mind and said, Let's go. I need to treat your wounds in the car. Oh, by the way, have you had anyone analyze the toxins in your body? Gong Yixiao paused slightly at her words and replied, No. His reaction was rather subdued. Suddenly, Mu Qing realized the gravity of the situation. If even Su Mo was unaware of Gong Yixiao's poisoning, then how could he possibly seek someone to study the antidote? She felt foolish. Looking at Gong Yixiao, who appeared indifferent, Mu Qing was overwhelmed by an inexplicable feeling, heavy, stifling, and uncomfortable. No one knew the burden he bore, nor the state of his health. He lacked even one honest confidant. Mu Qing understood that to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. However, she lamented, I cannot save you from anything. Upon hearing Gong Yixiao's straightforward words, Mu Qing felt like a fool and could not help but exclaim, So, am I being overly sentimental? With me around, you can act recklessly. I will bear the weight of the world. This was Gong Yixiao's promise to Mu Qing, as well as his expression of gratitude. Chapter 37. Have you lost your mind from the pain? Mu Qing never anticipated that Gong Yixiao would say such a thing. In Country Z, Gong Yixiao represented something significant. Even a child would know that. His ability to utter such words was tantamount to declaring that as long as he remained alive, Mu Qing could do as she pleased in Z country, and he would protect her without hesitation. One must admit that this promise and the implied gratitude were overwhelmingly significant, to the point that Mu Qing felt somewhat daunted by it, even allowing her imagination to wander. Had this gratitude been bestowed after she successfully healed the old Master Gong, she would have accepted it with ease. However, at this moment, she had accomplished nothing but uncovering Gong Yixiao's physical ailment and merely promised to concoct an antidote. Words alone. Yet, Gong Yixiao extended such a profound commitment, which left Mu Qing pondering excessively. She opened her mouth, uncertain of how to inquire. Surely, she could not ask him if he harbored feelings for her. That would be an overestimation of her own worth. What kind of women had a man like Gong Yixiao not encountered? This man, reputed for his cold nature, had shown no sorrow even at the passing of his parents. And he had ruthlessly controlled the entire Gong family, even inflicting harm upon his own flesh and blood. Despite their intimacy 5 years prior, how much affection could he truly possess for her? It was merely a matter of regarding her with a different perspective due to her medical prowess. What had she been thinking moments ago? The man before her was no ordinary individual.
Abruptly, mu vink regainet her komposure.
A fleeting sense of melancholy brushed through her heart, but was quickly dismissed. She was not one who required love, thus setting aside emotions. Gong Yixiao's promise was indeed rather advantageous for her. Once she saved Gong Yixiao and the old Master Gong, it would effectively grant her a formidable shield in Z country, allowing her the freedom to navigate her path without hindrance. With this realization, Mu Qing smiled and remarked, "I shall remember this. You do not regret it? Do you take me for someone who regrets?" Gong Yixiao retorted, casting her a sidelong glance before stepping into the vehicle. Mu Qing paid no heed to his demeanor. As long as he did not retract his words, that was sufficient. It was merely a matter of detoxification. Surely, it could not pose a challenge to her capabilities. At that moment, Mu Qing remained oblivious to a far more critical issue. She was the sole individual privy to Gong Yixiao's secret. Regardless of the outcome, Gong Yixiao would never be able to let her go for the rest of his life. They would either share joys and hardships together or remain imprisoned in a lifetime of confinement, never to see the light of day again. Gong Yixiao cast a glance at Mu Qing, who appeared exuberant due to his promise, and a slight smile crept onto his lips, warming the depths of his gaze. This woman seemed resolute and decisive, yet in truth, she was still rather naive. It would be his responsibility to protect her from here on. With this thought, he said nonchalantly, "If you do not hurry and tend to my wounds, I may truly perish." Mu Qing then noticed that his back was drenched. Her expression instantly turned serious, and she promptly entered the vehicle, tearing at his shirt before Gong Yixiao could react. The corner of Gong Yixiao's lips twitched slightly. In this world, the only person daring enough to rip his shirt was this woman. None would claim the title of first. Strangely, he felt no anger nor rejection. What a peculiar situation. Observing Gong Yixiao's calm demeanor despite her actions, Mu Qing couldn't help but inquire, "Are you in so much pain that you've lost your wits?" "Perhaps," he replied. Gong Yixiao chose to recline upon Mu Qing's lap, transferring the entirety of his weight onto her. The fragrance and softness of this woman's body are truly enchanting. Gong Yixiao found his eyelids growing heavy.
Mukvinkes body suddenly stiffened.
No man had ever dared to rest upon her lap. Yet, here was Gong Yixiao. She lowered her head, intending to utter something, only to find him peacefully asleep, his breathing even. Asleep? Mu Qing could hardly believe it. A man who was perpetually on guard against everyone had succumbed to slumber in this manner? Her feelings were rather complex, yet she dared not disturb his rest. After all, he had come here for her. Regardless of the reasons that led him to seek her out, being the object of someone's concern felt undeniably pleasant.
Mukvinkes gaze softened.
Her movements becoming gentle. The wound indeed reopened, but fortunately, it was not severe. After tending to Gong Yixiao's injury, the driver, displaying keen awareness, promptly started the vehicle. "Drive slowly, please," Mu Qing softly requested. This man bore considerable pressure and had little opportunity to rest, yet in his current state, he could not endure much strain. Perhaps Gong Yixiao had communicated something to the driver, for he treated Mu Qing's words with utmost respect. The car traveled at a speed of approximately 40 miles per hour. Tang Tang frequently glanced back at their vehicle, puzzled as she inquired, "Uncle Su, did Mommy and the handsome uncle's car break down? Why are they driving so slowly?" Suemo found himself at a loss for words. How was he to explain the situation to a 4-year-old? It wouldn't do to say that her mother and his boss were engaged in matters unfit for her ears. Tang Tang's bright eyes remained fixed on Su Mo, as if determined to extract an explanation from him. Su Mo was on the verge of tears. He quickly replied, Mr. Gong is actually injured. He may have aggravated his wound while playing with you. ISN to your mother a doctor? Perhaps she is tending to Mr. Gong's injury. The handsome uncle is hurt? Where is he injured? Is it serious? Should we go and check? Tang Tang suddenly grew exceedingly interested in Gong Yixiao, more so than in food. Su Mo felt a wave of desperation wash over him. Well, considering her fondness for food, Tang Tang relented for the moment. Though she gazed longingly at the car behind them, suddenly pondering whether having this handsome uncle as their father might be preferable. It should be better, right? After all, Mommy hadn't treated this handsome uncle as she did with other men, had she? Yes. That's the plan. Tang Tang suddenly broke into a smile. Henceforth, they would also have a father. With this thought, her smile blossomed even brighter. Su Mo, witnessing her newfound tranquility, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had never anticipated feeling so flustered in front of a 4-year-old. Unbeknownst to Mu Qing, the conversation between Tang Tang and Su Mo unfolded. She gazed at the peacefully sleeping Gong Yixiao and found her own eyelids growing heavy as well. Originally, administering the golden needle to Gong Yixiao was a strenuous endeavor, and now facing Mu Yuhan in a life-and-death contest, she felt utterly exhausted, her fatigue extending to her very fingertips. Glancing at Gong Yixiao, who appeared to be sleeping soundly, she leaned against the back of the chair, swiftly closed her eyes, and soon succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, Gong Yixiao's eyes snapped open. Positioned with his head resting upon Mu Qing's thigh, he had a clear view of her face beneath the chair's backrest. This woman was indeed completely worn out. Gong Yixiao gently rose, intending to carry Mu Qing to the back seat for her rest, but at that moment, his phone unexpectedly rang. Chapter 38. This woman is too vigilant. Instinctively, Gong Yixiao reached to silence the phone, but it was already too late. Mu Qing immediately opened her eyes. Her gaze filled with vigilance and her body instinctively bracing itself, leaving Gong Yixiao momentarily taken aback. This reaction felt oddly familiar. His eyes narrowed slightly. When Mu Qing saw Gong Yixiao, she was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing what had transpired. She felt a surge of frustration. Damn it! Had she exposed herself? After years of rigorous training in the base, some reactions had become second nature, impossible to alter. What she feared most was for others to discover her past at the base. As Mu Qing strained her mind for a way to respond, Gong Yixiao averted his gaze, swiping to answer the call before her. Instantly, Mu Qing felt a wave of annoyance. Should she ask the driver to pull over and let her out? But it was evident that Gong Yixiao had no intention of doing so. Mr. Gong, there's a matter that requires your personal attention. Would you like to come over? The voice on the other end was quite pleasant. Mu Qing hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but there was no avoiding it. Gong Yixiao replied calmly, all right. Where? Your private villa, at Bluetooth Bay. The caller concluded the conversation and hung up. Gong Yixiao then instructed the driver to Bluetooth Bay. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Are you kidding me? This man is Gong Yixiao. The matters he needed to address were best left untouched by a mere doctor. All she desired was a simple, joyful, and healthy life. Yet, Gong Yixiao didn't spare her a glance, coolly commanding, close your eyes and sleep. What? Mu Qing thought she had misheard. This man was telling her to close her eyes and sleep? Was he serious? Although she was indeed fatigued, how could she possibly sleep beside him while he was preoccupied with urgent matters? Will you sleep by yourself, or do you want me to accompany you? Choose. Gong Yixiao's expression conveyed that there was no room for negotiation.
Mu Qing inwardly cursed.
How could she possibly choose? The vehicle was still in motion. Even at 40 miles per hour, she had no intention of jumping out. This man was clearly unwilling to let her go. What could she do? In truth, Mu Qing harbored a profound desire to visit the hospital, to ascertain whether Mu Yuhan had truly perished, to witness the expression on Mu Shi's face upon encountering Mu Yuhan, and to observe how her benevolent father would react upon learning of his son's imminent demise. Would he remain as indifferent as he had 5 years prior when she passed away? Yet, under the dictates of Gong Yixiao, her yearning to see was rendered futile. Mu Qing continued to assert her stance, but Gong Yixiao was preoccupied with matters requiring his attention, rendering her presence, as an outsider, inappropriate. Did this man possess any understanding? Gong Yixiao, seemingly oblivious, opened his phone, engaged in conversation with an unknown party. Mu Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. This man truly had a knack for inciting exasperation. Regrettably, she could not act against him. After all, in terms of physical prowess, she could not contend with him. And in terms of influence, she was but a mere shadow. This only deepened her discontent. Perhaps it was best to surrender to slumber. Mu Qing reclined, resting her head on Gong Yixiao's thigh, mirroring his earlier use of her thigh as a pillow. Reciprocity, after all, seemed justified. Peeking with half-closed eyes at Gong Yixiao, she found him unresponsive, which brought her a sense of relief. His fingers were indeed exquisite, particularly when he struck the keys on his phone, creating a visual symphony of elegance. The corners of Mu Qing's lips curled upward slightly, and as she continued to gaze, her eyelids grew heavy, and her breathing gradually steadied. Gong Yixiao cast a glance at her serene slumber and instructed the driver to proceed with caution. However, the urgency of Jiang Maching's call had been palpable. The driver was not merely an ordinary chauffeur. He recognized the caller, though Mu Qing did not. Jiang Maching, known as the Lone Wolf, was Gong Yixiao's closest confidant, a man capable of commanding fear and respect, currently exerting influence over the gray areas of Z country. Yet, he was also a brother-in-arms to Gong Yixiao, someone with whom one could entrust their life. The phone call from Jiang Maching indicated pressing matters requiring Gong Yixiao's attention. Yet, in his pursuit of ensuring Mu Qing's restful slumber, he appeared to disregard Jiang Maching's urgent needs. As the driver's words faded, Gong Yixiao's icy gaze turned towards him. "Perhaps you would prefer to take my seat?" The driver shuddered at the suggestion, hastily reducing the speed of the vehicle. What a ludicrous notion. He could never occupy Gong Yixiao's position. Nonetheless, this encounter prompted the driver to cast a long, contemplative glance at Mu Qing through the rearview mirror. The influence this woman wielded over Gong Yixiao was undeniably substantial. As the vehicle progressed at a leisurely pace, surrounding motorists expressed their dissatisfaction, only to quiet themselves upon recognizing the license plate and emblem, swiftly bypassing in silence. Gong Yixiao, however, remained unfazed. Given the toll on her health, a visit to the hospital could lead to an encounter with the Mu family, leaving her with no time to recuperate. It was perhaps wiser to avoid any meeting between her and her kin. As for the private grievances between the two, Gong Yixiao chose not to intervene, knowing that future opportunities would abound. Upon arriving at Bluetooth Bay, they encountered a solitary villa. A throng of men clad in black stood at the entrance, their posture rigid and alert upon spotting Gong Yixiao's vehicle. Once the car came to a halt, Gong Yixiao stepped out, cradling Mu Qing in his arms. The sight of a bare-chested Gong Yixiao carrying a slumbering woman elicited wide-eyed astonishment from all present. Was it raining red across the land? And he was bare-chested. For those who wished to avert their gaze, they could take matters into their own hands. Gong Yixiao's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight of authority. The onlookers promptly suppressed their curiosity and gossip, bowing their heads in a show of respect, eager to render themselves invisible. Gong Yixiao's fingers subtly moved, applying a deft pressure to a pressure point on Mu Qing. This woman was exceedingly vigilant. Even in slumber, she remained on high alert, leaving Gong Yixiao at a loss for words. All he intended was for her to enjoy a peaceful sleep. Just as she began to rouse, Mu Qing fell back into a deeper slumber. With his long legs, perfectly proportioned, Gong Yixiao advanced into the villa, the scent of iron and blood pervading the air. Upon opening the door, a bloodied man on the floor shrieked in terror. "Gong Yixiao, my father is your uncle. Do you dare to harm me?" Silence. Gong Yixiao's brow furrowed slightly, a cold, lethal aura emanating from him. In Chapter 39, the heart stirs and the iron tree blossoms. Jiang Maching, witnessing Gong Yixiao holding a woman for the first time, was struck by the inappropriateness of the situation. He paused, only to hear Gong Yixiao's voice, laced with murderous intent, prompting a swift intervention as someone covered the man's mouth. The man struggled in muffled protest. Gong Yixiao calmly stepped over the crimson pool of blood toward the staircase,
His voice steady.
"It was you, wasn't it? 5 years ago, you bribed those around me to poison me and sever my tendons, all at the behest of my uncle?" The man's complexion drained of color, his body trembling violently. He attempted to offer an explanation, but Gong Yixiao was disinterested. His gaze shifted to Mu Qing and his arms. Were it not for this woman, he might have long since met his demise. Family? The notion made him scoff. Could someone who sought his life at every turn truly be considered kin? Gong Yixiao's eyes grew cold. "You are the sole heir of your uncle. For the debts of the family, the son must pay. You can only lament your ill fate. Perhaps you should be fed to the wolves in the back mountains." With that, Gong Yixiao ascended the stairs, cradling Mu Qing without further delay. The master bedroom above was clean and bright. Noticing the blood on his shoes, Gong Yixiao kicked them off and, barefoot, placed Mu Qing gently on the double bed. Her long hair spread across the white sheets like seaweed, invoking an inexplicable urge to touch it. Indeed, Gong Yixiao succumbed to that temptation. Her hair was remarkably smooth. The notion elicited a faint smile from Gong Yixiao, who then gently draped a blanket over her and adjusted the room's temperature to a comfortable level before rising to depart. In the brief interlude, others had already begun to address the bloodstains below. Jiang Macheng observed Gong Yixiao's demeanor with a hint of curiosity. "Boss, has your heart begun to flutter? Is the iron tree finally blossoming?" 5 years ago, she saved me from the slums, Gong Yixiao stated, prompting an immediate shift in Jiang Macheng's attitude. He quickly glanced toward the master bedroom upstairs and cautiously inquired, "Was she aware of your identity when she saved you?" After all, Gong Yixiao's status was exceedingly sensitive. If her intentions were influenced by his position, even as her savior, Jiang Macheng felt it prudent to exercise caution. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened slightly as he shook his head. No, she was unaware. However, her medical skills are indeed commendable. "I killed my uncle's son, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Please ensure someone is assigned to protect her." Jiang Macheng nodded in agreement. In his mind, the savior of Gong Yixiao was also his own benefactor, deserving of utmost respect and protection. Gong Yixiao casually donned a piece of clothing, and it was then that Jiang Macheng noticed the injury on his back, prompting him to ask, "Did your injury come from your third uncle?" "No, it's of a personal nature," Gong Yixiao replied, implying a reluctance to divulge further details. Jiang Macheng was taken aback, as it was the first time he had heard Gong Yixiao express such sentiments. He instinctively connected it to Mu Qing upstairs. "Boss, are you considering making our benefactor your own? Making her mine?" Gong Yixiao hesitated momentarily. The image of Mu Qing launching Mu Yuhan into the air flashed through his mind. Could such a formidable woman ever be claimed? A sudden smile broke upon his lips, startling Jiang Macheng. "Whoa, boss, please don't smile like that. It's unnerving." It was said that Jiang Macheng was the godfather of the gray areas, but only he understood that when Gong Yixiao smiled, it heralded a tide of corpses, far more fearsome than himself. Yet, the ignorant failed to perceive the true extent of Gong Yixiao's formidable nature. Gong Yixiao shot him a disapproving look and poured red wine into glasses for both of them before speaking. "You didn't come here simply for a trivial matter concerning my uncle's son, did you?" Jiang Macheng held the glass of wine, settling onto the semi-open bar beside the cabinet, and quietly replied, "A shipment of ours was intercepted in the Western Hemisphere."
Who did it?
Gong Yixiao's expression darkened significantly. Jiang Macheng traced a name onto the bar with his finger. "Shark." The mention of this name caused Gong Yixiao's brow to furrow deeply. Shark was a moniker for a ruthless individual who had emerged in recent years. With astonishing swiftness, he monopolized all maritime territories in the Western Hemisphere before anyone could react. Cold-blooded and ruthless, he was known as the King of the Sea. This shark typically refrains from troubling the prominent families, and has never held any grievances against the Gong family. Thus, it is perplexing that they would suddenly seize our goods. They claimed it was merchandise belonging to the Gong family, as our attire prominently displays their emblem. Jiang Macheng also felt a sense of frustration. His influence resided primarily on land, his control over the seas inherently limited, and now it felt as though someone had grasped his throat, an utterly dreadful sensation. Gong Yixiao was equally baffled as to why the Gong family, previously unscathed, was now being targeted. He murmured, "Contact them in my name and arrange a meeting." Although the Western Hemisphere was not typically within Gong Yixiao's usual routes, there were still several transactions that passed through that region. If the adversary truly aimed to undermine him, altering his route in the short term would be unfeasible. Financial losses were trivial in comparison to the damage of losing trusted clients. Resolving the issue with this shark could potentially benefit the Gong family's future endeavors. Jiang Macheng, understanding Gong Yixiao's intentions, nodded and promptly set about his task. At that moment, the servants had tidied the living room and lit incense, effectively erasing any trace of the previous bloodshed. Gong Yixiao observed Jiang Macheng as he was on the phone. "Aren't you leaving?" Jiang Macheng was momentarily taken aback. "Shouldn't I contact the shark for you? Don't you have a phone?" His tone bore a hint of impatience. Jiang Macheng was rendered speechless. Was he being dismissed by Gong Yixiao? What had he done wrong? Noticing Jiang Macheng's perplexed expression, Gong Yixiao's brow furrowed. "I am injured and require rest." His words were articulated with clarity and deliberation. Jiang Macheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Injured? That minor wound on your back qualifies as an injury?" Previously, Gong Yixiao had endured far worse injuries without needing a respite. Furthermore, that business deal was worth billions. Surely it took precedence over rest. However, following Gong Yixiao's increasingly impatient gaze towards the master bedroom on the second floor, Jiang Macheng suddenly comprehended. How absurd. After blooming like an iron tree, he had now taken to flaunting his affections, as if to mock Jiang Macheng for being single. A wave of indignation washed over Jiang Macheng. "Boss, that's not fair. Leave." Gong Yixiao retorted, not sparing Jiang Maching so much as a glance as he ascended the stairs. Jiang Maching's lips twitched in annoyance. Just then, his phone rang, causing Gong Yixiao to halt, his expression turning serious. Chapter 40, Mortifying. Jiang Maching dared not delay. Upon seeing the caller ID, he nodded at Gong Yixiao, then answered the call, activating the speakerphone function. Jiang Yi, it seems the shark is in trouble. They are currently refusing to meet anyone. They claim the shark has not relayed any word regarding our goods. This revelation narrowed Gong Yixiao's eyes with intensity. Investigate. Utilize all resources to uncover what has transpired with the shark. If cooperation is possible, that would be ideal. If not. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Gong Yixiao's gaze. Jiang Maching suddenly comprehended the situation. Without needing any urging from Gong Yixiao, he hastily departed. Gong Yixiao's underlying hostility slightly abated before he rose and entered the bedroom. At that moment, Qing found herself ensnared in a nightmare.
Why?
Brother, I am your biological sister. Tears brimmed in Qing's eyes, akin to a flood that had been breached, surging forth uncontrollably. Yuhan paused momentarily and replied, I have more than one sister. Having Xiao Shi is sufficient for me. As he spoke, his fingers involuntarily tightened. A sharp pang coursed through Qing's heart.
No.
She leaped upright, gasping for breath, her face still glistening with unshed tears. Upon entering the room, Gong Yixiao was taken aback by Qing's distressing state. Though he did not know her well, he perceived that she was not a woman prone to tears. Furthermore, she should have been resting, should she not? What kind of nightmare could provoke such sorrowful weeping? Gong Yixiao's brow furrowed slightly as he instinctively poured a glass of warm water, handing her a few tissues.
Qing.
Momentarily taken aback, then realized she was in an unfamiliar room and the person before her was Gong Yixiao, not Yuhan. She instinctively accepted the offering. Thank you, she said, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Gong Yixiao refrained from inquiring about the cause of her tears or the nature of her nightmare. Instead, he observed her countenance. Although her rest had been brief, she appeared significantly better than moments before. Gong Yixiao softly inquired, what do the two children enjoy?
Huh? Qing.
Still reeling from the emotional aftermath of her nightmare, was momentarily taken aback by Gong Yixiao's seemingly unrelated question. He found this version of Qing delightful. Far more appealing than the tearful visage she had just exhibited. After all, her previous distress had unsettled his heart to the point of inciting a desire to strike out. Gong Yixiao steadied himself and said, consider it a welcoming gift for the children. I wish to buy them some presents.
Why buy?
Qing found herself led down a train of thought by Gong Yixiao's words. He straightforwardly replied, you must focus entirely on treating my grandfather, without allowing the children's noise to disturb your emotions. Thus, soothing them is of utmost importance. Is it really that simple? Otherwise, what would you propose? His retort left Qing speechless. Very well, perhaps she had overthought the matter. What was happening to her lately? She felt an unsettling sense of unease regarding Gong Yixiao's kindness towards her and the children, as if some ulterior motive lurked beneath. However, all children delight in receiving gifts, and Tang Tang and Guoguo were no exceptions. Conceding this as her reward, Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Let us go together. As she spoke, Gong Yixiao promptly donned his coat and strode towards the door. Qing was once again taken aback. Was he truly leaving just like that? Wasn't this so, perpetually engulfed in a whirlwind of responsibilities? What was unfolding? The prospect of him accompanying her to buy gifts for the children felt almost surreal. He observed that Qing's face bore no heavy traces of cosmetics. In comparison to the female employees at the company, he found her to be quite natural. It was only upon his reminder that Qing regained her senses. Oh no! Had she been crying in her dreams? Were there still traces of tears on her face? This was utterly humiliating. With this thought, Qing leapt from her bed, dashing into the bathroom as if being pursued, promptly locking the door behind her.
Oh, dear.
How could she have been seen by Gong Yixiao in such a disheveled state? Gong Yixiao's eyes widened slightly. What just transpired? What had he said? He replayed his words in his mind. Could it be that she wore no makeup? He glanced at the tidy desk and couldn't help but take out his phone, sending a message to Su Mo. Send a set of the newly developed Heart of the Ocean skincare products to Lanhua Bay immediately.
Xumontak,
who was currently accompanying Tang Tang on a food outing, paused upon receiving such a message from the CEO. Skincare products for Miss Mu? What on earth was happening? Curiosity piqued, yet hesitant to inquire further, he swiftly made the necessary arrangements. Before long, a knock echoed from outside. The servant promptly delivered the skincare products, just as Qing emerged from the bathroom. After washing her face, she felt revitalized. Gong Yixiao handed her the bag, stating, "This is for you." "For me?" Mu Qing took a glance inside and found a set of skincare products, though they did not compare to her own creations. She found the fragrance quite appealing. To her surprise, Gong Yixiao was rather thoughtful. However, she had no intention of using them. "Thank you," she said, placing the bag aside without any intention of applying the products. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened slightly. If she didn't like them, she could simply discard them. It was his first time giving a woman a gift, yet he saw no signs of joy or any other emotion on Mu Qing's face. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease washed over him, and his tone turned brusque. Mu Qing paused, sensing that Gong Yixiao seemed to be upset. Did he wish for her to apply it? She furrowed her brows. Having suffered facial injuries and undergone cosmetic surgery, she placed great importance on skincare. Even when pressed for time, she formulated her own products, wary of using anything that might irritate her skin. Yet there was no need to divulge this to Gong Yixiao. However, it seemed that her refusal to use the products displeased him. Mu Qing opened the skincare items and inhaled their scent. It was rather pleasant. She disliked greasy products, preferring something refreshing, and this skincare line captivated her. She dabbed a small amount onto her face, and though there were no adverse reactions, Gong Yixiao perceived her action as one of fear that he might harm her. A surge of unbridled anger coursed through him. The usually composed Gong Yixiao stepped forward, tossing the expensive cosmetics, worth thousands, into the trash bin before turning on his heel and leaving. It was the first time he presented a gift to a woman, only to be met with suspicion. Surely, his mind must have been muddled to engage in such an arduous and thankless endeavor. Gong Yixiao was so incensed that he longed to distance himself from Mu Qing, yet he was abruptly halted by a soft exclamation. Chapter 41. It is merely the beginning. Mu Qing. Gong Yixiao nearly ground his teeth in frustration. This woman was undoubtedly being deliberate. The skincare products he had developed contained no harmful substances, so how could they cause Mu Qing such distress? Yet Mu Qing truly felt discomfort. She sensed Gong Yixiao's fury and understood that his intention in gifting her the skincare products was benevolent. However, she remained conflicted about whether to reveal her condition to him. As Mu Qing wrestled with her thoughts, she noticed Gong Yixiao fuming and about to leave. An instinctive panic surged within her, prompting her to quickly say, "Gong Yixiao, my face is somewhat unique. Could you please fetch me some medicine?" Gong Yixiao let out a scoff, turning to glance at Mu Qing. But he was momentarily taken aback by the rapid swelling of her face.
What happened to you?
"I had cosmetic surgery, and I was previously burned by stray bullets, second-degree burns. Hence, my face is allergic to many skincare products. It's not that I'm afraid you'll harm me."
Moving instinctively will get her circumstances.
Gong Yixiao was momentarily stunned. A flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes, and a slight twinge of pain gripped his heart. Second-degree burns. Bullet wounds. What exactly had this woman endured? Is it not the face that a woman cherishes most? No wonder the children bore little resemblance to her. Gong Yixiao couldn't help but recall Mu Qing's demeanor towards Mu Yuhan. He subconsciously inquired, "Is your facial injury related to the Mu family?" Mu Qing was immediately taken aback. Was this man truly so perceptive? "I can handle my own matters, thank you. If I cannot resolve them, I will ask for your assistance, all right?" Her voice softened involuntarily. She was not a woman who would typically indulge in coaxing, yet in the presence of Gong Yixiao, an undeniable authority, she found it difficult to oppose him. Perhaps it was simply his striking handsomeness.
Mu Qing reassured herself.
Gong Yixiao was slightly taken aback. The softness in her voice, laced with a hint of tenderness, stirred something within him, compelling him to take action. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Understood. Remember, what I say to you is binding for life." In an instant, Mu Qing's face lit up with genuine joy. It was the kind of heartfelt happiness that would awaken anyone in the middle of the night, knowing that someone at the pinnacle of power in the Z country had granted them the freedom to live as they wished. Gong Yixiao was a formidable ally. She needed to cling tightly to him. Mu Qing nodded eagerly, only to see Gong Yixiao crouch down, his handsome face drawing closer, causing her to instinctively retreat. In her haste, she forgot she was perched at the edge of the bed and stumbled backward, falling onto the bed. This unexpected outcome made Mu Qing's eyes widen in surprise, unable to comprehend the situation, but to Gong Yixiao, it appeared as an invitation ripe for the taking. His gaze surged with intensity, and he instinctively swallowed hard. "Are you planning to offer yourself?" "Offer yourself my foot." Mu Qing's face instantly flushed, and she abruptly pushed Gong Yixiao away. "What are you doing suddenly getting so close? You scared me to death," she exclaimed in a harsh tone, yet her reddened face resembled a ripe peach, evoking an involuntary flutter in the heart. Was it truly a flutter? He swiftly seized the back of Mu Qing's head with his large hand, his cool lips descending upon hers in an instant. This woman was inherently his. There was no need for him to demean himself. However, his bold action left Mu Qing wide-eyed, appearing thoroughly startled, and with her gasp, Gong Yixiao seized the opportunity, stealing her breath away. Mu Qing's mind seemed to explode in a burst of fireworks, colorful and dazzling, causing her breath to become erratic. She longed for a deep inhale, but the crisp scent of Gong Yixiao enveloped her, drawing her deeper into a trance. Gong Yixiao, too, was captivated by this sweet sensation. Memories from 5 years prior resurfaced, filling him with an unforgettable and intoxicating feeling that coursed through his veins. He yearned to claim Mu Qing right then and there. Yet, upon touching her face, he felt her flinch in pain. A sudden clarity struck him like a bolt of lightning. What was he doing? Mu Qing's face was swollen, and he was still contemplating taking advantage of her? Gong Yixiao scorned himself, quickly rising and pulling her up. "Let's go. To the hospital," he declared, unceremoniously lifting Mu Qing into his arms and striding toward the exit. Mu Qing was still reeling from the kiss. The pain in her face mingled with a sense of regret, and she felt slightly dizzy as Gong Yixiao held her. Realizing their position, her cheeks reddened once more. "It's my face that's injured, not my leg." "Be quiet," Gong Yixiao replied gruffly. Mu Qing pouted, inwardly cursing. He had just acted like a lustful fool, but now he demanded her silence. Men. Humph. She could hardly muster the energy to argue, as the pain in her face was quite distressing. Gong Yixiao promptly placed her in the car. The driver hurried over, but Gong Yixiao snatched the keys from him, opting to drive Mu Qing himself to Jiafu Hospital. Mu Qing wished to protest that she could manage on her own with just a bit of ointment, but witnessing Gong Yixiao's serious demeanor, she remained silent. Gazing at his profile, she felt a strange illusion that this man genuinely cared for her. She quickly shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. What was she thinking? She was a mother of 2, yet she still harbored the naive hopes of a young girl longing for love, especially from a man of such lofty status. Surely, she was losing her mind. With a hint of self-mockery, Mu Qing cast aside those whimsical emotions. Her connection with Gong Yixiao was purely transactional. He sought her exceptional medical skills to save the elderly Master Gong, while she aimed to secure a safety net for herself and her children through his influential position. After comprehending this intricate relationship, Mu Qing's once frantic and heated heart gradually found tranquility. Visiting Jiafu Hospital seemed fortuitous. She was eager to ascertain whether Mu Yuhan had truly perished and how the Mu family would descend into chaos. Presently, everyone was aware of the Mu family in Country Z, yet few recalled that over 20 years ago, her father, Mu Chen, was merely a destitute youth. It was her mother, Gu Yuanyuan, who brought the vast wealth of the Gu family to marry Mu Chen and wholeheartedly supported him in establishing his career, thus culminating in the present-day Mu Group. Today was merely the inception. Contemplating this, a flicker of coldness crossed Mu Qing's eyes. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Jiafu Hospital, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, causing her countenance to shift dramatically. Chapter 42. Alas, his heart is cold. It was Mu Chen, her biological father. Mu Qing could not recall the last time she had seen him. At the tender age of 8, kneeling in the study and pleading with Mu Chen not to send her brother to the base, she vividly remembered his indifferent expression. That year, she was sent to the base in place of Mu Yuhan, without any parental accompaniment, taken away all alone. In her memories, Mu Chen never seemed to harbor any affection for her. Due to Mu Yuhan being the eldest son, Mu Chen displayed a modicum of kindness toward him. But as soon as Mu Yuhan's frailty was discovered, Mu Chen's indifference extended even to his firstborn. Now, with Mu Yuhan having been severely injured, she was astonished that Mu Chen had come. Was she truly the least favored in the Mu family? She recalled the time she was thought to have perished in an explosion when she had implored Mu Ning to investigate the Mu family's reaction. The outcome was disheartening. The Mu family did not even search for her remains, continuing with their lives as if her existence was utterly inconsequential. Yet, it was they who had sent her to the base, and it was they who had endangered her life. Mu Qing's hands instinctively clenched into fists, as an uncontrollable surge of resentment began to radiate from her. Why? They were all born of the same parents. What right did they have to treat her in such a manner? What had she done wrong?
Gong Yixiao perceptibly sensed Mu Qing's distress.
The hatred in her eyes was unmistakable, and she concealed it only poorly. Was all this animosity directed toward the Mu family? A cryptic emotion flickered in Gong Yixiao's gaze. I will first take you to treat your face. His voice was icy, akin to a bucket of cold water, instantly calming Mu Qing. What was she doing? Mu Qing gathered her composure and nodded. After Gong Yixiao exited the car, he opened the door for her, intending to carry her inside. Yet Mu Qing preemptively opened the door and stepped out. The Mu family was in disarray due to Mu Yuhan's injuries, and upon seeing Mu Chen, Mu Shi wept pitifully, even hurling curses at Mu Qing. Father, it's that wretched Mu Qing. It's her. The assistant claims she used a mini-explosive to harm our elder brother. He is the heir of the Mu family. If anything happens to him, I will surely kill that woman. Mu Shi's voice was sharp and ruthless, utterly devoid of restraint. Upon hearing the name Mu Qing, Mu Chen paused slightly.
Mu Qing.
Although both belonged to the Mu family, the homophonic names belied their starkly different standings. The Mu family was a commercial powerhouse, having flourished rapidly in recent years to become one of the prominent first-tier families in Qing. In contrast, the Mu family was merely a pharmaceutical establishment, not to be offended, yet lacking substantial foundation. The crux was that Mu Qing had been forsaken by Mu Yifeng. Should Mu Chen forge a union with the Mu family, it might compel them to abandon Mu Qing altogether. Contemplating this, Mu Chen coldly remarked, "If Yuhan is unharmed, that is well, but if anything befalls him, what does the head of the Mu family intend to do with me?" Mu Qing was reluctant to confront Mu Chen at that moment, yet the discussion of her name proved too provoking to ignore. She halted her steps, her icy gaze fixated on Mu Chen. Time had indeed been kind to him. Even after all these years, he remained strikingly handsome. Yet his heart was as cold as ever. Mu Chen, taken aback, found her gaze eerily familiar, reminiscent of his deceased daughters. A frown creased his brow, his expression momentarily lost in reverie. Upon seeing Mu Qing, Mu Shi rushed towards her like a whirlwind. "Mu Qing, I will make you pay for my brother's life." Mu Qing responded with a cold laugh, her silver needles poised, waiting for Mu Shi to approach so she could leave her half-destroyed. Mu Yuhan had risked everything for the antidote formula, which left Mu Qing deeply displeased. She was aware that her facial affliction stemmed not only from Gong Yixiao's cosmetics, but also from Mu Yuhan injecting toxins from Mu Shi's body into her. Nevertheless, to her, these were trifles. She secretly hoped Mu Shi would strike first. Just as Mu Qing was fully prepared, and Mu Shi lunged at her, aiming to claw her face, Gong Yixiao's voice rang out unexpectedly. "Do you think I am dead?" His voice was chilling, laced with an undercurrent of authority. Mu Chen's head snapped up, and he saw Gong Yixiao stepping forward, shielding Mu Qing behind him, then delivering a forceful kick that sent the oncoming Mu Shi flying.
Ah!
Mu Shi was caught off guard, propelled through the air in a parabolic arc. Mu Qing stood momentarily stunned. Since the age of 8, she had known that no one would protect her, that she must rely on her own relentless training to enhance her self-defense capabilities. Thus, in any environment, she remained vigilant, always prepared to defend and retaliate, yet today she found someone standing in front of her. She could not see Mu Chen or the expressions of others. All that filled her vision was Gong Yixiao's broad back. It brought a sense of security that made her nose tingle with unshed tears. Mu Chen's reaction was instantaneous. Upon recognizing Gong Yixiao, he stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Mr. Gong, my daughter was unaware of your arrival. I apologize." As he spoke, he cast a fierce glare at Mu Shi, admonishing her sternly, "Hurry and apologize to Mr. Gong." Given the temperament of Gong Yixiao, he would have simply thrown Mu Shi into the wolf's den. However, he recalled Mu Qing's prior assertion that she would handle the matters concerning the Mu family herself. A faint frown creased his brow as he instinctively glanced at Mu Qing. "Do you require her to apologize? Perhaps, considering she just attempted to attack me." Although her tone was not particularly forceful, the intensity of her gaze and expression incited Mu Shi's fury. "In your dreams, kneel for you?" Only if, before Mu Shi could complete her sentence, Mu Chen stepped forward, seizing her long hair and thrusting her before Mu Qing, compelling her to kneel. "Miss Mu, are you satisfied?" Mu Chen's eyes bored directly into Mu Qing's. In his gaze, Mu Qing discerned anger and restraint. She had always regarded her father as cold-blooded, with power and status as his sole concerns. Given Gong Yixiao's authority, if Mu Chen wished to prevent the Mu family's downfall, he would inevitably have to humiliate Mu Shi. Unfortunately, the usually pampered Mu Shi remained oblivious to this reality. She was left stunned by Mu Chen's actions, the pain in her knee causing her eyes to redden. "Father,
How could you?" Silence.
the threat in Mu Chen's eyes rendered Mu Shi speechless, though her glare remained fixed on Mu Qing. That wretched girl is the true culprit. I will never forgive her. Chapter 43. Do we hold a grudge? Do you no longer desire your eyes? Gong Yixiao's crisp voice rang out once more, prompting Mu Shi to hastily lower her head. She could never fathom why someone of Gong Yixiao's stature would protect that vile Mu Qing. In truth, Mu Shi harbored feelings for Gong Yixiao. After all, few women could resist his striking visage. Yet she also feared him. For misfortunes befell those women who dared to harbor affections for him. Thus, Mu Shi had dispelled her fantasies about Gong Yixiao, only to find Mu Qing embroiled with him and enjoying his protection. What right did that wretched girl have? Recalling the information Mu Yuhan had uncovered and remembering how Mu Qing had recently schemed against her, only to later heal her with a prescription, envy and resentment surged within Mu Shi. However, in the presence of Gong Yixiao, she dared not speak or reveal her emotions. Terrified that he might truly have her eyes gouged out, Mu Chen's expression darkened slightly. President Gong, this is all a misunderstanding. My daughter has been spoiled and did not realize that Miss Mu is under your protection. I assure you she will be strictly disciplined henceforth.
Mu Chen adopted a submissive posture.
Having lived for many years, he had heard of Gong Yixiao's ruthless nature and had never before known him to actively shield anyone. Mu Qing was the first. Despite Mu Chen's considerable grievances against her, he now recognized that he could not act against this woman at present. He could only hope that Gong Yixiao would not involve the Mu family's business in this turmoil. As Mu Qing observed Mu Chen's demeanor and the reluctant kneeling of Mu Shi before her, a smile crept across her face. I have heard that the Mu family is currently competing for that parcel of land in the western suburbs. The words struck Mu Chen's heart with an unsettling thud. He abruptly raised his gaze, only to see Mu Qing stepping out from behind Gong Yixiao. Her face, now swollen and bruised, appeared somewhat fearsome, yet her pair of cold, clear eyes only deepened his sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen such eyes glaring at him in his memories. A flicker of coldness passed through Mu Chen's gaze. What does Miss Mu mean? Does Miss Mu also engage in business?
No.
It is merely a matter of not wanting your Mu family to acquire that piece of land. The land in the western suburbs was a dowry left to his mother by her father. After Gu Yuanyuan married Mu Chen, the land had not been transferred. Following the birth of Mu Qing, Gu Yuanyuan bequeathed the land to her, claiming it was for her dowry. However, since Mu Qing had tragically passed away 5 years ago, the ownership of the land became contentious. Logically, as Mu Qing was Mu Chen's daughter, her death would naturally lead to the land remaining with the Mu family. Yet Gu Yuanyuan left a will stating that if anything were to happen to Mu Qing, the land should be surrendered to the state. Thus, the land was now up for public bidding and auction, akin to a coveted prize that everyone desired. Naturally, Mu Qing was no exception. After all, it was something her mother had left for her. Why should the Mu family benefit? Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, Mu Chen's expression darkened slightly. Miss Mu, do we harbor animosity? He regarded Mu Qing, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards her. Mu Qing sneered, suggesting, perhaps you should inquire of your beloved daughter and son whether we have a grudge. This statement immediately caused Mu Chen to furrow his brows. Gong Yixiao was equally taken aback by Mu Qing's remarks. As a doctor, what need did she have for land? Yet, seeing the increasing swelling on her face, he calmly suggested, you should tend to your injuries first. All right, Mu Qing nodded. She truly saw no reason to ruin her appearance over such insignificant individuals. As Mu Qing followed Gong Yixiao away, Mu Shi let out a piercing scream. Dad, that little wretch only dares to act recklessly because President Gong is protecting her. Are we to stand by and watch her trample upon us? If you have the capability, let Gong Yixiao protect you too. Mu Chen's voice turned icy, his eyes glinting with frost, causing Mu Shi to instinctively retract her neck. Gong Yixiao was indifferent to all women, Mu Shi quietly countered.
Ah, Mu Chen sneered.
Isn't Mu Qing a woman? Those words left Mu Shi utterly speechless. Mu Chen felt a wave of irritation. He glared in the direction Mu Qing had departed, muttering, that land is mine for the taking. You shall remain obedient for now. Do not act against that woman, and if you must, ensure Gong Yixiao remains unaware. With that, he strode towards the operating room. Mu Shi had never endured such humiliation throughout her life. The first time her skirt was publicly torn was due to Mu Qing. The first time she was publicly punished to kneel was also because of Mu Qing. The first time her wrist throbbed with pain and itchiness was yet again caused by Mu Qing. This woman would be her eternal enemy. As Mu Qing departed, Mu Shi trembled with indignation, yet she could not devise an effective strategy to contend with Mu Qing. Mu Qing was escorted by Gong Yixiao to the doctor. Upon seeing Mu Qing's countenance, the doctor momentarily froze. Miss Mu, I presume your facial condition is not merely an allergic reaction? Indeed, it is poisoning. I require some medication. Mu Qing responded candidly, revealing the antidote prescription in the presence of Gong Yixiao. The doctor, taken aback, nonetheless complied and issued the prescription. The driver proceeded to fetch the medicine. Gong Yixiao gazed at her, softly inquiring, do you desire that plot of land in the western suburbs? Is there a way for me to secure it for you without participating in the bidding process? At this moment, Mu Qing remembered that the imposing figure beside her had connections with the president. It was merely a piece of land. After all, she was a doctor, not a businessman, and thus far, she had not contemplated a means to partake in the bidding. Observing Mu Qing's expectant expression, Gong Yixiao remarked, indeed, once you have healed my grandfather, That land will be your reward. His words elicited a laugh from Mu Qing. Reward, you say? I thought our arrangement was mutually beneficial, devoid of monetary exchange. This was the truth. Gong Yixiao rolled his eyes, as if to say he was not in need of money. However, he was intrigued by her desire for the land. What do you intend to do with it? An investment? Sort of, Mu Qing replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Noticing her reticence, Gong Yixiao refrained from pressing the matter. As Mu Qing prepared to apply the medicine herself, Gong Yixiao took it from her, cradling her face as he began to apply the ointment. The refreshing scent enveloped her anew, causing Mu Qing to momentarily freeze and instinctively attempt to withdraw. I can manage it myself. Do not move. His voice, though soft, bore an undercurrent of warning that rendered Mu Qing momentarily speechless. His hands were indeed remarkably handsome. As he applied the medicine with a cotton swab, the alabaster hue of his fingers caused Mu Qing to swallow hard. What on earth? Why does a man possess such beautiful hands? Suddenly, she froze, and a warm liquid began to flow from her nostrils. Chapter 44. A Gift to Bestow. Damn it. Mu Qing wished she could sink into the ground. Nosebleed? She had never felt so embarrassed in her life. She hastily pushed Gong Yixiao away and rushed into the bathroom to rinse off. Gong Yixiao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing down before realizing the situation, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips. His physique was rather commendable, wasn't it? Mu Qing, you should step outside for a moment. Upon hearing Gong Yixiao call her name from outside, Mu Qing felt her face flush with heat. She felt utterly humiliated. Was it merely a set of pectoral muscles? Why the nosebleed? After years of being a doctor, she had encountered countless admirable physiques. Why was she so flustered? Yet, the more she thought about it, the clearer Gong Yixiao's form became in her mind, along with vivid memories from 5 years ago. Heavens! She quickly tilted her head back, feeling as though she might collapse. Mu Qing was on the brink of losing her sanity. The corners of Gong Yixiao's lips curled into a more pronounced arc. Yet he refrained from further tormenting Mu Qing. Instead, he placed the medication on the table and softly instructed her to apply it herself. As he stepped out to check on his grandfather. All right, Mu Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. She truly felt embarrassed to face Gong Yixiao again. After all, she was not a woman of frivolous nature. Why was it that she could not control herself in his presence? The perplexity weighed heavily on her mind. After exiting the doctor's office in a good mood, Gong Yixiao promptly took out his phone and dialed Su Mo regarding the land in the western suburbs. Inform them that I want it. Upon hearing these words, Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. To others, that piece of land might be a coveted prize. But for the Gong Corporation, it held little significance. Consequently, Su Mo had not even bothered to arrange for its bidding. Now, hearing of Gong Yixiao's unexpected interest in it, he couldn't help but inquire, President Gong, do you have plans for that land? To give it away, Gong Yixiao replied before ending the call. Su Mo was left in a state of bewilderment. Give it away? That is not in line with Gong Yixiao's character. Historically, it was others who presented gifts to him. When had he ever been one to bestow gifts upon others? However, Su Mo refrained from questioning further and hurried to make the necessary arrangements. Gong Yixiao did not stray far, remaining outside as he awaited Mu Qing's emergence. The situation with Mu Yuhan was dire. His health had already been precarious, and now, after the bombing, he was hanging by a thread. The doctor had warned that without the elusive ghost doctor, Mu Yuhan could succumb at any moment. He was merely clinging to life. Yet, finding the ghost doctor was no simple task. Mu Chun was on the verge of despair. He had a son to think about as well. The mere thought of his younger son darkened Mu Chen's expression. Lost in these thoughts, Mu Chen furrowed his brow tightly. He instinctively paced the hospital corridors, only to unexpectedly encounter Gong Yixiao. The latter stood alone in the hallway, engrossed in his phone. Mu Chen was taken aback. Typically, Gong Yixiao was surrounded by numerous admirers, making it nearly impossible to exchange a few words with him. Such a solitary scene was indeed rare.
Mu Chen approached,
donning a forced smile. President Gong, I sincerely apologize for earlier. Gong Yixiao lifted his gaze slightly, noticing Mu Chen had come closer. He recognized the man, albeit without any prior engagement. The fact that he belonged to the Mu family, who had troubled Mu Qing, darkened Gong Yixiao's expression further.
Who are you?
His words were akin to trampling Mu Chen's dignity into the ground. Mu Chen was not from an insignificant family. He was the head of a prominent clan. In Haicheng, few were unaware of Mu Chen's identity. Yet, despite Gong Yixiao's dismissive tone, Mu Chen dared not exhibit even the slightest irritation. I am Mu Chen, the president of the Mu Corporation. Is there something you require? Gong Yixiao glanced at his watch, growing increasingly anxious. Why had that woman not yet emerged? Was she struggling to tend to her facial injuries? Concern gnawed him. Mu Chen was taken aback by Gong Yixiao's inquiry. After a brief pause, he replied that it was nothing, merely coming to greet the president. With the pleasantries exchanged, could he depart now? Upon finishing his words, Gong Yixiao didn't even spare Mu Chen a glance and strode toward the office. At that precise moment, Mu Qing emerged from the office. Why are you so slow? Gong Yixiao immediately turned his gaze towards Mu Qing's face. Although still somewhat swollen, it was evidently much improved from before. Mu Qing had assumed Gong Yixiao had left. Upon seeing him linger at the door, the memory of the earlier awkwardness caused her cheeks to flush. Do you have nothing better to do? What business does a high-ranking president have following me around all day? Gong Yixiao, however, replied nonchalantly, you are my priority now. Such words could easily be misconstrued, particularly by Mu Chen, whose gaze towards Mu Qing shifted significantly. What merit did this woman possess to capture the attention of the typically indifferent Gong Yixiao? Reflecting on his own sister, Mu Shi, Mu Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Why was there such a stark contrast among women? Why was it not Mu Shi who held Gong Yixiao's favor? Mu Qing understood that Gong Yixiao's words were prompted by the elder Gong, yet her complexion still betrayed a hint of warmth. Glancing at Mu Chen, she was momentarily taken aback. What was the head of the Mu family doing here? Her voice turned icy. Mu Chen could clearly sense the disdain and even a touch of animosity Mu Qing harbored towards him and the Mu family.
But why?
He hastily explained, I just learned that my son and daughter offended Miss Mu. They say that enemies should resolve their grievances rather than deepen them. On behalf of my children, I offer my sincerest apologies. He continued, presenting a black card to Mu Qing. The black card was a limitless credit card, issued to only a select few in the country. Mu Chen's gesture surprised Mu Qing, yet a smirk of derision formed at the corners of her mouth. Who would have imagined that he would so generously offer her a black card, considering she was no longer his daughter? Clutching the card, she asked Mr. Mu, how is your son faring now? At this, Mu Chen's expression faltered momentarily, yet he responded honestly, given Yu Han's current condition, Miss Mu. Could we consider the previous incident behind us? Mu Chen's primary purpose for visiting today was to seek reconciliation with Mu Qing. He had reviewed the surveillance footage and understood the sequence of events, while he did not believe his children were at fault. The fact remained that Mu Qing was under Gong Yixiao's protection, which complicated matters. Moreover, having consulted the director and learned of Mu Qing's extraordinary medical skills, he could not dismiss the notion that someone so esteemed and safeguarded must possess remarkable qualities. For the sake of Mu Yuhan, he felt compelled to lower his lofty head. Chapter 45. She is not a fool. Mu Chen's actions surprised Mu Qing, yet they deepened her discomfort. Was she truly the only superfluous one in the entire Mu family? Previously, she had believed that it was her mother, Gu Yuanyuan, who made Mu Chen feel he couldn't hold his head high, consequently causing her and Mu Yuhan to be neglected. However, it has now become apparent that the only one truly overlooked is her.
Ha! Mu Qing's gaze darkened momentarily.
Reconciliation? Certainly. She twirled the black card in her hand, speaking with an air of nonchalance, yet her seemingly tranquil eyes concealed a tempest within. Upon hearing her words, Mu Chen could not help but let out a sigh of relief, his smile appearing somewhat genuine. Although parting with a black card stung a bit, facilitating reconciliation between Mu Qing and the Mu family seemed worthwhile, especially with Gong Yixiao backing her. If Gong Yixiao were to stamp his foot, the Mu family would indeed feel the impact. With this thought, Mu Chen quickly smiled and said, Miss Mu, you truly possess great magnanimity. Rest assured, I will ensure that they do not offend you again. After saying this, Mu Chen turned to leave. However, Mu Qing coldly interjected, wait. President Mu, while I agree to reconciliation, I have not consented to the method you propose. Her words instantly halted Mu Chen's steps. Gong Yixiao's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and saw it was a call from his bodyguard, narrowing his eyes slightly. I will take this call over there. Feel free to summon me if needed.
All right, Mu Qing nodded.
Without sparing Mu Chen a glance, Gong Yixiao rose and walked toward a nearby window. Once he left, Mu Qing tossed the black card to Mu Chen, bluntly stating, if President Mu truly wishes for reconciliation, you may consider offering 50% of Mu Group shares. Perhaps I might entertain the thought. Immediately, Mu Chen's expression darkened. Miss Mu, you certainly have a lofty ambition. Are you not afraid of overreaching? 50% of Mu Group shares? How audacious of her. Yet Mu Qing merely smiled mockingly, her tone icy as she replied, what? Is President Mu reluctant? I have heard that the investment funds for Mu Group were initiated by your late wife Gu Yuanyuan's dowry. After all, President Mu is merely a man living off the fruits of others' labor. At worst, after transferring 50% of the shares to me, you could find another powerful woman to rely on. With your looks, that shouldn't be too difficult, right? As her words fell, Mu Chen's face contorted with rage. In his impoverished days, he indeed rose to prominence thanks to Gu Yuanyuan, yet this was a topic few dared to revisit, a humiliation he had long buried, only to have it resurrected by a mere girl. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Miss Mu, you are no longer a child. You should understand the perils of loose lips. Do not think that clinging to President Gong will grant you eternal peace. He uttered these words through gritted teeth. What he had assumed could be resolved with a monetary loss had instead turned into a humiliation at the hands of this woman, igniting a surge of anger and murderous intent within him. In contrast, Mu Qing laughed with unabashed arrogance. At least I have secured his support. President Mu likely lacks even the opportunity to curry favor with Gong Yixiao, wouldn't you agree? She felt no remorse in her statement whatsoever. To cling to powerful connections is indeed an art, contingent upon discerning the right individuals and a measure of fortune. Otherwise, one might as well attempt to embrace the leg of Gong Yixiao. Why should one not leverage a strong ally? After all, she is no fool. The current standing of the Mu group is solely attributable to her mother's efforts. Mu Chun, this man, has infuriated her mother, seized her dowry, and squandered it on his mistress and her daughter, while she, the legitimate daughter, nearly lost her life. What justification is there for such inequity? If her mother were still alive, she would surely not witness the Mu family in its current state, would she? Mu Qing gazed at Mu Chen, wishing she could end his life. Yet she found herself compelled to endure. There was no satisfaction in her heart, for this man had given her life. However, the resentment and indignation she harbored rendered forgiveness impossible. What say you? If you have reached a decision, I am prepared to accept reconciliation at any moment, provided the share transfer documents are in order. With that, Mu Qing turned to leave. Mu Chen's eyes glinted like a drawn sword, piercing directly at Mu Qing. This woman was utterly audacious. Previously, he had contemplated pacifying the situation, striving to avoid offending her, given her close ties to Gong Yixiao. Yet now, Mu Chen's resolve had shifted. Those who were once familiar with him, those who mocked him, would meet their demise. Just like Gu Yuanyuan. He watched as Mu Qing approached Gong Yixiao, his gaze darkening subtly. The individuals Gong Yixiao sheltered were indeed not easily swayed. But he remained unconvinced that this woman possessed no vulnerabilities. If he could render her compliant, would he truly fear Gong Yixiao's reaction? A chill flickered in Mu Chen's eyes as he swiftly departed. Gong Yixiao's brow furrowed in evident concern, suggesting he was grappling with some issue. Although Mu Qing felt somewhat stymied by Mu Chen's actions, seeing Gong Yixiao in such a state compelled her to inquire, "What troubles you? Is there something amiss? If there is, you should attend to it first." "My grandfather is gravely ill," Gong Yixiao replied, his tone tinged with somberness and restraint.
Mu Qing paused momentarily.
Then grasped Gong Yixiao's hand, exclaiming, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go." This was Gong Yixiao's grandfather, her children's great-grandfather. Though they could not meet, it was essential for the elderly gentleman to at least behold his grandchildren. Mu Qing recalled the longing in the eyes of the two little ones for paternal affection, stirring a deep sense of melancholy within her. Gong Yixiao, momentarily taken aback by her gesture, was surprised that she had taken the initiative to hold his hand. He observed their intertwined fingers, arching an eyebrow before softly saying, "Have you recovered? If you are unwell, do not push yourself." Mu Qing understood the significance of the elder Gong to Gong Yixiao, and, hearing such concern for herself, regardless of the reason, filled her heart with warmth. "Very well," she replied, and Gong Yixiao felt reassured. He was particularly invested in the elder's well-being and certainly wished for Mu Qing to remain unaffected by the elder's condition. The two swiftly made their way to the hospital room of the elder Gong. Given the elder's distinguished status, the top floor had been entirely reserved by Gong Yixiao. As Mu Qing stepped out of the elevator, she was greeted by a formidable security presence, with guards stationed every 3 steps and watchful eyes every 5. All those present acknowledged Gong Yixiao with a respectful call of President Gong, but they cast curious glances at Mu Qing, who stood beside him. However, their training kicked in, and they quickly averted their gazes, showing deference. Mu Qing, accustomed to high-stakes situations, regained her composure after the initial shock and followed Gong Yixiao into the hospital room. Inside, a throng of people surrounded the bed, including the attending physician. Doctors and nurses were engaged in a frantic rescue effort, while others appeared disoriented, whispering amongst themselves. Where was Gong Yixiao? As the head of the family, why was he so indifferent while the patriarch lay in such a precarious state? Surely he did not intend to engage in clandestine activities during the old man's unconsciousness. One of the uncles questioned, "What could you possibly need to conceal from us?" Gong Yixiao's voice suddenly resonated through the room, causing everyone to turn in unison to face him and Mu Qing. Chapter 46. This was hardly a task for mere mortals. Mu Qing understood the complexities of family feuds. From the events surrounding Gong Yixiao's health, it was evident that the Gong family was far from the calm facade presented to the outside world. The patriarch, Gong Laozu, was the family's stabilizing force. His current state of unconsciousness had naturally roused the ambitions of those within the family. Unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes, Mu Qing strode directly to the window. The old man's complexion had taken on a disturbing shade of bluish-purple, indicating a dire condition. Though the doctors continued their efforts, the results were evidently minimal. Narrowing her eyes, Mu Qing commanded coldly, "Step aside." Her words sent shockwaves through the room. "Who are you to approach the old man's bedside? This physician is the best in the hospital. On what grounds do you demand he leave?" The uncle, who had previously engaged in whispered discussions about Gong Yixiao, erupted in anger. Unable to direct his ire at Gong Yixiao, he sought to vent his frustrations on a young girl. However, before he could finish his tirade, Gong Yixiao acted decisively, seizing the uncle by the collar and throwing him out of the room with a resounding thud. The uncle, in pain, began to curse. "Gong Yixiao, I am your uncle. How dare you? Silence him." Gong Yixiao's presence radiated a chilling authority. The security personnel outside swiftly covered the uncle's mouth and forcibly removed him from the premises. Mu Qing was taken aback, surprised by Gong Yixiao's ruthless treatment of his elders. Yet, this was the most efficient approach, preventing any delay in her medical intervention. She pushed past the attending physician and began to examine Gong Laozu. They soon realized that Mu Qing was the individual Gong Yixiao had brought, and regardless of her medical prowess, his protection rendered them powerless to impede her. Nevertheless, some still harbored dissent, attempting to voice their objections, only to be silenced by their companions, who firmly restrained them in their seats. The old man's life was paramount, but with his current state of unconsciousness and the attending physician's grim prognosis, it was clear that time was of the essence. At present, Gong Yixiao has brought an inconspicuous woman to treat the old master. Should anything happen to him, they would have an excuse to target Gong Yixiao. Moreover, with all of Gong Yixiao's people outside, they dare not act recklessly. All eyes are fixed upon Mu Qing. Unbeknownst to her, she is unaware of the precarious situation surrounding Gong Yixiao. Her only concern is not to squander time after his forceful intervention. She promptly examines the old master's condition and realizes with dismay that his health is in a dire state, rendering him unsuitable for surgery. With this thought in mind, Mu Qing swiftly retrieves her silver needles and begins to administer acupuncture near the old master's heart. Her rapid movements, obscured from the eyes of the Gong family, go unnoticed by them. However, the attending physician observes in astonishment. Silver needle acupuncture?
How could this be?
As a member of the medical profession, he is aware that the technique of using silver needles to channel energy is a secret of the legendary physician. Observing Mu Qing's swift and intricate motions leaves him breathless. "You are..." Mu Qing's gaze sharpens, a cold, lethal aura startling the physician into silence.
Ah, yes.
During the process of channeling energy with silver needles, distraction is strictly forbidden. Beads of cold sweat appear on the doctor's brow, yet he cannot bring himself to depart. This is a rare opportunity for observation. Although he cannot discern Mu Qing's precise movements, he can clearly recognize the acupuncture points. Before long, the old master's chest is adorned with a multitude of silver needles, densely packed, while a fine sheen of sweat breaks out on Mu Qing's forehead. Gong Yixiao's demeanor is not as placid as it appears. His gaze remains fixed on Mu Qing. He observes her every action clearly, unlike others, and thus he is acutely aware that Mu Qing is beginning to falter. His hands are tightly clenched, his body tense, poised to rush forward and catch her should she lose her strength. Indeed, Mu Qing is feeling fatigued. The obstruction in the old master's heart is far more severe than she had anticipated, yet she is still able to persevere. This blockage has likely existed for decades, now intertwined with his very blood. The bullet that once lodged at the edge of the heart is now ensconced within layers of muscle and nerve. To be frank, the risks associated with this procedure are substantial. Mu Qing's brow furrows deeply as she endeavors to expel the stagnant energy from the old master's body using her silver needles. This is a meticulous task, one that demands both physical endurance and time. Were it not for Gong Yixiao's considerable support, Mu Qing would never have undertaken such a procedure. It is a feat not meant for the faint of heart. She steadies her mind, focusing entirely on her healing efforts. The attending physician has now become her assistant. Once Mu Qing completes the acupuncture, she quietly instructs, "Find something to apply warmth to the old master for half an hour. Remember, do not disturb my needles." Understood. Previously, the attending physician held Mu Qing in contempt, yet now he regarded her words as gospel, even bypassing the nurse to personally procure items for the elderly gentleman's hot compress. Mu Qing felt a bit faint. Gong Yixiao promptly stepped forward to support her slender waist. How is it? For the moment, there are no immediate concerns. But surgery is imperative to extract the bullet. However, the bullet has been embedded in the old man's body for too long, having fused with the flesh and blood. Given his current physical condition, he may not withstand the risks associated with such an operation, Mu Qing stated candidly. She could clearly see the weight of sorrow in Gong Yixiao's gaze. Due to his earlier suppression, the ward had been shrouded in silence, allowing Mu Qing's words to resonate clearly in every ear. Several expressions were complex. Master, while we are unaware of where you found this lady, her claims may not be accurate. The old man cannot undergo surgery. Our only hope lies in locating the ghost doctor, fourth uncle interjected, forcing himself to speak to Gong Yixiao, his voice trembling. Gong Yixiao did not spare him a glance, coolly responding, she is the ghost doctor. Upon this declaration, the ward fell silent once more, only to be interrupted by a chorus of derision. Master, even if you wish to suppress us, at least choose someone credible. This woman is a ghost doctor?
How old is she?
Let us hope she isn't just a charlatan. Mu Qing recognized that her age might breed skepticism, which was one of the reasons she preferred to keep her identity concealed. Nonetheless, upon hearing the ridicule, she spoke up, you may question my credibility. But as long as I can heal the old man, that suffices. If you possess such abilities, why not procure the ghost doctor you believe in to treat him instead of lounging about and expressing your filial piety with idle words? Who do you think you are? Fourth uncle was incensed by Mu Qing's words, abruptly rising and raising his arm to strike her. Chapter 47. Is this man toxic? However, before his hand could reach Mu Qing's face, Gong Yixiao kicked it away. Who gave you the audacity to touch my people? Gong Yixiao's voice turned noticeably colder. Fourth uncle was expelled from the ward after being kicked out by Gong Yixiao, subsequently escorted away by security. The ward was enveloped in silence. Everyone's gaze was filled with anger, yet it was not directed at Gong Yixiao. They could not provoke him, but Mu Qing was a different matter. Mu Qing felt a sense of frustration. This was precisely why she was reluctant to engage in the surgery. The world of the affluent was deeply murky. Should she become entangled, she feared she might drown. She sighed, immediately sensing Gong Yixiao's eyes upon her. His gaze held a hint of inquiry. Mu Qing clearly perceived the concern and care reflected in Gong Yixiao's eyes. With another sigh, she softly replied, I am fine, just a bit tired. After Gong Yixiao finished speaking, he was about to call Su Mo, but was stopped by Mu Qing. No need. I will go check on my sister and spend some time with the children. The old man needs to keep the needle in for an hour and a half. During this time, you should find someone to keep an eye on it. No one is to touch my needle, otherwise. Mu Qing did not finish her sentence, but Gong Yixiao understood the gravity of her words. Each silver needle was extremely significant, and if it were to be moved, the old man might never awaken again. Of course, Miss Mu, Su Mo responded with increased respect for Mu Qing. Observing her fatigued appearance, Gong Yixiao unceremoniously lifted her into his arms and strode toward the exit. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, Aren't you afraid of what people might say outside? What rumors? Gong Yixiao furrowed his brow. Not giving it much thought, Mu Qing sighed inwardly. This man was truly oblivious. She whispered, You are a man and I am an unmarried woman. With such close physical contact, others might think we have something going on. Isn't there something going on? Does what happened 5 years ago not count? Gong Yixiao's words nearly choked Mu Qing. Was this man truly insufferable? Gong Yixiao, don't move. If you're tired, just rest. As Mu Qing's temper began to flare, Gong Yixiao spoke again, a hint of amusement in his voice. Mu Qing huffed in response and ceased her struggles, finding it rather pleasant to be carried without having to walk. Listening to the steady rhythm of Gong Yixiao's heartbeat, fatigue washed over her, and her eyelids grew heavy. Sleep now. Gong Yixiao knew she had just exerted herself greatly. To outsiders, it might have seemed that Mu Qing was merely handling a few silver needles. Yet those needles had drained her of considerable physical and mental energy.
Mu Qing longed to sleep.
But her concern for Mu Ning and the children compelled her to hold on a little longer before resting.
Gong Yixiao, evidently sensing Mu Qing's thoughts, suddenly acted,
swiftly placing a hand on her neck. You scoundrel! Mu Qing wanted to protest, but it was too late. Just before losing consciousness, she could only curse Gong Yixiao once more before slipping into a deep slumber. A faint smile played on Gong Yixiao's lips, though a pang of compassion surged within him. This woman appeared fierce and strong, yet she consistently prioritized the well-being of those around her, often neglecting her own needs. This realization left Gong Yixiao feeling uneasy. He did not care about the lives of others. He only wished for Mu Qing to be well, both for the sake of his grandfather's health and for Mu Qing herself. Initially, Gong Yixiao intended to take Mu Qing to a private room for rest. But ultimately he did not. Instead, he carried her into Mu Ning's hospital room. Upon seeing Mu Qing unconscious in Gong Yixiao's arms, Mu Ning immediately grew anxious. What happened to Xiao Qing? Is it the Mu family? Before she could finish her question, Gong Yixiao's icy gaze froze her in place, causing her to shiver involuntarily. He gently laid Mu Qing on the bed beside her and looking at the worried expressions of Mu Ning and the other two children. He calmly stated, "She is simply exhausted from administering the needles and needs a quiet place to rest." Upon hearing that it was due to the needle, Mu Ning finally exhaled in relief, yet her concern for Mu Qing lingered. Guogua noticed that Gong Yixiao had draped a thin blanket over their mother and softly inquired, "How long does mommy need to rest?" "At least an hour and a half, so please do not disturb her," Gong Yixiao replied, his tone towards Guogua surprisingly gentle. Tang Tang dashed to Gong Yixiao's side, tugging at his garment and quietly asked, "Handsome uncle, can we still play the flying game?" Her captivating eyes blinked innocently, making it difficult to refuse her. However, Gong Yixiao had matters to attend to. He patted Tang Tang's head and said, "Perhaps another day. I have things to do today. Be good and play with your brother." Compared to Guogua, who was hanging off the balcony, Gong Yixiao found himself more fond of the gluttonous Tang Tang. Upon hearing that they could not play, Tang Tang's spirit visibly drooped. Guogua, unable to bear seeing Tang Tang like this, pulled her closer. "I will buy you candy later." In the past, whenever Guogua had made such a promise, Tang Tang's face would light up with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. But at that moment, Tang Tang merely nodded weakly, as if even candy no longer piqued her interest. Could it be because of Gong Yixiao? Guogua's gaze sharpened as she looked at Gong Yixiao, tinged with a hint of accusation. Why was he provoking Tang Tang again? Why couldn't this man simply behave? Gong Yixiao, fully aware of Guogua's scrutinizing gaze, merely raised an eyebrow. Oh, what kind of look is that from this little brat? Not long ago, he was expressing gratitude for saving him, and now he turns around to repay kindness with malice? The glances exchanged between the father and son crackled with unspoken tension. Tang Tang, oblivious to the undercurrents, remained absorbed in her discomfort, while Mu Ning, feeling a surge of protectiveness, pulled Guogua close and warily addressed Gong Yixiao. "May I ask who you are?" When Gong Yixiao had visited the Mu family previously, Mu Ning had been unconscious. She had wanted to inquire since he carried Mu Qing in, but his penetrating gaze had rendered her speechless. Seeing that Tang Tang and Guogua recognized him, she assumed he was a friend of Mu Qing. However, Guogua's defensive and accusatory expression now struck her as peculiar. Even though she had lost a finger and lacked combat ability, she could not allow anyone to bully the two little ones while Mu Qing was incapacitated. Chapter 48. What on earth is that? Mu Ning's body trembled slightly, yet she resolutely shielded the two children behind her, confronting Gong Yixiao alone. This woman was merely an ordinary doctor, yet Mu Qing held her in high regard. Gong Yixiao was aware that he had once taken on the challenge of Mu Wanwan from the Mu family for her sake. Initially, he had deemed Mu Ning useless and a burden to Mu Qing, but witnessing her unwavering determination to protect Mu Qing and the two children, he ultimately refrained from saying anything further. With a cold snort, he turned to leave. Mu Ning felt a sense of disdain directed at her. Indeed, that man's eyes had been filled with contempt, yet she hesitated to pursue him and inquire about his intentions. She felt utterly incapable of protecting her two children and the unconscious Mu Qing after provoking him. Only after Gong Yixiao departed did Mu Ning finally breathe a sigh of relief. She turned to her children and cautioned, "Do not speak to strangers, understand? What would happen if something befell you? What would your mother do?" Having cared for the little ones since their early days, she was naturally protective. In this world rife with human traffickers, she could not allow her children to wander freely. Although the man had not seemed to resemble a trafficker, it was prudent to remain vigilant, especially given that they had offended the Mu family in Z country. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her, Mu Ning's concern deepened. She hurriedly rose to check on Mu Qing, relieved to find her simply exhausted from fatigue. Seeing Mu Ning's anxious demeanor, Guogua urged, "Auntie, my mommy is fine. You should rest. I'll take Tang Tang out to get something to eat." Since earlier, Tang Tang had been unusually despondent, particularly when Gong Yixiao left. She had wanted to follow him. Had Guogua not grasped her hand, she likely would have followed him away. Guogua felt uncomfortable about Gong Yixiao, the man who had previously taken their mother and had nearly abducted her sister. Yet, the fact that he had also saved them complicated her feelings. Observing Tang Tang's listless expression, Guogua resolved to treat her to something delicious. When Guogua noticed Mu Ning preparing to join them, she quickly interjected, "Auntie, Mommy is still here." This remark effectively halted Mu Ning in her tracks. "All right." Guogua led Tang Tang away to eat, but she whispered, You mustn't seek out that man again, do you hear?
Why not? Tang Tang pouted, visibly dispersed.
The handsome uncle is nice. He could be our daddy. Not a chance. Guogua's brow furrowed tightly. The man who had so brazenly whisked their mother away could not be considered for such a role. What an absurd notion. We don't need a father. I will work hard to earn money. Whatever you wish for, I will buy for you. Having no father is of no consequence. Guogua vowed, her chest puffed out in determination. Indeed, she had previously felt a twinge of envy towards Gong Yixiao, tall, capable, and a savior in their time of need. Yet, Uncle Su and Mo had mentioned that Gong Yixiao required their mother's assistance to heal his grandfather, which left Guogua feeling uneasy. She sensed her emotions had been manipulated. Any man who approached their mother with ulterior motives was undoubtedly untrustworthy. She could not allow Gong Yixiao to deceive their mother. Having her was more than sufficient. Guogua thought angrily. How foolish she had been to think Gong Yixiao sought to court their mother.
Tang Tang.
Unaware of Guogua's thoughts, retorted, but it's different. A daddy is a daddy, and a brother is a brother. Other kids have daddies. Without a father. Have you not grown up well? Do you truly desire something delicious? Guogua felt a surge of irritation. Tang Tang, reprimanded by Guogua, looked somewhat aggrieved. Her large eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she nodded in affirmation. To eat, she said through clenched teeth. That detestable brother of mine, I shall devour his little treasury. With such thoughts, the two children made their way toward the supermarket outside. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Shi, kneeling in the corridor, observed them. Were it not for these two children, how could she have incurred the wrath of Mu Qing? How could she have been punished to kneel here? It was entirely their fault. Mu Shi seethed with resentment, hastily summoning a nearby bodyguard to issue instructions, only to be startled by the approach of Mu Chen. She quickly lowered her head in fear. Mu Chen, seeing Mu Shi in such a state and recalling Mu Qing's arrogant demeanor, found his daughter increasingly irksome. Why could he not have a daughter with a bit more backbone? With this thought, Mu Chen's voice turned icy. What were you doing just now? Nothing, Mu Shi replied, trembling before him. In the entire Mu family, aside from her elder brother Mu Yuhan, few dared to stand up to Mu Chen. His coldness was ingrained, and his lack of warmth toward his daughter was palpable. Not a single word of Mu Shi's was believed by him. His tone darkened further. Still not speaking the truth? The low growl startled Mu Shi, causing her body to shudder. Finally, with a quivering voice, she admitted, I simply saw those two children of that vile Mu Qing, and wanted to have someone teach them a lesson. As long as I am cautious, no one would suspect me. Are you foolish? Is your mind filled with nonsense?
Mu Chen, enraged, kicked Mu 11.
You have a conflict with Mu Qing, and now you are punished to kneel. If something were to happen to her children at this time, the first person they would suspect is you. And you think you can be careful? How can you be cautious? Your elder brother lies within, his life uncertain. Can you refrain from causing more trouble? If it weren't for you, your brother would not be in this predicament. If you truly had any capability, you would have earned the protection of Gong Yixiao, and then you could walk unimpeded. With that, Mu Chen stormed into the hospital room. Mu Shi, feeling the pain from the kick, harbored even greater hatred for Mu Qing. It was all that wretched woman's fault. Now, even her father compared her to Mu Qing. What was she even? Not worthy to lick her shoes, yet dared to humiliate her like this. Mu Qing, just wait. The depths of Mu Shi's eyes burned with loathing for Mu Qing. Meanwhile, upon entering the hospital room, Mu Chen looked at Mu Yuhan, who was struggling to hold on to life, and was reminded of Mu Shi's earlier words. That woman Mu Qing had children? Surely. Fate was smiling upon him. If he could seize upon Mu Qing's vulnerability, he had no doubt that the brazen young woman would think twice before demanding 50% of the Mu Corporation's shares from him. And her name was Mu Qing as well. Was it merely a coincidence? A contemplative glimmer crossed Mu Chen's eyes. Chapter 49. Excessive deceit. Investigate the background of Mu Qing for me. Mu Chen commanded his subordinates, without delay. He recalled that his eldest daughter was named Mu Qing, and a hint of inscrutable light flickered in his eyes at the thought. Meanwhile, Mu Qing remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside, as she was soundly asleep, thanks to Gong Yixiao. On the other hand, Mu Ning had intended to rest, but was abruptly awakened by the insistent ringing of her phone. Upon glancing at the screen, she discovered it was a call from Mu Wanwan. A deep-seated fear instinctively gripped Mu Ning at the thought of this woman. It was a lingering shadow from her childhood bullying and the trauma of her recent injury, which caused her to feel a phantom pain in her severed finger. Wrenching at her heart, the ringing persisted, almost as if Mu Wanwan were determined to bombard her with calls if she did not answer. Glancing at Mu Qing, who was still asleep but clearly frowning in her slumber, Mu Ning hastily retreated to the bathroom, answering the call with a swipe of her finger. Instantly, Mu Wanwan's sharp voice pierced through the line. Enraged, Mu Wanwan seethed. Although her tendons had been reattached, the pain was excruciating, and the doctor warned of a potential lifetime disability that would haunt her on rainy days. The only person capable of healing her was the elusive ghost doctor, a figure so difficult to locate that even the Mu family might have to exhaust their fortunes in the search. The thought that her current predicament was a result of Mu Qing and Mu Ning's actions ignited an uncontrollable fire within Mu Wanwan. She had initially intended to gather a few individuals to incinerate the belongings left behind by Mu Ning's mother as a form of catharsis, but she never anticipated that it would draw the attention of Gong Yixiao. Rumors suggested that he had been injured as a result. All of Mu Wanwan's accomplices had been apprehended, leaving only one to return with the news. Mu Yifeng, furious, considered the idea of eliminating his daughter, but the thought alone made him hesitate. Earlier, Mu Yifeng had scolded her harshly before departing to seek a solution. Yet, Mu Wanwan could not swallow her resentment. How could the pitiful girl she had bullied 5 years ago now turn the tables on her and cling to the powerful Gong Yixiao? Why was this allowed? Mu Ning's ears rang from the intensity of the encounter. Her existing psychological trauma regarding Mu Wanwan was exacerbated by the latter's aggressive demeanor and tone, causing her to shrink back. Nevertheless, she caught Mu Wanwan's words. What are you to her? What have you done to Xiao Qing? In the Mu residence, Mu Ning had fainted, and the rest was left to Mu Qing to manage. By the time she regained consciousness, she found herself at Jiafu Hospital. Mu Qing was exceedingly busy, scarcely having a moment to spare before departing after checking on her, as she was reportedly attending to a significant figure. Mu Ning did not inquire about how the Mu family would handle the aftermath. However, she sensed from Mu Wanwan's tone that there was more to come. Furthermore, who was this President Gong? Mu Ning was utterly bewildered. Mu Wanwan, believing Mu Ning was feigning ignorance, was on the verge of exploding with rage. Do not think that your act of ignorance will spare you from my revenge. Mu Ning, I merely severed one of your fingers. Yet Mu Qing has rendered my tendons useless. I shall remember this grievance. I initially thought you were all at the hospital, so I set fire to your mother's house to vent my anger. Yet, you had the audacity to detain my people and compel General Gong to demand an explanation from the Mu family. Mu Ning, Mu Qing, you have truly outdone yourselves. I warn you, be wise and promptly inform General Gong that this is merely a trivial squabble among sisters. Otherwise, prepare for me to reduce your parents' ashes to dust. Her words struck directly at the core of Mu Ning's being. Beneath her facade of poise, Mu Ning felt a profound fear and trepidation towards Mu Wanwan. Yet when it came to those she cherished, she could cast all caution to the wind. Mu Wanwan, how dare you? Try it if you must. I grant you merely an afternoon. If you fail to resolve matters with General Gong, I shall make good on my threats. With that, Mu Wanwan hung up the phone. As she listened to the dial tone, a chill enveloped Mu Ning's heart. Mu Wanwan was nothing short of a lunatic. If she claimed she would turn her parents' ashes into dust, she would undoubtedly follow through. Yet, those were her beloved uncle and aunt. How could she dare? How could she possibly? Trembling with rage, Mu Ning felt as if she might faint. She leaned against the wall, one hand clutching her chest as she gasped for breath, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mother, father, sister, how I long for you. At times, she truly felt on the brink of collapse. Why had she and her sister forsaken everything to leave the Mu family, yet they still would not relent? Since their parents' demise, their home had been seized by their uncle and his family. Although they masqueraded under the guise of guardianship, who could fathom the torment the sisters endured in their uncle's home? That very uncle nearly assaulted her during her adolescence, and afterward, he dismissed it with a casual remark about being drunk and mistaking her for someone else. Even his wife scolded her for being shameless and seducing her own uncle, who knew the depth of her suffering. Had the Mu family not been a den of wolves, how could she have left 5 years ago with her sister? Yet, despite their silent endurance, why were they still relentlessly pressed? The house of their mother, remembering the hesitant expression on Mu Qing's face when she brought the children over, and the evident worries etched on their faces, Mu Ning suddenly comprehended everything. Mu Wanwan was truly intolerable. Though she was unaware of what Mu Qing had done to provoke Mu Wanwan, the mere thought of Mu Qing incapacitating Mu Wanwan's tendons provided a sense of relief. Indeed, the current Mu Qing was no longer the timid girl who had once suffered alongside her. Therefore, regardless of the troubles within the Mu family, she should remain unscathed. But what of their parents' ashes? Mu Wanwan was on the verge of desperation. At the very least, she needed to visit the cemetery of the Mu family to ascertain if her parents' graves still existed. With this thought in mind, Mu Wanwan swiftly opened the bathroom door and was about to step outside. Where are you going? Mu Qing's languid voice called from behind. Who was on the phone just now? She had awakened as soon as the phone rang, though her eyelids had been too heavy to open. After Mu Ning had been in the restroom for quite some time, she emerged only to hastily make her way outside, leaving an unsettling impression that something was amiss. Has the Mu family threatened you again? Mu Qing's eyes turned icy at the thought. It appeared that Mu Wanwan and her associates truly had a short memory. Could they not be deterred by even a single warning? To audaciously call and threaten Mu Ning was indeed a testament to her excessive leniency. Chapter 50. That dog of a man is infuriating. Mu Qing's gaze darkened further. The aura of cold determination that enveloped her sometimes genuinely frightened Mu Ning, yet it also provided her with a sense of security.
Toys.
Though the term was somewhat sardonic, it accurately depicted the reality of their sisterly bond. Reflecting on Mu Wanwan's threats, Mu Ning pondered for a moment before resolutely closing the door and joining Mu Qing at her side. Xiao Qing. I truly do not know what to do, she confessed, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Her shoulders trembled subtly, and her stifled sobs tugged at one's heartstrings. Mu Qing understood that everyone possesses a distinct character. Mu Ning was, after all, a skilled physician and a genuinely good person, often volunteering for charitable medical services. Yet, when it came to dealing with matters concerning the Mu family, she appeared utterly paralyzed by fear. From Mu Ning's recounting of her experiences, Mu Qing was aware of the reasons behind her sister's current state, and she consistently sought to guide her out of the shadows cast by childhood abuse and bullying. Mu Wanwan. A trace of coldness flickered in Mu Qing's eyes. It's all right, sister. Do you remember what I said? Everything is over and done with. No matter what happens, you will always have me by your side. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? Mu Qing softened her tone, speaking with gentleness. Mu Ning's once frantic heart seemed to find a semblance of steadiness. She looked at Mu Qing, biting her lip as she inquired, during my coma, did Mu Wanwan send someone to burn down my mother's house? Yes, Mu Qing confirmed, initially hesitating to disclose this information. However, seeing Mu Ning's state, she had intended to hold off on revealing it, only to find that Mu Ning was already aware.
Who was Mu Qing?
Although confined within these walls, she knew the truths she had withheld from Mu Ning could only be due to one possibility. Mu Wanwan or the Mu family had indeed found Mu Ning. Did Mu Wanwan threaten you? Mu Qing's guess proved accurate. Mu Ning's complexion paled slightly as she nodded. Yes, she said you had pressured the Mu family through President Gong. She insisted that I persuade you to quell President Gong's ire towards the Mu family before nightfall. Otherwise, she would turn my parents' ashes to dust. Her voice cracked at the end, choked with emotion. What sins have my parents committed? They cannot even rest in peace after death. Mu Qing's expression darkened as well. Bearing the identity of Mu Qing, she was determined to protect Mu Ning at all costs, which naturally extended to safeguarding her parents. She could hardly fathom that a person could descend to such depths of malevolence. Even in death, to threaten to desecrate the ashes of the deceased, what enmity could warrant such cruelty? Mu Qing's eyes grew cold. She succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. If it were not for her desire to take advantage of the absence of others to burn down her mother's house, how could such calamity have befallen her? Despite her tendons being severed, she remains obstinate, seeking to provoke trouble. Now, she even dares to threaten you, coercing President Gong to release her. What audacity does she possess? Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, Mu Ning felt a surge of anxiety. Are the little ones all right? Are you unharmed?
Ah?
As she spoke,
Mu Ning rushetto tsekkon Mu Qing svelbank.
Mu Qing smiled and shook her head. I am fine, sister. The little ones are safe as well. Thanks to President Gong. Though he may appear cold, he possesses a kind heart. When Mu Ning thought of President Gong, her brow furrowed slightly, recalling how he had carried Mu Qing in. Yes, Mu Qing nodded, instinctively touching the back of her neck. That black-hearted man inflicted great pain upon me. Just wait, sister. I will handle this matter. You need not concern yourself. Moreover, I am treating his grandfather's illness, so we are mutually beneficial. However, this affair regarding Mu Wanwan cannot be overlooked. I must find someone to investigate the location of your parents' graves, lest that madwoman show disrespect to our ancestors. Mu Qing's words filled Mu Ning's eyes with tears once more. But where shall we find someone? Allow me to go. I know where my parents are buried. Though they forbade my sister and me from visiting their graves over the years, I still remember. Mu Ning's words made Mu Qing's nose tingle. You must not move your fingers carelessly. Please refrain from exerting yourself. President Gong owes me a favor. He has many people at his disposal, and I shall ask him for assistance. What good is that? One must repay their debts. Xiao Qing, that President Gong is not someone we can provoke. It is best to avoid causing trouble. If our family's affairs entangle you, I will feel uneasy. Mu Ning has always understood the concept of social standing and the deep waters of affluent families. In her view, although Mu Qing is talented and has 2 children, Their mutual efforts could afford them a comfortable life. However, once entangled with a powerful family like the Gongs, life would undoubtedly become arduous. She herself is a casualty of the affluent class and naturally does not wish for Mu Qing to tread a similar path. Mu Qing was aware of Mu Ning's concerns. She reassured her, saying, "Sister, do not worry. I have my own methods for handling these matters. You should rest for a while. By the way, where are the children? They went out to buy some treats. I will go find them. The Mu family will not relent if they discover the existence of the children." Mu Ning could scarcely imagine the consequences. A glint of determination flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. "If they dare to harm my children, I shall ensure they meet their end. The children are Mu Qing's bottom line. Whoever dares to touch them shall perish." Yet, still feeling uneasy, she promptly leaped from the bed. "Sister, you rest. I will go look for them. As for what Mu Wanwan said, do not worry. I will make her understand the meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot." With that, Mu Qing opened the door and strode outside. She followed the address provided by Mu Ning, yet found no trace of the two little ones. Mu Qing's heart began to race with unease. Could it be that someone had dared to harm her children? Chapter 51. The hypnosis fails. Just as Mu Qing was frantically searching for them, Tang, upon seeing Mu Shi kneeling in the corridor, instinctively hid away. "Brother, isn't that the wicked woman who bullied me before?" Tang tugged at Guogua's sleeve. Guogua, who had been walking steadily, was abruptly pulled around the corner by Tang. Hearing her words, he glanced over and indeed spotted Mu Shi kneeling in the corridor, cursing under her breath, with a hint of mommy woven into her bitter words. His eyes narrowed in an instant. He had long sought an opportunity to teach this woman a lesson, but due to recent events, he had been unable to find the time, yet here she was, unexpectedly vulnerable. Regardless of who had compelled her to kneel, the fact that Mu Shi was alone now presented Guogua with a prime opportunity for revenge. A sly smile crept upon his lips. Tang, do you wish to avenge the last time she struck you?" "Of course. But mommy said." Tang's expression reflected her inner turmoil, torn between her desire for retribution and her mother's teachings. Guogua, grinning, replied, "We need not lay a finger on her. Let her harm herself. In that case, mommy would surely not scold us, as we did not act. Is that truly possible?" Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Guogua nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. However, you must assist your brother. What do you need?" Tang rolled up her sleeves, ready for action, shedding her earlier hesitation. Guogua stifled a grin. While many believed Tang to be merely a glutton, he, as her twin brother, recognized her affinity for mischief beneath her guise of innocence. He composed himself and whispered to Tang, "Have you noticed the surveillance cameras here? Find a way to interfere with them while I hypnotize her. If you have the time, it would be best to record a video." "Understood." Tang promptly agreed, seizing the opportunity. She took out her virtual computer and began to operate it. In no time, the corridor surveillance was rendered inoperative. "Brother, you have only 1 minute. That will suffice," Guogua replied confidently as he stepped out. Mu Shi's legs were on the verge of giving out from kneeling, yet without an order from Gong Yixiao, she dared not rise. She continued to hurl curses at Mu Qing, wishing to unleash the most venomous words imaginable upon her. As Guogua approached, he couldn't help but hear her offensive tirade, a flicker of anger igniting within him. "Hey, are you cursing my mommy?" His clear voice immediately captured Mu Shi's attention. When Mu Shi caught sight of Guogua, she momentarily froze, but in the next instant, she suddenly lunged to seize him. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating how to stealthily capture Mu Qing's 2 little cubs, never anticipating that one would come to her doorstep unbidden. Mu Shi could not help but exclaim, "You are precisely the one I was cursing." Her fingers were mere inches from touching Guogua when he hastily produced a jade pendant from his pocket and, in a sudden move, sprayed a fragrant liquid toward her. Just a second ago, Mu Shi had been poised to attack Guogua with all her ferocity. Now, upon inhaling that delightful aroma, she found herself momentarily dazed. Then, she heard Guogua command, "Now slap your own face hard, and do not cease until I give you permission. And while you do so, chant, 'I am despicable, I am shameless.'" This was the most venomous insult Guogua could conjure. Dazed, Mu Shi, upon hearing Guogua's words and the sound of a snap, instinctively raised her arm and struck her own face. The force of her slap was sufficient to leave her cheek swollen, causing Tang, who stood nearby, to shudder in surprise. How ruthless. As Mu Shi continued to strike herself, she recited the phrases Guogua had instructed her to say. Guogua let out a sigh of relief and instructed Tang, "Record this." Tang promptly retrieved her phone to begin filming. Fearing the approach of others, Guogua issued another command. After slapping herself 100 times, she was to remove her clothing and perform a striptease. He recalled how Mu Shi had once arrogantly pointed at Tang Tang, boasting that her outfit was a limited edition, worth more than what Tang Tang could compensate. While he was unsure how their mother ultimately resolved the matter, he was determined to avenge his sister in his own way. It must be said that in certain respects, Guogua's methods of retribution rivaled those of Mu Qing. After issuing his commands, Guogua attempted to depart. However, the scene left him utterly stunned. His hypnosis had never faltered. What was happening today? Yet, before he could ponder further, Mu Shi suddenly charged toward him. "You little rascal! Do you dare to scheme against me?" Her face throbbed with pain, and even Mu Shi, no matter how dim-witted, realized what had transpired. As Mu Shi's hand reached for Guogua, he, in disbelief, attempted to hypnotize her once more. Striptease. His command rendered Mu Shi momentarily dazed once again, and she instinctively began to sway her hips, her hands working to unfasten her outer garment, which she tossed aside. Guogua breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens! That nearly terrified him. How could his hypnosis fail? Just as Guogua was lost in confusion, Tang Tang suddenly cried out, "Brother, run!" Good grief! Guogua was so startled that he nearly fell to the ground. He scrambled to his feet and dashed away. This was absurd. His hypnosis had inexplicably ceased to function. "You little brat, stand still!" Mu Shi, utterly infuriated by the antics of this impish child, was ready to explode. Moreover, this child was Mu Qing's son, and having finally grasped this leverage, she had no intention of letting it slip away. Although Guogua was running with all his might, he was simply too small, and his pace could not compare to Mu Shi's. In a moment of desperation, Tang Tang suddenly emerged, grasping his hand and pushing open the door to a nearby hospital room. Without a second thought, she darted inside and instinctively locked the door behind them. At that moment, Guogua exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor, his mind swirling with confusion, only to realize he had seemingly entered the wrong room. Chapter 52. Who gave him something to eat? This appeared to be an ICU room. Guogua felt a wave of dismay wash over him. The intensive care unit was off-limits to outsiders. He could not bear the weight of any potential infection that might arise. With this thought, he tugged at Tang Tang, intending to leave, but she pulled at his sleeve and said, "Brother, doesn't that person have something that looks like Mommy's?" Guogua paused in surprise. Mommy's belongings? He rushed closer for a better look and indeed spotted a ring on the person's hand. He recognized the ring. He had seen it in Mommy's jewelry box. At the time, Mommy had cherished it dearly, claiming it was a relic from Grandma, forbidding them from touching it. But why was Mommy's ring on this man? Instinctively, he approached the bed and saw a man lying there, his body swathed in bandages, appearing gravely injured. The nearby respirator was in poor condition, as if it were on the brink of failure. Tang Tang, sensing the gravity of the situation, asked timidly, "Brother, is this person dead? Is that ring Mommy's?" She kept her distance, fearing any potential contagion. However, Guogua covered his nose and stepped closer. He carefully examined the ring, furrowing his brow. It seemed somewhat different from Mommy's, yet remarkably similar. He muttered to himself, standing on a stool to get a better view of the man in the bed. Although he could not make out the man's features clearly, Guogua felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards him.
Tang Tang.
Do you think this could be a relative of Mommy's? He had only known about Mommy and Auntie, as she seldom spoke of other family members. Suddenly, Guogua's eyes widened, and he asked Tang Tang, "What if this man is our daddy?" No, that can't be possible. Tang Tang instinctively rejected the notion. She envisioned a handsome father figure, unlike the man before them, who resembled a mummy. Yet Guogua was adamant. "Can you explain why the ring on his finger is so similar to Mommy's? This is clearly a pair of rings. Mommy's is for women, his is for men, but they must be from the same manufacturer." "Look!" Guogua pulled Tang Tang closer. She frowned, covering her mouth, but still gazed at the ring on the man's pinky, seemingly convinced by her brother's words. She felt a pang of gloom. Mommy had never mentioned their father. She was still in the throes of uncertainty. Guogua boldly approached and yanked the hair of the other person, declaring, "Perhaps Mommy is afraid of heartbreak and doesn't want to bring it up. Let's first find someone to assist us with a paternity test to ascertain whether he is indeed our father. What if he is?" At this moment, Tang Tang also became invested in the matter, as she had long anticipated the existence of a father figure in her life. Although she cherished the charming uncle, she would still be kind to her father if he turned out to belong to someone else. Guogua shook his head, gazing at the man on the hospital bed, who was struggling to breathe. He retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket, extracting a pill and placing it into the man's mouth. "This is a qi restoration pill formulated by my mother. Regardless of how grievous your injuries may be, as long as you still have breath, this pill will ensure your spirit remains steadfast. This medicine is quite expensive. My mother seldom makes it, and today..." She has chosen to give it to you, considering you might be our father. You must regain some strength. Despite his reluctance, Guagua eventually stepped down from the bed. Let us go. If someone arrives shortly, we will be in trouble. By the way, Tang Tang, please handle the surveillance footage. Understood. The siblings swiftly executed their plan and made their escape, relieved to find no one from Mu Shi in the corridor. Mu Shi was not indifferent to the search for the two little rascals. However, just as she was about to send someone after Guagua and Tang Tang, Mu Qin appeared. What are you doing? President Gong instructed you to kneel properly, yet you wish to be lazy? Mu Shi, I warn you. Should you provoke President Gong and bring calamity upon the Mu family, I assure you, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures. Those wretched little brats. Just wait. Mu Shi seethed inwardly, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts to Mu Chen, recalling how he had vehemently opposed her earlier. Seeing Mu Shi kneel again, Mu Chen finally turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit, Mu Yuhan believed he was on the brink of death when he suddenly felt something being placed in his mouth. The substance was sweet, melting upon contact and transforming into a warm flow that coursed down his throat. The pain that had engulfed him seemed to dissipate, enveloped by this warmth. While it did not completely eradicate his suffering, it was significantly more bearable. Most importantly, he sensed a newfound vigor in his heart.
Who had given him something?
Was it Mu Shi? The only person he could think of who would show him kindness was indeed Mu Shi. Yet, he could not awaken. Uncertain of who had administered this remedy, although his body felt considerably improved. At the very least, he felt as though he might survive. After Guagua and Tang Tang dashed out, frightened and forgetting to buy anything, they hurried toward Mu Ning's hospital room, only to unexpectedly encounter Mu Qing along the way.
Tang Tang, Guo.
Mu Qing nearly jumped out of her skin. She had searched around without success, nearly contemplating checking on Mu Shi to see if that woman had taken the children away. Just before she could reach that conclusion, she spotted the two kids. Guagua and Tang Tang were equally startled. Upon seeing Mu Qing, they both felt a wave of relief wash over them, eagerly running toward her with open arms. Mommy, we missed you so much. Tang Tang ran rather slowly. Upon seeing Guagua rush into Mu Qing's embrace, she could only call out ahead of her arrival. Mu Qing was already quite accustomed to her daughter's antics. Once she confirmed that they were unharmed, she sighed with relief, promptly lifting both children into her arms. Glancing at the direction from which they had come, she inquired, "Has someone been bullying you? Is someone chasing you?" Mu Qing vowed that if Mu Shi dared to harm her children again, she would ensure that Mu Shi could never lay a hand on them for the rest of her life. Just as Tang Tang was about to say something, Guagua hastily interjected, "No, we just wanted to go buy some delicious food. But we got so engrossed in our phones that we took the wrong elevator and ended up on the wrong floor." "Then why were you running?" Mu Qing, not believing that children of their age would lie, asked curiously. It suddenly dawned on her that Mu Shi was likely still kneeling in the corridor at that moment. However, she felt reassured about her son's actions. "Right, from now on, let us avoid that crazy woman.
Come on.
Mommy will take you to eat something delicious." Saying this, Mu Qing scooped them up, one in each arm, and headed towards the staircase. Yet, Tang Tang, unable to contain her curiosity, asked for Mu Qing's embrace. "Mommy, is there another identical ring left by Grandma in your jewelry box?" Chapter 53. That woman truly is remarkable. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. It was a pair of dragon and phoenix rings, a wedding gift from her grandmother to her mother. After Gu Yuan gave birth to Mu Qing and Mu Yuhan, she gifted these rings to them. Fearing they would be lost in their childhood, Mu Qing and Mu Yuhan decided to tie the rings to a red string and wear them as pendants, as if that would keep their mother's spirit alive beside them. Later, when Mu Qing took Mu Yuhan's place at the base, she was forbidden from wearing such items and had to hide them away. When she escaped, she took nothing with her except for that ring. Mu Qing had thought she would recognize her brother by this ring when they finally met, but before she could see Mu Yuhan, she nearly lost her life at his hands. To avoid painful memories, she had placed the ring in the jewelry box and stopped looking at it. Little did she know. Today she would hear about the ring from her daughter. A shadow of melancholy crossed Mu Qing's eyes as she softly asked, "Why the sudden interest? Have you seen an identical one?" "Yes. It's over there in the intensive care unit. Brother even gave that man a life-restoring pill." Despite Guagua incessantly winking at Tang Tang to signal her to remain silent, Tang Tang revealed the story. She thought her brother was quite particular. "Is that man our daddy? Why not just ask Mommy? And what about that paternity test?
Who would they go to for that?
Besides, even if they did it, they wouldn't understand the results." After asking, Tang Tang smugly raised an eyebrow at Guagua. "See, I'm not just a glutton." Guagua felt like scolding her sister to death. Hadn't they just agreed to keep things under wraps? How could she so quickly turn around and sell him out? Mu Qing, however, paid no heed to the interaction between the two children. Upon hearing Tang Tang's words, she momentarily paused. She was aware of who resided in the intensive care unit. It was Mu Yuhan. Due to the explosion, he was clinging to life. But how long he could endure was uncertain. Yet, who would have imagined that he would be saved by his own son, Guagua, who had given him a life-restoring pill? Mu Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Her emotions were complex as she gazed at Guagua, genuinely at a loss for words. The child knew nothing of their past grievances, and she had no intention of burdening them with the enmities of the previous generation. However, just as her painstaking efforts for vengeance were nearing fruition, her own son had inadvertently rescued the very person she sought to confront, leaving her with a rather bittersweet sensation. Yet, Mu Qing could not bring herself to blame the children. Guagua, already feeling somewhat guilty, grew increasingly anxious under her scrutinizing gaze. "Mommy, it wasn't intentional. I saw that he had a ring just like yours, and I thought that man might be our daddy, so I saved him." Guagua's voice was low, yet he quickly confessed his mistake. "Mommy, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied." His head hung low, his demeanor forlorn. Upon hearing his words, Mu Qing's feelings became even more complicated. The two little ones had never broached the subject of their father in her presence. She had always assumed they didn't need him. Yet, it seemed they harbored a deep yearning for their father. Over the past 5 years, she had endeavored to be as good to them as possible, but she could never replace the significance their father held in their hearts. This realization left a sour pang in her heart. She gently stroked the children's heads and said, "That man is not your father." "But why does he have a ring just like Mommy's?" Tang Tang, upon hearing that the man was not their father, felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to be relieved or disappointed. It was rather unsettling. She directly inquired about the crux of the matter. Should she tell them that the man was her biological brother, their uncle? However, she truly did not know how to convey the intricacies of their family history to them. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qing replied, "He shares a connection with Mommy's mother." She then added, "You must not enter the intensive care unit too easily. Do you understand?" "Understood, Mommy." The two little ones promptly lowered their heads in remorse. Seeing their demeanor, Mu Qing could not bear to chastise them further. She embraced them and took them outside to buy some delicious treats. Meanwhile, after dealing with some matters, Gong Yishao was approached by Su Mo, who entered holding a report. "Is that the grandfather's health report?" Gong Yishao assumed it was concerning his grandfather's health and inquired. Su Mo shook his head and handed over the report, his expression somewhat agitated. Gong Yishao cast a cold glance at him before accepting the document. It was the paternity test report between him and Guagua. He flipped to the last page, and, upon seeing that the similarity percentage reached 99, felt no surprise. Previously, he had not considered this possibility, hence he felt no inclination. However, once he began to suspect that Guagua and Tang Tang were his children, he could not help but notice their resemblance to himself. As expected, that woman is truly remarkable. As far as he knows, Mu Qing should be single, right? To bear children out of wedlock and raise 2 kids alone. Has she lost her mind? Gong Yishao cannot comprehend why, after becoming a parent with a stranger, she would choose to bring the child into the world. Moreover, to raise them single-handedly while worrying about the potential for the father to contest custody. He cannot believe that Mu Qing has not considered these implications. She has thought it through, and yet still proceeded. Gong Yishao finds himself both perplexed and sympathetic, even admiring her resolve. Not every woman possesses the fortitude to undertake such a journey. His curiosity about Mu Qing has only intensified. He had no intention of letting her slip away, and now, with children involved, he is even less inclined to let go. Su Mo hurriedly set out to investigate, but paused momentarily to say, "President Gong, regarding Miss Mu's treatment of the old master, both the 3rd and 4th uncles are quite agitated. Moreover, I've heard that the 3rd uncle is dispatching people to search for his son's whereabouts." Gong Yishao replied, "Let them search. As for the old master's surgery, they are not to approach or interfere. Ensure that my grandfather is well looked after." "Understood." Su Mo then exited. Gong Yishao suddenly found himself with 2 children around 4 years old, and he was unsure how to interact with them. For the first time in his life, the esteemed President Gong opened his phone to search for ways to engage with 4-year-olds. However, the results only deepened his furrowed brow, leaving him with an instinctive feeling of unreliability. After perusing a few entries, he shut the page and directly called Mu Qing. "Are you awake?" At that moment, Mu Qing was preparing to take the children out of the hospital for some treats. Upon hearing Gong Yishao's voice, she replied, "I'm taking the kids out to buy something to eat. Just wait." After speaking, she hung up without waiting for his response, striding toward the exit. Chapter 54. A man should not spend a woman's money. Mu Qing, hearing the busy signal, couldn't help but twitch her lips. This stubborn man truly is a dictator. Yet, considering his status and that he is technically her employer, she reluctantly paused to await his arrival. This privilege is something others do not enjoy.
Tang tang.
Noticing her mother had stopped, inquired, "Mommy, what's wrong? Didn't he say we were going to get something delicious?"
Mu Qing replied.
"We'll wait for an uncle to come before we go." She affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. Guogua's expression immediately darkened. "Mommy, is it that man with the surname Gong? You must not refer to him that way. You can call him Uncle Gong." Mu Qing found her son's thoughts quite difficult to decipher. Initially, Guogua harbored considerable resentment toward Gong Yixiao for taking her away. And although they seemed to have reached an uneasy truce at the fire scene, she clearly saw Guogua's gratitude toward him. Yet now, it seemed as though they were at odds once more. Evidently, Guogua was unaware of Mu Qing's musings. He solemnly asked, "Mommy, do you like him? Are you planning to let him be our stepfather?" Guogua's question nearly choked Mu Qing. What did he mean by stepfather? Indeed, they are their biological father. Yet she found herself at a loss for words when it came to explaining this to the children. Especially now, with Guogua seemingly harboring significant discontent towards Gong Yixiao. She felt even more reluctant to address the matter. Fortunately, Gong Yixiao emerged, asking, "Where shall we dine? Bring me along." He effortlessly lifted Tang Tang into his arms, causing the little girl to beam with delight, her eyes narrowing with joy. "Hello, handsome uncle," she exclaimed. "But you mustn't call a man beautiful. You may refer to me as handsome uncle instead." Gong Yixiao found this little girl to be as sweet as her name suggested, evoking an inexplicable joy within him. Guogua frowned as she observed him carrying Tang Tang and couldn't help but retort, "Are you bringing money to treat us when we go out to eat? A man should never spend a woman's money." Her words carried a hint of pointedness. Gong Yixiao glanced down at the small figure nestled against his leg. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Guogua, undeterred, fixed her striking gaze upon Gong Yixiao, and the air grew tense with unspoken conflict. Mu Qing felt a headache brewing. Were these two destined to be adversaries from a past life? She quickly interjected, "Guogua, you must not speak to Uncle Gong in such a manner." Guogua turned her face away, her mood evidently soured. Her mother seemed to disapprove of him and was siding with that outsider. Seeing her son's awkward yet aggrieved expression, Mu Qing promptly scooped Guogua into her arms. "Now, Uncle Gong is a family member of your mother's patient. You must not behave this way." Upon realizing he was merely a patient's family member, Guogua felt a sense of relief wash over her. Gong Yixiao observed Mu Qing holding Guogua with practiced ease. Yet it struck him as somewhat irksome. Resolutely, he reached out and lifted Guogua from Mu Qing's embrace. The little girl was momentarily taken aback. And by the time she registered what had happened, she found herself perched upon Gong Yixiao's shoulder, with Tang Tang on the other side. Tang Tang, evidently more experienced, was not frightened. Instead, she joyfully exclaimed, "Yay, we're flying again." She spread her arms wide, gleefully mimicking an airplane, laughing and playing. Although Guogua felt a bit uncomfortable, she did not struggle. Instead, she stole a glance at Gong Yixiao and, seeing that he was not paying attention to her, breathed a sigh of relief, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. So, this is what it feels like to be on one's father's shoulders? He had never experienced such a sensation before, but he had often envied the chubby boy next door who would sit atop his father's shoulders, boasting about the vastness of the sky and how far he could see. Guogua had been unaware of this feeling until now. However, the realization that it was Gong Yixiao who was fulfilling her wish made her feel awkward again. As for the whims of mischievous children, Gong Yixiao had never bothered to decipher them, even when it came to his own children. The reason he took the children along was simply to ease Mu Qing's burden. Upon seeing both children on Gong Yixiao's shoulders, Mu Qing remarked, "Be careful not to drop them." "I want tea," he replied nonchalantly before asking, "Where shall we go to eat?" "Let's south head to the square ahead," she suggested. Inside, there were not only places to dine, but also vendors selling various goods. Concerned about the children's boredom in the hospital, I decided to purchase some toys for their amusement. Gong Yixiao paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he did not voice any objections. The bodyguard nearby attempted to accompany them but was halted by Gong Yixiao, who now wished only to be with his beloved and their children. Under Mu Qing's guidance, the family of four made their way to the mall. Tang Tang, indeed a little foodie, after playing enough on Gong Yixiao's shoulder, began to eye the food.
"Oh,
roast chicken. I want to eat it." Upon hearing this, Gong Yixiao headed in that direction. To prevent the children from making a mess while eating, he had to set them down, holding one by each hand, yet he did not forget to pay. His actions conveyed to Guogua that he was not one to depend on a woman. Several times Mu Qing attempted to pay, but Gong Yixiao firmly declined, stating, "One must not spend a woman's money when out." After saying this, he cast a pointed glance at Guogua. Guogua felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. This man was utterly mischievous. He was intentionally implying something. Unfortunately, she had no evidence to support her irritation. Guogua felt as though she might burst from frustration. Along the way, Tang Tang desired every edible sight, while Guogua, in contrast, held little preference, content as long as her hunger was satisfied. Gong Yixiao was quite pleased with his son's easygoing nature, believing in the adage of raising sons with modesty and daughters with indulgence. The family arrived at a small fast food restaurant where Mu Qing ordered a few dishes, uncertain of Gong Yixiao's tastes, though they were surely favored by the children. While she appreciated Gong Yixiao's unspoken support, she had no intention of coddling him. Having indulged in delicacies, you might find it hard to enjoy this. If it does not suit your palate, perhaps you could invite Su Mo to take you somewhere better? Mu Qing sincerely did not wish to usher Gong Yixiao away. On the contrary, she felt that his presence brought more joy to Tang Tang, and though Guogua remained somewhat awkward, her attitude had improved. She merely believed Gong Yixiao might not appreciate the simpler fare. Little did she know. Gong Yixiao merely cast a nonchalant glance her way before picking up chopsticks and calmly stating, "I am not so finicky. Do not forget where you first encountered me." Mu Qing instantly recalled the slums. However, she understood that was not Gong Yixiao's upbringing. Observing how naturally and casually he ate, she refrained from saying anything further. Serving the children some dishes, when Tang Tang suddenly exclaimed, "Mommy, I want to eat shrimp." Upon hearing this, Mu Qing promptly donned a disposable glove and began peeling shrimp for Tang Tang. Chapter 55. This is what constitutes a meal fit for humans. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing?" "Eat your meal," Gong Yixiao replied before directly putting on a disposable glove and mimicking Mu Qing's earlier actions. After peeling the shrimp, he placed the shrimp meat into Tang Tang's bowl. Perhaps it was Gong Yixiao's first time peeling shrimp for someone else. His movements were not particularly deft, and the shrimp was left in a rather disheveled state. Tang Tang looked at the shrimp in her bowl, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "Mommy, I don't want to eat this anymore." She simply found it unpalatable. Mu Qing found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it would be best if she took the lead. It was quite astonishing to have a man from the upper echelons of the Z country personally peel shrimp for her, yet unfortunately, Tang Tang did not appreciate it. However, Gong Yixiao seemed oblivious to her discontent as he remarked, "If she doesn't eat, you shall." "What?" Mu Qing felt a wave of frustration. Did he not realize she was also repulsed by it? Just then, Gong Yixiao fixed his gaze upon her with an intensity that suggested he would force the food into her mouth should she dare to express her distaste, causing her to swallow her words. "No, thank you," she replied with a somewhat forced smile, yet she still retrieved the bowl from in front of Tang Tang, which was already filled with numerous bits of shrimp. Guogua could no longer bear to watch and interjected, "Your peeling is so unappealing that it makes it impossible for anyone to eat." Upon hearing his son's disdainful tone, Gong Yixiao promptly removed the disposable gloves, retrieved another pair, and handed them to Guogua, casually stating, "If you peel better, then you shall do it. If you cannot manage this plate, you shall not have dinner." With that, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, though his peripheral vision constantly darted toward Guogua. Guogua felt a twinge of annoyance, but remembering that he finally possessed a skill superior to Gong Yixiao's, he said nothing and focused intently on peeling. It must be acknowledged that Guogua was exceptionally skilled at peeling shrimp, producing beautiful, intact pieces. Furthermore, he even arranged the shrimp on a plate, making it visually appetizing. Before long, Guogua finished peeling the shrimp and presented the beautifully arranged dish to Tang Tang and Mu Qing with a gentle smile, saying, "Mommy, Tang Tang, please enjoy." "Thank you, brother."
Thank you, son.
Mu Qing was nearly moved to tears. Now, this was food fit for human consumption. In contrast to what Gong Yixiao had peeled, she truly felt like discarding it. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened immediately. Had he truly been outdone by a mere child? Although he remained silent, the atmosphere at the table noticeably shifted to a more somber tone. Guogua, on the other hand, was in high spirits, continuously serving dishes to Tang Tang and Mu Qing, deliberately ignoring Gong Yixiao as if he were invisible. For the first time, Gong Yixiao found his son rather unlikable. Why did he have to be his offspring? His brow furrowed tightly. Mu Qing noticed Guogua's deliberate targeting of Gong Yixiao, yet she chose to remain silent. After all, it was their father-son interaction, and she was content to observe. As for Tang Tang, as long as there was food, she saw nothing else. The tension between Gong Yixiao and Guogua was non-existent in her eyes. In this world, nothing was more delectable than food. Each of Guogua's displays of skill was etched into Gong Yixiao's memory. So, Mu Qing enjoyed this dish, and Tang Tang delighted in that one. All thanks to this little rascal. Guoguo remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently revealed many secrets, all while relishing his meal and aggravating Gong Yixiao. The meal was savored in various ways, yet to an outsider, it appeared harmonious. After dining, Mu Qing instructed Guoguo to take Tang Tang for a stroll with them, at least to aid digestion. Gong Yixiao promptly retrieved his mobile phone and sent a message to Su Imo. Su Imo nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. 10 pounds? Had President Gong made an error? He quickly reiterated, President Gong, are you certain it is 10 pounds?
Yes.
With that, he stowed his phone away. Previously, there had been no one capable of peeling shrimp for him. Today marked his first subpar performance, and Gong Yixiao would not allow such mistakes to occur again. He could not fathom losing to that insufferable brat, Guoguo. As he pondered this, he noticed Mu Qing leading the children to the third floor where toys were sold. Guoguo was not particularly enamored with toys, yet he held a fondness for Lego. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a Lego set, while Tang Tang dashed to the pastel-colored doll section. Mummy, there are so many figurines here. Tang Tang wished she could immerse herself in them. Observing the joyful faces of the children, Gong Yixiao could not help but smile. It turned out that little ones could indeed be rather endearing when they were not crying or fussing. He turned to a nearby attendant and stated, I will take them all, please have them delivered. At this juncture, Gong Yixiao paused. The children were currently residing in the hospital. Sending these toys to their ward would likely disrupt the doctor's rounds. However, Mu Qing had nowhere else to stay. He promptly inquired, where are you staying now? Surely, you cannot remain in the hospital indefinitely? Mu Qing felt a twinge of frustration. Initially, she had planned to stay at Mu Ning's mother's house. But that residence had been burned down by Mu Wanwan. As for where to stay, she had not yet made any arrangements. Suddenly, she recalled Mu Wanwan.
Wait. Mu Wanwan.
Remembering how brazen Mu Wanwan had been to threaten Mu Ning, Mu Qing exclaimed, could I perhaps wield a bit of authority? Gong Yixiao understood the implication of her words. He was not particularly fond of her analogy. What do you mean? Am I the tiger? Mu Qing chuckled. Look, the Mu family is so afraid of you, yet they burned down my sister's house, which was her inheritance from her mother. Shouldn't Mu Wanwan compensate us with a house? Isn't her mother your mother? Gong Yixiao astutely seized upon a flaw in Mu Qing's logic. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Oh no, had she let something slip? Yet, should this man really focus on that? Hey, Gong Yixiao, I was talking about the house. Very well. Gong Yixiao had no objections to this. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating gifting Mu Qing a house, only to discover she had her own plans. How infuriating. However, Gong Yixiao could not vent his frustration at Mu Qing. So all blame fell upon Mu Wanwan. With this thought in mind, he directly told Mu Qing, isn't it a bit too lenient to only have her compensate for one house? I was injured because of her, you know. So, what does President Gong intend to do?
Mu Quinkes excitement serced.
She too felt that having Mu Wanwan compensate for just one house was somewhat trivial, yet at this moment, she was genuinely uninterested in dealing with Mu Wanwan's affairs. Her foremost task now is the surgery for Lord Gong and the life and death matter concerning Mu Yuhan. Upon hearing that Gong Yixiao had devised a plan, Mu Qing felt a flicker of curiosity. How could a man perched at the pinnacle of power deal with a madwoman? Chapter 56. Spare me the disgust. Your sister's finger has been severed. Shouldn't she be compelled to offer an apology? Gong Yixiao's words momentarily stunned Mu Qing. In truth, she had little desire for Mu Wanwan's contrition. If the woman could not be instilled with deep-rooted fear, any gesture would be meaningless. With this thought, Mu Qing shook her head and replied, some individuals possess malice ingrained in their very essence. Expecting her to adhere to human standards is utterly futile. Have you ever witnessed a beast dining alongside a human? She is fit only to associate with beasts. If murder were not a crime, I would genuinely not hesitate to rid the world of that vile woman, Mu Wanwan. Gong Yixiao had not anticipated Mu Qing harbored such sentiments, yet upon reflection, he grasped her meaning. It was rare for a woman in this world to possess such depth of thought, disregarding superficialities. Beasts? An idea suddenly struck Gong Yixiao, and a wicked smile crept across his face. I have a few wolves raised in the back mountain. Would you like to invite Mu Wanwan there for a visit? Mu Qing instantly perked up at the suggestion. Is it not considered a crime for beasts to consume humans? Indeed not, Gong Yixiao replied, a hint of indulgence flickering in his eyes. Mu Qing was elated. After all, Mu Wanwan had always relished bullying the Mu sisters. She had long believed herself superior, being the daughter of the head of the family, a true heiress of the Mu clan. Mu Qing was eager to see if Mu Wanwan would retain her audacity when confronted by ferocious wolves. May I go and observe? Mu Qing's face radiated excitement. Gong Yixiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why did her interests differ so from others? Yet, Seeing her bright expression lifted his spirits. Of course. But maintain a safe distance. After all, they are beasts. Understood. When do we depart? Mu Qing could hardly contain her eagerness. Previously, during her time at the base, she had participated in outdoor training, enduring harsh conditions. She had encountered tigers and knew well that if pursued, her life would be at stake. Over the past 5 years, she had been preoccupied with medicine, earning a living, and caring for the children, and had not had the opportunity to hone her speed in quite some time. Gong Yixiao glanced at the 2 children and softly remarked, "We shall discuss that later. For now, let us procure a house for Mu Wanwan. Then hurry up. Where will I store the things I bought for the little ones?" Mu Qing was quite fond of the prospect of acquiring Mu Wanwan's house without cost. However, it was not entirely without merit. After all, Mu Ning had lost a finger, and if it weren't for her exceptional medical skills, Mu Ning's fate would be uncertain. Furthermore, that house had been gifted to Mu Ning by her mother, so it was only fitting that a house be compensated for her loss. Gong Yixiao observed Mu Qing's nonchalant commands directed at him, his gaze darkening slightly, yet he said nothing. Instead, he picked up the phone and called Su Mo. Mu Yixiao conversed with Mu Yifeng regarding Mu Wanwan's property, stipulating that she must compensate with 2 comparable houses, transferring ownership to Mu Ning and Mu Ying. Subsequently, he proposed sending her daughter to him, suggesting that if she could stay for a night, the matter would be settled. Upon concluding the call, Mu Yixiao hung up. Mu Qing chuckled. "You are quite wicked. Enticing Mu Yifeng to send Mu Wanwan here for a night conjures all sorts of implications. After all, you are a man at the pinnacle of Z country. A night in your company would be nothing short of extraordinary." However, Mu Yixiao disdainfully retorted, with her looks, "Spare me the horror." Laughter erupted as Mu Qing found genuine joy in her time with Mu Yixiao. The marketplace featured playful areas for children, and when Tang Tang expressed a desire to ride the carousel, Guogua considered it somewhat childish. Ultimately, Mu Yixiao unceremoniously placed Guogua onto the carousel alongside Tang Tang. Guogua clung tightly to the horse, her beautiful eyes glaring indignantly at Mu Yixiao. How infuriating! He did not wish to ride. Yet, Mu Yixiao paid him no mind, instead purchasing a drink for Mu Qing before sitting beside her, observing the 2 little ones at play.
Suddenly, Mu Yixiao inquired.
"How do you manage to raise such a peculiar child like Guogua?"
Mu Qing paused briefly.
Peculiar? Indeed. The child exhibited quite an awkward demeanor in the presence of Mu Yixiao. Speaking of her children, a maternal radiance enveloped her, as if she were adorned in a golden aura, exuding a sacred quality. "This child has been remarkably precocious from a young age, assisting me with tasks as soon as he began to understand. My profession is rather unpredictable, often requiring midnight consultations, during which my sister looks after them. Thankfully, Guogua's early maturity allows him to shoulder many responsibilities. I always feel indebted to him for a carefree childhood." This admission filled Mu Qing with genuine remorse. A fleeting complexity flickered across Mu Yixiao's gaze. Though he had never raised a child, he had witnessed the chaos caused by others' children, leaving adults utterly exasperated. In those moments, he thought that if he were to have such a child, he would prefer to let fate take its course. Yet, knowing he had a son now, he realized this boy had a penchant for defiance, distinctly different from other mischievous children. Had Guogua learned hypnosis? Mu Yixiao could still recall the awkwardness he experienced after being hypnotized. If it were anyone else, he could dismiss them at will, but this was his son, leaving him with a simmering frustration, caught in an emotional limbo. Mu Qing recalled the incident as well, smiling as she remarked, "Yes, he enjoys it. So I sought a teacher to instruct him. Fortunately, his comprehension is quite impressive." It had been ages since Mu Yixiao had engaged in such a meaningful conversation. Observing Mu Qing's affectionate demeanor towards the children stirred warmth within him. He cherished this tranquil moment, yet the intrusion of Su Mo's call unexpectedly soured his mood. "Is there something urgent?" His voice bore an icy edge, tinged with suppressed irritation, startling Su Mo President Gong. Mu Yifeng mentioned that he can compensate Miss Mu and her sister for their house, and inquired when they would be available to transfer ownership from the previous owner. Su Mo promptly reported this. Upon hearing about the house, Mu Qing expressed immediate interest. "I am free right now, and I believe my sister is as well. Have Mu Wanwan come over. It would be perfect to complete the transfer, as President Gong will need her afterward." Mu Qing's words carried an ambiguous undertone, her lips curving slightly in a smirk that rendered Gong Yixiao speechless. Only Mu Qing dared to jest with him in such a manner across the nation. Gong Yixiao's affirmative grunt signified his agreement to Mu Qing's proposition. Upon hearing Gong Yixiao's consent, both Mu Yifeng and Mu Wanwan were nearly elated to the point of jumping. While the matter of houses was easily settled, spending a night with Gong Yixiao was a privilege not afforded to just any woman. It appeared the Mu family was on the verge of prosperity. Chapter 57. Recognize your identity. Mu Wanwan was so delighted that she hardly felt any pain in her hands.
Dad.
Do you think President Gong has taken a liking to me? Otherwise, why would he ask me to accompany him for a night? Her eyes sparkled with rosy stars at the thought of Gong Yixiao, a figure at the pinnacle of society. Even if he could not marry her, sharing a night with him would grant her the leverage to navigate Z country with the status of having been one of Gong Yixiao's women. Little did she expect that Mu Qing would falter so swiftly. Mu Wanwan chuckled, imagining how furious Mu Qing would be to learn that Gong Yixiao wanted her to accompany him. After all, he was her protector. Mu Yifeng paused momentarily and advised, "This time, don't go too far. Just provoke her a little, so she understands that she ultimately needs the support of our Mu family." Understood. Mu Wanwan joyfully danced around, hastily arranging for custom-made clothing, showing no reluctance regarding the compensation for the sister's house. The Mu family could easily provide 2 houses. Furthermore, Mu Ning's parents had several private properties, which had been monopolized by Mu Yifeng after their passing. Now, it was merely a matter of retrieving 2 properties that originally belonged to Mu Ning's parents for the sisters. Mu Wanwan was more preoccupied with how to flaunt her upcoming night with Gong Yixiao in front of Mu Qing. In her haste, Mu Wanwan acted swiftly. Just as Mu Qing and Gong Yixiao were enjoying their time with the children, they received a call from Mu Wanwan. Seeing the phone number flash, Mu Qing couldn't help but smile. "Tonight, someone is waiting for you," she teased. Gong Yixiao, observing Mu Qing's exuberance, chuckled helplessly. Mu Qing answered the call in front of Gong Yixiao. Immediately, Mu Wanwan's arrogant voice came through. The pride laced in Mu Wanwan's words brought a smile to Mu Qing's face. Not to mention that Gong Yixiao summoned her for reasons other than intimacy. Even if he genuinely intended to, there was nothing particularly commendable or worthy of boasting about in that regard. However, Mu Wanwan's demeanor and tone suggested she was eager for the entire world to know about her impending night of service. Mu Qing found herself somewhat perplexed. While she struggled to comprehend the situation, Gong Yixiao, on the other hand, was all too aware. Across the entirety of Country Z, every woman aspired to forge a connection with him, even if it meant becoming a fleeting lover for a night. Yet, despite the widespread knowledge of his cold and unfeeling demeanor, why did they cling to such illusions? Humanity, it seems, is often blinded by the allure of power and status, losing sight of their true place. A sardonic smile played at the corners of Gong Yixiao's lips as his gaze shifted towards Mu Qing. Few women possessed the clarity of perception that she did, which made her all the more intriguing, did it not? A fleeting spark of determination flickered in the depths of his eyes, only to vanish as quickly as it had appeared. Mu Qing remained unfazed by Mu Wanwan's provocations, which left the latter feeling somewhat disheartened. This was not the response she had anticipated. Furrowing her brow, Mu Wanwan suddenly declared, "Oh, I understand now. Previously, President Gong protected you, and now he has me accompany him instead. Are you unhappy?" At this juncture, Mu Wanwan seemed to have an epiphany, directly stating Mu Qing, "You must recognize your own identity. You are merely a pitiful pawn of the Mu family. What benefits can you possibly offer President Gong? A man of his stature would only toy with you. Once the novelty wears off, you would be discarded like a rag. And, do you really believe you could marry him? Even someone like me wouldn't dare to harbor such lofty aspirations. Your audacity is quite remarkable. Rest assured, I will not vie for his affections. As long as President Gong desires me, I promise not to treat you and your sister as I once did. However, do refrain from harboring jealousy towards me, lest you provoke President Gong, for I would not spare you." As Mu Wanwan's tone grew increasingly reminiscent of a future Mrs. Gong, Mu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "Fear not, I shall not contend with you. I shall see you at the entrance of the housing authority in an hour." With that, she hastily ended the call, fearing that if she lingered any longer, the truth might inadvertently slip from her lips, thereby ruining the amusement. Meanwhile, Gong Yixiao's expression darkened. Mu Wanwan truly had the audacity to overstep her bounds. Did he, Gong Yixiao, truly have any regard for her? It was a delusion born of excessive daydreaming. Furthermore, her condescending tone towards Mu Qing greatly displeased him. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. "You are taking them?" Her astonishment was palpable. Gong Yixiao, caring for children? She made no effort to conceal her astonishment, her face betraying her disbelief. Gong Yixiao grimaced slightly. "Yes, I will take them," he replied through gritted teeth. Although Mu Qing harbored some reservations, she reminded herself of Gong Yixiao's character. Even if he lacked experience with children, he would certainly have other bodyguards present to ensure the child's well-being. In contrast, her own circumstances were different. She did not wish for the Mu family to be aware of the children's existence, fearing they might take some action. Additionally, she needed to accompany Mu Ning to the housing authority for the transfer, which would be inconvenient with the children in tow. With these thoughts in mind, Mu Qing nodded. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me. Her words rendered Gong Yixiao's expression even more sour. He had to occasionally look after his own children, and yet Mu Qing felt the need to express her gratitude. Does this woman truly believe that these children are her private possessions? For a fleeting moment, Gong Yixiao was tempted to thrust the paternity test into Mu Qing's face. Yet he restrained himself, realizing that the time was not yet ripe. With this thought, a flicker of emotion crossed his gaze, and he nodded. She promptly informed Mu Ning about Mu Wanwan's compensation for the house, which took Mu Ning by surprise. After all, that woman was notoriously stingy and relished tormenting the two sisters. How could she possibly compensate them? However, seeing Mu Qing's resolute expression, Mu Ning found herself inexplicably convinced. It seemed that wherever Mu Qing was, miracles were bound to happen. Tears shimmered in Mu Ning's eyes as she nodded gratefully. Mu Qing considered the elder Gong's health issues. It was time for the acupuncture session. She hurried towards the elder Gong's room, but before she could reach the door, she was intercepted by Uncle Gong-san. What is your relationship with the ghost doctor? Uncle Gong-san's voice was frigid. Despite having been publicly humiliated by Gong Yixiao, he maintained the imposing demeanor of the Gong family, as if the previous encounter had been merely a facade. Chapter 58. Mr. Gong is indeed showing you some grace. Mu Qing remarked lightly, what if I claim to be the ghost doctor? Nonsense. How could a mere girl like you possibly be the ghost doctor? Uncle Gong-san retorted harshly. Don't think I'm unaware of what Gong Yixiao is plotting. Let me make this clear. Summon the real ghost doctor at once to cure my father's ailment, or I will not let you off easily. His expression was dark, and several men had gathered around him, suggesting he intended to take advantage of Mu Qing's apparent vulnerability in Gong Yixiao's absence. Mu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Gong-san, you are in your 40s or 50s, yet you seem to have aged without gaining wisdom. Do you truly believe that you can act with impunity just because Gong Yixiao is not here? Have you not noticed his people surrounding us? Although Mu Qing did not claim to know Gong Yixiao intimately, her interactions with him indicated that he was a man who would not tolerate any challenge to his authority. Uncle Gong-san, however, was clearly unperturbed by her words. Provoked by Mu Qing's taunts, he felt suffocated under Gong Yixiao's pressure and was further incensed by a young girl's mockery. He retaliated with a sharp slap aimed at her face. With a cold glint in her eyes, Mu Qing swiftly kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. While she lacked Gong Yixiao's formidable strength, she struck precisely where he had previously kicked. Uncle Gong-san grunted and coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. The group of men rushed towards him. Third Master, are you alright? Mu Qing brushed her hands together and said, I have matters to attend to. Uncle Gong-san, do try to refrain from such impulsive actions in the future. While I may not be Gong Yixiao, I can still make you wish for life to be unbearable. If you doubt it, feel free to test me. With that, she turned her back to Uncle Gong-san and proceeded into the ward, not sparing him a glance. The attending physician's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Mu Qing. He had heard others refer to her as Miss Mu, and thus felt compelled to address her in the same manner. Mu Qing inclined her head slightly. She approached to assess the health of Elder Gong, noting a slight improvement in his condition, with his blood circulation appearing more robust. With daily acupuncture sessions, it would be feasible to consider bolstering his health in preparation for surgery within a week. This outcome did not surprise Mu Qing. She glanced at the eager physician beside her and paused for a moment before inquiring, would you like to learn? Indeed, he replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. Mastering this technique of silver needle acupuncture could undoubtedly elevate his career to new heights. Thank you, Dr. Mu, he expressed with genuine delight. Mu Qing, however, felt indifferent. She recognized that while Gong Yixiao held absolute authority within the Gong family, there were many who did not respect him. And it was likely that numerous individuals awaited Elder Gong's demise. Relying solely on Gong Yixiao as protection would be insufficient. Having a knowledgeable caregiver would significantly enhance the elder's health. With this thought in mind, Mu Qing swiftly withdrew her needles and performed a brief massage on Elder Gong before exiting his hospital room. It was only then that Mu Qing realized Su Mo had sent new clothes for Mu Ning. A pang of guilt struck her. As a sister, she should have thought of this, yet Su Mo had. Did Su Mo harbor feelings for Mu Ning? Contemplating this, she turned her gaze towards Su Mo. He promptly replied, Miss Mu, this was instructed by President Gong. He mentioned that you have been facing difficulties and that it is fortunate to have a sister by your side. Hence he asked me to take extra care of Miss Mu Ning.
So, it was Gong Yixiao.
She had not expected this man to be so considerate. Mu Qing felt a surge of warmth in her heart. However, Mu Ning, with a hint of anxiety, remarked, Xiao Qing, it inappropriate to accept clothes from others without reason? I had no idea they were a gift. I thought you purchased them. How much do they cost? I will reimburse you, considering it my purchase. As she spoke, Mu Ning reached for her wallet to give Su Mo money. Su Mo's lips twitched slightly. Upon hearing this, Mu Ning immediately responded, Zhao Qing, I cannot let you cover the cost. I have my own funds. Sister, why are we quibbling over such a trivial matter? It's just a piece of clothing, and you have given me much more than it's worth. Mu Qing's eyes glistened with emotion, and Mu Ning quickly understood the depth of her words. The initial act of saving Mu Qing had merely been a physician's duty. She had never anticipated such heartfelt sincerity from Mu Qing. Thank you. Mu Ning's voice quivered with emotion. Yet, Mu Qing embraced her shoulders and smiled, saying, All right, it's settled then. Shall we go to the housing office now? Yes, Mu Ning replied, her spirits lifted. After all, it was originally their parents' house. The two sisters left the hospital, chatting and laughing as they made their way to the housing authority. Meanwhile, Mu Wanwan, adorned like a flamboyant peacock, anxiously scanned the surroundings at the entrance of the housing office. Would President Gong arrive soon? Her heart raced with excitement and anticipation, yet she struggled to contain her eagerness. Mu Yifeng also arrived, and upon seeing his daughter in such a youthful and blossoming state, he couldn't help but chuckle. Wanwan, when you meet President Gong later, try not to get too carried away. Men like him prefer delicate and demure women. I understand, Dad, Mu Wanwan replied, her face flushed with shyness as she awaited the encounter. When they spotted Mu Ning and Mu Qing stepping out of the car, Mu Wanwan instinctively glanced behind them. President Gong hadn't come. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Yet, Mu Yifeng whispered, in such situations, President Gong didn't accompany Mu Ning and Mu Qing, which indicates he is showing you some favor. You must serve him diligently tonight, understand? Even if you cannot become his girlfriend. Securing his affection would elevate our family's status significantly. Hearing her father's words, Mu Wanwan's face lit up with joy. I understand, Dad. She promptly exited the vehicle, striding confidently towards the Mu Qing sisters. Let us hurry and finalize the property transfer. I still need to buy a lovely perfume. Initially, Mu Ning harbored psychological scars from past encounters with Mu Wanwan. Seeing her approach with such fervor, she feared another bout of torment. To her surprise, Mu Wanwan didn't even glance her way, briskly walking past as if she were a stranger. Yet, the tormentor who had bullied her since childhood was unmistakable. Even if turned to ashes, she would recognize her. What trickery was Mu Wanwan up to now? Mu Ning couldn't help but glance at Mu Qing, believing her sister might possess insights into the unfolding drama, and she seemed rather eager. Chapter 59. Is she smitten with you? Mu Qing, noticing Mu Ning's perplexed expression, could only hold her sister's hand and whisper, Sister, let us secure the house first. Everything else is inconsequential. Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, Mu Wanwan scoffed. How quaint. Your horizons are limited to just 2 houses. I don't have time for your nonsense today. It would be wise for you to keep your distance, or you'll regret it. With that, she strode into the office. Although Mu Ning remained puzzled, witnessing Mu Qing's composed demeanor and hearing that Mu Wanwan truly intended to transfer the property to them made her feel as if she were in a dream. The two sisters entered the office where Mu Wanwan had already submitted the necessary documents. Realizing her genuine intent to transfer ownership, Mu Ning's skepticism began to wane. She quickly checked the property location, and her eyes welled with tears. Sister, what's wrong?
Mu Qing inquired softly, puzzled.
Mu Ning whispered. These are the 2 houses Dad purchased years ago to propose to Mom. Indeed, they were her parents' homes. Mu Qing squinted, realizing the significance. Impatiently, Mu Wanwan urged, Do you want it or not? Sign quickly. This was the first time she had hurriedly pressed documents into their hands. Mu Ning found the situation truly surreal. Yet she swiftly stepped forward to sign the document. Mu Qing initially thought she had no involvement, but was taken aback when Mu Wanwan's gaze turned towards her. Hurry up and sign. What are you hesitating for? Mu Qing was momentarily stunned.
Me?
My sister can sign. She doesn't need the Mu family's house. If it were feasible, she would consider purchasing one for herself. However, Mu Wanwan impatiently retorted Mu Qing, Are you doing this on purpose? You know that President Gong stated that each of you sisters would receive a house, yet you deliberately refused to sign? Are you trying to delay my meeting with President Gong? Do you really think this little stunt of yours is effective? It seems that who President Gong desires is still up to you to decide. Don't overestimate your importance. Upon hearing Mu Wanwan's words, Mu Qing's expression faltered, and her lips involuntarily twitched. It was evident that Mu Wanwan was utterly obsessed with becoming Gong Yixiao's woman. Just because Gong Yixiao had suggested spending a night with him, she had deluded herself into thinking she held some significance. Nevertheless, Mu Qing chose not to confront her directly, and instead called Gong Yixiao. What's the matter? Gong Yixiao answered almost immediately. Mu Qing hastily inquired, Is my house included in the compensation? Yes, Gong Yixiao nodded. Mu Qing, feeling anxious, replied, My sister can sign. After all, we live together. There's really no need for me to sign, is there? Upon hearing that Mu Qing intended to live with Mu Ning, Gong Yixiao's expression darkened. You have two options. Either you take one of the houses and move in with the children, or you come to live with me. After uttering these words, Gong Yixiao abruptly ended the call. Listening to the busy tone, Mu Qing felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was she supposed to move in with Gong Yixiao? However, both Mu Wanwan and Mu Ning were now looking at her, leaving Mu Qing with an overwhelming sense of being trapped. Had she known that she would be expected to occupy Mu Ning's house, she might have chosen not to come. Mu Ning, concerned, asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Gong Yixiao said, "I could take one of the houses." These two houses had been purchased by Mu Ning's parents during their courtship. Mu Qing felt that occupying someone else's daughter's identity was already inappropriate, and now to claim their house as well felt utterly shameless. Yet Mu Ning sighed in relief, then hurry up and sign. My parents' property rightfully includes a share for you. This statement made Mu Qing increasingly uncomfortable. Mu Wanwan's expression soured. Should I sign or not? If not, I'll just call President Gong and inform him that you don't want it. It's not that I refuse. Who says we don't want it? With that thought in mind, Mu Qing proceeded to sign. Mu Wanwan's brow furrowed slightly. Mu Qing, your handwriting is much more elegant than before. What's the matter? Have you realized your writing was ugly and practiced it secretly over the years? Her words caused Mu Qing and Mu Ning's faces to pale slightly. How could she forget that one's handwriting is not easily forgotten? Mu Ning suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Mu Qing calmly remarked, people aspire to ascend, while water flows downward. Over the years, it seems you are the only one lacking ambition and diligence. Enraged, Mu Wanwan contemplated reprimanding Mu Qing once more, only to be interrupted by Mu Qing's icy retort. Your man is still in Gong Yixiao's grasp. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to forfeit tonight's opportunity? This statement abruptly halted Mu Wanwan's actions. Indeed, she resolved to refrain from stooping to Mu Qing's level. With this thought, Mu Wanwan huffed disdainfully, relinquished her grip, and angrily declared, hurry and sign. Do not waste my time. Although her tone remained fierce, she refrained from tormenting Mu Ning and Mu Qing as she typically did. Mu Ning couldn't help but feel admiration for Mu Qing. There must be matters unbeknownst to her at play. However, Mu Qing was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She swiftly signed the documents, completed the necessary formalities, and secured the property deed. Witnessing their joyful expressions, Mu Wanwan felt an uncomfortable sting. The pitiful individual she had long oppressed was now reveling in her newfound empowerment. This sensation was decidedly unpleasant. Just wait. Once she fully became Gong Yixiao's woman, she would take her time to deal with these two women. With this in mind, Mu Wanwan abruptly turned and left in a hasty manner. Unable to contain her laughter any longer, Mu Qing shared Gong Yixiao's decision with Mu Ning. Upon hearing this, Mu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be so? Yet, she found Gong Yixiao's protective demeanor towards Mu Qing intriguing. Xiao Qing, does the esteemed Gong seem to have taken a liking to you? This remark caught Mu Qing off guard. Sister, what nonsense are you speaking? How could he possibly be interested in me? Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit. He shields me from being bullied in Haicheng, while I am tasked with treating his grandfather's illness. Nothing more. Despite her words, Mu Qing's heart stirred with unease. Could he truly have feelings for her? It seemed she was not alone in her delusion after all. However, Mu Qing was no ordinary woman. She possessed a calm heart and a clear mind. A man like Gong Yixiao, surrounded by wolves and having survived against all odds, could not afford to indulge in romantic entanglements. After all, once he exposed a vulnerability, he would be at risk. Therefore, their relationship was genuinely one of mutual benefit. Did you not claim I am your sister? Since we are family, what is there to differentiate between us? I understand it is not easy for you to care for a child. I know you have the means to purchase a home on your own, yet this is a token of my goodwill. Xiao Qing, this is a gift from your sister for you and the children. I believe if our parents were here, they would approve. Previously, she had regarded Mu Qing as merely Mu Qing. But ever since Mu Wanwan severed her finger and Mu Qing fiercely defended her while punishing Mu Wanwan, she had genuinely accepted Mu Qing as her true sister. This sentiment was not merely due to their shared appearance, but stemmed from who Mu Qing was as a person. Perhaps she had always thought this way. But never before had she so clearly recognized her feelings for Mu Qing as she did at this moment. Mu Qing was momentarily stunned. Sister, Mu Ning finished speaking and smiled, her eyes filled with warmth. Seeing her like this, if she were to resist any further, it would surely wound Mu Ning's heart. Mu Qing smiled as she handed the property certificate into Mu Ning's hands, saying, Then I shall trouble you to keep it safe. I will have someone tidy up and let the children settle in. It is not ideal for them to remain in the hospital. Mu Ning understood well the nature of Mu Qing's busyness. With the children around, it would be easy for her to be distracted. Since she was unable to work at the moment, it was indeed beneficial for her to help her sister with the children at home. Hearing this, Mu Qing felt a pang of discomfort. Sister, it's all right. I'll hire a nanny to take care of the children. You should rest in the hospital. A nanny? You know well enough what they're like nowadays. If anything were to happen to the children, it would be too late for regrets. I have raised the two little ones myself. Do you not trust me? It's not that, sister, I just feel. By the way, where are the children? Mu Qing hurriedly replied, I asked a friend to help look after them. That General Gong? Mu Ning had taken the initiative to look up Gong Yixiao online. She felt at a loss when it came to this man. The internet was rife with negative comments about him, and having met him once, she felt an unsettling aura, a sense of danger. Moreover, the Gong family had a complicated background, and she genuinely feared that Mu Qing would be mistreated if she married into that family. Mu Qing did not expect Mu Ning to guess it was Gong Yixiao, so she nodded. While Mu Qing suspected that someone was helping to watch over the children alongside Gong Yixiao, she still felt a twinge of unease. Primarily because Guagua seemed to harbor inexplicable animosity toward him. Upon hearing this, Mu Ning quickly took her hand and led her away. Mu Qing, not daring to delay, nodded in agreement, and after exiting the housing authority, she parted ways with Mu Ning. Meanwhile, Gong Yixiao was on the verge of losing his composure. He had never realized that caring for two little children could be more exhausting than managing an entire company. Tang Tang was manageable. As long as there was food, she was content. However, Guagua truly tested his patience, almost provoking him to violence. This child seemed to be born to vex him. Not only did he refuse to eat, but when a senior executive called regarding a video conference, Guagua snatched the phone and turned it off. With a serious expression, he admonished Gong Yixiao. Didn't you see that story online? A mother let her child play on her phone, and the child was taken by a trafficker. That mother went mad with regret. If you lose us, mommy will go mad too. Guagua's words were filled with reproach. Gong Yixiao felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. Unable to express his frustration. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. Even if someone were to abduct them, his team would undoubtedly locate them in the shortest time possible. Guagua's eyes flashed with righteous anger, each of his words a pointed accusation. When had Gong Yixiao ever been scolded in such a manner? Though this foul-mouthed little rascal was his son, he decided it was time to establish some rules. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak, a retching sound echoed from nearby, followed by screams from others. Guagua and Gong Yixiao turned to see Tang Dang had vomited. Whether it was due to discomfort or not, Tang Dang appeared unsteady, swaying as if she might faint at any moment. Guagua immediately grew anxious. Look what you've done to my sister. He lifted his leg and kicked Gong Yixiao, then dashed towards Tang Dang. Gong Yixiao paused for a moment, unfazed by the kick, for while the little one's strength was considerable, it was trivial to him. However, Guagua's words filled him with dread. Had he truly overfed Tang Dang? He hurriedly ran over, scooping up the swiftly moving Guagua with one hand. And when Guagua struggled, he growled, Stop. I am more suited to handle this situation. Guagua heeded his words, falling silent yet glaring fiercely. If anything happens to my sister, I won't let you off, you big fool. The last 3 words angered Gong Yixiao slightly, but he quickly reached Tang Tang's side, catching her just as she was about to collapse. I'll take you to the hospital. Guagua anxiously watched the emergency room, filled with worry. Unbeknownst to them, at a corner not far away, Mushi's eyes were fixed intently on them, a flicker of excitement dancing in her gaze. Chapter 61. We need leverage. Mushi had merely heard that Gong Yixiao had gone out and ventured out herself to use the restroom and stretch her stiff legs, only to unexpectedly encounter Gong Yixiao rushing in while carrying 2 small children. Why were Mu Qing's children in his arms? Was it possible that this woman truly had an affair with Gong Yixiao? But what did it matter? Mushi thought of the humiliation Mu Qing had inflicted upon her and vowed not to let it slide, especially concerning these 2 little ones. With a bitter thought, she intended to turn away to investigate what had happened to the little girl, but was startled to find someone standing behind her. She nearly screamed, but the figure swiftly covered her mouth. Do you wish to die? Mu Chen's expression was grim. Mushi quickly shook her head, her heart racing. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Mu Chen, however, gazed in the direction where Tang Dang had just been taken, asking in a low voice, Are those 2 children Mu Qing's? Yes. Mushi dared not conceal the truth. Though she longed to confront Mu Qing, if Mu Chen intervened, she would have to reconsider her approach. As she pondered this, she heard Mu Chen murmur, I'll have someone investigate why that child was brought in. Your brother's condition is not good. I've already issued a bounty outside to find the ghost doctor, but I doubt we will wait long. Upon hearing this, Mushi grew anxious. What will happen to my brother? It's all that scoundrel Mu Qing's fault. If it weren't for her, my brother might have endured a bit longer. Father, are we to be bullied just because Gong Yixiao protects that wretch? Will we not avenge my brother? Mu Shi felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Mu Chen's expression darkened considerably. For years, the Mu family had thrived in high society, and he had not faced such oppression in a long time. That Mu Qing was truly audacious. How dare she leverage Gong Yixiao against him? What was most infuriating was her insatiable greed for shares of the Mu group. This woman had clearly crossed Mu Chen's boundaries. Upon hearing Mu Shi's words, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "Let us set aside thoughts of vengeance for now. The priority is to stabilize your brother's health. I have heard that Mu Qing possesses considerable medical skills." Mu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Father, you cannot possibly intend to let Mu Qing treat my brother, setting aside whether that wretched woman would agree. Do you not fear what she might do to him if she does? That is precisely why we require leverage." Mu Chen's gaze grew colder. Mu Shi was momentarily taken aback. Leverage? What leverage? She instinctively inquired, only to see Mu Chen gesture toward the emergency room. In an instant, understanding dawned on her. "Father, are you suggesting we use those two children to threaten Mu Qing? However, she is currently under the protection of Mr. Gong. This might prove difficult. If we provoke Mr. Gong, the Mu family may find it hard to recover." Mu Chen's eyes grew even more frigid. Realization struck Mu Shi, a hint of excitement gracing her features. "All right, father. Be careful." And with that, Mu Chen swiftly vanished from sight. Before long, the news of Mu Shi's fainting spell reached them. She was hastily rushed to the emergency room, but upon discovering it occupied, she attempted to voice her concerns, only to be met with the cold, unyielding visage of Gong Yixiao. The Mu family dared not intervene, promptly redirecting Mu Shi to another operating room. Gong Yixiao remained indifferent to Mu Shi's plight. Her fainting did not stir any feelings in him. As his focus remained fixated on the emergency room, his heart a tumultuous storm. This was the first time, aside from his grandfather, that he had felt such worry for someone. Gua Gua remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, but his anger was palpable. He kept his distance from Gong Yixiao, casting occasional icy glances in his direction, akin to a slow execution, which only served to irritate Gong Yixiao further, though he dared not voice his annoyance. He had never anticipated that caring for a child could be so troublesome. However, considering that it was Mu Qing's first experience as a mother, coupled with her work responsibilities and two little ones to care for, Gong Yixiao felt a pang of guilt and sympathy. He immediately dialed Mu Qing's number. On her way to the square, Mu Qing felt a wave of unease upon receiving Gong Yixiao's call. "Gong Yixiao, what is it? Where are you?" For the first time, Gong Yixiao struggled to find his words. He had taken good care of the child, and in such a short span, he found himself in the emergency room. No matter how he looked at it, he felt utterly ashamed to face Mu Qing. Yet Mu Qing, unaware of his turmoil, replied directly, "I am on my way to the square. Please watch for a little longer. I will be there shortly. Do not go to the square. Come to Jiafu Hospital." Tang Tang has been taken to the emergency room. Gong Yixiao spoke with difficulty, immediately feeling Guogua's piercing gaze sweep over him once more. He felt as though he were a villain. Mu Qing, however, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. What had happened to Tang Tang? She had only been gone for a brief moment. How could something have gone awry? Gong Yixiao, feeling somewhat awkward, recounted the situation as it was. "I may have given her too much to eat, and Tang Tang vomited. She seemed a bit unsteady, so I brought her here. I'm still unsure of her condition." A sudden wave of guilt washed over him regarding Mu Qing and the children. Previously, he hadn't found looking after the child burdensome. He simply indulged Tang Tang's love for food, continually buying her treats. In his eyes, children understood their own hunger. Who could have anticipated that this little girl would not consider the limits of her own stomach? Yet, he still felt responsible. In terms of caring for children, he had clearly not devoted himself wholeheartedly to supervision. Mu Qing, unaware of Gong Yixiao's current emotions, felt her heart tighten. Tang Tang was indeed quite the little gourmand. Sometimes, even when her belly was full, her eyes still craved more, requiring adult intervention to regulate her intake. Although deeply worried, Mu Qing recognized that Gong Yixiao lacked experience with children and was unfamiliar with their temperaments. Thus, it was unjust to place all the blame on him. She herself had failed to consider the situation adequately. Accustomed to leaving the children in Mu Ning's care, she had assumed Gong Yixiao could manage. And even if he struggled, there were others around. Little did she know that her own negligence would lead to Tang Tang's distress. Though Mu Qing did not reprimand him, her voice had grown heavier. "I understand. I'll be there shortly." She instructed the taxi driver to take her to Jiafu Hospital and hurried straight to the emergency room. Meanwhile, she noticed several doctors hastening towards the intensive care unit, their urgent demeanor suggesting that something serious was amiss. Could it be that Mu Yuhan was in critical condition? Chapter 62. Have you been particularly idle lately? Mu Qing hesitated for a moment before swiftly heading towards the emergency room. For her, the life and death of Mu Yuhan paled in comparison to her daughter's well-being. Moreover, Guogua had given Mu Yuhan a life-sustaining pill. So he should manage to cling to life, albeit with a struggle. With this thought, Mu Qing cast aside all other concerns and rushed forward. From a distance, she spotted her son and Gong Yixiao standing in stark opposition, the tension in the air causing her heart to race. Mommy, Tangang, I understand. It's nothing serious. Tangang probably just overindulged. This is a minor issue. Don't worry too much. Mu Qing quickly reassured Guogua. Gong Yixiao, feeling overlooked, was unsettled. Yet given that the incident had occurred under his watch, he found it difficult to voice his discomfort, his expression a mix of coldness and displeasure. Uncertain whether to be angry at himself or at others, Guogua, upon hearing Mu Qing's words, felt a sense of relief. For him, his mother's words were a source of comfort. If Mommy said Tangdang was fine, then she must indeed be fine. After soothing her son, Mu Qing finally turned to face Gong Yixiao. I apologize. It is my fault for not watching over the children. Gong Yixiao's voice was low and tinged with a hint of frustration. He had thought that Tang Tang was the least likely to encounter any issues. Believing that Guogua was the one who always targeted him, he figured that as long as he kept a close eye on Guogua, everything would be fine. Who could have guessed that the one he least expected would be the one in trouble? This feeling gnawed at him far more than missing out on a billion-dollar deal. He genuinely felt remorseful towards Mu Qing. Seeing his demeanor, Mu Qing decided not to say much more and softly replied, "It's all right. Many unforeseen events can occur during a child's growth. It shouldn't be anything serious." Gong Yixiao had anticipated that Mu Qing would be angry with him, or, at the very least, wear a cold expression. He never expected her to remain so composed, which only deepened his discomfort. He wondered if he were her husband, would she become furious for allowing the child to be in such a state? Surely she would. After all, her nature was not one of gentleness. As these thoughts spiraled in his mind, Gong Yixiao's mood worsened. This woman clearly did not regard him as one of her own, hence her polite demeanor. Even when the child was in his care, she merely responded with calmness rather than revealing her true feelings. With this realization, Gong Yixiao suddenly stood up and approached Mu Qing. He seized her hand and slapped it against his own face. This action left both Mu Qing and Guogua in shock. The sting in Mu Qing's palm was a testament to the force he had used. "Have you lost your mind?" she exclaimed. Gong Yixiao paid no heed to the pain on his face, narrowing his eyes as he stated, "You entrusted the children to me, and I failed to care for them properly. Now that one is in emergency care, you should indeed strike me." With that, he gripped Mu Qing's hand again, attempting to slap his face. Once more, she summoned all her strength to stop him. "Gong Yixiao, are you insane? The children are mine. It was my misjudgment to place them in the hands of someone with no experience in raising children. That fault lies with me. The issues with Tang Tang are a consequence of my decisions, not yours." She forcefully wrenched her hand from his grasp. The words "not your concern" pierced Gong Yixiao's heart. What did she mean? The children were hers? Did she never consider letting him know of their existence? No matter how arduous her life had been, she had never thought of building a family with him for the sake of the children, had she? This notion flooded his mind, prompting him, in a moment of impulse, to ask, if I were the children's father and had allowed them to end up in such a state, would you remain this calm? That is different. Mu Qing was reluctant to discuss the topic. Yet her response had already provided Gong Yixiao with an answer. He scoffed. "If I were your husband and had let the children end up like this, what would you do?" Mu Qing felt a wave of irritation wash over her. What would she do? She might impulsively kick the other person, then seize their hair and scold them before collapsing into their embrace. Inquiring what should be done if something were to happen to the child, Mu Qing couldn't help but glance at Gong Yixiao. Although this man was the biological father of the children, she was acutely aware that she could never become his wife, nor he her husband. Their relationship was merely one of collaboration. Thus, what purpose did it serve to ponder such an uncertain question? Mu Qing pinched her temples and murmured, "Gong Yixiao, I wish to have a moment of tranquility, if you please." Her voice carried a hint of weariness and rejection. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened considerably. She was repulsed by him. Hence, she had never contemplated a future together. For reasons unknown, when this thought surged into Gong Yixiao's mind, he felt an unexpected surge of anger. It was Mu Qing who had assaulted him 5 years prior. It was she who bore the children in secret. Now, she was the one deciding that the children would not recognize him, even planning to withhold the truth from him for a lifetime. What did this woman perceive him to be? A mere tool for her own ends? A stallion? Or perhaps a disposable rag? Gong Yixiao had never been so enraged. At least, for the past 5 years, no one had dared to treat him in such a manner. He felt an urge to unleash violence, but upon seeing the concern and fatigue in Mu Qing's eyes and observing Guogua, who stood protectively between him and Mu Qing, he ultimately swallowed his fury. His words were left unspoken as Su Mo's call interrupted him. All of Gong Yixiao's pent-up anger suddenly found an outlet. Have you been particularly idle lately? How about trying to establish a branch in South Africa? Gong Yixiao's voice resonated like a voice from the depths of hell, causing Su Mo to shudder and nearly drop his phone. He hastily replied, President Gong, Mu Wanwan has arrived. How should we arrange for her? After all, the previous orders came from you. With Mu Wanwan's arrival, Su Mo dared not act recklessly. Gong Yixiao's gaze grew colder. He had instructed Mu Yifeng to send her over in the evening, and now, barely past 2 in the afternoon, she was so impatient to arrive. Truly believing he held any regard for her, Gong Yixiao snorted disdainfully. Take her to the back mountain forest farm, send a few capable ones to accompany her. Just ensure she does not perish. Let the wolves play as they wish. Remember, retrieve her by tomorrow morning. Su Mo was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly felt a chill creep up his neck. The last person treated this way by President Gong had betrayed him 5 years ago, and had suffered the consequences of having their tendons severed and being discarded in a slum. Su Mo could hardly believe that Mu Wanwan would be granted such an honor. Gong Yixiao's anger had not yet subsided. Seeing Su Mo in a daze, he remarked, What? Do you wish to accompany Mu Wanwan as well?
No.
I will arrange it immediately. Su Mo quickly ended the call. Just then, the door to the emergency room swung open, and the doctor emerged, causing Gong Yixiao's heart to leap into his throat. Chapter 63. Is this truly the work of Gong Yixiao? Mu Qing was about to step forward, but Gong Yixiao beat her to it. He swiftly approached the doctor, his gaze intense, and inquired, How is the child? The doctor, startled by Gong Yixiao's penetrating look, replied, The little girl simply overindulged and is experiencing some gastrointestinal discomfort. It would be best for her to consume light meals for the next few days. Occasionally, missing a meal won't harm her. I've prescribed some digestive aids, and she should take them regularly. At this, Mu Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Although it aligned with her own thoughts, the doctor's confirmation provided her with a sense of reassurance. However, Gong Yixiao furrowed his brow at the doctor's words. Why was it that Mu Qing understood what he did not? He had assumed that satisfying the child's appetite was sufficient, believing that once she was full, she would naturally stop eating. He found it perplexing that she would continue to eat despite being satiated. Clearly, Mu Qing had a deeper understanding of the child's habits than he did. Gong Yixiao felt a sense of defeat. This was his daughter. He had never imagined that she would end up in the hospital due to overindulgence. Yet, Mu Qing did not blame him at all, which only heightened his feelings of inadequacy as a father. He was absent during her birth and had not been involved in her upbringing thus far. He had always thought that caring for a child was a simple task, yet here he was, having let her end up in the hospital. Was this truly the work of Gong Yixiao? The more he pondered, the more frustration welled up within him, almost compelling him to strike himself in self-reproach. Mu Qing, unaware of Gong Yixiao's tumultuous thoughts, found his thin lips pressed tightly together in a rather intimidating manner. Just as she moved to embrace Tang Tang, Gong Yixiao intervened. Let her stay overnight for observation, he insisted, genuinely shaken. Mu Qing noticed Gong Yixiao's demeanor and paused momentarily. Regarding matters of the child, she sincerely doubted that someone of his stature at the pinnacle of the hierarchy could comprehend the nuances involved. Moreover, blaming him would not rectify the situation. Yet, Gong Yixiao was engulfed in guilt, stirring a ripple of emotion within Mu Qing. If he knew he was their father, might he not be able to do better? This thought flashed through her mind, startling her. What was she contemplating? The notion of revealing the children's existence to Gong Yixiao seemed utterly reckless. Considering his character, she could only wonder how he would react to such knowledge. A frown creased her brow. Mommy. Guogua tugged at Mu Qing's sleeve, his eyes filled with complex emotions. At that moment, Mu Qing felt a pang of guilt for unilaterally severing her children's connection with their biological father. She could provide them with the best living conditions, yet she would never be able to offer them a complete family or the nurturing affection of a father. With this realization, Mu Qing turned her gaze back to Gong Yixiao and softly suggested, Let us talk. Very well, Gong Yixiao responded, calling someone to care for Tang Tang and Guogua. Before leading Mu Qing to a cafe outside the hospital, Mu Qing ordered a coffee, her expression a mixture of emotions. Gong Yixiao, on the other hand, did not rush her. Instead, he began searching for parenting knowledge on his phone, as if, from that moment on, He intended to shoulder all the responsibilities he had neglected and learn everything he needed to know. Mu Qing cast a fleeting glance at Gong Yixiao's phone screen, letting out a soft sigh as she declared, Tang Tang and Guigua are our children. At last, she resolved to be forthright with Gong Yixiao. She firmly believed that, even if she remained silent, he would eventually seek a paternity test. Rather than relinquishing control, it was far better to clarify matters now. Gong Yixiao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Mu Qing's candidness, which rendered him somewhat unprepared. I am aware, he replied. Mu Qing's heart sank. Indeed, this man had already uncovered the truth. A twinge of frustration washed over her. You are welcome to visit the children and engage with them, but you cannot contest my custody. She continued, Gong Yixiao. I admit that 5 years ago, I forced myself upon you. I did not seek your consent before bringing them into this world. Yet I nearly lost my life in the process. They are my children, born of my sacrifice. You merely contributed a part and cannot claim custody. Her emotions surged as she spoke. Despite her skills as a renowned physician and her modest resources, she felt vastly outmatched by Gong Yixiao. His mind conjured vivid images of the hardships of childbirth, recalling how his own mother had tragically succumbed to complications during his birth. Consequently, he had been raised by his grandfather, fostering a deep bond with him while maintaining a sense of reverence for his mother, for without her, he would not exist. Observing the worry in Mu Qing's eyes, Gong Yixiao inquired, Have you never considered giving the children a complete family? Taken aback, Mu Qing faltered. It was not that she had not contemplated it, but rather that she dared not dream of such a possibility.
Who was Gong Yixiao?
Although she believed herself to be doing well, in his presence, she felt vastly inferior. An unbalanced love or marriage, she was convinced, would not lead to happiness. We should marry, he proposed. This way, you need not fear losing custody of the children, and I can fulfill my responsibilities as a father. Wouldn't that be ideal? His words left Mu Qing in silence. Such a decision would indeed benefit the children, yet she felt a twinge of discomfort. There was no love between them, and this truth unsettled her. Gong Yixiao seemed to grasp her thoughts, idly toying with his coffee cup as his melodious voice broke the silence. His rhetorical questions tightened the knot in Mu Qing's chest. She could not allow it. Given that Mu Yuhan had once turned against his own sister, how could he possibly spare the children for her sake? Moreover, her current visage was no longer familiar to Mu Yuhan. And with Mu Shi harboring deep-seated animosity towards the little ones, along with the lurking threat of Mu Chen and the avaricious Mu family, Mu Qing's brow furrowed in worry. In truth, Mu Qing had devised a plan, but compared to Gong Yixiao's formidable protection, her preparations seemed inadequate and less secure. As Mu Qing earnestly began to contemplate her words, Gong Yixiao continued, You have observed my circumstances. I cannot afford to possess any vulnerabilities, nor can I indulge in emotions. Rather than marry a woman who is infatuated with me, it would be more prudent for us to be together. At least we both are acutely aware of our respective needs, are we not? A rational marriage is bound to endure. His words pierced Mu Qing's heart. If her mother, Gu Yuanyuan, had not been driven by love, how could she have married the destitute Mu Chen? And how could her life have ended so prematurely? Perhaps Gong Yixiao was indeed correct. Chapter 64. Gong Yixiao, are you doing this on purpose? I need to think this through. It must be said that Mu Qing wavered, not for any other reason, but for the safety of the children, even though Mu Ning could care for them. Just one encounter with Mu Wanwan had led to Mu Ning losing a finger, not to mention Mu Chen and Mu Yuhan. Previously, Mu Qing had contemplated that when the time for retaliation came, should Mu Yuhan respond vehemently, she would arrange for the little ones and Mu Ning to flee to another country for safety. However, she could not bear to part with the children.
Now,
with Gong Yixiao's protection, she felt a sense of relief. Nevertheless, the thought of marrying Gong Yixiao felt somewhat surreal and awkward, for she had never envisioned matrimony on her path of vengeance. Mu Qing raised her gaze to meet Gong Yixiao's. The man had become even more captivating after 5 years of refinement. In truth, marrying him might not be such a loss, would it? Although the Gong family was fraught with turmoil and deep waters, what did that matter? As long as Gong Yixiao remained steadfast, any ulterior motives from others would have to be temporarily subdued. Moreover, she would heal Gong Yixiao's body and strive to ensure he lived a longer life for the sake of the children, which did not seem an insurmountable task for Mu Qing. Gong Yixiao had not pressed Mu Qing. In fact, he seemed rather confident as he took out his phone to text Su Mo, Contact the Civil Affairs Bureau. I wish to register for marriage. When Su Mo read those words, his phone slipped from his grasp in shock.
What?
Did he just say he wants to get married? Is this for real? Who is he marrying?
Mu Chen.
Gong Yixiao's declaration left Su Mo momentarily stunned, yet he quickly grasped the situation. The children were already present. And Miss Mu possessed remarkable medical skills. Even if she were not a miraculous healer, her abilities could undoubtedly bring fortune to both Gong Yixiao and the elder Gong. Miss Mu truly seemed to be Gong Yixiao's lucky star. Su Mo held a favorable impression of the future matriarch and hastily began to make arrangements. After sending the message, Gong Yixiao lifted his gaze once more, noticing a newfound clarity in Mu Qing's eyes. He understood that she had reached a decision.
So, how is it? Deal.
However, I prefer to refrain from engaging in marital cohabitation for the time being. Mu Qing could comprehend Gong Yixiao's intentions and thoughts behind marrying her. Both he and the elder Gong required her expertise in their current states. Once married, she would become the daughter-in-law of the Gong family, allowing Gong Yixiao to rest assured regarding his health. As he had stated, this was a pragmatic union, with both parties having their needs met. She sought to provide a complete family for the children, while Gong Yixiao aspired to attain longevity. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, when it comes to fulfilling the obligations of marriage, Mu Qing finds herself grappling with an internal conflict. Gong Yixiao did not anticipate Mu Qing's words and was momentarily taken aback, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Are you truly certain you do not wish to share a marital life with me? Rest assured, after we wed, you need not exert any force upon me. I promise to obediently acquiesce to your desires. Instantly, Mu Qing's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching the base of her neck. She had anticipated this. This was indeed a hurdle she could not surpass. After all, it was the first time in her life that she had felt so compelled by a woman. Gong Yixiao spoke with utmost seriousness. Mu Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Why not tonight then? It is, after all, our wedding night. A glimmer of amusement danced in Gong Yixiao's eyes. Mu Qing was taken aback. Gong Yixiao, are you doing this on purpose? She was tempted to hurl the coffee in her hand at him. Yet, Gong Yixiao grasped her hand firmly and whispered, let us proceed to complete the formalities now. I cannot provide you with a grand wedding at this moment. The Gong family is not in a stable state. Let us opt for a marriage of convenience for the time being. Within a year, I shall ensure you have a splendid wedding. Mu Qing paused slightly. She held little expectation for a wedding and had many matters to attend to. Bearing the title of Mrs. Gong was rather inconvenient for her. And she desired that one day, when Gong Yixiao proposed to her, others would acknowledge their compatibility and equal standing. This was the marriage and wedding Mu Qing envisioned. A year. She needed to utilize this time to bridge the gap between herself and Gong Yixiao, rather than remaining as she was now. With this thought in mind,
Mu Qing nodded.
All right, I agree. Let us go. Gong Yixiao took Mu Qing's hand and they exited the cafe, heading directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The director was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Gong, there is a green channel available. Would you prefer the main hall or the green channel? Many individuals of status favor a concealed marriage, thus the Civil Affairs Bureau established a green channel that ensures a high level of privacy. If prominent figures opt for the main hall, it signifies a public announcement. Gong Yixiao replied nonchalantly, the green channel, please. The director promptly ushered them inside. It must be said, matters concerning special individuals are expedited remarkably. Within mere minutes of entering, Mu Qing and Gong Yixiao emerged with their marriage certificates in hand. Looking at the marriage certificate, Mu Qing mused, is this how I become a married woman? Gong Yixiao's words left Mu Qing somewhat speechless. Though it was a marriage of convenience, there was no need to reduce it to mere partnership. I refuse. I intend to witness Mu Wanwan being pursued by wolves tonight.
Mu Qing outright declined.
Seeing her enthusiasm, Gong Yixiao remarked, she has already eagerly ventured into the back mountain forest. What time is it? Mu Qing glanced outside, astonished. Mu Wanwan is truly rushing headlong into danger. A flicker of coldness and ruthlessness crossed Gong Yixiao's gaze. Suddenly, Mu Qing smiled mischievously at Gong Yixiao, playfully pinching the hem of his shirt and gently swaying it. Gong Yixiao was left momentarily speechless. When this woman exudes confidence, she truly captivates, and when she feigns innocence, it becomes utterly disarming. Not a word escapes her lips, yet her glistening eyes, filled with a pitiful allure, render him utterly weak. Even more astonishing is how his mind drifts back to the image of Mu Qing from 5 years ago, her tear-streaked face filled with shyness. Almost identical to the present moment. Gong Yixiao felt a sudden dryness in his throat. He quickly stated, Tang Tang is still at the hospital. Instantly, Mu Qing's face brightened. Are you implying that as long as Tang Tang is properly taken care of, we can go visit her? What could Gong Yixiao possibly say? How could he deny Mu Qing's radiant smile? We must ensure Tang Tang's safety first. No problem, it's settled then. With that, Mu Qing turned and hopped into the car, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Gong Yixiao stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, utterly bewildered by the wind. This woman. He hastily pulled out his phone, gritting his teeth as he dialed Mu Qing. Don't you feel like you've forgotten something? Chapter 65. Absolutely in need of reprimanding. Mu Qing paused momentarily, instinctively checking her phone and silver needles. Yes, they're all here. I haven't forgotten anything. Gong Yixiao felt as if he might explode from fury. This woman is simply too much. You forgot about your husband. Gong Yixiao felt he had exhausted his utmost patience and good temper to deliver this line. Yet, Mu Qing instinctively retorted, I'm a single-celled organism. Where would I find a husband? Let's not get into that. Just then, her marriage certificate fell from her pocket with a loud snap, striking her face painfully. It suddenly dawned on her that she had indeed recently exited singlehood. Mu Qing abruptly hung up the phone. Would it be too late to claim her phone was out of battery? Imagining Gong Yixiao's dark expression, she swiftly slammed on the brakes, executed a sharp turn, and sped back toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gong Yixiao listened to the busy signal, his face contorted with rage. This is simply intolerable. As he pondered, Mu Qing performed a stunning drift, halting directly in front of him. Hey, Mr. Gong, I'm still getting used to my new identity, my apologies. How about you get in the car? The expression and tone Mu Qing adopted were so obsequious that Gong Yixiao's anger inexplicably dissipated. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern visage, retorting, Are you a dog? How did you know? Mu Qing feigned surprise, looking at Gong Yixiao with wide eyes.
How could he respond to that?
Shall I call out a few times? Gong Yixiao suddenly felt playful. The corners of Mu Qing's mouth twitched. How dare this man push his luck? Sensing that she might become annoyed, Gong Yixiao hurriedly opened the car door and got inside, though he stubbornly remarked, later, we still need to visit the children now. We must maintain our image.
Ha!
Mu Qing chuckled coldly to herself. Tonight, I'll make you regret it. She shot him a glare and pressed the accelerator, the car shooting off like an arrow. Gong Yixiao's expression shifted immediately. He glanced at Mu Qing and noticed that her speed had already surpassed 120 miles per hour. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, instinctively gripping the armrest beside him, pondering that he must never allow Mu Qing to drive again. Given her experience, Tang Tang should now be lively and energetic. This child had overeaten and suffered from indigestion before, and the hospital had administered medication. At this point, she should be fine. Just as they were nearing the hospital, Mu Ning's call came through. Mu Qing wedged the phone between her face and shoulder, inquiring, Sister, are you all set? Yes, I've got everything ready. Bring the two little ones over. Mu Ning's voice carried a hint of joy. Shao Qing, did you know? Mu Wanwan hasn't touched this house. The decor is still in the style of our parents from years ago. Seeing this, I feel as if our parents are still with us. Mu Ning's excitement was palpable, and Mu Qing shared in her joy. Seizing the moment, Mu Qing mentioned Tang Tang's situation. Upon hearing about Tang Tang's indigestion, Mu Ning couldn't help but ask, how did she get indigestion again? Didn't I tell you not to let her eat so much? That girl, Tang Tang, was quite the foodie. A classic case of having a full stomach but insatiable eyes. Adults needed to keep a watchful eye on her. Yes, my oversight, Mu Qing quickly apologized. Mu Ning had nothing more to say, but advised her to drive carefully before hanging up. Seeing that she was about to use one hand to hold the phone, Gong Yixiao swiftly took the phone from her grasp and seemingly casually asked, Why didn't you tell your sister that I was the one who brought the child and caused her illness? Mu Qing shot him another glare, replying, If I say it was me, my sister would only scold me a couple of times. If it were you, she might very well refuse to let you through the door and never allow you to be near the children again. Do you believe that? When it came to caring for the children, if Mu Ning claimed the second place, no one would dare claim the first, not even Mu Qing herself, who had to admit that she could not rival Mu Ning's patience with the children. Although Mu Ning had her moments of timidity, she would fiercely defend her children against anyone. Mu Qing had no doubts about that. Gong Yixiao was momentarily taken aback. The woman in the hospital who seemed to shrink away from him would dare to prevent him from interacting with the children? He found it hard to believe. Noticing his disbelief, Mu Qing's expression turned serious as she said, My sister may be timid and ordinary, but she is far better to the children than I am as their mother. In fact, I can say that my sister spends more time with them than I do. The two little ones are her bottom line. Without her, there would be no me and no two children of yours. So, Gong Yixiao, you may look down on anyone, be aloof with anyone, but when it comes to my sister, you and I both owe her. There were things Mu Qing could not articulate, but she needed to convey her stance towards her sister to Gong Yixiao. If it weren't for Mu Ning all those years ago, let alone the two little ones, whether Mu Qing could even survive was in question. In this regard, she was unwavering. Gong Yixiao saw the seriousness and sincerity in Mu Qing's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for this woman, Mu Ning. I have come to understand that from now on, she shall be my sister. With my presence, no one shall dare to bully or insult her. Upon hearing Gong Yixiao's words, Mu Qing finally wore a smile. The two proceeded to the hospital, where they found Tang Tang lively and animated, engrossed in telling guagua stories. "Mummy, I miss you so much." After planting a kiss on Mu Qing's cheek, Tang Tang flung herself into Gong Yixiao's embrace, playfully declaring, "Handsome uncle, I want to eat jelly. You little glutton." Before Gong Yixiao could respond, Mu Qing's temper flared. This little foodie, having already overindulged, still craved more. How typical of one who forgets their pain once healed. Without hesitation, Mu Qing lifted Tang Tang from Gong Yixiao's arms and turned to leave. "Auntie has tidied up the house. I will take you there. Mummy has some matters to attend to tonight. You must behave, understood?" Observing Mu Qing's departure, Gong Yixiao instinctively drew the reluctant guagua into his arms and followed her outside. Realizing that Mummy was genuinely upset, Tang Tang dared not utter another word. As they passed the intensive care unit, Mu Qing instinctively glanced inside. Empty. It seemed Mu Yuhan had been rushed into the emergency room. One could only wonder if there was a physician capable of reviving him. Recalling how Guagua inadvertently administered the life-replenishing pill to Mu Yuhan, Mu Qing felt a pang of frustration.
No.
Once she dealt with Mu Wanwan, she would personally ensure that Mu Yuhan's breath was extinguished. Just then, a figure approached from the opposite direction, causing Mu Qing's expression to shift dramatically. It was him. Chapter 66. This man is not to be underestimated.
Yehang.
The instructor from the base who had drugged her 5 years ago. What was he doing here? Mu Qing narrowed her eyes slightly. Although she was aware that Yi Hang might not recognize her now, she found herself instinctively taking a few steps toward Gong Yixiao. Gong Yixiao furrowed his brow, glancing at Mu Qing with a hint of concern. Was it merely his imagination, or did Mu Qing seem to harbor some unsettling emotions? Was it due to the man before her? Gong Yixiao's gaze shifted to Yi Hang, who met his eyes momentarily before both men averted their gazes. Though the atmosphere appeared calm, both Gong Yixiao and Yi Hang felt anything but tranquil. This man is not to be underestimated. This was the thought occupying Gong Yixiao's mind. Yi Hang, on the other hand, merely clenched his fists slightly, a glimmer of inscrutable light flickering in his eyes. After their brief confrontation, no one paid further attention to Mu Qing. As she passed by Yi Hang, she struggled to suppress the hatred simmering within her. Just then, Mu Qin emerged from within, and upon seeing Yi Hang, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Instructor Yi, you're here. My son's condition isn't good. Didn't you mention you knew some doctors? Is there any way to bring one over? I'm willing to pay any price."
Yehang, Notijin Muchen.
Instinctively glanced inside before asking, "Has Qing had any news?" Mu Qing nearly stumbled, forcing herself to maintain composure. Qing. That was how Yi Hang referred to her. In her childhood, she had felt a sense of care from the instructor, who accepted the appellation without objection. However, the scene from 5 years ago was something she could hardly endure. Upon hearing that name now, she was overwhelmed with revulsion. Mu Chen sighed, remarking, "In such circumstances, her chances of survival were exceedingly slim. I refuse to believe she is dead." Yi Hang's tone caused Mu Qing to furrow her brows in confusion. What did he mean? Even after 5 years, did they still doubt her demise following that explosion? Given the height and the ferocity of the blast, her survival would indeed be a miracle. Instinctively, Mu Qing reached to touch her face, but repressed the urge. Mu Chen's gaze deepened as he continued, however. "Very well, for Qing's sake. I shall summon that doctor. As for your son's survival, it ultimately hinges on his own fortune." With that, the two entered the inner chamber, further distancing Mu Qing from Yi Hang and the others. She could scarcely believe that, even after 5 years, Yi Hang still harbored hope for her survival. More perplexing was the fact that he had conveyed this certainty to Mu Chen, or perhaps to Mu Yuhan. What was his intention? A whirlwind of emotions swirled in Mu Qing's mind, yet she stifled them. Gong Yixiao observed Mu Qing's distracted demeanor upon encountering Yi Hang. It was evident that she was preoccupied, her pace slow and her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. "Do you know him?" Gong Yixiao's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undercurrent of danger. "What did you say?" "I asked if you knew that man from earlier." His gaze locked onto Mu Qing. She was taken aback by Gong Yixiao's perceptiveness. It made sense. He was Gong Yixiao, adept in ancient martial arts, inherently sensitive to such matters. But should she disclose anything to him? Mu Qing hesitated. She was reluctant to share these matters with Gong Yixiao, even though they were now married. Some grievances, she felt, were hers alone to settle. With that thought, she shook her head. "I don't know him. I simply find him unpleasant. I dislike that man as well," Gong Yixiao stated bluntly, leaving Mu Qing momentarily stunned.
Why?
"Have you two interacted?" "Never." "Then why do you harbor such disdain? Why should I have to like him?"
Indeed.
There was no reason for Gong Yixiao to take a liking to Yihang. They belonged to entirely different worlds. Contemplating this, Mu Qing fell silent. Though her thoughts continued to dwell on Yihang's purpose for visiting the Mu family. He had come for Mu Yuhan. Who was the doctor he mentioned? Could he truly heal Mu Yuhan? If he succeeded, would her own suffering from 5 years prior be rendered meaningless? At this realization, a surge of indignation arose within Mu Qing. Why was it that they could plot against her and inflict harm without restraint, while her quest for vengeance faced incessant obstacles?
No.
She resolved that she must confront Mu Yuhan that very night. In that moment of determination, she suddenly felt Gong Yixiao's hand grasp hers. His palms were remarkably dry yet warm, contrasting with the impression he usually conveyed. Mu Qing couldn't help but feel a slight bewilderment. However, Gong Yixiao quietly stated, Mu Qing, we are already husband and wife. Regardless of whether I have bestowed upon you a grand wedding, you are indeed my woman. And so? Mu Qing instinctively sensed that he had more to convey. Gong Yixiao gazed at her earnestly, declaring, therefore, I require your absolute loyalty to me and to this marriage. In that moment, Mu Qing comprehended that he had misconstrued something. Gong Yixiao, our relationship is merely. She intended to articulate that their union was one of mutual benefit, a contractual marriage, but the astonished expressions on Guogua and Tongtong's faces, clearly having overheard Gong Yixiao's words, left her feeling somewhat vexed. Why had Gong Yixiao made such a declaration in front of the children? How could she continue from there? Tang was the first to react. She promptly wrapped her little arms around Mu Qing's neck, eagerly asking Mommy, have you married the handsome uncle? Is he our daddy now? Observing her daughter's excitement, Mu Qing suddenly felt a pang of guilt. The children had not overtly expressed a longing for a father, yet their current enthusiasm made her realize that their silence did not equate to a lack of need. For a moment, Mu Qing found herself at a loss for words. Guogua, however, furrowed her brow tightly. Mommy, why did you marry him? As soon as Guogua finished speaking, Gong Yixiao playfully tapped her on the head. Ouch! Guogua glared at Gong Yixiao with indignation, almost as if she wished to bite him, which amused Gong Yixiao greatly. From now on, call me daddy, and mind your manners. I won't. Guogua retorted defiantly. Why should she call him daddy just because he appeared? Who did he think he was? She turned her head away, refusing to look at Gong Yixiao. Gong Yixiao was unfazed. After all, this child had a stubborn disposition. With time, she could be taught. As for Tang, his gaze softened momentarily. Tang, with her eyes sparkling, sweetly called out, Daddy.
Ah.
Gong Yixiao felt an overwhelming sweetness in his heart, far more delightful than honey. This was indeed his little darling from a past life, so understanding and charming. Come, Daddy will take you both to buy toys. With that, Gong Yixiao stepped outside. Mu Qing contemplated intervening, but upon witnessing the children's eager yet timid eyes fixed on her, she found herself speechless. Just then, Su Mo rushed in, visibly anxious, causing Mu Qing to feel a sense of unease. Chapter 67. Capture the thief by grasping the king. Had something happened to Mu Wanwan? Mu Qing's first thought was of her. Hadn't that woman just been sent in not long ago? Could she really not endure it? That simply wouldn't do. She hadn't even seen her in a state of disarray yet. Su Mo paused slightly, then shook his head, saying no, Mu Wanwan is fine. The wolves are not yet hungry, merely toying with her. His words were quite comforting and uplifting. Mu Qing felt an immediate sense of relief. Gong Yixiao slightly furrowed his brows and spoke in a low voice. If there is something, seek out Jiang Machin. I wish to spend time with my wife and child. Have you forgotten that I just got married? The weight of his words was palpable, causing Su Mo to break into a cold sweat. However, Jiang Yi was currently unable to handle the situation. Su Mo understood that disrupting their family reunion would not bode well, yet he cast a desperate glance at Mu Qing, silently pleading for assistance. Mu Qing, feeling somewhat vexed, pondered her new role as Mrs. Gong. Surely, her words wouldn't carry much weight with Gong Yixiao. Nevertheless, she tentatively suggested, how about I take them to the square to choose some gifts? Assistant Su must have urgent matters to discuss with you. You can address those first. And we will wait for you. Gong Yixiao's furrowed brow deepened. Frankly, he was not fond of Mu Qing's perceptiveness. The more understanding she was, the more it signified her emotional distance from him. Yet, since his wife had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to undermine her in front of their child and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Mu Qing quickly reached out for the little one in Gong Yixiao's arms. Observing her petite figure and the unyielding presence of Tang, Gong Yixiao calmly remarked, like Guogua, as a boy of the Gong family, he must learn certain things early. He is 4 years old and should be exposed to the world. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Are you serious? What can a 4-year-old comprehend? All she desired was for her son to grow up happy and healthy. Guogua, sensing his mother's displeasure, quickly chimed in, "Mommy, I want to stay and listen." With her son voicing such a sentiment, Qing found it difficult to object. Gong Yixiao was equally surprised that the little rascal would side with him, but it suited his intentions. "Take Tang Tang over to have a look. We will join you shortly." With the father-son duo reaching an understanding, what could Qing say? She shot Gong Yixiao an irritated glare before departing with Tang Tang.
Hogwa.
Witnessing his mother leave, hastily explained, "I'm not staying for you, nor do I genuinely wish to listen. I just think it's unfair that Mommy carries both of us, yet she always chooses to hold Tang Tang, and not me." In this regard, Gong Yixiao was caught off guard by his son's empathy towards Qing. He found himself appreciating Guogua a tad more for this insight.
Xumontag.
Observing the dynamic between father and son, felt it best to remain silent. After all, both were formidable figures, not to be trifled with. Gong Yixiao's gaze shifted sharply toward him. "You have 2 minutes." Upon hearing this, Su Mo quickly interjected, "The people from Shark have swallowed 2 batches of our goods. Mr. Gong, if this continues, we will be at a disadvantage. Jiang Yi has already sent someone to negotiate, but Shark has remained elusive, and we have lost several men. Jiang Yi is also trapped and is seeking our assistance." Gong Yixiao's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is Jiang Machin injured?" "Minor injuries, nothing serious, but the specifics remain unclear. The sharks surrounded our men, effectively blocking any maritime rescue and aerial supply, and our people cannot hold out much longer. This is precisely why Su Mo is anxious." Jiang Machin is the right-hand man of Gong Yixiao. Although few are aware of this, Su Mo is fully cognizant. Should Jiang Machin truly fall at sea, Gong Yixiao would find himself in a passive position, constrained by various forces. Gong Yixiao understands this as well. He seeks a way to force the sharks to reveal themselves. "Since they have encircled us and cut off our supplies, we shall dispatch individuals to disturb their territory. I had previously refrained from targeting them. But did they truly think I feared them? If they choose to abandon this maritime route, I shall seize it." A flicker of cold ruthlessness crossed Gong Yixiao's eyes.
Xumontag instantly comprehended.
"However, all our men are with Master Jiang. Are you planning to mobilize?" Before Su Mo could finish a sentence, a glance from Gong Yixiao silenced him, yet he simultaneously grasped the situation. "I understand. I shall act at once." With that, Su Mo turned to depart, but Guogua suddenly interjected, "Capture the leader first. Why not apprehend the chief officer responsible for besieging you?" This suggestion nearly caused Su Mo to stumble, amused yet incredulous. He replied, "Young master, do you think this is a game? We cannot even approach that maritime region. Our aerial supplies have been severed. How could we capture the chief officer?" It was only then that Su Mo realized the absurdity of his conversation with a 4-year-old child. Gong Yixiao regarded him with a cold gaze. Su Mo felt an unsettling chill at the nape of his neck. He chuckled awkwardly, intending to leave, but Guogua calmly stated, "While we cannot go there, the scent can travel."
"Scent?"
Gong Yixiao narrowed his eyes. "What scent?" "Fragrance." Guogua's eyes sparkled with a confidence and wisdom beyond his years. He articulated, "The sea is rarely calm. There will be sea breezes. If we master the wind direction, our people can light incense at a location near their territory, and the scent will naturally carry over." Su Mo, bemused, replied, "Setting aside whether there exists such incense that can be burned to spread over such a distance, we have no idea where to procure that kind of fragrance. Finding a skilled perfumer today is exceedingly difficult. A single stick of incense is worth a fortune." "Young master, you are too young to understand." "I can." Guogua's declaration prompted Su Mo to shake his head in disbelief. "Young master, perhaps you should play on your own. I must attend to my duties."
"Wait."
Gong Yixiao called Su Mo back. He gazed into Guogua's confident eyes and suddenly recalled the tranquil incense Guogua had given Su Mo during his slumber. While he had not allowed Su Mo to have it tested, he had shown it to Jiang Machin. Jiang Machin, who also had an affinity for fragrances, had reacted as if he had seen blood. Over the years, what treasures had Jiang Machin not encountered? Thus, anything he treasured must be extraordinary.
Now,
as Gong Yixiao looked into Guogua's confident gaze, he boldly speculated. Though he hesitated to fully believe it, he still inquired, "Can you craft incense?" "I can." "What materials are required for that particular spice, and how long does it take to produce?" Upon hearing these words from Gong Yixiao, Sumo's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Mr. Gong, you can't truly believe that the young master can create incense, can you?" Chapter 68. What right does this man have? Neither Gong Yixiao nor Guogua paid any heed to Sumo's inquiry, seemingly disregarding his presence entirely. Su Mo awkwardly touched his nose, only to hear Guogua respond, "The one you seek does not require purification. Simple raw materials will suffice." This child's play can be completed in approximately half an hour, though the materials may be somewhat elusive. As long as you can name it, I can procure it. A flicker of flame ignited within Gong Yixiao's heart. His gaze towards Guo shifted, realizing that this brat was indeed a genius. Capable of hypnosis and incense creation, what other talents did he possess? Gong Yixiao suddenly felt compelled to discover more. Guo, somewhat displeased with Gong Yixiao's confidence and arrogance, nevertheless recognized the considerable influence he wielded in this place. Biting his lower lip, he began to list the raw materials. Su Mo promptly took out his phone to record them. As Gong Yixiao listened to the technical terms flow from Guoguo's lips, his eyes sparkled subtly. Once Su Mo had noted the materials, he began making calls to arrange for their procurement. Gong Yixiao then turned his attention to Guoguo, positioning him on a nearby step to bring them to eye level, and slowly inquired, "There must be conditions for your assistance, correct?" Indeed. Guoguo was quite pleased with Gong Yixiao's gesture. He detested his own height in comparison to Gong Yixiao's. It seemed this man had some redeeming qualities after all. Observing Guoguo's proud demeanor, Gong Yixiao could not help but smile slightly. "Go on, speak your mind. Do not mistreat my mother. Although I do not comprehend why she chose to marry you, now that she has, neither Tang nor I will object. I am aware of your wealth and power. My mother has little in terms of dowry, but I can provide for her. You must not look down upon her for this, nor cause her distress in the future. Otherwise, regardless of whether you are my biological father, I will take my mother away from you." Guoguo's words unsettled Gong Yixiao. "Which of your eyes witnessed me mistreating your mother? From the very beginning, it has been they who have been bullying me. Even 5 years ago, it was Qing who tormented me. Who am I to seek justice from?" Guoguo was unperturbed by such thoughts and fiercely defended his mother, stating, "You and my mother have just married, so naturally, it is all still fresh to you. But do not underestimate me as a child. Television has shown that wealthy men can become wicked. A person as affluent as you will surely come to disdain my mother. What will happen when you mistreat her for the sake of some vixen? What sort of nonsensical dramas are you watching?" Gong Yixiao suddenly felt a buzz in his temple. Was this insufferable brat truly his son? How could he be so difficult? Guoguo, however, maintained a serious expression, asserting, "It is not nonsense. My aunt only watches ethical dramas, and the men in them behave like this. Then why should I turn out like that? Are you not a man?" The words of Guoguo nearly sent Gong Yixiao into a fit of rage. "That question is better directed at your mother," he retorted through clenched teeth. Yet, Guoguo persisted, "You must either swear an oath or, how about this? Entrust your assets to my mother's management. Should you ever stray, your wealth would rightfully belong to her." The sheer audacity of Guoguo's statement elicited a bemused chuckle from Gong Yixiao. He was taken aback by the revelation that he had a son so enamored with wealth. "What if your mother were to stray?" he questioned.
Impossible.
Guoguo asserted with unwavering conviction. He thumped his chest, declaring, "I shall always keep a watchful eye on her. If she truly develops feelings for another man, I shall simply have her return the assets to you." Thus, it seemed the regulations applied solely to him. Gong Yixiao, at his wit's end, could only sigh in resignation. Once Guoguo realized he had been seen through, he sheepishly added, "Well, I could always gift you a new type of incense each year. My incense is quite valuable." No sooner had he uttered those words than Gong Yixiao playfully flicked his forehead.
Ouch.
"You flicked my head again," Guoguo exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Gong Yixiao, however, replied coolly, "Your mother and I shall never part ways. You might as well abandon that notion. As for the incense you mentioned, keep it for when you marry someday. Your meager funds are hardly of concern to me. Nonetheless, you're correct in stating that my personal assets should be entrusted to your mother. I shall attend to that matter." Guoguo was taken aback by this revelation. Wasn't he had often said that the wealthier one is, the more reluctant they are to part with their riches? Could it be that this man truly loved his mother? Guoguo's mind was awash with confusion. Observing his son in this state, Gong Yixiao chuckled. "Your little mind is not equipped for adult worries. Leave those to us. Has Su Mo located the raw materials? Where will the incense be produced?" Gong Yixiao genuinely wished to accompany Qing and her daughter on their outing, yet Su Mo was correct. Jiang Maching could not afford any mishaps. Guoguo glanced around and whispered, "Just find me a relatively quiet place, preferably a laboratory."
Xumontak.
At Gong Yixiao's command, Su Mo immediately understood. Before long, Gong Yixiao led Guoguo to a nearby pharmaceutical factory belonging to the Gong family, which boasted ready-to-use laboratories. He sent a message to Qing, informing her to meet them in 40 minutes, encouraging her to enjoy some leisure time beforehand. Understanding the urgency of his business, Qing raised no objections. Once inside the laboratory, Guoguo transformed entirely, immersing himself in the environment. Su Imo watched in astonishment as he meticulously examined each raw material before commencing the incense-making process, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. President Gong, is this young master truly only 4 years old? A flicker of pride crossed Gong Yixiao's eyes. How could he describe this feeling? It was more exhilarating than reclaiming an entire province. This child was destined for greatness. Gong Yixiao offered an exceedingly high appraisal. Su Imo, fixated on Guoguo's every move, thought him utterly impressive. Aside from his height, which required a stool to compensate, he truly exuded an air of sophistication.
Wow.
From this moment onward, I must become a fan of the young master. Guoguo, however, was oblivious to their thoughts as he swiftly completed the incense, his petite form swaying slightly. Gong Yixiao hurriedly entered and embraced him, a flicker of tenderness crossing his gaze.
No.
Mommy and sister are still waiting. Don't make them worry. I just need to lie down for a while. With that, Guoguo curled up in Gong Yixiao's arms, his complexion somewhat pallid. A sudden pang of concern gripped Gong Yixiao's heart. No incense making until you turn 10.
What?
Guoguo exclaimed, a spark of indignation igniting within him. How dare this man impose such restrictions? He lifted his head abruptly, ready to argue with Gong Yixiao, only to find the latter's eyes tinged with red, brimming with compassion. Guoguo was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly care for him?
Why?
Was he not merely a nominal father? With mommy absent, who was he performing for? Yet, inexplicably, warmth seeped into his heart, and he felt the urge to weep. Guoguo quickly buried his head into Gong Yixiao's embrace, murmuring inaudibly. Though Gong Yixiao could hardly concern himself with that. Had he known that making incense required such exertion, he would never have allowed this troublesome child to undertake it. What are you still standing there for? Deliver it to the sharks. Even if we cannot dismantle their lair this time, we must ensure they feel the repercussions. Otherwise, we would be dishonoring the effort my son has put forth. With that, Gong Yixiao took Guoguo in his arms and headed to the vehicle. Meanwhile, Mu Qing was also facing difficulties. Chapter 69. To strike or not to strike. Dr. Mu, please accompany us. Mu Qing, who was leisurely shopping while holding Tang Tang, was suddenly surrounded by a throng of individuals. The attire of these people was strikingly familiar to her. 5 years ago, she had been one of them. Although she had undergone a transformation since then, she had not anticipated crossing paths with them once more. While this encounter was indeed part of her revenge plan, it was far too premature. She had intended to deal with the Mu family's matters before seeking them out, yet they had come to her ahead of schedule. Is it Yi Hang? The thought of Yi Hang, whom she had seen not long ago, flashed through her mind. He had mentioned seeking a doctor for Mu Yuhan's treatment. Could it be that the doctor he referred to was her? Did Yi Hang truly know of her identity as the ghost doctor? The realization sent a cold sweat cascading down Mu Qing's spine. If her suspicions were accurate, how long had Yi Hang been monitoring her? Remembering that Yi Hang had never believed her to be dead and had spent 5 years searching for her, Mu Qing felt as though someone had gripped her throat, and the sensation was most unpleasant. Her expression darkened immediately. Get away. Yet the individuals encircling her remained unmoved. Dr. Mu, please don't make this difficult for us. Come with us. The leader of the group was someone Mu Qing recognized, an individual she had trained with in the past, equally matched in skill. The problem was that Mu Qing feared engaging in combat with her. Should a confrontation arise, even if her opponent did not recognize her face, they would certainly remember her skills. Damn it. Mu Qing had never anticipated encountering Bai Ying here. Indeed, this woman had always been her rival since childhood, vying for first place in every competition. Previously, within the confines of the base, due to the presence of Mu Qing, Bai Ying had always remained in the second position. Now that she has departed, it is likely that Bai Ying has ascended to the top. Mu Qing never anticipated that Yi Hang would dispatch Bai Ying to capture her. What should she do?
To fight or not to fight?
Mu Qing found herself in a moment of hesitation. It was still too early to expose her identity.
She simply could not afford to do so.
Yet, Gong Yixiao was absent. In her embrace, Tang Tang seemed equally startled, her small hands tightly encircling Mu Qing's neck. Her chubby face pressed against Mu Qing's as she whispered, Mommy, who are they? They seem so fierce. Do not be afraid, Tang Tang. Mu Qing consoled her daughter. While her mind raced with thoughts, she was uncertain when Yi Hang had begun to keep an eye on her, and even more perplexed as to how he had discovered her whereabouts and arrived so swiftly. Bai Ying regarded Mu Qing, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Though her face remained unfamiliar, with a slight frown, she coldly remarked, Dr. Mu, I have a rather irritable disposition. While I can still extend a semblance of politeness, I hope you will grant me this courtesy. After 5 years, Bai Ying was still insufferable. Mu Qing furrowed her brow, weighing her options before ultimately deciding to accompany Bai Ying. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to secure Mu Yuhan's life. Since they were so eager to bring him to her, she would accept. Moreover, she believed Gong Yixiao would not disregard her well-being. Although it felt somewhat shameless to think this way, Mu Qing did not mind. She had married him, bore him a pair of children, and was responsible for the health of both him and old Master Gong. It was evident that Gong Yixiao was the one benefiting greatly from their union. Thus, relying on him occasionally seemed justifiable. With these thoughts, Mu Qing calmed herself. She looked at Bai Ying and coldly declared, "Your face holds no value. However, should you dare to harm me, I assure you, your fate will be far worse than mine." If she were indeed the person Yi Hang had specifically requested, Bai Ying would undoubtedly refrain from inflicting any harm upon her, especially in light of the need to treat Mu Yuhan. Bai Ying's expression darkened significantly, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Mu Qing, as if wishing to pierce her with 1,000 daggers. Unfazed, Mu Qing held her daughter and indifferently stated, "Shall we wait for an invitation to coffee?" With that, she took the lead, striding towards the hospital. Bai Ying's hands clenched tightly, her anger palpable, as if she could bore a hole into Mu Qing's back with her glare. Why was this woman just as detestable as the deceased Mu Qing? The others, sensing Bai Ying's fury, did their utmost to diminish their presence, following behind Mu Qing toward the hospital. Guo Guo was utterly exhausted but had failed to locate Mu Qing and her daughter. He attempted to call her, but the phone rang unanswered. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened considerably. "Su Mo, investigate where Mu Qing and the others have gone." A foreboding sense of unease gripped him, his demeanor dark and ominous. Poor Su Mo had just handed over the incense to his subordinate for delivery to the maritime route and had not yet had a moment to catch his breath or sip water when he was blindsided by a call from Gong Yixiao. "Isn't Madam at the mall? Do I still need to investigate?" The suppressed fury in Gong Yixiao's voice sent a chill down Su Mo's spine, and he quickly realized that something must have happened to Madam and the young miss. Good heavens! Who has the audacity to stir up trouble? Can he not have a moment's respite? Su Mo silently grumbled but dared not delay. He swiftly dispatched personnel to scrutinize the nearby surveillance footage. Mu Qing had expected Bai Ying to escort her to Jiafu Hospital, but to her astonishment, just before they reached the hospital entrance, Bai Ying suddenly advanced and knocked Mu Qing unconscious from behind. In truth, Mu Qing had sensed the impending ambush. Instinctively, she had intended to fight back. But at the crucial moment, thoughts of Tang Tang flooded her mind. What if her identity were exposed? What fate would befall her daughter? Would Yi Hang treat Tang Tang as a second Mu Qing and take her to the base for training? The mere possibility of such a scenario tightened her heart. No. The path she had traversed must not be treaded by her daughter. Thus, she relinquished her resistance, and Bai Ying swiftly incapacitated her. Just before losing consciousness, she heard Tang Tang's cries. "Mummy!" Unfortunately, she could only succumb to the darkness. As long as her identity remained uncertain, Tang Tang would be safe. Bai Ying caught Mu Qing's body, and someone immediately stepped forward to seize Tang Tang. The child struggled violently. "Let me go. I want Mummy." "What are you going to do to my mummy?" Yet, a mere 4-year-old held little weight against these individuals. They promptly covered Tang Tang's mouth. At that moment, a vehicle arrived, and Bai Ying tossed Mu Qing into the back seat, crammed the child beside her, and took her place in the passenger seat, coldly instructing, "To the Mu family ancestral home." The car sped away swiftly. Meanwhile, Yi Hang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor of Jiafu Hospital, observing the actions of Bai Ying and Mu Qing, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. "No skills?" Mu Chun, noticing his pensive demeanor, remarked, "Instructor Yi, that girl is Dr. Mu's daughter. To persuade Dr. Mu to treat Yuhan, we must first secure her daughter, otherwise, that woman is quite formidable." "What is her name?" Yi Hang suddenly inquired. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with this woman, a sensation that thrilled him. Mu Chun paused slightly, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his eyes. But thinking of the critically ill Mu Yuhan, he continued in a hushed tone, "Coincidentally, she shares the same name as my daughter. She is also called Mu Qing. However, they are written differently. She is the daughter of the esteemed Mu family in medicine." "Oh?" Yi Hang's lips curled into a slight smile. His words left Mu Chun momentarily stunned. "My Qingqing? Are you suggesting?" After all, it has been 5 years, and they have yet to find Qingqing's remains, haven't they? A face may change at any moment, yet certain aspects remain unalterable. Having spoken, Yi Hang turned to leave. Mu Chun fell into deep contemplation. A face could change? He couldn't help but recall the circumstances surrounding Mu Qing's enmity with Mu Shi and Mu Yuhan. On the surface, it seemed that Mu Shi was intentionally stirring trouble. However, Mu Qing's reaction was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Although the Mu family was stable, they lacked the confidence to confront the Mu family. What grounds did a daughter abandoned by her own family have to stand up against Mu Shi and Mu Yuhan? Unless, of course, she harbored malice towards the Mu family. Upon this realization, Mu Chen's expression shifted subtly. Could she truly be that daughter? His curiosity was piqued. Mu Chen quickly followed Yi Hang outside. When Bai Ying saw Yi Hang, she stood respectfully to the side. Instructor, the person is still unconscious. That little one cried herself to exhaustion and has fallen asleep. I've placed her in the adjacent room, and someone is watching over her. Bai Ying's words prompted a slight nod from Yi Hang as he approached Mu Qing. Suddenly, he gently lifted a strand of Mu Qing's long hair, bringing it to his nose to inhale its familiar fragrance. Ah, this scent. It truly evokes nostalgia. Yi Hang's eyes lit up instantly. Was it merely a coincidence that they shared the same name and favored the same shampoo? Yi Hang's gaze grew fervent as he scrutinized Mu Qing's face, his smile blossoming further. This nose appeared altered, as did her lips, and even her facial structure seemed reshaped. Yi Hang's discerning eyes were razor-sharp. Having encountered countless individuals, how could he fail to notice the traces of surgical intervention on her face? Although the craftsmanship was nearly flawless, he still discerned the modifications. Mu Chen, following closely behind, paused upon hearing Yi Hang's assertion. Instructor, are you saying she is truly my daughter, Mu Qing? As soon as he spoke, Bai Ying's eyes widened in shock. Mu Qing? Wasn't that woman dead? Why would Mu Chen claim such a thing? She cast another glance at the unconscious Mu Qing. That's impossible, instructor. If she were truly Mu Qing, she would have fought back when I knocked her out. Alas, she did not. She is just an ordinary person. Bai Ying was uncertain about her own fears. She could not believe that this unfamiliar woman was Mu Qing. Yet Yi Hang calmly replied, isn't it possible to test it?
How?
Mu Chen was anxious. If this woman were indeed his daughter, why had she not come to her brother's aid? What had transpired 5 years ago? These questions burned in Mu Chen's mind. Yi Hang, however, wore a somewhat sinister smile. Bring me a syringe to draw a blood sample for a paternity test with the head of the Mu family. Science will provide the answer, yes or no. However, I prefer another method to verify if she is indeed my Qing. Yi Hang's words suddenly unsettled Bai Ying. Instructor, you can't possibly mean. Before she could finish, Yi Hang's cold gaze silenced her. Yet, he continued calmly, my Qing, even if she has lost her memory, will undoubtedly survive in dire circumstances. I have heard that Gong Yixiao possesses a private forest where many wolves are kept, and these wolves feast on human flesh. Perhaps we should throw her in there. If she survives, she shall be my beloved. If not, she shall have perished in the estate of Gong Yixiao. And it shall have no bearing on us. Upon uttering these words, Mu Chen felt his legs weaken. Instructor Yi, Gong Yixiao is no ordinary man. It is not merely that we cannot send anyone in, even approaching the estate is impossible. Yi Hang interjected. Bai Ying's complexion paled slightly. Yet she understood she had no alternatives. Indeed, she declared, promptly instructing someone to fetch a syringe to draw blood from Mu Qing for paternity testing. Given that Mu Qing's fate was intertwined with Mu Yuhan's, he hastily exclaimed, Instructor Yi, do you intend to cast her into the Gong family's estate immediately? What if she truly is my daughter? If she is your daughter, she shall undoubtedly survive. Yi Hang asserted with unwavering conviction. Master Mu, you truly do not comprehend your daughter. She is my most esteemed disciple. Nevertheless, Mu Chen remained unconvinced. But if she is not, what if she dies? Then, that is her fate. Yi Hang's response was cold and unfeeling. Mu Chen shook his head vehemently.
No, no, no.
If she dies, what will become of my son? Instructor Yi, you promised me. You will assist in saving my son. A flicker of impatience crossed Yi Hang's eyes. Had he not received Mu Chen's call regarding the troublesome woman named Mu Qing, he would not have rushed from the base.
Mu Chen.
She was the most exceptional disciple of his life and the woman he yearned for the most. Mu Chen felt a surge of frustration. Yet, he dared not voice it in the presence of Yi Hang. The individuals from the base were markedly different from Gong Yixiao. While Gong Yixiao was ruthless, as long as one did not provoke him, all would remain well. However, the base held their family's key hostages. Although Mu Qing had escaped the base 5 years prior, Yi Hang's concern for her had afforded the Mu family protection from the base without any cost over the years. Yet, should Mu Qin truly dare to defy the base, the Mu family would not need Gong Yixiao to intervene. They would likely be annihilated overnight by the base's operatives. The higher-ups remained indifferent to the matter, having reached an agreement with the base, placing these families under its jurisdiction. Observing Mu Chen's awareness of the circumstances, Yi Hang's mood improved considerably. The results of the paternity test would not be available until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Just in time, he could have her disposed of into Gong Yixiao's estate. implant a camera on her, and witness her every remarkable counterattack. Excitement and madness flickered in Yi Hang's gaze. 5 years. It had been 5 years since he last beheld that little creature in a life-or-death struggle. He had an inkling that this woman before him was the Mu Qing he had longed for. Bai Ying, understanding the urgency, swiftly hoisted Mu Qing and departed the Mu family residence. Meanwhile, Gong Yixiao had yet to uncover any useful information. The surveillance cameras in the square had been sabotaged. Su and Mo had summoned assistance for repairs, yet it would require time. As time passed, Gong Yixiao's expression grew increasingly dark, and the suffocating atmosphere compelled everyone to minimize their presence in a bid for survival. Where have they truly gone? Chapter 71. She cannot be allowed to live. Gong Yixiao could never have imagined that the woman he sought would be delivered to his own forest estate. Bai Ying, overcoming numerous obstacles, stealthily brought Mu Qing to the edge of the Gong family's mountain forest. As she gazed upon the still unconscious Mu Qing, a surge of anger welled within her. Is this truly Mu Qing? Thus, this woman must not be allowed to survive. With this thought, Bai Ying retrieved a syringe and a vial of azure liquid from her pocket. This concoction was developed by the base to punish disobedient individuals. Once injected, the subject would lose their ability to move, rendering them powerless for at least an hour. Regardless of whether this woman is indeed Mu Qing, she cannot be permitted to live. An hour is ample time for a pack of wolves to devour her. A glint of malice flickered in Bai Ying's eyes as she injected the liquid into Mu Qing's body, then sprinkled powder designed to attract ravenous wolves upon her. She was resolute. In such circumstances, there was no way Mu Qing could escape. Although she was aware that Mu Qing possessed a camera, and that her actions would be witnessed by Yi Hang, she felt undeterred. As long as Yi Hang did not execute her, she still had a chance for a resurgence. However, for Mu Qing, this was a definitive end. Mu Chun and Yi Hang, observing Bai Ying's actions on the computer, felt an urgent sense of dread. Instructor Yi, this cannot stand. Captain Bai intends to kill Mu Qing. She seeks to take Mu Qing's life. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Mu Shi periodically updated them on Mu Yuhan's condition. Although a doctor had stabilized Mu Yuhan's breathing, he lay in a state akin to a vegetative state, showing no signs of response beyond respiration. What would become of his son if Mu Qing were to perish? Yet, before Yi Hang, Mu Qin truly felt helpless. After Bai Ying completed her sinister task, a smirk graced her lips, but the next moment, she felt a sharp pain radiate from her calf. Stepping back in shock, she then noticed that Mu Qing had inexplicably awakened. Those familiar eyes glared coldly at Bai Ying, and in her hand, she clutched a sharp stone. It was with this stone that Mu Qing had sliced open Bai Ying's calf, blood gushing forth. Mu Qing coldly proclaimed, "Since you have come, let us remain together. Knowing that wolves are drawn to the scent of blood, I entrust you to lead them." With that, Mu Qing struck out, her silver needles flying through the air. Bai Ying, caught off guard, instinctively attempted to evade them, but while she managed to avoid 4, she could not escape the last 2 needles. "Ah!" she gasped, collapsing to the ground, feeling her legs lose all strength. Mu Qing, however, slowly rose to her feet. "Before you plot against me, you should have ascertained my identity. I am a student of medicine, but I neglected to mention that I also dabble in toxins. The very liquid you injected me with is merely a remnant of my own experiments, and those powders are of little consequence to me." Upon finishing her words, Mu Qing promptly shed her coat and flung it onto Bai Ying's shoulders. She leisurely retrieved her 4 silver needles, glanced at the needles embedded in Bai Ying's legs, shook her head, and sighed, lamenting the loss of 2 exquisite silver needles. Just then, both Mu Qing and Bai Ying seemed to hear the sound of a group rushing toward them. Bai Ying's complexion turned pale, while Mu Qing merely smiled. "Thank you for keeping those vicious wolves at bay." With that, she lifted her foot and dashed into the forest. She was aware that Yi Hang had tampered with her, and although she could destroy the evidence, she needed to dispel any doubts he had about her. Now was not the time to confront Yi Hang directly. Even at the brink of life and death, she was determined to fight valiantly. Mu Qing's foremost concern was for Tang Tang. She wondered if the girl would cry alone, unable to see her. It was her failure to protect the child. In that moment, she thought of Gong Yixiao. She hoped he would find Tang Tang and rescue her. With that thought, Mu Qing quickened her pace. She dared not exert herself fully, for Yi Hang was far too familiar with her. After a decade, that man perhaps understood her body better than she did herself. Meanwhile, Yi Hang, seated before his computer, narrowed his eyes. Mu Qing's skills at the base were impressive, but he had never known she could wield silver needles as weapons. And her medical expertise, where had she acquired such knowledge? If she truly was Mu Qing, why had he never discovered her medical talents during their 10 years together? Yet, if she were not Mu Qing, why did she evoke such a sense of familiarity?
Hans bro furrovet deeply.
On the other hand, Mu Qin felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing Mu Qing entrust Bai Ying with her safety. He wiped the cold sweat that had inexplicably appeared on his forehead, his gaze still tense. After all, this woman held the key to his son's survival. Just then, in the adjacent guest room, Tang Tang awoke. She looked around, finding herself in an unfamiliar house, utterly alone. Where's Mommy? Where is Mommy? Tang Tang's voice trembled with the threat of tears. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Is that girl still asleep? She must still be. Captain Bai had warned before leaving that if she woke and began to scream, they were to administer a sedative to keep her quiet. Otherwise, they would all face the wrath of the instructor. Understood. The footsteps gradually faded. Tang Tang quickly covered her mouth, her eyes darting anxiously. What kind of sedative were they going to give her? Would she become a fool? Whoa, I don't want that. Mommy, where are you? Tang Tang's tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she dared not make a sound. What should she do? Did her brother know that she and Mommy had been kidnapped? And what about the handsome uncle?
No, wait.
The handsome uncle was now her daddy. Oh, right. She is now a cherished daughter. She can call upon her father for help. Tang Tang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Carefully, she opened the watch's cover and swiftly tapped twice, causing a virtual computer screen to materialize. Rapidly, Tang Tang began to type. Although she did not know her new father's phone number, she remembered the name of the plaza she had visited with her mother. Biting her lower lip, her chubby fingers danced over the keyboard. Oh. It seemed the surveillance had been tampered with, but that would not deter her. Tang Tang effortlessly restored the monitoring system. The members of Sumo's team stood in stunned silence as they watched the screen repair itself, and then suddenly, a line of text flashed across the computer display. Chapter 72. Is this scoundrel so audacious now? Come save me and Mommy. Daddy, it's Tang Tang. Oh, they want to drug me. Daddy, help. After the string of characters appeared, Sumo's team was utterly dumbfounded. Had they been hacked? A programmer was completely at a loss. The captain swiftly slapped him and demanded, "Quick, call Assistant Su." Upon receiving the call, Su Mo immediately informed Gong Yixiao. Gong Yixiao pushed past everyone and hurried to the monitoring room. When he saw the address clearly displayed on the screen, his gaze darkened abruptly. Surround the Mu family's old residence. He never expected the Mu family to have the audacity to harm his woman, having punished Mu Shi by making her kneel in the corridor. It appeared that Mu Qin had learned nothing from the ordeal. And what did Tang Tang say? They wanted to drug her? The thought that they might be administering sleeping pills to his little princess made Gong Yixiao's blood boil. How could the daughter of the Gong family be treated in such a manner? Mu Qin was truly courting death. Su Mo had not witnessed Gong Yixiao this furious in a long time. Even when facing the reckless provocations from the Gong family's relatives, Gong Yixiao remained composed and let them handle it. However, with the whereabouts of the young lady and her mother still unknown, the CEO was already enraged. From this day forward, it seemed that the Mu family would no longer exist in Z country. Su Mo pondered this as he hurriedly led a team to the Mu residence. Gong Yixiao took the wheel himself. Su Mo, seal off all major exits. Ensure that not a single person escapes. Gong Yixiao's voice was cold, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Su Mo hesitated. CEO, we do not have enough manpower. Lord Zhang's side is compromised, and not long ago, our other team members took the young master's incense to the coastline. Gong Yixiao felt a surge of frustration. Damn, that shark one. Why do they have to stir trouble at this moment? Gong Yixiao's expression grew increasingly grim. Call the president. I need his personal guard. Su Mo was taken aback. Although there had been speculation about the relationship between Gong Yixiao and the president, the two had maintained a private connection over the years, with no public interactions. In truth, the president served as Gong Yixiao's support, just as Gong Yixiao was a trump card for the president. However, now, for the sake of Mu Qing and Tang Tang, Gong Yixiao must reveal his trump card, though it is likely the president will not acquiesce. Yet, Su Mo found it difficult to articulate the sentiment, for he understood that voicing it now would be futile. Gong Yixiao would not heed him. It was only at this moment that Su Mo comprehended the profound significance Mu Qing and the children held in Gong Yixiao's heart. He promptly placed a call to the president, but unfortunately, the response was as he had anticipated. Gong Yixiao coldly remarked, "Tell him that while I can elevate him, I can just as easily elevate another. If my people encounter any mishap today, he should not expect my support again." Such words could only be uttered by Gong Yixiao, a man of unparalleled audacity. Su Mo conveyed Gong Yixiao's intent directly. The president was nearly incensed enough to hurl the phone. How audacious this scoundrel has become. The secretary trembled, daring not utter a word. The president, aware of his own loss of composure, took several deep breaths to quell his fury and then instructed, "Deploy the personal guard to seal off all major exits, citing a manhunt for a fugitive." This was the most significant action he could undertake. The secretary swiftly relayed the president's directive to Su Mo. Although Gong Yixiao was somewhat dissatisfied, he refrained from further comment. A group of them swiftly made their way toward the Mu family's ancestral home, and naturally, Mu Chun was not oblivious to this. Panic seized him at once.
Instruktorje.
Gong Yixiao has arrived with his men. I previously warned you that Mu Qing somehow managed to cling to Gong Yixiao's favor. You assured me that the Mu family would not be implicated. Yi Hang's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. What is there to fear? No matter how formidable Gong Yixiao may be, he is still but a man, not a deity. Very well, I shall lead our departure. As long as he cannot locate the individuals he seeks, he will not recklessly act against the Mu family, for they are indeed a prominent lineage. With that, Yi Hang swiftly gathered his belongings, including the computer and Tang Tang. After sending a distress signal, Tang Tang shut the computer and pretended to sleep. When she heard the door creak open and someone lift her, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Why hasn't Daddy arrived yet? Why are these people here first? Where is Mommy? She squinted, trying to discern Mu Qing's whereabouts, but alas, she saw nothing. What to do? What have these people done to Mommy? Fear gnawed at her, yet the more terrified she felt, the more composed she became, her body subconsciously relaxing as if she were truly asleep. Yi Hang cast a glance at Tang Tang, somewhat amused by her untroubled demeanor, yet understanding, given her tender age. What could a 4-year-old possibly comprehend? Let us depart. Yi Hang ensured their exit before Gong Yixiao arrived at the Mu family's ancestral home. Upon arrival, Gong Yixiao's men wasted no time and forcefully kicked open the grand door of the Mu residence. Mu Chen was immediately engulfed in dread. President Gong. What is the meaning of this?
Search.
Gong Yixiao kicked Mu Chen aside, while his men swiftly subdued the Mu family members. Su Mo personally led a search throughout the ancestral home, but found no trace of Mu Qing or Tang Tang. He shook his head at Gong Yixiao. Gong Yixiao's eyes suddenly narrowed. Mu Chen, is it? Hand them over to me, and I may allow your family to survive. At that moment, Gong Yixiao's gaze was suffused with a crimson hue, and an aura of lethal intent emanated from him, rendering the air heavy and oppressive. Mu Chen could only feign ignorance, saying, "Mr. Gong, I do not comprehend what you are referring to." Just as his words fell, Gong Yixiao decisively snapped one of his fingers. Having lived in comfort for so many years, Mu Chen had long forgotten the hardships of his past, let alone the excruciating pain of losing a finger. Gong Yixiao, however, coldly remarked, "There is no rush. If you cannot recall, I shall assist you in remembering at a leisurely pace." Cold sweat poured down Mu Chen's back as he gritted his teeth and replied, "I truly do not understand what you mean, Mr. Gong." Gong Yixiao's gaze turned frigid. "You old fool, it seems you genuinely wish for death." With each passing minute, Mu Qing and Tang Tang were plunged deeper into peril. In all his years, Gong Yixiao had never encountered someone who so brazenly challenged his authority. Very well. Gong Yixiao's anger morphed into a chilling smile. He was already a striking figure. But when he smiled, he became even more captivating. Yet, those who knew him understood that his smile was akin to that of a harbinger of death. Su Mo could not help but shake his head. And this? Gong Yixiao's voice was soft yet brutal, leaving Mu Chen momentarily stunned.
No.
Mr. Gong, you cannot treat me this way. He struggled and pleaded, utterly forsaking his dignity. Su Mo's men swiftly apprehended Mu Chen. At that moment, the captain of the security system suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Gong, the previous signal has reappeared, but it is moving, seemingly heading towards the seaside." Gong Yixiao paused abruptly. Could it be that Tang Tang was truly not here? Chapter 73. Had they really arrived too late? Did anyone visit your home previously? Gong Yichen's voice was cold, his gaze fierce, causing Mu Chen to hastily respond, "No visitors, but a few vehicles did stop near my home. I do not know who they were, and dared not approach them. They left just minutes before you arrived, Mr. Gong." Mu Chen spoke with tears streaming down his face, sobbing uncontrollably, utterly bereft of the dignity of a family head. "Mr. Gong, even if our Mu family possessed boundless audacity, we would not dare to provoke you. Moreover, after you previously reprimanded my daughter Mu Shi, how could I dare to further irk you?" Mu Chen spoke amidst tears, as if he had borne an immense injustice. Su Mo promptly instructed his team to review the nearby surveillance footage. Indeed, they spotted several vehicles stationed at the entrance of the Mu family estate, yet no one was seen entering the premises. Gong Yixiao furrowed his brow tightly. "Station people here, if they can locate her, that would be ideal. If not, I shall ensure the entire Mu family pays the price." With that, Gong Yixiao departed with Su Mo and the others. Mu Chun collapsed onto the floor, utterly drained. He never anticipated that Mu Qing would hold such significance for Gong Yixiao. If Gong Yixiao were to discover that she had been cast into the forested mountains to be fed to wolves, Mu Qin could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. What to do? He was truly harmed by Yi Hang. Had he known, he would never have informed Yi Hang nor exploited the personnel at the base to abduct Mu Qing. Mu Qin lowered his head, his mind racing. Yet he found himself at a loss for an effective solution. Su Mo observed the icy demeanor of Gong Yixiao and quietly inquired, Mr. Gong, do you genuinely believe this matter has no connection to the Mu family? Regardless of the truth, we must locate the individuals first. Indeed. The vehicle relentlessly pursued the trajectory of the red. Yi Hang, initially confident in his escape route, soon sensed something amiss. Instructor, it appears we are surrounded. The driver glanced around at their escape path, noticing numerous vehicles converging upon them simultaneously.
Je hans kuntenans skiftet dramatikal.
Instructor, we've initiated the plan, but it seems there is some signal interference. As their words faded, Yi Hang's gaze fell upon the seemingly slumbering Tang Tang. All present were his trusted confidants. Before their departure, every system had been meticulously inspected, only commencing under completely secure conditions. The only exception had been this little girl. Yi Hang's hand swiftly reached for Tang Tang.
No.
Tang Tang abruptly opened her eyes, hurling the provisions she had stashed in her pocket at Yi Hang. He adeptly dodged. Yet an intrigued glimmer sparked in his eyes. So, it is you. The confines of the vehicle were cramped, and despite Tang Tang's quick reflexes, she could not evade the hindrance posed by the adults. She was seized like a fledgling chick. Big bad guy. Let me go. Tang Tang flailed her small fists at Yi Hang, who suddenly chuckled. This little girl's fierce demeanor resembled that of Mu Qing when she first arrived at the base, bristling with defiance and ready to fight him. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. Yi Hang grasped Tang Tang's tiny hand, smiling as he remarked, little girl, you are quite amusing. We shall meet again. With that, he instructed the driver to halt the vehicle, personally escorting Tang Tang out and affectionately ruffling her hair. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Tang Tang was momentarily dazed. She could not comprehend why this big bad guy had cast her from the vehicle. But did this imply she could seek out her father? But what about her mother? Where have you taken my mommy? Tang Tang sniffled, on the verge of tears. She was frightened, yet her yearning for her mother was even stronger. Yi Hang, observing her struggle to hold back tears, felt a growing fondness in his heart. After speaking, he left Tang Tang and re-entered the vehicle.
Drive.
Depart from here at once. Yes. The driver promptly accelerated. Meanwhile, on Gong Yixiao's side, the head of security hastily reported, Mr. Gong, the red has ceased moving. 500 meters to the left ahead, the red has stopped. Upon hearing this, the pressure emanating from Gong Yixiao expanded, overwhelming those around him. The reasons for the red dot's immobility were twofold. Either the target had been eliminated, or they had been released. Gong Yixiao would not naively assume that the abductor would release Mu Qing and her daughter after their kidnapping. Thus, he immediately contemplated the former possibility. His heart tightened.
Who was it?
Mu Qing or Tang Tang. As thoughts of Tang Tang's habitual use of the computer crossed his mind, Gong Yixiao suddenly felt a constriction in his chest. Hurry up. His voice grew hoarse with urgency. Su Mo, equally anxious, wondered if they had truly arrived too late. A chill enveloped him. As he feared for both Mu Qing and Miss Tang Tang, the entire city of Yen would likely suffer if anything befell them. Gong Yixiao's lips pressed into a thin line, his captivating eyes reflecting a tempest within. He found himself praying, earnestly beseeching the heavens. Despite having grown up in a den of wolves, he had never believed in such things. Yet at this moment, he sincerely implored the divine to spare them any harm. The car sped along the road. As they rounded a corner, a small figure appeared at the roadside, shivering like a pitiful creature, seemingly in tears. Sumo's heart surged with joy. President Gong, it's Miss Tang Tang. She's alive. At that moment, warmth flooded Gong Yixiao's gaze. He had always believed himself indifferent to children, convinced that a life without offspring would be devoid of vulnerability. Yet now, an overwhelming sense of kinship struck him, overwhelming his senses. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, Gong Yixiao leaped out and rushed to scoop Tang Tang into his arms. Her soft form finally placed his anxious heart at ease. Startled, Tang Tang recognized Gong Yixiao as her savior and burst into tears. Daddy, why did you come so late? I was so scared. Her cries deeply moved him. It's my fault, Tang Tang. I'm sorry for being late. Let me check if you're hurt. He gently set her down, meticulously examining her from head to toe until he was assured of her safety. Tang Tang, still trembling from fright, clung tightly to Gong Yixiao's arm, sobbing, "Daddy, you must go find Mommy." That bad guy said Mommy went to a very thrilling place. "You're so handsome and smart. You must know where that is, right? I want Mommy." Having never encountered such a situation before, Tang Tang was genuinely terrified, and now, seeing Gong Yixiao, she could no longer contain her fear, crying uncontrollably. Upon hearing her words, Gong Yixiao froze. A thrilling place? Where could that be? Mu Qing was not with Tang Tang. Who had taken her, and what were their intentions? Chapter 74. Are you poisoned? He hastily retrieved his phone to call Mu Qing, but her phone was turned off. Unwilling to accept this, he dialed again, only to receive the same voice message. His expression darkened ominously. Su Mo quickly instructed his subordinates. "Investigate if Madam's phone has a tracking system." "I do. Last time I went to the beach villa with my brother to save Mommy, I installed a tracking system on her phone." As Tang Tang spoke, she swiftly activated her virtual computer, her small hands flying across the keyboard. Gong Yixiao paused momentarily, yet refrained from voicing any words. Su Mo stood by, ready for action. However, disappointment washed over Tang Tang this time. "Mummy's tracking system has been compromised. I cannot locate her precise whereabouts," she lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I feel so useless. If only my brother were here, Mummy would never have been captured by the villains." Witnessing his daughter's heart-wrenching sobs, Gong Yixiao felt, for the first time, the piercing ache of paternal love. He lifted Tang Tang into his arms and, addressing Su Mo with a cold tone, commanded, "Even if I must scour the earth inch by inch, I demand that you find her." The president's personal guard had already sealed off all major exits, and Gong Yixiao was confident that no one could escape. Thus, she must still be in Yen City. Yet, the longer the wait stretched, the more his unease grew. Meanwhile, as Gong Yixiao conducted an exhaustive search for Mu Qing, she found herself in a life-and-death predicament. Facing her were 4 ravenous wolves, their green eyes starkly illuminated in the darkness. Unable to reveal her skills, Mu Qing could only nimbly climb a tree as the beasts lunged at her. Unfortunately, the wolves gathered at the base of the tree, and one began to ram against it, intent on dislodging her. Clinging desperately to the trunk, Mu Qing cursed Yi Heng in her heart, fully aware that should she be discovered, his obsession would render her life a never-ending torment. At that point, revenge would be a distant thought, and even her freedom would be jeopardized. She had 2 little ones to protect. In Yi Heng's eyes, their abilities would surely be coveted. For the sake of her children, herself, and vengeance, she could not afford to reveal her true identity. Thus, Mu Qing quietly observed the wolves, silver needles gripped between her fingers. Only 4 remained. If she used them, she could gain a fleeting chance to escape, but no one knew how many wolves lurked in the forest. Thus far, she could no longer hear Bai Ying's voice and was unaware of her situation. She hadn't even seen Mu Wanwan. The vastness of the forest was beyond her estimation. As Mu Qing pondered her predicament, the 4 wolves collided with the tree trunk. Her body swayed perilously, on the verge of losing her grip. Damn it! She never anticipated falling victim to a pack of beasts. Without hesitation, Mu Qing released the silver needles. The wolves howled in pain, thrashing about. Quickly descending from the tree, she cast a reluctant glance at the needles embedded in the wolves. They were now irretrievable, leaving her defenseless. Cursing silently, Mu Qing wrestled with her decision before ultimately abandoning the needles and sprinting away. The paths were convoluted, and she had no idea which direction to take. As she hesitated, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ah! Help! Help!" It was the voice of Mu Wanwan. A smile unconsciously crept upon Mu Qing's lips. Despite being in such peril, she felt an inexplicable urge to witness Mu Wanwan's predicament. Mu Qing couldn't help but think how delightfully wicked she had become. She swiftly dashed towards the source of the sound. Before Mu Qing could draw near, Mu Wanwan spotted her. She thought she must be imagining things. How could Mu Qing possibly be here? Yet, with the menacing wolf hot on her heels, Mu Wanwan dove towards Mu Qing. Are you insane?" Mu Qing quickly sidestepped, watching as Mu Wanwan flew past her, landing with a thud on the ground. Remarkably, she did not cry out in pain or show any pretense. Instead, she rolled on the ground like a bouncing ball. Mu Qing was utterly dumbfounded. She could hardly believe that Mu Wanwan would abandon all decorum to flee for her life. However, in the next moment, Mu Qing felt a surge of frustration. The very act of Mu Wanwan's escape had now exposed her to the wolf's gaze. It dawned on her that Mu Wanwan's earlier leap towards her was not an attempt to reach her, but a clever ruse to divert the wolf's attention. Goodness! When did Mu Wanwan become this astute? Mu Qing cursed inwardly, but instinctively began to pursue the direction in which Mu Wanwan had fled. This was absurd. If that woman had lured the wolf away, she had better be prepared to face the consequences. Seeing Mu Qing approaching, Mu Wanwan was incensed. Mu Qing, you scoundrel! Stay away from me! I cannot! You are my cousin! I must protect you! Mu Qing proclaimed grandly, yet she leapt over Mu Wanwan and accelerated ahead. Mu Wanwan felt like crying. Her body was covered in scrapes, and pain surged through her. She had thought Mu Qing might share the burden, but instead, this wretched woman had left her to face the wolves alone. Realizing that Mu Qing had positioned herself as the prime target, Mu Wanwan cursed her under her breath and mustered all her strength to chase after Mu Qing. In her mind, only by staying ahead could she hope to survive. Yet, Mu Qing was equally aware of this. Thus, the two began a frantic race through the forest. Initially, Mu Wanwan managed to surpass Mu Qing, but as fatigue set in, Mu Qing's pace quickened while Mu Wanwan began to tire, and the relentless wolf continued to pursue them, driving Mu Wanwan to the brink of despair.
Mu Qing, please save me.
I swear, I will give you whatever you want. The desperation in Mu Wanwan's voice momentarily halted Mu Qing. After all, Mu Wanwan was of the Mu family. This was indeed an opportunity. What if I demand 10% of the inheritance rights from the Mu family? 10% would not be excessive nor insufficient, but it could certainly ensure that Mu Ning would no longer be bullied within the family. Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, however, Mu Wanwan erupted in outrage.
Pa!
You little vixen! I knew you were plotting to seize my father's inheritance. Let me tell you, abandon that thought.
Oh.
Mu Qing nodded nonchalantly and remarked, then so be it. After all, you may not even escape, perhaps meeting your demise here. At that point, matters of inheritance will be of little consequence. Her words struck a nerve with Mu Wanwan.
No.
Mu Qing, you must save me. As Mu Wanwan reached out to grasp Mu Qing's hand, a ferocious wolf suddenly leaped forth, sinking its teeth into Mu Wanwan's arm. Chapter 75. The Harrowing Reality of Death.
Ah!
Mu Wanwan screamed in terror. Mu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Mu Wanwan's arm was irreparably damaged. Yet, Mu Qing felt no pity for her. Everything Mu Wanwan endured today was merely the result of her own actions. Without casting a glance back, Mu Qing turned and fled. With the wolf now fully preoccupied with Mu Wanwan, she seized the opportunity to escape rather than stay behind to become prey alongside her. Mu Qing ran without a hint of remorse, provoking a torrent of curses from Mu Wanwan, yet to Mu Qing, they were inconsequential. After all, who would bother with a corpse? However, a troubling thought surfaced in Mu Qing's mind. Why had Yi Hang instructed Bai Ying to cast her into Gong Yixiao's forest? Did he know of her connection with Gong Yixiao? Or did Yi Hang harbor other intentions? This forest was not the only perilous place she could find herself trapped in. Yet, she was left bewildered, desperate to comprehend the situation. How could she possibly notify Gong Yixiao of her whereabouts? She was utterly restrained, unable to utilize her skills, and faced with a life-and-death struggle. At that moment, Mu Qing deeply regretted not having acquired other skills during the past 5 years. Shortly after Mu Qing's departure, several men clad in black appeared beside Mu Wanwan. They rescued her from the wolf's jaws, but by then, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Mu Qing wandered through the forest, her thoughts suddenly igniting. She began to make her way towards the most conspicuous location, where cameras were present. If the security personnel at the forest spotted her, they would undoubtedly report her presence to Gong Yixiao. While Mu Qing's intentions were commendable, unbeknownst to her, Gong Yixiao had issued an order that dispatched everyone on a thorough search for her whereabouts. In his view, Mu Wanwan was the only one in the forest, and he cared little for her fate. Thus, after several attempts to expose herself, Mu Qing did not achieve her desired outcome. Instead, she inadvertently attracted the attention of a pack of wolves. Faced with the advancing wolves, she felt as though fate had turned against her. What to do?
To survive.
She would have to reveal herself. Without exposure, death was her only certainty. Caught between life and death, she had no choice but to choose survival. Taking a deep breath, she instinctively assumed a defensive posture as the ravenous wolf lunged at her. At that moment, Bai Ying emerged from nowhere, brandishing a dagger and lunging towards Mu Qing's back. Mu Qing could scarcely suppress her frustration. Are you out of your mind? Shouldn't we collaborate to eliminate the wolf first? As she evaded the attack, she remained vigilant for the approaching beast. Inevitably, Mu Qing sustained injuries, her blood further enticing the pack of wolves. Yet Bai Ying, with eyes ablaze, declared, "Even if I must perish here today, I will ensure your departure first. Mu Qing, it is either you or me." With those words, Bai Ying charged at Mu Qing. Mu Qing, feeling that Bai Ying had lost her sanity, had no time for conversation. She swiftly began to counterattack, unaware that the surveillance devices on her had already been dislodged during her escape. As their skills clashed, Bai Ying's eyes widened in recognition. You are indeed Mu Qing. You have not perished. Thus, today you shall die. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through Mu Qing's gaze. For 5 years, she had yearned for a mundane existence. Why could they not leave her be? Why the relentless pursuit? In that moment, Mu Qing resolved to fight back fiercely. As Bai Ying lunged at her, Mu Qing suddenly ducked low, slipping beneath Bai Ying's arm. Simultaneously, the wolves encircled Bai Ying. Yet Mu Qing did not pause. She hastily fled towards the outskirts of the forest. She had to escape, or she would surely meet her demise here. As Mu Qing recklessly fled, the bodyguard assigned to protect Mu 11 finally spotted her. When did others arrive at the forest? Didn't Assistant Su say only one woman would be here tonight? The bodyguard inquired of his colleague. The other guard, noticing Mu Qing and her blood-soaked appearance, quickly contacted Su Mo. Upon seeing the frantic figure on the screen, Su Mo nearly collapsed in shock. Sir, we have found Madam, he stammered. Where is she? Facing Gong Yixiao's impatience, Su Mo swallowed hard and replied, at our forest. What did you say? Gong Yixiao's expression shifted dramatically. Daddy, where is the forest? Tang Tang, oblivious to the situation, eagerly asked upon hearing that her mother had been found. Confident in Gong Yixiao's capabilities, she never imagined that the wolves he had raised would turn against Mu Qing. Considering that these wolves were carnivorous, Gong Yixiao's heart constricted with worry. Was Mu Qing safe? He immediately instructed the bodyguard to locate her, but she had fled too swiftly for them to keep pace. They were also unable to access the surveillance footage. When he saw Mu Qing, bloodied and lying on the ground, surrounded by several vicious wolves, Gong Yixiao's eyes turned crimson with fury. Armed with a dagger, he entered the forest alone. Mu Qing genuinely feared that today might be her last. She was utterly drained of strength. The wolves before her were eyeing her hungrily, poised to leap and snap her neck at any moment. Suddenly, she broke into laughter. Had she truly never escaped her destined fate in this lifetime? Death was imminent. Memories of 2 small figures flickered in her mind, along with Mu Ning and Gong Yixiao's visage. That man was indeed strikingly handsome. What a pity! Just as she had become his wife, she was on the verge of perishing. Chapter 76. I am alive. Yet, before meeting her demise, she intended to make these beasts pay a price. With this thought, Mu Qing fiercely charged at the pack of wolves. When Gong Yixiao arrived, he beheld Mu Qing fighting with reckless abandon. Her body drenched in blood, indiscernible whether it was hers or the wolves'. Numerous wolf carcasses lay scattered around, yet it was evident that Mu Qing's strength was waning. Gong Yixiao leapt into the fray, pulling Mu Qing behind him and brandishing a dagger as he advanced. Mu Qing stumbled slightly, momentarily perceiving Gong Yixiao's figure. She thought perhaps she was hallucinating. This man was her first and quite handsome at that. If she were to die, the 2 small ones would surely be well taken care of. Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt for not being able to heal his body or that of his grandfather. Leaning against a tree trunk, her thoughts spiraled. Though Gong Yixiao had raised these wolves, they were primarily intended for dealing with enemies. It was his first time finding himself ensnared here. However, having trained in ancient martial arts since childhood, his speed and strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The wolves finally sensed fear, each retreating one by one. The murderous intent in Gong Yixiao's eyes instilled terror within them. Led by their alpha, the pack withdrew. Gong Yixiao's back was soaked, yet he remained unconcerned. Hastening to Mu Qing's side. Are you alright? He gently patted her face. Mu Qing was truly exhausted. Just as she yearned for slumber, someone intruded upon her dreams. Yet, upon seeing Gong Yixiao's handsome face, she couldn't help but smile, somewhat infatuated. How wonderful it was to see him before her end. It was worth it. Worth what? I am alive. Gong Yixiao felt a flicker of irritation at her words, though deep down, he was gripped by fear. What would have happened to Mu Qing had he arrived a moment later? His gaze darkened. This was his territory, yet someone had cast Mu Qing into this peril. And he had been completely oblivious. That thought gnawed at him. Alive? Mu Qing, unaware of Gong Yixiao's thoughts, struggled to lift her eyelids upon hearing his words. Grasping his hand and saying, You came to save me, didn't you? Tang Tang was taken away, the person is. Before she could finish, her strength failed her. And she fainted. Gong Yixiao furrowed his brow. He wished to ascertain whether the place Mu Qing mentioned was the Mu family's old residence, but with her unconscious, he could not linger. He scooped her up and exited the forest. Su Mo had already arranged for someone to wait outside. When he saw Gong Yixiao emerge, cradling the bloodied Mu Qing, he couldn't help but be startled. President Gong, madam. Call a doctor. Gong Yixiao's voice was icy. Su Mo dared not delay and quickly summoned the family doctor. Mu Qing was placed on the bed, her bloodstains staining the pristine white sheets. And Gong Yixiao's expression darkened further, the atmosphere in the room becoming oppressively cold. Su Mo refrained from asking questions, while others anxiously waited outside. The family doctor swiftly examined Mu Qing. A significant wound marred her back, likely inflicted by a wolf's claw, while other abrasions and lacerations were present, but not severe. The primary concern was the back injury, which had begun to show signs of infection, becoming noticeably red and swollen. However, the doctor hesitated, unsure whether to cut open Mu Qing's clothing. He glanced at Gong Yixiao and, trembling, said, "President Gong, this young lady's back wound requires disinfection and medication. Her clothing needs to be loosened. What do you suggest? Tell me the procedure, and I shall handle it." Gong Yixiao, drenched in blood, yet seemingly unconcerned due to his obsessive cleanliness, promptly dismissed the doctor and proceeded to cut open Mu Qing's clothing himself. Her back was pale, starkly contrasting with the grotesque wound that marred her skin. Gong Yixiao's gaze grew colder. Following the doctor's instructions, he meticulously cleaned Mu Qing's injury. Despite the pain causing her wound to tremble, she remained unconscious, exhausted to the extreme. Gong Yixiao's hands faltered, though he had dealt with many in his lifetime. Never had he felt such discomfort deep within. It was as if an invisible force clutched his heart, pulling and twisting painfully, yet he found himself unable to escape it. Perhaps this sensation was what people referred to as heartache? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Gong Yixiao's lips. This woman had stirred far too many emotions within him. Once he had tended to her wound with utmost care, he began to apply the medication. Mu Qing remained in a deep slumber. The doctor warned that she might develop a fever, and Gong Yixiao remained vigilantly at her side. This behavior was unprecedented in the eyes of others. Su Mo quickly instructed someone to prepare some food. However, Gong Yixiao did not eat, solely focusing on taking care of Mu Qing himself. Su Mo understood that Gong Yixiao would not find peace until Mu Qing awoke. In a hushed tone, he stated, "President Gong, I've discovered another woman at the logging site." "Who?" "Aside from Mu Wanwan, this woman possesses formidable skills, resembling a professional assassin. It is uncertain why she was present at the logging site." After Mu Qing was taken out by Gong Yixiao, Su Mo began to review the surveillance footage and naturally noticed Buying. Buying did not need to conceal her abilities. When threatened, she fought with full force. Su Mo identified her immediately. Gong Yixiao narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly commanded, "Bring her out and imprison her in the dungeon." "I want to know precisely who sent Mu Qing to the logging site." "Yes." Su Mo understood that this would involve torture. Few who have entered the dungeons of Gong Yixiao have emerged alive. It is a pity, truly, for such a beautiful woman.
Xu Montag seid inwardly.
Yet he dared not linger and proceeded directly to the interrogation. Meanwhile, Mu Wanwan survived under the protection of the Gong family as bodyguards, albeit her psyche was gravely shaken. She screamed at the slightest approach, leading the guards to resort to rendering her unconscious. The entire Gong household was preoccupied with the aftermath of Mu Qing's injury. At that moment, Guogua called. Gong Yixiao recalled that he had sent Guogua to Mu Ning's care. Looking at the still unconscious Mu Qing and considering Guogua's animosity towards him, he couldn't help but feel a headache. "Your mother and I have urgent matters to attend to outside the city for the next few days. I will have someone take Tang Tang to you. You should spend time with Tang Tang and your aunt," Gong Yixiao stated, prompting a frown to crease Guogua's brow. "Mommy is leaving the city?"
Why didn't she tell me?
Chapter 77. Truly frustrating. "Can I speak to Mommy on the phone?" Guogua directly requested, illustrating his profound distrust of Gong Yixiao. Had it been Tang Tang, she would have readily acquiesced. Gong Yixiao found his son's obstinacy quite vexing. "Your mother is asleep.
Do not disturb her rest."
Those words rendered Guogua speechless. "All right, Mommy is indeed exhausted from her efforts to heal others." He promptly ended the call. As he listened to the busy tone, Gong Yixiao fell into a brief silence. This was the first time anyone had dared to hang up on him. Yet, he found himself powerless to act. Truly infuriating. Remembering that Tang Tang would relay the events to Guogua, he called Tang Tang, instructing her not to let Guogua know. Tang Tang readily agreed. Such is the distinction between daughters and sons. Gong Yixiao was not unwilling for Guogua to be informed. However, given the child's exceptional talents and significant animosity towards him, he feared the chaos that might ensue, especially with Mu Qing still in a state of unconsciousness. Once he had settled matters concerning the child, Gong Yixiao entered the room. The sheets were stained with blood. An unsightly sight that compelled him to personally carry Mu Qing to the adjacent sofa, have the sheets changed, and assist Mu Qing into fresh nightwear. Mu Qing's figure was delicately alluring, despite Gong Yixiao admonishing himself that her condition was unsuitable for any form of intimacy. His heart raced, and his body responded with unwavering fidelity to its desires. The thirst in his throat ignited a tempest within his gaze, yet he did not dare to cross the line. In the dead of night, Qing began to burn with fever. She felt as though she were being roasted upon a fire, writhing in discomfort and softly whimpering. Gong Yixiao, who had not dared to sleep, rushed forward to feel her forehead. The searing heat made him furrow his brow instinctively. He began to apply physical cooling methods as instructed by the doctor. But Qing seemed to be lost in a nightmare, continuously calling out in distress. Gong Yixiao leaned forward, eager to discern what Qing was shouting, only to be met with a sudden slap across his face from her. His expression darkened instantly.
Muchen.
He grasped her wrist tightly. Yet the Qing trapped within her nightmare remained oblivious to the impending danger, struggling and shouting in fury. Why? I am your biological sister. Why do you wish to kill me? These words caused Gong Yixiao's eyes to narrow in suspicion. Biological sister? Kill her? Who? Could it be Mu Ning? His thoughts raced back to the two young ones. If Mu Ning intended to harm Qing, then the two children were undoubtedly in peril. Just as he contemplated sending Su Mo to confine Mu Ning, he heard Qing's next furious outburst. Mu Shi is the daughter of that mistress. You know full well that her presence drove our mother to her demise. Why are you treating her so well now? I am your sister. Yet you wish to kill me. Mu Yuhan, have you no heart? With that, Qing fainted, leaving Gong Yixiao momentarily stunned.
Mu Yuhan. Mu 11.
What had he just heard? His eyes glimmered as he saw Qing burning with fever, and he swiftly summoned the family doctor to administer N4, then stepped out of the room. Su Mo, noticing that Gong Yixiao had yet to change out of his clothes, reminded him, President Gong, perhaps you should take a shower and change? Contemplating Qing's words, Gong Yixiao replied softly, investigate whether Mu Yuhan has a biological sister. What is her name? And where is she now? Su Mo was taken aback. Given Qing's current state, why was President Gong suddenly inquiring about Mu Yuhan's sister? However, he refrained from asking further and promptly set out to investigate. Gong Yixiao, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with his own scent, reflected on the situation. Qing's fever was gradually subsiding, yet her flushed cheeks showed little sign of fading. Her brows remained tightly knitted, as if an unresolved dilemma tormented her. Gong Yixiao recalled the enmity between Mu Yuhan and Qing. He had always suspected that Qing was targeting the Mu family, yet the reason had eluded him. Previously, Su Mo had discovered that it was due to Tang inadvertently provoking Mu Shi, yet it now appeared there was more to this tale. As Gong Yixiao perused the documents in his hand, his eyes darkened further. Mu Yuhan's biological sister was also named Qing, yet this woman had perished in a plane crash 5 years prior. So, was Qing indeed Mu Yuhan's sister? A member of the Mu family? But why had she transformed into Qing, becoming Mu Ning's sister? This was beyond Su Mo's investigation. Gong Yixiao was filled with perplexity. He destroyed the documents and whispered, let no one else know of this, especially the Mu family. Understood. Observing Qing still in slumber, he quietly inquired of the family doctor, has her face undergone surgery? The doctor hesitated, but eventually nodded. Yes, this young lady has undergone multiple surgeries on her face, which show signs of previous burns. Although the reconstruction is quite impeccable, subtle flaws can still be discerned upon close inspection. The doctor pointed to a certain area on Qing's face, causing Gong Yixiao to squint slightly. A burn? A skin graft? What on earth had this woman endured? He was now 80% certain that she was indeed Mu Yuhan's biological sister, Qing. As for her relationship with Mu Ning, Gong Yixiao was not in a hurry to uncover the details. For the first time, he found himself profoundly intrigued by a woman. 5 years ago, what a sensitive moment that was. It was also when he had met Qing. Back then, in the slums, Qing seemed somewhat unhinged. Had someone drugged her? Had they forced her into the slums? Gong Yixiao's expression darkened. Had he not encountered her, but rather someone else, what fate would she have faced? She had narrowly escaped the slums, only to perish in a plane crash. A plane crash? Gong Yixiao's gaze grew colder still. Having witnessed too many instances of siblings clashing over inheritance, he was not surprised, merely filled with an inexplicable sense of pity for this young woman. Regardless of who Qing truly was, he only knew that she was his wife, the mother of his 2 children, and the one with whom he wished to share his life. With this thought, Gong Yixiao instinctively grasped Qing's slightly cool hand. This woman was remarkably resilient, despite everything. She had not abandoned their 2 children, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of indebtedness towards her. Just then, Su Mo abruptly knocked and entered. President Gong, there's been an incident.
Speak.
Gong Yixiao's voice was icy, his countenance grim. Su Mo realized he had interrupted them, but hastily stepped forward to say, The old master's condition is critical. He has been taken into the emergency room. Third master and fourth master are causing commotion. Gong Yixiao's expression grew even colder. Old Master Gong's health had been stabilized by Mu Qing. If not for some external tampering, there should have been no issues. Now, Mu Qing remained unconscious. Although her fever had subsided, her pale complexion still caused Gong Yixiao to furrow his brow. Remembering the attacks Mu Qing and Tang Tang had faced during his last departure, he murmured, "Station guards here. Anyone who approaches, kill without mercy. And send someone to protect Mu Ning as well. The same order applies. Kill without mercy to any who dare approach." Su Emo sensed the murderous intent emanating from Gong Yixiao. He quickly nodded and set about addressing the situation. Gong Yixiao touched Mu Qing's forehead. Though the fever had broken, there was still a hint of warmth. He retrieved a sticky note and left a message for Mu Qing before hastily making his way to the hospital. The old master was his last remaining relative. He absolutely could not allow anything to happen to him. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found third master and fourth master embroiled in a dispute with Gong Yixiao's bodyguards. At the sight of him, they fell silent, their eyes betraying anger and reproach. Whereas the doctor attending to the old master, Gong Yixiao recalled the attending physician, Mu Qing, who had deliberately performed the injection in his presence, clearly intending for him to witness the old master being guarded. Now that the old master was in trouble, he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of that doctor. Gong Yixiao's gaze turned notably colder. Had he perished? Thus, the old master was indeed in peril, was he not? His eyes fixed intently on the third and fourth elders. The two involuntarily shivered and exclaimed in unison, "It was not us. We have been under your watch. How could we possibly act? Moreover, the person inside is our biological father. Under no circumstances would we wish for him to come to harm." This statement held truth. As long as the old master remained alive, his shares could restrain Gong Yixiao indefinitely. Should anything happen to the old master, those shares would directly pass to Gong Yixiao, leaving the uncles of the Gong family with no hope whatsoever. Realizing this, Gong Yixiao's gaze shifted directly to Su Mo. In response to the third elder's inquiry, Gong Yixiao suddenly struck out, sending the man flying.
Who are you to question my people?
The third elder, thrown to the ground in disarray, gritted his teeth in anger, yet felt utterly helpless. Gong Yixiao, you have gone too far. After all, I am your third uncle, but I am the head of the family. Gong Yixiao's declaration deflated the third elder's defiance. Indeed, he was the head of the family, and his decisions were beyond reproach. Yet the third elder remained unconvinced. His son had previously sought evidence from Gong Yixiao, but thereafter, he had vanished without a trace. Despite dispatching everyone in search of a son, he had found nothing and now feared the worst. Perhaps his son had been eliminated by Gong Yixiao himself. The third elder seethed with rage, wishing he could eliminate Gong Yixiao, yet lacking the power to do so. Thus, he could only bide his time. Noticing the third elder's quietude, Gong Yixiao turned and inquired, "Who is the doctor inside?" "The old master's previous attending physician, but the situation is not promising." Gong Yixiao's expression darkened further. He was anxious, uncertain whether the old master would emerge from the operating room. He understood that Mu Qing was their sole hope, but recalling Mu Qing's pallid visage and her current state, Gong Yixiao ultimately deemed it unwise to bring her forth. Suddenly, the emergency room door swung open. A young nurse rushed out, her face paling upon seeing Gong Yixiao, her legs trembling, yet she had no choice but to speak. "Mr. Gong, the old master's condition is critical. The doctor requires you to sign this medical emergency notice." Gong Yixiao tore the notice asunder and coldly declared, "Inform your doctors that if anything happens to the old master, they shall accompany him to the grave." The young nurse was so frightened that she began to weep. The doctors were at a loss for words. Just then Mu Qing, looking somewhat frail, entered. "Let me handle this." Her voice was soft yet immediately tugged at Gong Yixiao's heart. "You have awakened?" "Yes," Mu Qing nodded. Although the note Gong Yixiao had left was devoid of explicit details, the chaotic strokes were sufficient for Mu Qing to discern that this man was in turmoil. In this world, the only person capable of unsettling Gong Yixiao was the old master. Upon awakening and discovering the note, she attempted to contact the doctor, but the call failed to connect. Mu Qing realized something was amiss at the hospital. Gong Yixiao had assisted her immensely, and regardless of his motivations, she could not stand idly by as his only cherished family member faced departure from this world. Thus, Mu Qing made her way there. Gong Yixiao's gaze remained fixed on her, his brow furrowed in concern. "This is reckless." His voice was low, audible only to the two of them. Yet, Mu Qing merely tugged at the corners of her lips, offering a gentle smile as she replied, "I understand the gravity of the situation, and at this moment, I am the only one capable of saving the elder." This was indeed the truth. Upon learning of the elder's crisis, Gong Yixiao had issued a bounty on the way, demanding the urgent location of the ghost doctor. The notice had naturally reached Mu Qing. She was, after all, the ghost doctor. Whether Gong Yixiao believed it or not, having accepted the bounty, she was determined to heal the elder. "Trust me," Mu Qing softly asserted before she proceeded towards the operating room, only to have Gong Yixiao grasp her wrist. She looked at him in confusion. Gong Yixiao replied calmly, "I will accompany you." The elder was his sole family, and he could not bear to witness any harm befall him. However, Mu Qing was his wife, and Gong Yixiao was acutely aware of everything that had transpired. To him, both individuals were equally significant. Hence, he insisted on accompanying her. Mu Qing paused slightly. This was against protocol. Moreover, her healing was never conducted in public. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of the fleeting worry in Gong Yixiao's eyes, Mu Qing inexplicably nodded in agreement. "Very well, go change into sterile attire." After uttering those words, she herself was momentarily taken aback, but Gong Yixiao had already summoned someone to bring the sterile garments, promptly assisting Mu Qing in changing. His attentive care left everyone astounded, with the third and fourth masters nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. This demon-like nephew of theirs displayed such a tender side? Chapter 79. No one can compete with him. Mu Qing was momentarily stunned. Just as she was about to intervene, she heard Gong Yixiao's low command, "Do not move." And so, she remained still. Gong Yixiao, towering in stature, bent slightly to assist her with the clothing, his demeanor serious and focused. His exquisite features appeared cold and distant, yet inexplicably stirred emotions within. This man, already possessing striking looks, now displayed such gentleness and consideration. Who could resist? Mu Qing subtly reined in her emotions, inhaling his scent, which helped quell the tumult within her. Once Gong Yixiao had helped her into the sterile attire, he donned his own, and then entered the operating room alongside her. Su Mo immediately stationed guards outside, forbidding anyone from entering. The elder's condition was grave. Upon observing the elder's ashen complexion, Mu Qing understood the severity of the situation. Swiftly, she approached the elder, retrieving her golden needles, and adeptly safeguarded his vital heart pulse. The nearby doctors, witnessing the golden needles and Mu Qing's lightning-fast acupuncture technique, could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment, instinctively exclaiming, "You're the ghost doctor?" Gong Yixiao's gaze momentarily faltered before shifting to Mu Qing. At this critical juncture, Mu Qing found the doctor's incessant shouting utterly distasteful. "Silence," she bellowed, swiftly commencing the rescue with such finesse that her movements were nearly imperceptible. Gong Yixiao's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Could she truly be the legendary healer? So remarkably youthful? He could scarcely believe it. Yet, he was acutely aware that Mu Qing was wholly engrossed in saving the elder Gong, expending immense mental energy. He shot the doctor a cold glare, causing the latter to nearly wet himself. Hastily, he clamped a hand over his mouth, not daring to utter a sound. Meanwhile, Gong Yixiao quickly positioned himself behind Mu Qing, vigilantly observing her physical condition.
Suddenly, Mu Qing staggered.
Instantly, Gong Yixiao caught her from behind. She felt the warmth of his hands steadying her, a soothing energy coursing through her meridians and spreading into her limbs. She was momentarily taken aback. Was this the transfer of inner strength through ancient martial arts? Gong Yixiao had, against all odds, channeled his hard-earned energy for her. Mu Qing was deeply moved but heard him calmly admonish, "Stay focused." She promptly reined in her thoughts. Indeed, in the midst of such dire circumstances, she could not afford to be distracted. Though Gong Yixiao's heart ached for her, he knew they could not afford to pause. Once the golden needles were in motion, the procedure must be completed in one seamless flow. Otherwise, not only would the rescuer be at risk, but the patient could also face immediate demise. This was a matter of two lives, and no one dared to be careless. After more than an hour of intensive effort, the elder Gong suddenly shuddered, then expelled a mouthful of dark blood. Concurrently, Mu Qing completed her needlework, her body beginning to tilt backward. Gong Yixiao was there in an instant to catch her. Mu Qing, faint and breathless, murmured, "It's over." There are still some toxins in his system. Have the doctors administer an infusion to eliminate the toxins and ensure the elder rests well for the next few days. If he recovers adequately in 7 days, we can proceed with the surgery. With that, she succumbed to unconsciousness, a trace of crimson seeping from the corner of her mouth. Gong Yixiao's eyes narrowed slightly before he swiftly lifted Mu Qing into his arms, addressing the doctor with icy resolve. "Did you comprehend what Dr. Mu just instructed?" "Why, yes." The doctor stammered, visibly shaken. Gong Yixiao then hurriedly exited the emergency room, carrying Mu Qing. Su Mo, witnessing their emergence and Mu Qing's unconscious state, felt a surge of concern. Yet, Before he could voice his worries, Gong Yixiao's cold voice rang out. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to approach the elder. The doctors and nurses inside are not to leave, and any medication must undergo strict scrutiny by our personnel before being administered to him. Should another incident occur, you all may begin selecting burial plots. His words sent a shiver through the bodyguards. Su Mo discerned the underlying implication in Gong Yixiao's statement. The elder was safe. Mu Qing had once again saved him. Su Mo's gaze towards Mu Qing grew ever more respectful. Gong Yixiao rose and departed after speaking. He was acutely aware of Mu Qing's physical condition, primarily weakened by injuries and insufficient rest. Following the recent medical intervention, she would likely remain unconscious for an extended period. Leaving Mu Qing at Jiafu Hospital did not sit well with him, especially after learning of her connection to Mu Yuhan. Contemplating Mu Yuhan, Gong Yixiao turned to Su Mo, who followed closely behind, and inquired, "Is Mu Yuhan still alive?" "Yes, it is said that Mu Chen has found a renowned little doctor to treat him." "Before your arrival." "They had already entered the operating room and have yet to emerge," Su Mo replied. Gong Yixiao's eyes were inscrutable, filled with a shadowy depth. "If he has perished, inform me. If he survives," a slight, chilling smile graced his lips. "Then let the madam handle it personally." Su Mo was momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded in agreement. Gong Yixiao cradled Mu Qing as he exited the hospital. While Mu Chen did not come to the hospital himself, he had managed to enlist the help of a physician nearly as skilled as Mu Qing to attend to Mu Yuhan, showcasing his resourcefulness. Meanwhile, Mu Shi waited anxiously outside. Uncertain whether her father's plan would succeed, her thoughts solely focused on the situation in the operating room. Would her brother be saved? Mu Shi felt a surge of worry. As Gong Yixiao passed through the corridor holding Mu Qing, she caught only a glimpse of his silhouette. Reflecting on the recent news of the old master Gong's ailment, Mu Shi entertained a malicious thought. If the old master were to pass away, Gong Yixiao's attention would shift entirely to the elder's affairs, leaving him with little energy to concern himself with Mu Qing. In that case, she doubted her father would struggle against someone like Mu Qing. With this in mind, she dialed Mu Chen's number. "Father, has the plan succeeded?" Silence. Mu Chen's legs felt weak. After Gong Yixiao's departure, he attempted to call Yi Hang, but unfortunately, the latter had turned off his phone, leaving Mu Chen unable to reach him. On another front, he awaited the paternity test results. Was Mu Qing truly his daughter? If so, how should he approach her? And how could he persuade her to save Mu Yuhan? Mu Chen felt utterly lost, yet harbored a flicker of hope. At that moment, Yi Hang was growing increasingly frustrated. Despite having abandoned Tang Tang and severed all communication, he still found himself unable to leave Smoke City. Damn it, Gong Yixiao is remarkably swift. Yet, it seemed his actions were all for that girl. A cold glint flickered across Yi Hang's eyes. Mu Qing was his. No one could take her from him. Not even Gong Yixiao. Just then, a spotlight suddenly illuminated the area, and numerous individuals silently emerged, surrounding Yi Hang and his companions. Chapter 80. Has it truly been this long? Stop the vehicle. Present your identification and driver's license. The attire of those confronting him revealed they were members of the president's personal guard. Previously, Yi Hang had dismissed the rumors of a close relationship between the president and Gong Yixiao, but now it appeared there was some truth to it. His gaze darkened considerably. The other team members cast uneasy glances at Yi Hang. The instructor spoke. "Why the panic? Remain composed. Simply state that we are here to select promising candidates." Yi Hang swiftly regained his composure. With his presence, the others quickly settled down and submitted their credentials as requested. The guards were momentarily taken aback upon realizing they were dealing with personnel from the base. "Instructor Yi?" One of the guards, Captain A. Feng, coldly scrutinized him. "I recall that the base and the presidential office established a contract prohibiting base personnel from entering the country without permission. Surely you are aware of this, Instructor Yi?" Yi Hang offered a calm smile as he replied, "My apologies. The base has some urgent matters to attend to, and I failed to inform the president." "Failed to inform? It seems, Instructor Yi, that you have little regard for the president," a Feng retorted icily. "I must insist you accompany us for a brief discussion. Given the unique nature of the base, I believe the president would appreciate your personal explanation." With a gesture, he signaled to his men, who promptly chambered their weapons. The base occupies a peculiar status. It was established through the collaboration of several prominent families, but its growth has increasingly threatened the decision-making authority of the presidential office. Many years prior, a conflict erupted between the base and the presidential office, culminating in a devastating defeat for the base, which subsequently led to a binding agreement. Families could continue to send individuals to the base, but personnel were strictly forbidden from entering the country unaccompanied, or they would be treated as terrorists. Thus, Those sent to the base were essentially disowned by their families, becoming mere assassins and losing their status as lawful citizens of Z country.
Now,
With Yang serving as the base's chief instructor appearing in Smoke City, Feng's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Yiheng understood that revealing his identity would bring trouble. However, with the guards blocking all exits, including aerial routes, his escape would be extraordinarily difficult. Although the base had a contentious relationship with the presidential office, it would not hastily act against its personnel, especially not a gold star instructor like him. With this thought, Yiheng nodded to the others and quickly followed a phone. Meanwhile, Gong Yixiao received a phone call. Upon learning that they had intercepted personnel from the base, his eyes narrowed slightly. Understood. How the president chooses to handle this is not my concern. He ended the call. Su Emo soon approached him. President Gong, I have discovered that someone extracted a blood sample from Madam, intending to conduct a paternity test with Mu Chen. Gong Yixiao's brow furrowed. I recall a vehicle parked outside the Mu family estate when we arrived, correct? Indeed. Investigate who is inside that vehicle. Gong Yixiao's voice took on an icy edge. And replace Madam's blood sample. Su Emo immediately grasped the implications of Gong Yixiao's words. To exchange the sample from Mu Chen's associates proved to be a formidable challenge. However, since Gong Yixiao had issued the directive, Su Emo naturally endeavored to fulfill it with utmost dedication. Shortly after Su Emo dispatched his orders, news arrived from Beiying. President Gong, that woman is affiliated with the base. Our surveillance indicates that she took Madam to the forest from a blind spot in the monitoring system. Upon hearing this, the corners of Gong Yixiao's lips curled slightly, yet his gaze remained devoid of warmth. Indeed, Gong Yixiao dared not leave Mu Qing's side. He relocated his notebook to her vicinity, resuming his work in silence. After a full day and night of slumber, Mu Qing finally awoke. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Gong Yixiao seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, bathed in golden sunlight, his focused demeanor rendering him irresistibly handsome, stirring a subtle flutter within her heart. Truly, the allure of masculine beauty. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Suddenly, Gong Yixiao glanced up and met Mu Qing's gazing eyes. A playful smile gracing his lips as he closed his notebook and quipped, "Are you coveting my physique?" Mu Qing nearly nodded in agreement, but her rationality swiftly made her comprehend his insinuation, causing her to choke on her own saliva. "What nonsense are you spouting? How long have I been asleep?" She felt various parts of her body aching, yet her spirit was invigorated, indicating that she had indeed enjoyed a restorative slumber. Gong Yixiao stood up nonchalantly, stretching his sore neck, and remarked, "You've been asleep for a day and a night. You must be hungry. I'll have them bring in some food." With that, he exited the room. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. A day and a night? Had it truly been so long? She suddenly realized that Gong Yixiao's attire seemed to be the same he wore when she was taken to the hospital. Thus, this man had vigilantly stayed by her side for an entire day and night without rest. A wave of gratitude and a novel sentiment enveloped her heart. Seizing the opportunity while Gong Yixiao was away, she swiftly initiated a video call with Guogua and Tangding. The video call connected almost instantly. "Mommy, I miss you so much," Tangtang exclaimed, her mouth full of a chicken leg, mumbling a greeting to Mu Qing. Seeing that her daughter was still able to eat brought a sigh of relief to Mu Qing. Thankfully, her daughter was well. Guogua also felt a weight lift from his heart upon seeing Mu Qing. Business trip? Hotel? Much better. After exchanging a few casual words with her children and confirming their well-being, she felt reassured. From the video, she noticed Mu Ning bustling in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for the children, which made her heart ache a little. Mu Ning's injured finger required proper care. Yet she feared the nanny would not attend to the children adequately, insisting on preparing their meals herself. This thought pained Mu Qing deeply. She resolved to request a reliable cook from Gong Yixiao to assist, for otherwise, Mu Ning's recovery might be prolonged. Lost in thought, Mu Qing ended the call and intended to rise and seek out Gong Yixiao when a loud crash startled her, as something slammed against the floor-to-ceiling window not far from her, causing her to jump in surprise. Chapter 81. I want to do it myself. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Mu Qing leapt to her feet, only to discern a figure pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window. However, the long hair obscured her view, rendering the identity of the person unrecognizable, though a vague sense of familiarity lingered. "Wolf. There's a wolf. Help! Help!" The figure continued to pound against the glass, shouting loudly. Before long, a small team rushed over from behind, swiftly restraining the individual while apologizing to Mu Qing. "Madam, we are sorry to have frightened you. We will handle this immediately." "Wait," Mu Qing interjected as she opened the window, inquiring, "Who is this?"
Mu Wanwan.
Upon uttering this name, Mu Qing was momentarily stunned. "Mu Wanwan? How could this be?" Mu Wanwan was a person who prided herself on her appearance, someone who sought to ensure that the world recognized her brilliance. Yet now, this deranged woman was indeed Mu Wanwan? What had happened to her? She has gone mad? This revelation surprised Mu Qing. However, reflecting on Mu Wanwan's temperament, she soon comprehended the situation. Previously, Mu Wanwan had assumed that her presence here was to serve Gong Yixiao, even flaunting it in front of herself and Mu Ning. The turn of events that led her into a den of wolves was indeed enough to drive one to madness. Mu Qing felt no sympathy for Mu Wanwan. Subdue her, Mu Qing commanded before rising and exiting the room. Under the security personnel's grip, Mu Wanwan struggled violently, screaming and clawing like a wild animal. Gone was the poise of the Mu family's eldest daughter. Mu Qing approached and swiftly extracted a golden needle, thrusting it forward. Mu Wanwan emitted a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With a sense of satisfaction, Mu Qing stowed her needle and dusted off her hands. The team leader promptly expressed his gratitude before leading the unconscious Mu Wanwan away. Unbeknownst to her, Gong Yixiao had arrived behind her and suddenly remarked, feeling relieved? If not, you could have chosen to stay. To stay and torment her? That is unnecessary. I have no such penchant. However, she is indeed despicable towards my sister. So this serves as a lesson for both her and Mu Yifeng. After speaking, Mu Qing turned to face Gong Yixiao. Noting the dark circles under his eyes and signs of fatigue, which stirred a gentle warmth within her heart. Your grandfather sighed. Su Mo has made arrangements. Once you have fully recovered, I can take you to see him. Upon finishing his words, Gong Yixiao took hold of Mu Qing's hand. His hands were remarkably attractive. Warm and dry, enveloping Mu Qing's delicate hand within his grasp, imparting an inexplicable sense of security. Mu Qing did not resist, allowing Gong Yixiao to lead her to the dining room. The table was set with easily digestible food, all of which were her favorites. After sleeping for an entire day and night, she was indeed famished. She had initially anticipated that Gong Yixiao might object, yet to her surprise, he simply replied affirmatively, leaving her momentarily taken aback, though she chose not to voice any further thoughts. His willingness to rest obediently was certainly a blessing. The two dined in a serene silence. The sound of chopsticks meeting bowls scarcely audible. Their dining etiquette was remarkably refined, evidently cultivated from a young age, an elegance ingrained in their very bones. Contemplating the matters he had investigated, Gong Yixiao's gaze dimmed slightly, and he only spoke after witnessing Mu Qing finish her meal. You are Mu Chen's woman. This statement was unequivocal. Mu Qing couldn't help but pause momentarily, but did not deny it. With Gong Yixiao's status, uncovering any information was exceedingly effortless. She nodded affirmatively. Yes. Tell me how you entered the slums 5 years ago. A flicker of compassion and severity crossed Gong Yixiao's eyes. This was the first time they openly discussed the events surrounding the slums from 5 years prior. Mu Qing had initially intended to conceal certain details, yet now, as husband and wife, regardless of their future together, she resolved to keep no secrets from him. This man inexplicably provided her with a sense of security. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qing laid everything bare. Gong Yixiao's expression shifted unpredictably, and even Mu Qing found his somber demeanor somewhat overwhelming. Please, don't look at me like that. It's quite pressuring. She smiled gently, yet was promptly enveloped in his warm embrace, which was profoundly comforting. His voice resonated above her. Do you wish to exact revenge yourself, or shall I intervene? I prefer to handle it myself. Mu Qing understood Gong Yixiao's intentions, realizing that should he take action, both the Mu and the Mu families could potentially cease to exist. However, the sensation of personal vengeance was distinctly different. Gong Yixiao, I truly appreciate you. Mu Qing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Don't be ridiculous, go to sleep. Observing her bashful demeanor, Gong Yixiao felt an unusual stirring within him. Yet he restrained himself. He cleared his throat and said, Yiheng is currently at the presidential office. If you wish, I can ensure he remains in Yen City for eternity. The implication of his words was clear to Mu Qing. He intended to avenge her by eliminating Yiheng in Yen City. Nevertheless, she still preferred to take matters into her own hands. She recalled Yiheng's madness and the surveillance devices previously on her, her brow furrowing in concern. This is bad. What is wrong? Gong Yixiao inquired urgently. It won't be an issue. He was outsmarted by Tang Tang and lacked the opportunity to monitor this. Moreover, I've checked the surveillance. The devices had already fallen off before you took action. However, if you genuinely wish to escape the shadows of that base, I can arrange for someone to teach you other martial arts. Mu Qing's spirits lifted immediately. Really? Indeed. Thank you. Upon finishing her words, she planted a quick kiss on Gong Yixiao's cheek and turned to flee, only to be drawn back into his embrace. his hand gently cradling the back of her head as his cool lips pressed against hers. The kiss utterly deprived Qing of breath. Noticing her nearly suffocating state, Gong Yixiao reluctantly released her, a smirk playing on his lips. Now that is how one kisses. Remember, next time, express your gratitude in this manner. Qing shot him an exasperated glare, yet the flush on her face remained stubbornly intact. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Who dared to breach decorum in the presence of Gong Yixiao? Chapter 82. You had better not provoke him. Gong Yixiao paused momentarily, his countenance darkening. After all, anyone would be ill at ease if interrupted while sharing an intimate moment with their beloved.
Qing swiftly pushed Gong Yixiao aside.
Just then, the footsteps drew nearer. Gong Yixiao's hand subtly shifted, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Boss, you've truly outdone yourself. Where did you find this exquisite incense?
Today.
You must introduce me to this perfumer, Jiang Maching exclaimed as he rushed in from outside. Gong Yixiao was momentarily taken aback, noticing the injuries marring Jiang Maching's face and arms, and most notably his limp. It was evident he had sustained considerable harm. That scoundrel shark had injured his men to such an extent? Gong Yixiao had not seen Jiang Maching wounded in many years. He had assumed he was merely trapped, never imagining that his life had been in peril. If not for Guoguo's incense and her clever stratagems, Gong Yixiao shuddered to think of Jiang Maching's fate. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened immediately. Upon noticing his silence, Jiang Maching finally spotted Qing.
Oh.
Boss, you actually have a beauty here? Jiang Maching's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. This was truly shocking. The boss was tolerating the presence of a woman by his side, and so close at that. Realizing he might have interrupted a delicate moment for Gong Yixiao, Jiang Maching chuckled awkwardly and began to retreat. However, Gong Yixiao called him back directly. This is your sister-in-law, Qing, the legendary ghost doctor, the one who crafted the incense and devised the plan to save you. She is closely linked to you. Are you sure you want to leave? Upon hearing this, Jiang Maching's steps halted abruptly. Ghost doctor? He quickly turned to Qing. Could she be the woman his boss had encountered previously? Jiang Maching's gaze sharpened. Qing remained unperturbed, allowing him to scrutinize her. From their earlier exchange, it was evident that the rapport between Gong Yixiao and Jiang Maching was exceptionally strong. They were indeed brothers in life and death. Come here, if you trust me. I can examine your injuries, Qing offered. Jiang Maching immediately glanced at Gong Yixiao. Seeing no objection, he stepped forward to sit in front of Qing. Sister-in-law, greetings. Just call me Qing, she replied with a gentle smile. Jiang Maching adopted a more serious demeanor. I am Jiang Maching. Qing nodded and then took out her golden needles to administer acupuncture. While she busied herself, Gong Yixiao spoke. Have you encountered shark? His inquiry momentarily caught Jiang Maching off guard, and he instinctively looked at Qing. Gong Yixiao replied coolly, one of us. It was no small feat for Gong Yixiao to utter those words, especially after what transpired 5 years ago, which had led him to seal off his heart. In such a brief span, Qing managed to elicit the words my person from Gong Yixiao, leading Jiang Maching to perceive that this woman was indeed extraordinary. Gong Yixiao narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Qing, overhearing the conversation, felt a jolt of surprise. Had Gong Yixiao encountered the shark? This shark was a notorious figure overseas, particularly in the southwestern maritime territory, where he reigned as a veritable sea overlord. Amidst the internal strife within the Gong family, how had he become entangled with someone from the ocean? Moreover, it appeared that the situation was rather tense. Noticing Qing's subtle frown, Gong Yixiao could not help but inquire, do you know this shark?
In a hushed tone, Qing replied.
Gong Yixiao stated directly, he has seized my cargo. I intend to respond with decorum first, yet as you can see, he has treated my people in such a manner that I cannot simply overlook it.
Qing paused,
recognizing Gong Yixiao's distinct approach, and chose not to press further. Take care of yourself, I will be working overtime these next few days. Her words warmed Gong Yixiao's heart. While others might remain oblivious, he understood that Qing's concerns stemmed from her worry for his well-being. Jiang Maching, too, grasped the unspoken undercurrents, sensing a peculiar superfluity in his presence. Once Jiang Maching finished speaking, Qing had already removed the golden needle and presented him with a small vial of pills. Take 3 pills 3 times a day. Your wound should heal in about 5 to 6 days. During this period, it is best to refrain from vigorous activity.
All right.
Thank you, sister-in-law, Jiang Maching replied, taking the medication and departing. He had intended to inquire about the perfumer, yet it seemed he would have to wait. However, the restlessness within him was difficult to suppress. As Jiang Maching exited, Qing tidied her belongings and turned to Gong Yixiao, saying, no matter the magnitude of the matter at hand, you must retire to bed. She added, I heard Guogua gave you a calming incense. Light it, as it works remarkably well. Very well, Gong Yixiao responded, fully confident in his son's capabilities. He glanced at Mu Qing and casually asked, Why don't you accompany me for a while? I have matters to attend to. I need to visit the hospital. She felt compelled to check on Mu Yuhan and could not neglect the elder Gong. Gong Yixiao, aware of her competence, did not deter her, but instead arranged for Su Emo to have someone accompany her, ready to heed Mu Qing's commands. He recognized that had it not been for the pills surreptitiously administered to him while in a state of unconsciousness, he might have indeed perished. Who was that individual? Mu Yuhan yearned to uncover the truth. He was ushered into the intensive care unit, and Mu Shi rushed in at once. Brother, how are you? Are you alright? You scared me half to death. She immediately threw herself into his arms. Caught off guard, Mu Yuhan coughed violently, prompting Mu Shi to spring back, her expression one of confusion. Brother, what is wrong? After he finished coughing, Mu Yuhan felt compelled to respond, as he noticed the anxious glances of his subordinates peering in from outside. Although Mu Shi was reluctant, upon seeing Mu Yuhan's pale face and his uncontrollable cough, she reluctantly departed. As she left, her subordinates swiftly entered. Young master, there's been an incident at sea. Chapter 83. The shark has emerged. Mu Yuhan's expression darkened considerably. What did you say? I apologize, young master. During your illness, goods belonging to Gong Yixiao passed through our waters. At that time, we were engaged in negotiations with Western Europe, so we privately detained Gong Yixiao's cargo. The subordinate's face was fraught with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuhan's brows furrowed deeply. Foolishness. Who dares to detain his goods? Whose idea was this? It was Chief Steward Li Zihan. The mention of Li Zihan caused Mu Yuhan's frown to deepen further. What is the current situation? He exhaled sharply, and his words inadvertently relieved the tension in his subordinate. Originally, Chief Steward instructed us to hold the goods until negotiations concluded, but Gong Yixiao's side became impatient, sending that Jiang Yi multiple times to demand the cargo. Our brothers on guard became irritable, leading to a conflict. This triggered a chain reaction. Jiang Machin insisted on seeing you, but Chief Steward feared it would disturb your recovery and did not allow us to inform you. As a result, Jiang Machin surrounded our base with his men. Naturally, Chief Steward resisted. We were on the brink of victory when, unexpectedly, Gong Yixiao found a perfumer and concocted some incense that wafted over with a sea breeze. Our brothers could not withstand it, and all collapsed. Chief Steward and the brothers were captured by Gong Yixiao's men. After speaking, the subordinate instinctively took 2 steps back, trembling with fear. Mu Yuhan's expression darkened instantly. What did you say? Cold sweat began to bead on the subordinate's forehead. Chief Steward, Li has been taken by Gong Yixiao's men. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, Mu Yuhan struck him with a swift blow. At that moment, his movements were so rapid they appeared as a blur. The slap landed on the subordinate's face, causing him to stagger and blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. In that instant, Mu Yuhan showed no trace of his previous frailty. His beautiful eyes glinted like ice, and his chilling tone sent shivers down the spine. Li Zihan has been captured. And you choose to conceal such a significant matter from me? Do you truly believe I am dead in my absence? Mu Yuhan coughed violently after speaking. Yet his subordinate dared not move. Boss, we never anticipated this. Incompetence. Mu Yuhan suppressed the metallic taste in his mouth, his gaze darkening. He had not intended to oppose Gong Yixiao, but with Li Zihan in his grasp, he had no choice but to rescue her. Send a message to Gong Yixiao. Inquire how we might secure her release. Li Zihan was not only his right-hand person but also the woman he cherished. He could not disregard her plight. Upon hearing Mu Yuhan's command, the subordinate promptly nodded and withdrew. Mu Yuhan could no longer restrain himself and fell to the ground, coughing violently, as if he were expelling his very lungs. A stream of crimson blood erupted from the corners of his mouth. Gazing at the scarlet liquid in his hands, Mu Yuhan's eyes shimmered with an inscrutable depth. Surely, he had but a short time left, did he not? Yet, he pondered whether he would be able to fulfill his desires in the fleeting days that remained. With this thought, his gaze narrowed slightly. The ghost doctor. He must find the ghost doctor. Even if death loomed, he would see that matter through to completion before he departed. Resolute, Mu Yuhan rose from the ground and called Mu Qin. Could he assist in uncovering the whereabouts of the ghost doctor? Upon hearing Mu Yuhan's feeble voice, Mu Qin replied, It's difficult. I've already disseminated news through all channels, but as you know, the ghost doctor is elusive. No one is aware of his whereabouts. We do not even know whether he is male or female. How does your body feel now? For the moment, it is tolerable, but I cannot endure much longer. Without the ghost doctor's golden needle to alleviate my condition, I could perish at any moment. With that, Mu Yuhan ended the call. He could not rely solely on the Mu family's influence to seek assistance. Instead, he began utilizing his own connections to issue a bounty. As he logged onto the dark web, the name Shark boldly appeared before him. Jiang Maching instantly felt a surge of excitement. He hastily dialed Gong Yixiao.
Boss.
Shark is online. I told you that woman must be associated with Shark, didn't I? Let us see how he handles this. However, as he spoke, Jiang Maching sensed something amiss.
Boss.
Mu Qing, slightly exasperated, noted how Jiang Maching failed to allow for any response. Apologies, I am Mu Qing. Gong Yixiao is resting. This revelation left Jiang Maching momentarily stunned. Resting? You mean simply sleeping? Realizing the ambiguity of his words, he quickly clarified. No, I meant to say. The boss has poor sleep quality, and he is currently asleep? Indeed, he is asleep, having taken a calming incense, Mu Qing replied nonchalantly, stealing a glance at Gong Yixiao. The tranquility of his slumber, combined with his exquisite features, was indeed a sight to behold. Yet, upon hearing about the calming incense, Jiang Maching paused. Calming incense?
Sister-in-law.
The boss mentioned you know that perfumer. Could you possibly introduce me? I have a particular fondness for fragrances. Jiang Maching even began to address her as sister-in-law. Mu Qing could not help but chuckle before responding. Very well. Jiang Maching nearly leaped with joy. Thank you, sister-in-law. If there is ever anything you need, just let me know, and I assure you I will be there at a moment's notice. For the sake of the perfumer, he was willing to go to great lengths. With a smile, Mu Qing ended the call, her thoughts drifting to the children, filling her heart with genuine joy. Both children were her treasures, her pride and joy. Noticing that Gong Yixiao was in a deep slumber, she finally rose to step outside. She wished to check on Bai Ying. As Su Imo spotted Mu Qing emerging, he hurried over. Madam, where are you headed? Do you need me to prepare a vehicle? No need, I am going to see Bai Ying. Mu Qing's words momentarily startled Su Imo. Bai Ying? Who is she? The woman from the base that you apprehended at the forest farm. Since Mu Qing had already disclosed everything to Gong Yixiao, she felt no need to conceal Bai Ying's identity any longer. The revelation that Mu Qing knew the woman, a fact that Su Imo had yet to uncover, prompted him to step aside. The president has ordered her to be confined in the dungeon. However, this woman possesses considerable resilience. As of now, we have not extracted any information from her. Mu Qing was well aware of Bai Ying's tenacity. To be precise, individuals emerging from the base generally exhibited such fortitude. Why was that? Because they were not alone. Should they utter anything detrimental to the base, it could potentially lead to the annihilation of their families overnight. No matter how reluctant they might feel, their families contained people they cared for. For instance, Bai Ying. Mu Qing understood that Bai Ying's greatest concern was her younger sister. Take me there, Mu Qing commanded. Upon her words, Su Imo guided her to the dungeon. The stench of blood pervaded the dungeon, making Mu Qing feel uneasy as soon as she entered. At that moment, a shadow suddenly leapt from the darkness, lunging toward the carotid artery of Mu Qing. Chapter 84. Why humiliate oneself? Although Mu Qing's body was still somewhat weak, she could not afford to hesitate. In a frantic attempt to counterattack, Su Imo had already risen to shield her, delivering a kick that sent the assailant flying. Bai Ying immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was hurled to the ground, glaring fiercely at Mu Qing. The animosity was so palpable that Su Imo frowned and positioned himself protectively behind her. This is absurd. With the president absent, if anything were to happen to Madam, I wouldn't have enough lives to compensate. With this thought, Su Imo swiftly approached and seized Bai Ying, instructing that she be secured once more. It became apparent that the restraints binding Bai Ying had been compromised, suggesting that had Su Imo and Mu Qing not arrived, Bai Ying might have escaped. The mere thought of this possibility filled Su Imo with dread. Such a robust lock could be so easily undone by Bai Ying. The prowess of the base's personnel was indeed formidable. Mu Qing, however, regarded the situation as entirely expected. Though the lock was sturdy, she understood that unlocking was one of the fundamental survival skills of their base. Observing Bai Ying's expression of unbridled hatred, Mu Qing spoke. Su Imo, step outside and wait for me. I wish to speak with her privately. Su Imo, naturally concerned, responded, Madam Yu. His voice was subdued. But Mu Qing silenced him with a glance, though it seemed Bai Ying had caught the exchange. She appeared somewhat taken aback. Seeing that Mu Qing was resolute in her decision, Su Imo quickly assured her, I shall remain just outside the door. Call for me if you need anything. All right. After Su Imo exited, Mu Qing approached Bai Ying. Bai Ying smirked coldly and remarked, Mu Qing, you truly possess remarkable abilities. During your time at the base, you had the instructor utterly captivated, and now that you have left, you have managed to cling to Gong Yixiao's leg. Your skills in seduction are extraordinary indeed. Not just anyone could master them. Her tone was laced with both anger and jealousy. Mu Qing understood that while anyone might fail to recognize her, Bai Ying would not. The person who knows you best in this lifetime is invariably your adversary. For a decade, she and Bai Ying had been locked in a fierce rivalry, with no one knowing each other better than they did. Thus, Mu Qing had no intention of concealing the truth. She replied coldly, since you know you cannot learn, why bother? Why humiliate yourself? You. Bai Ying felt a sharp pain in her chest again and coughed violently. Observing her distress, Mu Qing swiftly poured a glass of water and offered it to her, saying coolly, you merely harbor feelings for Yi Hang. Why must you perceive me as a rival? I have not the slightest interest in him. Had I any inclination, I would not have attempted to leave the base. Even without Yi Hang's interference 5 years ago, I would have still departed. This revelation momentarily stunned Bai Ying, her expression oscillating between shades of pale and green. She had meticulously concealed her affection for Yi Hang, never anticipating that her sworn enemy would see through her facade. With venom in her voice, Bai Ying retorted, how convenient for you. Were you drugged by the instructor 5 years ago? How audacious. I know it was you who drugged him, even injuring him in the process. Mu Qing. I never imagined you could twist the truth so masterfully. Mu Qing felt a wave of revulsion. Yi Hang knew precisely what had transpired back then. Yet he spoke as if she had been the one to drug him. Did this man have no shame? Rage surged within her as she stepped closer to Bai Ying, pointing at her own face. Do you see any remnants of that past on this face? Bai Ying hesitated momentarily. Indeed, Mu Qing had undergone cosmetic surgery. Were it otherwise, Yi Hang would not have brought them to confirm her identity. And what of it?
What are you trying to imply?
Bai Ying snapped back. That you are foolish. Mu Qing truly wished to pry open Bai Ying's mind to understand her thought process. How could a typically astute individual become so devoid of intelligence when it came to matters of the heart? Bai Ying, I concede that I was more attractive before than I am now. You cannot deny that, can you? Shameless, Bai Ying shot her a disdainful glance. However, Mu Qing was undeterred, smiling as she said, I call it confidence. Consider this. If I were genuinely interested in Yi Hang and intended to seduce him, would I not have preferred my former visage? Why would I choose a stranger's face? Even if I had, as you claim, drugged him 5 years ago, why would I flee? If I could drug him, then sleeping with him and being his woman would have been a natural consequence. Why would I hide from you? Living in anonymity. Use your brain and think it through. Although Sumo's voice was soft, Bai Ying's hearing was remarkably sharp. She distinctly heard Su Mo refer to her as Madam. Mu Qing had married Gong Yixiao. This thought made her narrow her eyes instinctively. Are you now Gong Yixiao's wife? Indeed, in every sense, legally recognized. Therefore, Bai Ying, I am neither your rival nor your threat. If you truly wish to retain Yi Hang, you must stand by my side and help me conceal my identity as Mu Qing of the base. I am now the second daughter of the Mu family, Mu Qing, and my elder sister is Mu Ning. Do you understand? Although Mu Qing had heard from Gong Yixiao that the surveillance had faltered midway, she remained uneasy. The only way to secure her position was to draw Bai Ying into her camp, for Yi Hang still placed considerable trust in her. Furthermore, Mu Qing had no interest in that madman, Yi Hang. Bai Ying's expression was one of contemplation. She had not failed to grasp the implication of Mu Qing's words. Yet she found herself hesitating. Agreeing to Mu Qing would equate to betraying Yi Hang, the one thing he despised most. However, if Yi Hang were to discover Mu Qing's true identity, she feared she would lose her chance altogether. Bai Ying was torn. Silence enveloped her as she grappled with her emotions. Deep down, she acknowledged that Mu Qing's words had stirred something within her, yet her heart remained conflicted. Do you truly harbor no feelings for the instructor? None. Upon hearing Mu Qing's declaration, Bai Ying felt a wave of relief wash over her. I can assist you in concealing your identity, but you must agree to one condition. If you comply, I assure you that the instructor will withdraw his suspicions about you. What is it? Mu Qing's interest piqued, for she had come here to seek a definitive solution. Chapter 85. I have no interest in older men. Bai Ying hesitated momentarily before softly asserting, you must promise me that, for the rest of your life, whether consciously or unconsciously, you shall never develop feelings for the instructor. Seeing the concern in Bai Ying's eyes, Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. This woman, who had previously faced her with unwavering composure, now seemed vulnerable when it came to matters of the heart.
Why?
Were your previous statements mere fabrications? Bai Ying's voice rose involuntarily. Mu Qing shook her head and declared, I swear, I will never fall for Yi Hang. Although it was merely a vow, it served to ease the tension that Bai Ying had been holding. Rest assured, my husband is far more handsome and significantly younger than Yi Hang. I have no interest in older men. Those words finally allowed Bai Ying to relax completely. The instructor's decision to send me into the forest was merely the first step of the test. During your unconsciousness, he had already arranged for your blood sample to be taken for a paternity test with Qing. Given the time, the results are likely imminent. If you genuinely wish to maintain your current identity, it is imperative that you find someone to alter the test results. Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, Qing felt a surge of anxiety. Alter them? How can that be done now? It might have been possible when the blood samples were sent, but now it seems too late. Qing was in a state of panic, yet she could not reproach Bai Ying, for their positions were inherently different. She swiftly exited the dungeon and instructed Su Mo to inflict a more serious injury on Bai Ying, then lower her guard to provide Bai Ying with an opportunity to escape. This was their agreement. Although Su Mo felt a twinge of regret, he dared not voice any complaints, as Gong Yixiao had stated that everything should be done according to Qing's wishes. What shall we do? Indeed. Our only option now is to seize the moment. As long as Qing remains oblivious to the outcome, everything is still negotiable. The next time they take action, Qing should strive to conceal her blood sample. Su Mo, noticing her furrowed brow, inquired, "Madam, do you have any other matters at hand? Is there a way to ascertain, in the shortest time possible, who Qing interacted with following the disappearance of Tang Tang and myself?" He hastily set off to seek assistance. At this moment, Qing had no other recourse but to wait. While she was consumed by worry over this predicament, news reached Mu Yuhan. "Young master, the head of the family previously employed Instructor Yi from the base to abduct Dr. Mu and her daughter." Mu Yuhan's eyes narrowed instantly. That Qing? Indeed. The furrow in Mu Yuhan's brow deepened. He must intend to kidnap that little girl to coerce Qing into treating me, right? The reason for involving personnel from the base is to avoid drawing the attention of Gong Yixiao, lest he uncover clues that could implicate the entire Mu family. Am I correct? Yes, the subordinate affirmed eagerly. Mu Yuhan began to cough violently, and after a considerable pause, he asked, "What is Gong Yixiao's response now?" Also, Instructor Yi is a premier instructor at the base. Even if Qing personally called for help, it is unlikely that he would leave the base himself. It would suffice to find someone to assist. Therefore, what is the matter that remains unknown to me? Hearing this, the subordinate quickly replied, "There are other matters yet to be investigated, but the head of the Mu family obtained some blood samples from Dr. Mu and sent them, along with his own, to the Identification Center for paternity testing. Moreover, it seems that Instructor Yi is indeed targeting Dr. Mu." Mu Yuhan shot up abruptly, seizing the subordinate's collar. His voice urgent. "What did you just say? With whom did Qing conduct the paternity test?" "Dr. Mu." The subordinate stammered, startled by Mu Yuhan's sudden movement. Mu Yuhan's gaze grew complex. What business could he have with that little orphan from the Mu family? Could it be that he suspects Qing? His biological sister also bears the name Qing. Could it be that Qing doubts she is his biological sister? Impossible. Her visage is entirely unfamiliar. No, wait. A glint of realization sparked in Mu Yuhan's eyes. If Qing is harboring doubts based solely on a name, then what of Yi Heng? Yi Heng has been Qing's instructor and has lived closely with her for a decade. If anyone in this world knows his sister best, it would be Yi Heng. Not him, her own brother. Could it be her? Could it be Qing? Mu Yuhan's eyes filled with tears, and his body trembled slightly. 5 years ago, during the plane crash, they never found Qing's body. In today's world, altering one's appearance is remarkably easy, but altering one's genes is not. Thus, Mu Yuhan quickly composed himself and murmured, "Inform our contacts that, at all costs, they must retrieve that paternity test for me." The subordinates were suddenly taken aback by Mu Yuhan's words. What was the result of the exchange? It was incongruous. After Mu Yuhan finished speaking, he began to cough violently, a metallic sweetness surging up his throat. Unable to suppress it, he leaned over the bedside and expelled a mouthful of blood, startling his subordinates into urgently calling for a doctor. The doctor and nurses began to fumble in their haste, while the subordinates seized the opportunity during Mu Yuhan's rescue to leave the hospital. After the emergency measures, Mu Yuhan once again emerged from danger. His hands trembled slightly, and his heart raced. Clutching the thin piece of paper, he found himself lacking the courage to unfold it. "You may leave now." Mu Yuhan spoke coldly. He required absolute solitude to confront the uncertainty of the outcome. His subordinates dared not disobey. Finally, Mu Yuhan took a deep breath and, with a swift motion, opened the identification report. Upon seeing a staggering similarity of 99%, tears suddenly streamed down his face. Qing is alive. She is actually Qing.
But why?
Why didn't she call him when the plane had the accident 5 years ago? Mu Yuhan meticulously recalled his encounter with Qing, berating himself for nearly harming his own sister. Just as he was overwhelmed with emotion, the door was abruptly flung open, and the intruder rushed to Mu Yuhan. attempting to snatch the identification report from his hands. Chapter 86. A setup? Brother, what are you looking at? It was Mu Shi. Mu Yuhan's eyes flashed with cold light as he instinctively placed the report beneath himself. Mu Shi missed her chance to grab it, left with nothing but confusion at Mu Yuhan's sudden evasiveness. How long had it been since her brother had been so cautious around her? Ever since then. Mu Yuhan had indeed treated her well, as Mu Qing was no longer at home, making Mu Shi feel as though Mu Yuhan regarded her as his real sister. Previously, when she noticed him holding something, she would casually approach him to take a look, knowing he would not mind. Now, what had changed? Although puzzled, Mu Shi offered a sheepish smile and said, "Brother, what is this?" "It's a confidential document for the company. Please don't be so reckless in the future." Mu Yuhan's tone had softened considerably. Seeing him return to his previous demeanor, Mu Shi couldn't help but smile.
Got it.
"What brings you here?" Mu Yuhan hastily diverted the conversation. Only then did Mu Shi recall her purpose for visiting. "Brother, that Mu Qing is quite remarkable. I heard that Mu Yifeng, the head of the Mu family, sent his daughter Mu Wanwan to Gong Yixiao, and within just one night, she went insane." Yet Mu Qing emerged unscathed. "I previously heard that Gong Yixiao was the one who sent Mu Wanwan over, but now it seems he might be retaliating on Mu Qing's behalf." "Brother, how could a woman who isn't particularly beautiful and has two burdens still catch the eye of President Gong?" The more Mu Shi pondered, the less she understood. After all, Gong Yixiao was a figure at the pinnacle of society. What kind of woman could he not have? It is truly astonishing that Mu Qing, accompanied by children, managed to prevail. However, Mu Yuhan found himself momentarily disoriented by Mu Shi's words. Has Qing already borne two children?
Whose are they?
What transpired 5 years ago? A pang of discomfort gripped Mu Yuhan's heart. Noticing that her brother no longer shared her sense of enmity, Mu Shi furrowed her brows in concern. "Brother, what is troubling you today?" "Nothing, just feeling a bit under the weather and fatigued. By the way, have you found any leads on the ghost doctor?" Mu Yuhan pressed his fingers to his temples, appearing quite weary. Upon hearing this, Mu Shi regretfully shook her head. "No, father is also searching diligently, but there are still no clues." "Brother, are you truly feeling all right?" She gazed at him with worry. After a few coughs, Mu Yuhan's complexion paled, yet he softly reassured her, "I'm fine, don't worry. I can still hold on. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. You are the best, brother." Mu Shi embraced Mu Yuhan. After conversing for a while longer, she eventually took her leave. But Mu Yuhan remained in a state of deep despondency. He reflected on everything that had transpired since encountering Mu Qing. No wonder he felt that Mu Qing seemed to be intentionally provoking Mu Shi upon their meeting. She was, after all, his own sister. How could she possibly feel at ease witnessing him dote upon the perpetrator who caused their mother's demise? Yet, how had she become entangled with Gong Yixiao? Would he make things difficult for her, knowing she had two children? It had been over a decade since he last saw Mu Qing, with his final memory of her frozen in the tragedy from 5 years prior. Suddenly, Mu Yuhan felt a surge of agitation. He yearned to see Mu Qing, to inquire about her well-being over the years. What truly transpired 5 years ago? Why hadn't she sought him out? He abruptly threw back the covers and swung his legs over the side of the bed, only to halt his movement. No, he must not expose Qing's whereabouts. After all, Yi Hang was also in Yen City. This thought increased his frustration. The sound of fireworks drew the attention of doctors and security, yet Mu Yuhan calmly remarked, "It's nothing, just feeling rather irritable and wanting a smoke." The cigarette was left behind by his subordinates. Although the doctor had reservations, the hospital belonged to the Mu family, so they refrained from voicing objections. Once everyone exited Mu Yuhan's room, Mu Shi lingered behind. She sensed something peculiar about her brother today. Seeking answers, Mu Shi approached Mu Yuhan's subordinate and coldly inquired, "What did my brother have at his possession previously? If you do not tell me the truth, I will inform him that you harassed me." The subordinate, trembling with fear, stammered, "Miss, please spare me. I will tell you, but you must not reveal that it was me who said it, or I will truly be in danger."
Speak.
That report was a telegram from Eastern Europe. Our goods were intercepted by the Gong family. The subordinate felt compelled to divulge what he believed to be a flawless fabrication. Indeed, upon hearing this, Mu Shi's brows knitted together in agitation. It must be that wretched Mu Qing who instigated Gong Yixiao. How infuriating! A pair of worn-out shoes, accompanied by a child, surprisingly managed to leave President Gong utterly bewildered. This woman undeniably possesses remarkable skills. Previously, she had contemplated employing her father and leveraging Instructor Yi from the base to orchestrate an underhanded scheme against Mu Qing, but to her dismay, that plan fell through.
Now,
with Mu Qing under the protection of Gong Yixiao, any further attempts to harm her would be quite challenging. Nonetheless, she remains deeply resentful. What must she do to see Mu Qing, that wretched person, stumble? Mu Shi, feeling anxious yet momentarily at a loss, was pondering her next move. Meanwhile, Mu Yuhan was oblivious to Mu Shi's machinations and directly contacted his associates. He arranged a meeting with Gong Yixiao, indicating that he had matters to discuss. Tomorrow at 2:30 in the afternoon, I will be waiting for him at the Crown Club. Upon hearing Mu Yuhan's words, the other party inquired, "Young Master Mu, will you meet him as the heir of the Mu family or as the shark?" As the shark. Mu Yuhan concluded the call promptly. Just as he hung up, Su Mo received a call. However, given the significance of the matter, Gong Yixiao was asleep, leaving Su Mo uncertain whether to awaken him. Noticing his hesitation, Mu Qing inquired, "Is it important? Is it urgent?" "It is important, but I wouldn't say it's urgent. It pertains to tomorrow." "Then let us wait until he wakes up." With that, Mu Qing effectively thwarted Su Mo's intention to rouse Gong Yixiao. Observing that Gong Yixiao was peacefully slumbering and seizing the rare opportunity for herself, Mu Qing decided to venture out to purchase some items for the children. Naturally, upon learning of her plans, Su Mo arranged for someone to accompany her, determined to prevent a repeat of previous incidents, lest Gong Yixiao truly take his life. Mu Qing did not refuse. She headed to the largest shopping mall in Yen City, intending to browse leisurely, when suddenly someone collided with her from behind, causing her to tumble to the ground, her body convulsing. Mu Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. What on earth is this? Is this an act of fraud? Chapter 87. Have you concealed any decisions from me? Clearly, the bodyguards grew anxious, rushing to surround the scene. Yet, upon seeing the individual on the ground convulsing, they exchanged puzzled glances. Should they apprehend him or not? In unison, they turned to Mu Qing for guidance. However, Mu Qing noticed that the person lying on the ground appeared gravely unwell. "Everyone, step back," she commanded, quickly crouching down. The individual appeared to be a boy of about 17 or 18, yet his complexion was alarming, and his heartbeat seemed faint. Mu Qing swiftly checked his pulse. This is dire. The boy has internal injuries, and they appear quite severe. His heart was beating sluggishly, and it was feared he might. Without hesitation, Mu Qing retrieved a golden needle and applied it to his acupoints. After a series of precise actions, he finally coughed and regained consciousness, though his body remained weak, and he abruptly spat a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto Mu Qing's attire. "Are you aware of your surroundings? I can only temporarily safeguard your heart pulse, but your internal injuries are critical and necessitate immediate medical attention. I will call for an ambulance. If you're coherent, please contact your family and urge them to come quickly. You are exhibiting signs of internal bleeding." Mu Qing swiftly articulated her thoughts, leaving the other party momentarily stunned. He could distinctly perceive the earnestness and concern reflected in her eyes. How amusing! He found it absurd that a stranger would exhibit such care for him, while those who proclaimed to be his family remained indifferent. The boy coughed, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Yet his voice held a chilling quality that tugged at one's heartstrings. "I have no family. Please." Fortunately, he still possessed the ability to communicate. Mu Qing promptly retrieved her phone to summon an ambulance. Initially, she believed that once the ambulance arrived, she could take her leave, but to her surprise, he clung tightly to the hem of her garment, whispering, "Could you please stay with me? I'm afraid I won't have anyone to sign for me during the surgery." "Don't worry, I won't blame you. I have 100,000 yuan on this card. It should suffice for my medical expenses. I'm just frightened that once I'm on the operating table, I won't be able to sign for myself." The desolation and helplessness in the boy's eyes stirred an ache within Mu Qing's heart. She, too, had once felt abandoned by the world, particularly during her own dire moments, when she feared she might perish on the operating table. That feeling of isolation and despair is something only those who have experienced it can truly understand. In that moment, Mu Qing understood him. She accepted the boy's card and nodded gently. The bodyguard intended to dissuade Mu Qing, but seeing her current demeanor, he realized his efforts would be futile and followed the ambulance to the hospital. After this incident, Mu Qing could no longer conceal the truth. She accompanied the ambulance to the hospital, and only when she witnessed the boy being wheeled into the operating room did she learn his name was Mu Zhe. Sharing her surname, the boy's condition during the surgery was precarious, with doctors issuing several critical condition notices, all of which Mu Qing signed. When asked about her relation to Mu Zhe, she replied that she was his sister. Despite her worries, she remained confident that Mu Zhe would be all right, for her acupuncture had safeguarded his heart. Indeed, 3 hours later, the surgery was remarkably successful, and he was brought out. Gazing at the boy's pallid visage, Mu Qing momentarily thought she was looking at the younger Mu Yuhan, who had once been frail and teetering on the brink of death, yet was always so doting towards her. Reflecting on it now, Everything had changed, and she and Mu Yuhan had reached an impasse. If their mother were aware, it would surely break her heart. Mu Qing suddenly found herself overwhelmed with emotion. She paid the hospitalization fee with the boy's card and then rose to depart.
Tang tang.
Peering out the window at the scenery, suddenly spotted Mu Qing and was overwhelmed with joy. Without even putting on her shoes, she dashed outside. Upon seeing her daughter's delicate little feet upon the gravel path, Mu Qing felt a surge of tenderness and hurried to her. "My little ancestor, why did you come out without your shoes?" she exclaimed, swiftly lifting Tang Tang into her arms. Tang Tang, however, clung to her neck with a deep affection, her sweet, quavering voice filled with concern. "Mommy, Tang Tang was so worried about you." Reflecting on all that Tang Tang had endured in the past, Mu Qing felt a profound sense of compassion. "It's all right now, darling. Aren't you doing well? Are you injured?" "No," came the reply. Upon hearing Tang Tang's voice, Guogua quickly followed suit. Although Guogua did not express herself as exuberantly as Tang Tang, her eyes glistened with unshed tears upon seeing Mu Qing. At that moment, Mu Qing felt a surge of gratitude, believing that perhaps fate had been kind to her. "Just look at these two children. They are truly wonderful." She attempted to scoop Guogua into her arms, but the little one deftly evaded her embrace. "Mummy must be very tired. There's no need to carry me. I've grown up." Guogua puffed out her small chest, trying to appear like an adult, which only deepened Mu Qing's tenderness for her. Mu Ning emerged as well. Upon seeing Mu Qing, she didn't utter a word but gently took Tang Tang from her arms, softly inquiring, "Are you hungry? It's time for a meal. Let us hurry in and wash our hands."
Oh.
At that moment, all of Mu Qing's sorrow and solitude vanished. Though the house wasn't particularly spacious, it was more than adequate for their little family. Everywhere, one could perceive traces of warmth and romance, indicating the deep love shared by Mu Ning's parents. Thinking of the late Mu Qing couldn't help but remark, "Sister, Mu Wanwan has lost her mind." Mu Ning was momentarily taken aback, seemingly in disbelief. After all, just a few days prior, Mu Wanwan had been the one inflicting harm upon her. How could she have gone mad overnight? Yet Mu Qing smiled and explained. She offended Gong Yixiao and was thrown to the forest to be fed to wolves. Fortunately, no one was truly harmed. She merely got frightened into madness. She refrained from disclosing that Gong Yixiao had initially sought to avenge her, hoping that such a statement would ease Mu Ning's heart. After all, having endured bullying throughout her childhood, seeing Mu Wanwan's current plight could certainly alleviate some of Mu Ning's psychological burdens, perhaps even aiding in her gradual recovery. Mu Ning had never anticipated such an outcome, but she quickly responded, "Gong is treating you so well. Does he have ulterior motives? Or have you struck some sort of deal with him?" "Shao Qing, the Gong family is not a circle we common folk can easily penetrate. Regardless of the reasons, I only wish for your safety and that of the children. Everything else is of no concern to me." Observing the worry etched on Mu Ning's face, Mu Qing initially intended to reveal that she and Gong Yixiao were officially registered as partners, but the words caught in her throat. The two little ones had gone to wash their hands, blissfully unaware of their conversation, yet Mu Ning discerned something from the look in Mu Qing's eyes. "Have you made some decision without telling me?" she asked with evident concern. Chapter 88. He only looks at the evidence. It was Mu Yuhan. 5 years ago, she had yearned for this number. Now, she felt an overwhelming aversion. What could Mu Yuhan possibly want to discuss? There was nothing between them to converse about. Mu Qing promptly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy signal, Mu Yuhan suddenly broke into laughter. It truly was her. Despite the years that had passed and his current lack of understanding regarding Mu Qing, the stubbornness of her childhood, disliking people, and avoiding contact, remained unchanged. Although he was uncertain about the misunderstandings that had arisen between them, Mu Yuhan no longer cared. As long as she was alive, that was all that mattered. At last,
She was still alive.
Mu Yuhan did not call again, yet Mu Qing's mood had already been affected. She anxiously gazed at her phone, contemplating that if he were to call, she would undoubtedly answer and inquire about his intentions. Regrettably, after waiting for a considerable time, the phone remained silent. Noticing her distress, Mu Ning could not help but ask, "What is the matter? Is it something regarding President Gong?" "No," Mu Qing shook her head, attempting to cast aside her complicated emotions. She had long ceased to harbor any expectations for Mu Yuhan. What was he doing now? A person who wholeheartedly wished for his demise had the audacity to make her wait for a phone call? With a cold laugh, she joined the two children and Mu Ning in sharing a meal. On the other side, after Mu Yuhan ended the call, he exited the hospital. Dressed in black attire and a large hat obscuring his face, he appeared hurried and vigorous, entirely unlike someone who had been unwell for an extended period. Upon leaving the hospital, He headed directly to the parking lot behind, where a modified sports car awaited him. Externally, it resembled an ordinary Volkswagen, but its engine and other components had been replaced. Mu Yuhan personally drove away from the hospital. Not long after, he arrived at a villa, accessed it using an electronic lock, and stepped inside. Upon seeing Mu Yuhan, everyone present stood up, respectfully addressing him as boss. He nodded in acknowledgement. A scarred man approached him, inquiring, "Boss, what brings you here at this hour? Aren't you worried about the Mu family discovering your presence?"
Zuolei.
Mu Yuhan fixed his gaze on the man. "Investigate what happened to my sister Mu Qing at the base 5 years ago. Why did she leave the base? And what led to the plane crash? Did she attempt to contact me during the incident?" Zuolei was momentarily taken aback. "Boss, this matter occurred 5 years ago. Do you still wish to pursue it? We have been searching for the young lady's whereabouts for the past 5 years, yet we have received no news. Moreover, the events at the base are not something we can easily uncover. There are people at the base. I want to know precisely what transpired with my sister 5 years ago." Mu Yuhan's eyes suddenly turned icy, causing Zuolei to feel a chill. "Yes, I will investigate immediately." As Zuolei departed, another striking woman spoke up. "Boss, when your sister had her accident 5 years ago,
We were seemingly on a mission at sea.
you were severely injured and remained unconscious for more than a week. Do you recall?" Mu Yuhan paused, memories beginning to resurface. "Yes, so, what are you implying, Ruira?" Ruira chuckled. "What can I say? I merely remembered that when you were injured, Zuolei stayed by your side for days and nights. If any calls were made, only he would know. Yet, he has remained silent all these years. Which means either you did not receive any calls, or Zuolei concealed them from you." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuhan swiftly seized Ruira by the neck. Rayla was instantly thrown into a state of panic.
Boss.
"I only heed evidence. If you have proof, you may say whatever you wish, but without it, do not waver the morale of the troops here. Rayla, I have the power to either accept you or discard you. I know you harbor animosity towards Zuolei. If you wish to validate your claims, then procure the evidence for me. Otherwise, I shall personally hand you over to Zuolei for his judgment." Upon finishing his words, Mu Yuhan unceremoniously tossed her onto the sofa and ascended the stairs to the second floor. Rayla gasped for breath, acutely aware that Mu Yuhan had genuinely entertained murderous intent just moments ago. She felt it keenly. Though she had always known that Mu Yuhan and Zuolei were the best of brothers, her words were not devoid of truth. It was merely that no one dared to voice them over the years. Her own people were constantly suppressed by Zuolei's faction, leaving her ambition stifled. Yet Mu Yuhan had stated clearly that he only considered evidence. Evidence, she mused with a faint smile. She would undoubtedly find it. Regarding the discord among his subordinates, Mu Yuhan remained largely indifferent. Upon reaching the second floor, he opened the innermost room. Inside stood a table adorned with a memorial plaque. It bore the name of his mother, Gu Yuanyuan. Mu Yuhan knelt on a cushion, lighting 3 sticks of incense for her, then whispered, "Mother, I have found my sister. She is alive and has given birth to a pair of lovely twins. Regrettably, I was blind and nearly harmed them. Now that I know she lives, I vow to shield her from even the slightest harm in the future. Rest assured, Mother, I will exhaust every last breath to secure a beautiful future for my sister." As the fragrant smoke wafted upwards, Mu Yuhan remained kneeling, lost in thought about Mu Qing, suddenly realizing how little he truly knew about her. He retrieved a wallet from his pocket, from which he extracted a yellowed photograph, a snapshot of the two of them together. That year, Mu Qing was merely 5 years old, and he was 12. He never imagined they would be separated for over a decade.
Ching.
Mu Yuhan's fingers gently caressed the small figure in the photograph, his eyes brimming with warmth. Meanwhile, Mu Qing had dined at Mu Ning's place and spent some time playing with the little ones. Once the children had dozed off, she stepped out to find Mu Ning seated on the sofa, her expression grave. She hesitated for a moment, but approached nonetheless. "Sister, what's the matter? Do you have something to ask me?" Mu Ning regarded Mu Qing, her face strikingly familiar, yet her demeanor was so unlike that of her sister. Had it truly been Mu Qing, the current situation would never have unfolded as it had. With a sigh, Mu Ning suddenly spoke. Mu Qing, taken aback, continued to feign ignorance. Mu Ning fixed her gaze on her, quietly stating, "Gong Yixiao is not one to offer assistance lightly, and his reputation has always been questionable. There are even whispers that he has harmed his own kin, cold-hearted and ruthless. Would such a person be so indulgent simply because you treated his grandfather?" These words left Mu Qing somewhat disheartened. "Sister, in what way has he been indulgent towards me? From where does this illusion arise?" Chapter 89. This situation is inherently perplexing. Mu Ning, observing Mu Qing's reluctance to acknowledge the truth, remarked, Our parents' house has been occupied by our second uncle for many years, and this was done through legitimate means, with grandpa's consent. Thus, for Gong Yixiao to demand the return of the house, or even 2 units at once, seems rather dubious. What's dubious about it? Mu Wanwan burned your mother's house. It is only reasonable for her to compensate.
Mu Qing interjected.
Moreover, Gong Yixiao is right. Offering them 2 units is already quite generous. Mu Ning, however, softly countered, indeed, it is reasonable, but would they have returned it if not for Gong Yixiao? Certainly not. Mu Ning's question caused Mu Qing to pause momentarily, instinctively responding, because I promised to assist in treating old Master Gong's health. I have looked into old Master Gong's condition. As long as you utilize the golden needle technique to protect his heart vein, any thoracic surgeon could perform that operation. The information I can access, Gong Yixiao is surely privy to as well. So, is it just because of this golden needle technique that he is helping you deal with the Mu family? Addressing Mu Wanwan? Even purchasing so many toys for the children? Upon hearing this, Mu Qing realized that the toys at home were all gifts from Gong Yixiao. When did that man buy them? Was it before she and Tang Tang were kidnapped? Mu Qing's mind raced. Sister. Suddenly, Mu Qing found herself at a loss for words with Mu Ning. Mu Ning was genuinely warm-hearted, always granting her and the little ones absolute freedom and respect. Since she had spoken up, it was evident that she had contemplated this for a long time. She was concerned for her. Over the past 5 years, Mu Ning had showered her with profound emotional support. Mu Qing truly regarded her as family. Gazing into Mu Ning's worried eyes, recalling her earlier sentiments about how she and Gong Yixiao belonged to different worlds, and her warnings about the depths of the upper-class society, Mu Qing ultimately resolved to confide in her. Sister, Gong Yixiao and I have registered our marriage. The little ones are his children. Mu Qing's revelation lest Mu Ning stunnet. She had suspected some form of transaction between Mu Qing and Gong Yixiao, yet she never imagined it would be marriage. And how could the children possibly be Gong Yixiao's? Did he know? Mu Qing nodded, recounting the events from 5 years prior to Mu Ning. She had previously been unaware that the children's father would leave the slums, let alone become a significant figure in Country Z. Now, to alleviate Mu Ning's worries, she felt compelled to speak the truth. Upon finishing her tale, Mu Ning's mouth dropped open in astonishment, her expression so bewildered that it almost made Mu Qing want to laugh. What nonsense are you spouting? Mu Ning gepkleimet, slapping Mu Qing's handlichtli. Her eyes already glistening with tears. How does Gong Yixiao treat you? Mu Ning's gaze bore into Mu Qing, as if fearing she would lie. Yet Mu Qing felt somewhat exasperated. He treats me well. Did you not see? Indeed. You were kidnapped, and he searched high and low for you and Tang Tang. From this perspective, he seems quite dependable. Mu Ning's words startled Mu Qing. Sister, what are you saying? Kidnapped? Mu Ning cast a faint glance at her, truly believing that she was oblivious to everything. While I may be ineffectual and ordinary, Shaoqing, this is Yen City, the place where I was raised. Despite being a fallen daughter of the Mu family, if I genuinely wished to uncover anything, I could certainly do so, even if you all are tightly guarded. This statement left Mu Qing feeling somewhat guilty. Sister, I apologize. It's not that I don't wish to tell you, but I fear it would worry you. You not speaking makes me even more anxious. Mu Ning suddenly exclaimed, her emotions flaring. Do you have any idea how frantic I was when I learned that Tang Tang and you had been kidnapped? When I heard that Gong Yixiao had mobilized everyone, even the presidential guards, to search for you, how distressed I felt. Mu Qing, how could you promise me this? 5 years ago, you said that by assuming my sister's identity, you would be my sister for life. You are my blood relative. Yet, when you encountered trouble, you did not inform me. And even now you refuse to utter a word. Is this how you treat a sister? Sister. Mu Qing hurriedly reached for Mu Ning's sleeve, but Mu Ning evaded her grasp. Do not call me sister. I am angry. With that, she rose and ascended the stairs, not casting a glance back at Mu Qing. Oh no, I have offended my sister. Although Mu Ning rarely lost her temper, when she did, Mu Qing found it impossible to appease her. What should she do? She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After Mu Ning had gone upstairs, Mu Qing's eyes grew misty. She quickly opened the folder, clearly seeing her name inscribed on the property deed. Mu Ning had prepared all her belongings as her dowry. Yet, what about herself? She was no longer a child, yet had left nothing for her own future. At that moment, Mu Qing's heart felt as if it was swelling painfully. 5 years ago, she had blamed the heavens for their unfairness, for her kin wishing to take her life, feeling as though her world was desolate. Yet today, 5 years later, she found herself grateful to fate for bringing Mu Ning into her life. For it was Mu Ning who had saved her, providing her with a warm home and banishing her solitude. Mu Qing sealed the folder tightly in her grasp. She could return it to Mu Ning. But she knew that if she did so, it would deeply sadden her sister. Never mind. When Mu Ning finds her place in the world, she would send her sister off to marriage with a splendid procession. With this thought, Mu Qing left the villa, only to encounter Su Mo at the door. His expression was one of urgency as he approached her directly. "Madam, something has happened to President Gong." Mu Qing's heart immediately raced. When she had left, Gong Yixiao was still asleep. How could something have occurred so suddenly? Who had entered his room? This was the only explanation that crossed her mind. However, with Su Mo and the others watching over the Gong household, who could possibly have entered Gong Yixiao's quarters? At this point, Su Mo was nearly in tears. He had been by Gong Yixiao's side all along, yet he had no idea when Gong Yixiao had been poisoned. Could it be related to that calming incense? But the incense had been given by the young master Guogua. Surely, Guogua wouldn't he wish harm upon President Gong? Su Mo was on the verge of an explosion. Upon hearing his words, Mu Qing suddenly grasped the situation. Gong Yixiao's health had never been robust. It was merely his skillful facade that concealed the truth from others. Initially, she had believed he could endure until the old Master Gong's surgery before gradually recuperating, but fate had other plans. After opening the door, Mu Qing whispered to Su Mo, "Everyone here must leave. No one is to approach without my command." Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Madam, what are you doing? What if we need assistance? I can handle everything myself. You must take everyone away. I promise to return a healthy President Gong to you in an hour." Mu Qing was aware of Su Mo's loyalty to Gong Yixiao, yet there were matters the latter wished to keep from him, and she would not overstep. Although Su Mo was still apprehensive, he recalled Gong Yixiao's instructions and thought of the two children, ultimately nodding and leading everyone out. Once the room was empty, Mu Qing approached and began unbuttoning Gong Yixiao's shirt. The poison had struck him swiftly, possibly exacerbated by the calming incense that had triggered the toxins hidden within his body. However, the accumulation of toxins over time could not be resolved in an instant. His body required gradual nurturing. The immediate priority was to contain the poison once more. Awaiting Gong Yixiao's awakening to address the matter further, Mu Qing inhaled deeply, swiftly retrieving her golden needles and diligently commencing her work. As the minutes ticked by, beads of sweat dampened her hair, yet she remained undeterred, wholly focused on her task. After what felt like an eternity, she finally exhaled in relief and collapsed onto a chair, utterly exhausted. Slowly, Gong Yixiao opened his eyes. He had slept deeply and soundly, but suddenly, a sharp pang of pain seized him. He wished to open his eyes. He could hear Su Mo's anxious calls and the dialogue between him and Mu Qing, yet his eyelids refused to cooperate. At last, the thick fog before him began to dissipate, and his captivating gaze fell upon Mu Qing, who lay slumped in the chair. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, her body seemingly pulled from water, her clothes drenched in sweat. A wave of emotion washed over Gong Yixiao. Whether 5 years ago or 5 years hence, encountering this woman marked the beginning of his fortunate journey. How long had it been since he had felt the warmth of care and concern? He had thought he would remain solitary for life. Yet she had not only entered his world, but had also brought with her 2 angels. He, Gong Yixiao, was now a father. "Are you all right?" His voice was hoarse. Yet it did not hinder his ability to speak. Mu Qing, too fatigued to respond verbally, merely nodded. Gong Yixiao threw off the blankets and rose from the bed, lifting Mu Qing into his arms and carrying her to the bathroom.
Mu Qing froze momentarily.
"What are you doing?" Despite her reluctance to speak, the suddenness of his embrace left her bewildered. Gong Yixiao, however, merely curved his lips into a faint smile and replied softly, "You are drenched in sweat. Let me help you bathe." "No need." As Mu Qing attempted to rise, she was promptly restrained by Gong Yixiao. "We have long been candid with each other, having even welcomed a child into this world. Now that we are both certified in our roles, what pretense are you maintaining?" "Pretense?" Mu Qing felt an overwhelming urge to silence him, yet her strength eluded her. Oh, had she known this would be the outcome, she would never have rescued this insufferable man. Gong Yixiao, however, paid no heed to her thoughts. He merely prepared a basin of warm water, adding a few drops of essential oil before placing Mu Qing into it. Instantly, her garments became soaked, her form laid bare before his gaze. His eyes swirled with tumultuous emotions, yet he averted his gaze, saying, "Take your time to soak. When you're finished, call for me, and I shall have someone bring you a change of clothes." With that, he stepped out of the room. Mu Qing's heart finally settled, although her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She was grateful to have avoided total humiliation. As Gong Yixiao departed, a wave of fatigue washed over her, leaving her feeling quite ineffectual. She had never encountered such a situation before. Despite not sensing any physical issues, she found it perplexing that, even after treating 3 patients in a single day, She had never felt this drained. Meanwhile, Gong Yixiao summoned Su Mo. Upon seeing Gong Yixiao in good health, Su Mo was nearly overcome with joy. Mr. Gong, you are unharmed. Madam truly lives up to her reputation as a miraculous physician. Thankfully, she was here. What happened to you? Having learned from Gong Yixiao that Mu Qing was indeed a miraculous healer, Su Mo was filled with concern for him. Noticing Gong Yixiao's reluctance to elaborate, Su Mo, though anxious, refrained from pressing further. He nodded in understanding and quickly left upon receiving a message from Gong Yixiao. Leaning against the corridor wall, Gong Yixiao's mind was consumed with thoughts of Mu Qing's pale, weakened state. Though he was not well versed in traditional medicine, he understood that the golden needle acupuncture could drain one's spiritual energy, yet the extent of this depletion left him feeling unsettled. Zhang Ma, he called for the housekeeper. Mr. Gong, what is the matter? Prepare a nourishing soup to replenish her energy. It should be given to Madam shortly. Understood. Zhang Ma immediately set to work.
Mu Qing,
Are you ready yet? There was no response from within. Assuming she was merely shy, Gong Yixiao waited a moment longer before saying, If you are ready, please come out. Or give a sign, and I shall carry you out. The silence from the bathroom began to unsettle him. Had she perhaps fainted in the tub? Chapter 91. Who is this person? As Gong Yixiao pondered, images of Mu Qing's alluring form flooded his mind, and he felt a stirring desire within. Yet, the woman now regarded him with caution, reluctant to revisit their past, leaving Gong Yixiao in a state of frustration. He could have compelled her to fulfill her obligations, but recalling how she had saved him and his grandfather, and considering her current frail condition, he ultimately restrained himself. After knocking on the door several times without receiving a response, he reluctantly used the spare key to enter the bathroom. However, the room was shrouded in mist, and Mu Qing had vanished. Gong Yixiao's expression darkened immediately. Mu Qing. She had disappeared right under his nose. Gong Yixiao's face grew increasingly grim as he noticed his assistant's concern. Mr. Gong, are the clothes still here? He inquired. Investigate who took Mu Qing. The command startled Su Mo. The lady is missing again? The mention of again made Gong Yixiao's heart ache. Moments ago, he had surveyed the surroundings. The bathroom window was ajar. Yet Mu Qing was nowhere to be found. If she had left on her own, she would not have done so without her shoes. Thus, Mu Qing had been taken. But who possessed the audacity to abduct her right beneath the watchful eyes of the Gong family as security? Gong Yixiao couldn't fathom it, and his anger escalated. Just recently, Mu Qing had saved him. If it weren't for her act of bravery, how could she have been rendered powerless? It was his own negligence. Why should he be concerned about gender precautions? This woman was already his wife. What was there to feel embarrassed about? Gong Yixiao was engulfed in regret. Yet there was no remedy for remorse in this world. Having his beloved taken from him twice in such a short period was an affront to his years of reputation. Su Mo, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly accessed the security system to review the surveillance footage, but found no anomalies. After scrutinizing it thrice, he could not identify any suspicious individuals. Su Mo felt on the verge of a breakdown. Who is this person? He glanced at the footage and remarked, It's just the garbage collector. He comes at this time every day. Gong Yixiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, each sound sending chills down the spine. Do you truly believe he is merely a garbage collector? One glance at his physique reveals he is a trained fighter. Gong Yixiao was seething with fury. He had thought the Gong family villa was impenetrable, yet it had been infiltrated by a mere garbage collector. The irony was unbearable. Su Mo, feeling a tad embarrassed, said, I will dispatch someone immediately to locate the lady. Gong Yixiao remained silent, abruptly rising to grab his coat and leave. Su Mo, concerned, cautioned Mr. Gong, your health. Silence. Gong Yixiao's icy gaze silenced Su Mo's remaining words. The group exited the villa and commenced a thorough search, mobilizing everyone available. The citizens of Yanqing, unaware of the unfolding events, sensed an atmosphere of solemn tension enveloping the city, stirring a feeling of unease among them. Meanwhile, Mu Qing lay in a state of unconsciousness. She had not intended to sleep. However, the bath's temperature, combined with the soothing effects of the essential oils, caused her fatigue to dissipate in an instant. She leaned against the side of the tub and fell asleep, not even having the chance to remove her clothes. When Mu Yuhan entered, he found Mu Qing slumped in the bathtub, her pallid face reflecting a deep slumber. He effortlessly hoisted Mu Qing onto his shoulder, deftly using the refuse truck as a shield to extract her from under Gong Yixiao's watchful gaze. Mu Yuhan was acutely aware that should Gong Yixiao discover his involvement, his fate would be sealed. Yet, gazing at the feeble Mu Qing in that moment, he felt no regret. He instructed someone to fetch a woman's attire to assist her in changing clothes. After issuing the command, Mu Yuhan ascended to the sunlit room on the second floor, cradling Mu Qing in his arms. She paused momentarily, for everyone knew that Li Zihan was Mu Yuhan's woman, which meant all matters, great and trivial, were entrusted to her. Now, with Li Zihan captured by Gong Yixiao's men, the organization was scrambling for ways to rescue her. When Mu Yuhan announced his intention to visit the Gong family villa, she presumed it was for Li Zihan's sake. Rayla, unable to comprehend fully, yet unwilling to linger, hurriedly retrieved a new outfit and entered the room. Mu Yuhan turned on the heating, attending to Mu Qing with utmost care, softly instructing Rayla to help her change, assuring her that he had matters to discuss upon her return. Although Rayla was oblivious to Mu Yuhan's intentions, she dared not delay. After helping Mu Qing into her new clothes, Mu Yuhan personally dried her hair before exiting the room. This was the first time Rayla witnessed Mu Yuhan display such tenderness towards a woman. Even in his interactions with Li Zihan, it was primarily she who tended to him. Mu Yuhan had always been the one to receive, never the giver, let alone drying someone's hair. Yet, this unfamiliar woman revealed a different facet of Mu Yuhan, one that radiated care and concern for Mu Qing. Rayla cast a lingering glance at Mu Qing before rising to leave the room and entering the hall. Mu Yuhan's expression turned once more to one of cold detachment, his brows furrowed, his deep-set gaze lost in thought, emanating an aura of solitary reclusion. Rayla felt a twinge of hesitance to disturb him. Noticing Rayla's return, Mu Yuhan inquired, "Has she yet to awaken?" "No," Rayla replied, shaking her head. His tone was laced with chill. A shiver coursed through Rayla, prompting her to nod in agreement. At this moment, she harbored a flicker of resentment towards Suele. Why was he absent at such a critical time? Unaware of her thoughts, Mu Yuhan rose and entered the bedroom. Gazing upon Mu Qing's serene sleeping visage, he inhaled deeply and extracted a blood sample using a syringe. Mu Qing merely furrowed her brow slightly, remaining in slumber. She seemed merely to be asleep, yet Mu Yuhan's expression was grave. Chapter 92. How could it not match? Rayla departed the villa with the blood sample. Though Mu Yuhan felt a pang of reluctance, he understood that he could not keep Mu Qing. At present, she appeared to harbor some misunderstanding towards him, seemingly wishing for his demise. Were she to discover that he had abducted her, her ire would be unfathomable. Recalling his younger sister, who would ignore him in a fit of anger, Mu Yuhan's eyes glistened with a hint of sorrow, his lips curling into a faint smile. Nothing is more precious than her continued existence. With this thought, Mu Yuhan gently caressed Mu Qing's face before pressing a point on her acupoint. Mu Qing succumbed once more to a profound slumber. Mu Yuhan then lifted Mu Qing into his arms, skillfully evading Gong Yixiao's men, and delivered her to the threshold of Mu Ning's home. He rang the doorbell. Mu Ning emerged from within, and Mu Yuhan swiftly set her down before discreetly retreating. As the courtyard door swung open, Mu Ning was taken aback upon seeing Mu Qing lying at her feet. "Shao Qing, what has happened to you?" she exclaimed, quickly kneeling to examine Mu Qing. Observing Mu Ning's genuine concern for his sister, Mu Yuhan's eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions. Although he remained perplexed about how his biological sister had become Mu Ning's sister, the sight of Mu Ning's earnest care provided him with a sense of relief, albeit accompanied by a wave of jealousy. He too yearned to care for his sister openly. Alas, no opportunity was afforded to him. After conducting a thorough examination, Mu Ning concluded that aside from extreme fatigue, Mu Qing appeared to be in good health, prompting her to exhale in relief. However, she found herself puzzled as to why Mu Qing had suddenly appeared there and decided to carry her inside first before seeking answers. It was only after Mu Ning had ushered Mu Qing into the house that Mu Yuhan quietly departed. Upon receiving Mu Ning's call, Gong Yixiao rushed over, without delay. Observing his concern for Mu Qing, Mu Ning felt a measure of reassurance. Yet, she couldn't shake the trepidation that gripped her in Gong Yixiao's presence, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage and stood defiantly in front of Mu Qing. Recognizing her intentions were for Mu Qing's sake, Gong Yixiao bore no ill will, and the two children were taken away by Su Mo to play. Noting Mu Ning's serious demeanor, Gong Yixiao spoke in a low voice. "Someone took Mu Qing from my home. I have no idea how she ended up here." "Who took Shao Qing?" Who could it be? Could it be Mu Yifeng? With Mu Wanwan's madness, might her uncle hold Shao Qing accountable for everything? However, it seemed implausible that the Mu family could have spirited her away right under the nose of the Gong family's bodyguards. Was it the Mu family? Yet, if they had indeed taken her, why would they deliver her to her doorstep? Mu Ning's mind raced, but she could not devise a plausible explanation. Gong Yixiao's gaze darkened as he quietly observed, "I do not know either." The assailant wore a hat that obscured their features. The only discernible detail was their height, approximately 6 feet tall, and a slender build. Beyond that, there were no further clues. Su Mo had already dispatched individuals to retrieve nearby surveillance footage, yet strangely, none of the angles captured Mu Yuhan's face. It was as if he was intimately familiar with the area, aware of the locations of the cameras and their angles, skillfully evading all points of view. Gong Yixiao's expression grew more somber. This was indeed a formidable opponent. Is Mu Qing unharmed? Despite Mu Ning's assurance that she was all right, Gong Yixiao remained uneasy. Mu Ning shook her head and said, "It's truly nothing. I have already checked. Sister, I will take Mu Qing to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. I kindly ask you to help look after the children." The way Gong Yixiao addressed Mu Ning as sister left her pleasantly surprised. However, recalling his relationship with Mu Qing, she nodded in agreement. As they departed from Mu Ning's residence, Gong Yixiao arranged for Su Mo to ensure someone remained there to provide care. After all, with Mu Wanwan having lost her sanity, and Mu Yifeng being unable to contend with Gong Yixiao, there was no guarantee that they would not pose a threat to Mu Ning and Mu Qing. Previously, Gong Yixiao would have been indifferent to Mu Ning's well-being, yet upon learning of her unwavering support for Mu Qing and the children over the years, he felt a sense of gratitude towards his sister-in-law. Since Mu Qing referred to her as a sister, Gong Yixiao accepted that relationship. Once he had made these arrangements, he carried Mu Qing to the hospital for a full examination, and only after confirming her well-being did he breathe a sigh of relief. However, despite the commotion, Mu Qing remained unresponsive, which filled Gong Yixiao with profound concern. He had secured a room for Mu Qing at the hospital. Meanwhile, Yi Heng found himself encircled by personnel from the presidential office. Though he was not in imminent danger, his personal freedom was undoubtedly curtailed. He felt frustrated yet powerless. At that moment, news arrived from Mu Chen. The paternity test results between Mu Qing and Mu Chen did not match. Such an outcome was difficult for Yi Heng to accept. How could they not match? Was it possible that the woman was not the Mu Qing of years past? Yet why did she feel so familiar? Yi Heng was perplexed. He instructed Mu Chen to verify the authenticity of the paternity test results. Mu Chen agreed but had already concluded in his heart that Mu Qing was not his daughter. He couldn't quite articulate his feelings. There was disappointment, yet a sense of relief, creating a complex emotional turmoil. Feeling a heaviness in his heart, Mu Chen drove directly to the hospital. Mu Yuhan lay in bed, his complexion pale, as if in slumber, with his breathing labored and erratic, causing concern that he might take his last breath at any moment. Mu Chen furrowed his brow tightly. Mu Yuhan was his eldest son, excelling in the operation of the company, making him a source of satisfaction for Mu Chen. However, his son's health was a grave concern. It seemed he would have to continue searching for the elusive physician known for miraculous cures. With that thought, Mu Chen stepped outside. Suddenly, Mu Yuhan's eyes flew open, watching the direction in which Mu Chen had departed, a hint of derision flickering in his gaze. After Mu Chen disseminated a message, he saw Mu Shi approaching with a thermal container. Upon spotting Mu Chen, Mu Shi shrank back slightly, instinctively lowering her head. "Father, you have come?" "Indeed." Mu Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. The sight of this woman, so lacking in decorum, truly vexed him. As Mu Chen contemplated leaving, he heard Mu Shi unexpectedly speak. "Father, please do not assign recent company matters to my brother. He has just undergone surgery and is still quite fragile. It would be best not to overexert him." Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Since Mu Yuhan fell ill and was hospitalized, he has been managing the affairs of the company. However, why did Mu Shi say that? With this thought in mind, Mu Chen couldn't help but inquire, "Is your brother handling company matters lately?" "Indeed. Just yesterday, I saw him reviewing some report, which he claimed was a confidential company document." Mu Shi's words caused Mu Chen's gaze to darken momentarily. He recalled Yi Heng's request for him to investigate the paternity test report once more. Could it be that Mu Yuhan had tampered with it? Chapter 93. Your life is a gift from me. Mu Chen was startled by his own suspicion. Mu Shi shook her head in confusion. "No. How could he possibly go out in his condition? Take good care of him. If there's nothing urgent in the next few days, stay close to your brother."
Mu Chen instructed decisively.
He then proceeded to consult Mu Yuhan's attending physician. "Doctor, what is my son's health condition?" The doctor, familiar with Mu Chen as the investor of the hospital, promptly responded, "Master Mu, the health of young Master Mu is not good. His condition is quite severe. And, to be precise, without the assistance of a skilled physician, he may not survive the winter." This conclusion deepened Mu Chen's frown. Just moments ago, he had thought Mu Yuhan was feigning illness. Evidently, he had misjudged the situation. Most of the people under Mu Yuhan's command had been trained by him and would not betray him to side with Mu Yuhan. So, what exactly was that paper Mu Shi spoke of? If it wasn't the paternity test report, then what could it be? He sensed that Mu Yuhan was concealing something from him, but He could not discern what it was, and that feeling was unsettling. After leaving the doctor's office, Mu Chen finally took out his phone and dialed a number. After a lengthy wait, the call was answered by a cold voice.
Do you need something? Mu Yuzhe, how dare you speak to me like that?
I am your father. Do you not acknowledge your family? Mu Chen's brow furrowed even tighter. This insolent boy had left home for college and never bothered to reach out, as if he were no longer part of the Mu family. This behavior greatly displeased Mu Chen. Mu Chen's words darkened Mu Yuje's expression. Eldest brother's health has always been poor, yet you insisted he join the company to manage affairs for you. Now he is on the brink of death, and instead of seeking a doctor to save him, you plan to drain his last ounce of value. Mu Chen, you are truly heartless. Mu Chen spat out his words with venom. Mu Yuje clenched his hands tightly. Do not take your frustrations out on your family. For years, you have neglected me, allowing me to roam freely while I naively believed you cared for me. Now I realize, over a decade ago, you could send our sister, just a child, away without a second thought. How could a cold-hearted person like you ever consider my feelings?
Mu Yuzhe.
Mu Chen's voice rose sharply. Mu Qing was a taboo topic in this family, yet this youngest son, with no regard for decorum, persistently challenged his authority. It was astonishing that, despite being just an infant over a decade ago, he alone in the Mu family held onto the memory of Mu Qing. Mu Yuje was completely indifferent to Mu Chen's anger, yet he could not overlook the well-being of his mother and sister, Mu Shi. Having concluded the call, he hung up abruptly. Mu Chen, feeling a pang of frustration, found himself with little choice. He had only 2 sons in this lifetime. With Mu Yuhan now a dwindling hope, Mu Yuje remained healthy, albeit somewhat rebellious. After hanging up, Mu Chen, still uneasy, dispatched several individuals under the guise of caring for Mu Yuhan, though their true purpose was to monitor and investigate. Mu Yuhan remained unresponsive to this development. Although Mu Shi was unaware of the specifics, she keenly sensed Mu Chen's attitude towards Mu Yuhan. She could not help but ask, "Brother, have you upset Dad?" Mu Yuhan let out a cold laugh, offering no reply, and simply closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Mu Qing did not awaken until evening. Upon regaining consciousness in the hospital room, she was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't she been indulging in a bath at Gong Yixiao's villa? How had she ended up in the hospital? You're awake? Gong Yixiao's voice cut through her confusion. You don't know? He sounded somewhat surprised. Knowing Mu Qing's capabilities, he had intended to inquire about who had taken her once she regained consciousness. Yet, her current demeanor suggested she was entirely unaware. What should I know? Mu Qing asked, perplexed. Gong Yixiao recounted the events that had transpired. Mu Qing was instantly taken aback. Are you saying someone took me from the Gong family's villa and left me outside my sister's house? Gong Yixiao nodded in affirmation. Her brow furrowed deeply.
So,
I'm not in any trouble, right? Although she felt fine, she instinctively sought reassurance. Gong Yixiao shook his head. No, I've had people check. You bear not even a scratch. This has left me puzzled. Did this person bring you away from me merely to deliver you to Muning?
But why?
Indeed, why? Mu Qing echoed, equally puzzled. The situation was utterly bizarre. Gong Yixiao presented her with the surveillance footage, yet she could not identify the assailant. A wave of frustration washed over her. What could their motive be if they neither sought money nor harmed me? Was it discontent with my residing at your place? Could it have been a woman enamored with you? Mu Qing speculated whimsically, only to receive an eye roll from Gong Yixiao.
Goodness.
Do men at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy also roll their eyes? Mu Qing marveled, feeling as though she had uncovered a new realm. Gong Yixiao, exasperated, responded, I am merely human, you know. After spending enough time together, you will discover that I not only roll my eyes but also engage in other mundane human activities. With a burst of laughter, Mu Qing exclaimed, I never expected you to be this kind of Gong Yixiao. Well, I look forward to making more discoveries. We have plenty of time ahead. A faint smile graced Gong Yixiao's features. Being with Mu Qing brings him genuine ease and comfort. Most importantly, this woman is his lucky star, consistently bestowing upon him fortune, and she is also the mother of his 2 children. He feels a profound sense of indebtedness towards Mu Qing. To marry her, Gong Yixiao considers himself quite fortunate and cherishes her deeply. He took out his wallet and directly placed it into Mu Qing's hands. What are you doing? Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback by his gesture. Chapter 94. You are a special existence. This statement left Mu Qing even more perplexed. Why are you giving me this? Now that we are married, I must clarify my assets with you. My grandfather always said that men earn money while women spend it. This is our family motto. I should have given this to you after our registration, but I was delayed.
Please keep this safe.
Spend as you wish, and if it runs out, let me know, and I will earn more. Mu Qing was utterly stunned. She had no idea of Gong Yixiao's wealth, but it was clear he was certainly not impoverished. Had she just stumbled upon a windfall? She couldn't help but smile broadly. Am I allowed to use this money? Yes. The password is XXXX, Gong Yixiao clarified succinctly. Mu Qing opened it to find a considerable number of bank cards inside, prompting her to inquire, how much money is in here? I don't really know. I've been saving since I started earning. Over the years, there hasn't been much need for large expenditures, he replied. In that moment, Mu Qing felt as though she had struck it rich. Wasn't it essential to save for the children? You can decide, he said. Guogua is a boy. He must learn to earn for himself, while Tang Tang deserves a generous dowry. But leave that to me. I will start preparing it now. There is still time. The implication in Gong Yixiao's words was clear. Everything here was for her.
Mukvinke spirit sword.
Gong Yixiao, I suddenly feel you're rather wonderful, she remarked. So? Gong Yixiao's delight was evident as a smile graced his lips. One must admit, this man was exceptionally handsome. Mu Qing felt her heart flutter. In a moment of impulse, she stood up and planted a quick kiss on Gong Yixiao's cheek before hastily retreating, only to be caught by his slender waist. Forgot? I told you, that doesn't count as a kiss. A kiss is like this. Gong Yixiao's gaze held a hint of tenderness as he lowered his head and captured Mu Qing's protesting lips. Surrounded by his warmth, Mu Qing felt an unexpected sweetness in her heart. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of intimacy. When Su Mo entered, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Mu Qing, feeling embarrassed, pushed Gong Yixiao away. Unfinished, Gong Yixiao shot a cold glance at Su Mo. Is there something you need? Su Mo quickly regained his composure, feeling like crying. Oh no. He had interrupted Gong's moment. Gong, you carry on. I'll come back later. He stammered before hastily retreating. Mu Qing and Gong Yixiao both felt a tinge of embarrassment. In a bid to alleviate the heat rising to her cheeks, Mu Qing hastily mentioned the matter and turned her head away, pretending to search for something. Gong Yixiao found her demeanor endearingly charming, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The lingering warmth and fragrance of Mu Qing remained, captivating him. He endeavored to suppress the turmoil within, murmuring, I understand. Please take care of yourself lately. If necessary, I can arrange for a bodyguard. Additionally, I'll call your sister, as she is quite concerned about you. To Gong Yixiao, genuine worry and care from someone was an invaluable treasure, one that money could never purchase. Mu Qing nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Without a hint of pretension, she tucked away Gong Yixiao's wallet but paused to add, you should take a card, just in case you need money. A man shouldn't be without funds while out and about. Saying this, she casually handed him a bank card. Gong Yixiao chuckled. Thank you for the pocket money, my dear wife. The term wife made Mu Qing blush, accompanied by a sense of confusion. Gong Yixiao, I was inexplicably kidnapped.
Not by you, right?
Why does it feel as if you've suddenly transformed into someone else? The Gong Yixiao she knew before would not have behaved this way. Gong Yixiao regarded Mu Qing thoughtfully, responding softly, I may be somewhat slow to grasp things, but once I discern the essence of a situation, I no longer shy away. 5 years ago, there was a connection between us. Though I was filled with anger, my feelings for you were quite intricate. I both resented you for your strength and felt gratitude for your rescue. This tangled emotion compelled me to seek you out. Over the 5 years, my yearning for you became an obsession. I recognize that you hold a unique place in my heart. Now, 5 years later, as we reunite as husband and wife, I find our interactions to be effortless and comforting. Most importantly, I feel a deep concern and anxiety when you are in peril, a sensation I have not experienced for many years. Thus, I realize I may have developed feelings for you. At this juncture, Gong Yixiao paused, clearly observing the surprise in Mu Qing's eyes. He smiled faintly. Her astonishment was acceptable as it lacked rejection or discomfort, which sufficed for him. He continued, we have a child together and are now married. I understand my feelings for you. Therefore, my intentions are simple. Let us live harmoniously. And I shall do my utmost to treat you well. I am uncertain if you have begun to harbor feelings for me, but it does not matter. My affection for you is sufficient. After all, the woman I, Gong Yixiao, have fallen for must remain by my side, even if she does not reciprocate my feelings. I will never let you go in this lifetime. You should be aware of this. Either learn to love me and soar together, or we can settle into a life where I cherish you until our hair turns gray. However, do not entertain thoughts of escaping or loving another, for I cannot predict what I might do in such circumstances. As Mu Qing listened to Gong Yixiao's earlier words, she felt quite touched. However, as he continued, a sudden cloud of gloom enveloped her. Why did this man's confession come with an air of threat? Nevertheless, a peculiar sweetness blossomed in her heart. After all, it was her first experience of being confessed to, and notably, The man before her was the father of her children. Considering this, perhaps living a life with him was not entirely out of the question. Why not see if she could fall in love with him? Chapter 95. What mischief is he concealing? When this thought crept into Mu Qing's mind, she felt no resistance. Perhaps, subconsciously, her awareness of Gong Yixiao being the father of her two children made her more open to him from the very beginning. Moreover, he was quite handsome. Have you made up your mind? Gong Yixiao's gaze revealed that he sensed her decision. With a playful smile, Mu Qing replied, I won't tell you. After saying this, she leaped off the bed and strode toward the door, her head held high, much to Gong Yixiao's delight. Having previously battled alone in a den of wolves, the sudden presence of such an intriguing woman by his side was indeed refreshing. As they exited the hospital room, Gong Yixiao instinctively reached for Mu Qing's hand. His palm was large, warm, and dry, exuding a profound sense of security. Mu Qing's eyes roamed over his fingers. Ah, what a beautiful pair of hands. From now on, they would belong to her. She could touch them whenever she wished and admire them as she pleased. This sensation was truly delightful. Gong Yixiao noticed her gaze once more. This was the second time he had observed Mu Qing's fondness for his hands. A wave of annoyance washed over him. Was he truly less appealing than a mere pair of hands? After all, those hands belonged to him. Otherwise, he might as well consider severing them and hiding them away. Their intimate interaction did not go unnoticed by Su Mo, who now saw them hand in hand. He couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Gong, Madam, where are you headed? After Mu Qing answered, she got into the car. Gong Yixiao had no objections, but before entering, he cast Su Mo a meaningful glance, causing Su Mo to shiver involuntarily. Goodness! Could it be that Mr. Gong was still upset over earlier events? What to do? Su Mo felt utterly helpless. Once inside the car, he started the engine, only to hear Mu Qing speak up. Su assistant, has Buying left? This question momentarily startled Gong Yixiao. Buying? Had he merely taken a nap and missed out on crucial information? Su Mo quickly recounted the situation regarding Mu Qing and Buying. Understanding Mu Qing's identity, Gong Yixiao inquired, aren't you worried that Buying might have regrets after leaving? Not at all. She possesses a strong sense of jealousy and an even stronger desire for possession. Having developed feelings for Yi Heng, she would never allow him to think of anyone else. Moreover, she has a younger sister within the family. Gong Yixiao, if the opportunity arises, please assist me in bringing Buying's sister out. Whether one deems her a petty person or a villain, she merely seeks to secure a fallback for herself. Not only for her own sake, but also for the sake of her children. Buying is akin to a double-edged sword. Wielded wisely, she can be beneficial, yet misused. She could very well invite calamity upon herself. This is precisely the concern that Gong Yixiao harbors. Upon noticing Mu Qing's realization of this fact, he nodded and instructed Su Mo to proceed with the tasks at hand. As Mu Qing alighted from the vehicle, she addressed Gong Yixiao, stating, I intend to establish a laboratory right here. You hold dominion over this place. Instruct them as you see fit. Should funds run low, do not hesitate to call me. With such a formidable ally at her side, Mu Qing felt no hesitation. Once Mu Qing had entered, Gong Yixiao quietly inquired, what was your purpose in seeking me at the hospital? We have news from Shark. He wishes to meet you. The rendezvous is set for tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. at the Crown Club, Su Mo promptly relayed. Gong Yixiao's fingers gently drummed against the armrest of a seat. His brow furrowed in concentration. Shark's sudden desire to meet. Could it be related to Li Zihan? What is her current condition? Su Mo replied in a hushed tone. She appears to be in reasonable health, yet she remains tight-lipped, divulging no useful information. It is evident that her loyalty to Shark is unwavering. Ensure her well-being and refrain from employing any coercive measures. At the very least, afford Shark some courtesy. If she can be befriended, that would be ideal. If not, we must avoid antagonizing her for the time being, considering our current inability to seize control of the maritime routes. Rather than allowing others to benefit, it is wiser to let Shark retain his position for now. Understood, Su Mo affirmed, while driving Gong Yixiao towards the Gong Corporation. The state of Gong Yixiao's health remained a closely guarded secret. She could not engage in any public pharmaceutical endeavors and could only meet in private for such matters. The establishment of this laboratory would not be a swift undertaking. After issuing her directives, she proceeded to visit Mu Ning. Gong Yixiao had expressed concerns about his situation, recalling that the woman had recently been upset due to his concealment of the truth. Mu Qing made her way to the supermarket to purchase some of Mu Ning's favorite treats, and with bags in hand, she arrived at Mu Ning's residence. However, as she approached, she noticed several vehicles parked outside, and the license plates were somewhat familiar, those of Mu Yifeng. Considering the now-deranged Mu Wanwan and Mu Yifeng's doting nature towards her, Mu Qing rushed inside in a frenzy. "What is going on here?" she exclaimed, pushing open the door to the living room, where she found Mu Yifeng seated on the sofa, facing Mu Ning. Tang Tang and Guogua stood protectively beside Mu Ning, casting wary glances at Mu Yifeng. The remark left Mu Qing momentarily stunned. "Your son and daughter? What could this possibly mean?" Observing Mu Yifeng, despite his entourage of bodyguards, he treated Mu Ning with a measure of respect. Mu Ning's previous statement quickly illuminated the situation for Mu Qing. Mu Ning was shielding her by claiming the two children as her own, thereby deflecting any potential scandal surrounding Mu Qing's unmarried motherhood. A wave of gratitude and sorrow washed over Mu Qing. "Sister, do not conceal the truth any longer. Uncle is aware that the children are mine." With that, she set down her bags. Her words caused Mu Ning's eyes to widen slightly. However, Mu Qing smiled and said, "The incident with the two little ones causing a ruckus at the hospital with Mu Yuhan and Mu Shi is something that your second uncle could easily verify with just a casual inquiry. Now that you claim the children are yours, it appears that your second uncle simply does not wish to expose you. Am I right, second uncle?" As she spoke, she glanced at Mu Yifeng. Given Mu Yifeng's indulgent nature towards Mu Wanwan, one would expect him to react with fury upon hearing of her predicament. Yet, he remained composed and calm in this moment, which set off alarm bells in Mu Qing's mind. This old scoundrel must be harboring some ill intent. She felt grateful for her presence, for with Mu Ning's combative spirit, she might not have been a match for Mu Yifeng. At that moment, Mu Yifeng lifted his head, gazing at Mu Qing with an inscrutable expression. His eyes bore a scrutinizing look, laden with ambiguous meanings, fixated on Mu Qing like a venomous serpent, causing discomfort in her heart. Chapter 96. Are you still half asleep? Is there something you wish to discuss, second uncle? Mu Qing decided to speak directly. Mu Yifeng's gaze was indeed quite bothersome. Fearing that Mu Yifeng might pose a threat to Mu Qing, Mu Ning hurriedly stood up, declaring, "I am the one in charge of this household, and matters concerning my sister must be discussed with me first. If you have something to say, second uncle, I suggest you be forthright." At that moment, Mu Ning positioned herself protectively behind Mu Qing, aware that her influence was limited. Yet she endeavored to shield Mu Qing in her own way. Mu Qing felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She gently urged Mu Ning to sit down and address the two little ones. "Why don't you go watch some cartoons for a while? We adults need to have a conversation." "Okay, mommy." Guogua took Tang Tang's hand and headed to the bedroom. "Brother, do you think that bad man will pose a danger, mommy?" Tang Tang suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Perhaps due to the previous incident of being abducted in broad daylight, she could no longer afford to be solely focused on her meals. She had started to observe her surroundings more keenly. Guogua glanced at her and nodded. "Keep an eye out. If they target mommy and auntie with ill intentions, we will have to confront them." "How can we confront them? We're still so small." Tang Tang looked at her petite arms and legs, letting out a sigh. "I need to grow up quickly. How much more do I have to eat at every meal?" Guogua's lips twitched. "Who says children can't fight back?"
Tang Tang suddenly picked up.
Guogua and Tang Tang lay on the bed, beginning to strategize their approach, while Mu Qing and Mu Ning were now formally facing Mu Yifeng. Mu Qing was acutely aware of how the situation regarding Mu Wanwan had affected Mu Yifeng. Noticing his silence and inscrutable gaze, she finally spoke up. "You came here regarding Mu Wanwan, didn't you?" At the mention of his daughter's name, a flash of hatred erupted in Mu Yifeng's eyes. Just as expected,
Mu Qing smirked inwardly.
Mu Ning, however, stated bluntly, "Mu Wanwan brought this upon herself. President Gong merely asked her to accompany him for one night. He never implied anything untoward, but you all twisted it. When Mu Wanwan sent someone to burn down my mother's house, nearly resulting in President Gong's death, do you think he would simply overlook that? How can one assert that such a person resides at the pinnacle of the pyramid, yet allows themselves to be bullied without retaliation? If your grievances stem from this matter, you ought to seek out Gong Yixiao instead of us. After all, we are victims as well." Mu Qing couldn't help but glance at Mu Ning with renewed interest. This sister, usually so taciturn, unexpectedly articulated so much with clarity when faced with adversity. Mu Qing truly wished to commend her. Mu Yifeng's expression darkened, yet he recognized the validity of Mu Ning's words. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he finally turned his gaze towards Mu Qing. "Mu Qing, if I can restore your parents' shares and all properties under their name, would you consider assisting our Mu family with the task?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback. However, Mu Ning swiftly voiced her opposition. The Mu family was akin to a den of wolves. She could not allow Mu Qing to step into such a perilous situation. This was neither her responsibility, nor should it become her misfortune. Mu Yifeng's eyes darkened slightly at Mu Ning's response. "Mu Ning, With your grandfather's birthday approaching, are you certain you wish to sour his mood? This task was entrusted to me by the old man. Otherwise, do you think I would be here discussing this with you? Given what you have done to my daughter, I have shown remarkable restraint by not annihilating your family. This was indeed the truth. Mu Ning was about to retort, but was halted by Mu Qing. She looked at Mu Yifeng, her mind now much calmer. The Mu family had already confiscated Mu Ning's parents' belongings, and they would not easily relinquish them. However, the straightforwardness with which Mu Yifeng spoke indicated that the task he proposed for her and Mu Ning would undoubtedly be complex.
Suddenly, Mu Qing smiled.
Uncle, why not first elucidate what assistance you require from us? She inquired with an air of tranquility. Mu Ning, however, expressed her concern. Qing, you mustn't. Dear sister, I am well aware of this matter. There is no need for your worry. Mu Qing replied before turning her attention back to Mu Yifeng. Mu Yifeng genuinely felt that Mu Qing had undergone a transformation. Could it be that what Mu Wanwan claimed was true? Was this Mu Qing an imposter? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill flickered in Mu Yifeng's eyes. Yet, recalling the old man's directive, he suppressed his skepticism and coldly stated, in truth, it is not a difficult task. Mu Qing, as you are currently favored by Gong Yixiao, all that is required is for you to elevate the Mu family in his eyes, enabling us to attain the status of an elite family in Country Z. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing laughed. An elite family in Country Z? What was Mu Yifeng dreaming about? The Mu family could hardly be considered an elite family in Yen City, let alone aspire to such heights in the entirety of Country Z. Uncle, have you not awakened from your slumber? Her words dripped with sarcasm, finally provoking Mu Yifeng's ire. What does it matter to me if I deal with a mere orphan? If you possess the capability, confront Gong Yixiao instead. He is my true benefactor. Mu Qing's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, nearly causing Mu Yifeng to stagger backward in fury. If he had the audacity to confront Gong Yixiao, would he have simply stood by and watched his daughter become this way, without uttering a single word of resentment?
Mu Qing.
Mu Yifeng gritted his teeth and shouted Mu Qing's name. The audacious expression on his face truly made him feel somewhat guilty. If Gong Yixiao were to take such action, how could the Mu family possibly dare to defy him? Yet, could it be that Gong Yixiao would truly offend the entire Mu family for someone as inconsequential as Mu Qing? It was as if Mu Qing could read his thoughts. She continued, Uncle, you don't actually believe that Gong Yixiao would not treat me this way, do you? After all, I was merely feeling unwell, and Gong Yixiao sent Mu Wanwan to the Gong family's ranch for a night. Now, if I were to claim a headache or a stomachache, attributing it to the shares and assets of my parents, can you guess how President Gong would react? Her words fell upon Mu Yifeng like a heavy mountain, nearly bending his spine. Chapter 97. It was merely a game to you. Yet, what could Mu Yifeng do? He truly dared not gamble on Gong Yixiao's feelings towards Mu Qing. He had never anticipated that he would one day be bested by a niece he had always looked down upon. Mu Yifeng's gaze bore into Mu Qing, but it was of little consequence to her. Instead, she smiled and said, Uncle, what kind of look is that? I'm so frightened. I should call President Gong. With that, she took out her phone, feigning the intent to call. Mu Yifeng could no longer contain himself. He stood up abruptly, snatched Mu Qing's phone away, and growled. What exactly do you want? The color drained from Mu Qing's face. What do I want? Uncle, is that question not tinged with guilt? How old were my sister and I when we were cast out of our home? What contributions did my parents make to the Mu family before they passed away? And what happened afterward? As soon as they were gone, you mistreated their 2 daughters. How did my sister and I survive? Surely you must know, Uncle? In that moment, Mu Qing was fiercely advocating for Mu Ning and the deceased Mu Qing. Mu Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. Confronted by a reality he had never anticipated, the 2 nieces he had dismissed now possessed such fortitude. Regrettably, now that he was aware, there was nothing he could do to rein them in. Mu Ning, witnessing Mu Qing standing up for her, felt tears welling in her eyes. In that moment, she truly felt her sister's presence. Mu Yifeng and Mu Qing remained locked in a standoff. As soon as Mu Yifeng opened his mouth to speak, Mu Qing did not grant him the opportunity. Initially, she had not intended to confront the Mu family so swiftly, as her energy was limited. However, the persistent encroachment of these individuals had left her no choice but to retaliate. Now, with Gong Yixiao as formidable backing, whom did she have to fear? Moreover, prior to this, that man had professed his feelings for her. She felt it was entirely reasonable to seize the moment and extricate Mu Ning from that den of wolves. Mu Ning was momentarily taken aback by Mu Qing's words. Although she longed to escape the Mu family's grasp, she lacked the ability and courage to do so. Yet, here was her dream life being effortlessly placed on the negotiation table by Mu Qing. Mu Ning was uncertain of her feelings, only aware of her swollen eyes and the prickling sensation in her nose. Mu Yifeng clenched his jaw tightly. Mu Qing is the only hope for the Mu family, for no one else can ride the coattails of Gong Yixiao. Yet, he now finds himself filled with regret. Mu Yifeng had already anticipated the outcome, but he is unwilling to accept it, yearning to take a chance. What if it succeeds? What if Mu Qing remains the same foolish and clumsy Mu Qing as before? Thus, even though he is seething with anger, Mu Yifeng grits his teeth and asserts, Mu Qing, without the protection of your family, how far do you think you can go? And a man like Gong Yixiao, how could he genuinely be with you? He is merely toying with you. While you are still a novelty to him, elevating your family status is your ultimate fate. Why can't you comprehend this? Mu Qing responds with a cold laugh. Fate? Even if Gong Yixiao is merely playing with me, I possess enough capability to bring you all down. Even if he no longer favors me in the future, it matters not. I can still provide for my sister and the children. With my former status as Gong Yixiao's woman, who would dare to intentionally trouble me. Conversely, it is your Mu family that may not be so fortunate. Therefore, dear uncle, you ought to ponder this well. There is no rush, my sister, and I can wait. Mu Yifeng realizes that remaining here is futile, and it would be wiser to leave before he erupts with fury. He storms off with his entourage. Suddenly, Mooning bursts into tears, startling Mu Qing. Sister, did he bully you? No, Mooning replies with a muffled voice, tears streaming down her face as she gazes at Mu Qing. Shao Qing, why are you so foolish? There is some truth in what uncle said. We cannot ascertain whether President Gong is truly sincere towards you, or if this will endure. You should not offend uncle and the Mu family on my behalf. Hearing her words, Mu Qing cannot help but smile. Sister, even if we do not offend them, will they let us go? Now they are aware of the two little ones. I fear they may target the children. What shall we do then? This thought sends a shiver down Mu Ning's spine. They wouldn't dare, would they? She asks. Why wouldn't they? What has Mu Wanwan ever hesitated to do? Currently, the outside world remains oblivious that the two little ones belong to Gong Yixiao. They only fear his power and status. If we do not seize the opportunity to extricate ourselves from the Mu family, should they encounter trouble in the future, they will undoubtedly use us sisters to fill the void. Sister, after all these years, even if the Mu family has given you life, we have repaid that debt. Mu Qing's words cause Mu Ning's tears to flow even more fiercely. It is not that she is reluctant to leave the Mu family. Living there, she has been treated worse than a dog. How could she willingly subject herself to such torment? She has no particular desire for wealth, but she has her own aspirations. Mu Qing notices that Mu Ning has more to say and asks, Sister, do you have something you wish to express? Are we not sisters? Please, share your thoughts with me. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Ning finally grits her teeth and declares, Shao Qing, I can forego our parents' inheritance. I can leave the Mu family with nothing, and I can even voluntarily request to be removed from the family tree. However, I want to take our parents with me. What do you mean? Mu Qing found herself momentarily bewildered. Hadn't Mu Ning's parents passed away long ago? What could this mean about taking her parents along now? Taking a deep breath, Mu Ning revealed, my second uncle, in a bid to control both my sister and me, relocated my parents' graves when we left home. For 5 years, I have sought to uncover their new resting place, yet to no avail. The reason I have endured Mu Wanwan's bullying is not out of fear, but because she threatened that if I dared to resist or retaliate, she would unearth my parents' graves and leave their remains exposed to the elements, forever restless. Chapter 98. It was a sight too painful to behold. How utterly despicable. Mu Qing had never anticipated such a motive. Previously, she had thought Mu Ning merely soft-hearted, but now it was clear that the Mu family had her firmly in their grasp, forcing her into a precarious position. What kind of deep-seated enmity could compel a family to treat two lonely little girls in such an atrocious manner? Upon voicing her pain, it seemed as if years of suppressed emotions finally shattered within Mu Ning, leading her to weep uncontrollably. Mu Qing continuously patted her back in comfort, oblivious to the two little ones nearby who were stealthily observing the scene. Brother, why is Auntie crying? Tang Tang, from a distance, could not hear their words, but the sight of Mu Ning's sorrow pierced her heart. Auntie was the person she cherished most after her mother. Guogua, though unable to grasp the conversation, wore a grim expression. Those people had surely bullied their mother and Auntie. Otherwise, Auntie wouldn't be crying so heartbreakingly. How despicable. Brother, what are you thinking? Tang Tang noticed Guogua's silence and promptly shook his arm. Guogua quietly inquired, do you have a way to track those people? Are you planning something? Tang Tang's face lit up with excitement. Guogua found it hard to watch. Everyone thought Tang Tang was merely a little foodie, unconcerned about anything other than food. But he knew that once she was well-fed, she was quite the little schemer. With an angelic visage, she loved to play the innocent while plotting mischief. How utterly amusing. Guo had yet to formulate a comprehensive plan, but knowing the enemy's whereabouts was essential. Alright, that's quite simple. That loathsome man had something on him when I left. I managed to plant a small tracker. Tang Tang exclaimed.
Look.
She promptly activated her virtual computer, revealing a small red darting across the screen. Guo couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising his sister. In moments of crisis, she proved to be remarkably resourceful. Receiving her brother's commendation filled Tang Tang with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight, which was enough to uplift anyone's spirits. Qing remained unaware of the little one's plotting, her heart aching for Ning as she recalled the burdens this woman had carried since childhood, allowing her to cry to her heart's content. After weeping for a while, Ning's mood evidently lightened considerably. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she gently extricated herself from Qing's embrace and muttered, "Look at you. Why didn't you stop me when you saw me crying? I've gotten your clothes all wet. Why would I stop you? You haven't cried much over the years. I thought you lacked this particular skill." Qing replied with a faint smile, then handed her a tissue to wipe her face. In a low voice, she added, "Leave the matter of our parents' ashes to me. I promise I will ensure they are treated with the respect they deserve." Ning grasped Qing's hand firmly and whispered, "Xiao Qing, I know you are married to President Gong and that there is a partnership between you, but there are no genuine feelings involved. When one partner owes more in a marriage, it can diminish one's self-worth. I do not wish for you to compromise your happiness within your own marriage. I can handle matters concerning my family myself." Hearing that Ning still prioritized her own well-being and feared for her happiness, Qing felt a pang of discomfort. If Ning had not cared for her over the years, it would have been different, but Ning had sincerely treated her like a sister. How could she not reciprocate this kindness? With a serious expression, Qing said, "Sister, as you mentioned, my marriage to Gong Yixiao lacks emotional depth. So it does not wound me. If he truly believes I am taking advantage of him, I can simply walk away. I will not endure humiliation. Rest assured. However, I cannot allow you to tackle our parents' affairs alone. After all, the old man has recognized Mu Yifeng's actions, and no matter how capable you are, can you truly outmatch the head of the Mu family?" Ning felt somewhat stifled by these words. Indeed, her parents were the biological son and daughter-in-law of the Mu family's patriarch, yet in death, they could not compete with the living. The old patriarch still hoped to rely on Mu Yifeng to elevate the Mu family to greatness, and naturally, he would not offend the current head of the family over a deceased son. Yet, human emotions do not adhere to such logic. Ning was deeply saddened, feeling powerless. She despised her own inadequacy. If only she were capable, perhaps the Mu family would not bully her, her sister, and their deceased parents. Having spent many years with Ning, Qing could instinctively discern her thoughts through her gestures and expressions. With a sigh, she said, "Sister, leave this matter to me. Why would you treat me as an outsider? As for my marriage, I am well aware of my situation. Currently, Gong Yixiao treats me decently, and with 2 children at stake, he is unlikely to neglect my affairs. You mentioned that he was quite concerned about me during my kidnapping. Thus, seizing this opportunity to leverage his influence is indeed the most fitting course of action. But that would be unfair to him." Ning directed hastily. "Xiao Qing, if President Gong were unkind to you, it would be one thing to use him, but he treats you reasonably well and cares for the children. If you exploit him in this manner, it could wound his heart. Even if a couple lacks affection, they must avoid using and scheming against each other. What hope can there be for such a marriage?" As Qing swiftly intervened just as Ning was about to launch into a lengthy admonition, she exclaimed, "Sister, as a single woman, is it not rather ironic for you to offer heartfelt advice to a married individual such as myself? Perhaps you should first address your own lifelong concerns before meddling in mine. Leave everything else to me, alright? I am well aware of how to navigate my relationship with Gong Yixiao, so you need not fret." Hearing this, Ning felt a wave of despondency wash over her. In this day and age, how many commendable men could one truly find? She yearned for a partner akin to her parents, one who would remain steadfast through both wealth and poverty, devoted for a lifetime. Yet, where could such a love be discovered? Qing refrained from passing judgment on Ning's steadfast devotion and anticipation of love, yet she absorbed her words. Upon reflection, it seemed that Gong Yixiao indeed treated her rather well and was kind to the children. Should she not consider doing something for him in return? Moreover, this man had entrusted her with all his finances. Although Qing could sustain herself and the children without his assistance, the feeling of receiving his financial support was undeniably gratifying. Perhaps the antidote would require some time. Should she prepare a medicinal dish for Gong Yixiao? Chapter 99. Is it because of Gong Yixiao? While Qing pondered these matters, Ning noticed her sudden silence. Looking up, she saw that Qing appeared to be lost in thought, a rarity for her. Could it be related to Gong Yixiao? This thought brought Mu Ning both joy and concern. While she was elated that Mu Qing might find a suitable partner, she worried that a man of Gong Yixiao's stature and power might overwhelm her, potentially costing her emotional well-being in the process. However, when it came to matters of the heart, Mu Ning felt ill-equipped to voice her concerns. She rose and retreated to her room, returning shortly with a rather light pair of knee pads in hand. "Sister, what on earth are you doing?" Mu Qing inquired, momentarily taken aback by the sight. Suddenly, Mu Qing felt a pang of emotion. Mu Ning had truly considered every aspect of her well-being, yet neglected her own. Despite her advancing age, Mu Ning showed no signs of contemplating marriage. If she were thriving in her own life, it would be one thing. But Mu Qing feared that all of Mu Ning's energy was devoted to her and the children, causing her to squander precious time and neglect her own happiness. Previously, Mu Qing had wandered aimlessly, fearing that entanglements with the Mu family would bring trouble to Mu Ning and the children. Now, she realized that her own instability could also unsettle Mu Ning. Regardless of what fate awaited her with the Mu family, she fervently wished for Mu Ning to find joy. Such a kind and virtuous woman did not deserve to endure excessive suffering. Mu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Due to the incident involving Mu Wanwan, Mu Yifeng would undoubtedly leverage the full extent of the Mu family's connections to obstruct Mu Ning's career path. She had even contemplated a career change. Yet, Mu Qing's suggestion had sparked a glimmer of intrigue within her. From a young age, she immersed herself in medical theory and literature, aspiring to be a benevolent angel in white, dedicated to saving lives. If she were to change her career, she would find it quite difficult to part with her dreams. Is that acceptable? Aren't you the one who prefers to keep your identity concealed? Mu Qing was aware of the rumors surrounding the ghost doctor, and she understood that Mu Qing wished to avoid revealing her identity to prevent unnecessary troubles. Opening a clinic now might expose Mu Qing's secret. The more they discussed it, the more feasible it seemed to Mu Qing. However, Mu Ning found herself conflicted. Is it yet another way to leverage the esteemed Gong family's reputation? Shao Qing, I fear for your well-being. Alternatively, I could open a flower shop. In Mu Ning's view, marriage is best when it reflects a balance of social standings. Yet, the Mu family cannot compare to the Gong family. On the other hand, love should blossom from mutual affection, which is lacking between Mu Qing and Gong Yixiao. Fortunately, their children serve as a connection. However, if Mu Qing continues to create trouble for Gong Yixiao, how could he ever genuinely come to love her? Thus, Mu Ning stifled her impulses and, with a deep breath, made a decision. Truly, I believe a flower shop would be delightful. Surrounded by flowers each day would surely bring joy. Observing the radiant smile on Mu Ning's face, Mu Qing felt a pang of unease. No one understood Mu Ning's passion for medicine better than her, yet when faced with the choice between medicine and herself, Mu Ning chose her. No need. My hand has been aching a bit lately. If you take the children, I can rest. However, they have just arrived at the Gong family, so please keep a close watch on them. I worry they might not adjust. Ultimately, having raised the two little ones herself, Mu Ning was far more concerned than Mu Qing. Mu Qing nodded and called for Tang Tang and Guogua to follow her. As the car pulled away, Mu Qing distinctly noticed the glimmer of tears in Mu Ning's eyes. Mommy, can't Annie stay with us? Guogua expressed a hint of reluctance. Tang Tang remained silent, leaning against the window, her large, glistening eyes brimming with unshed tears as she watched Mu Ning grow smaller in the distance. Mu Qing felt a heaviness in her heart, yet she knew that even if she voiced her feelings, Mu Ning would not accompany them to the Gong residence. Moreover, Mu Ning deserved to have her own life. She and the children had burdened her for far too long. With that thought, Mu Qing whispered, Andy needs a new life now. Be good, all right? All right. The two children replied, their spirits dampened. The staff treated Mu Qing with great respect, and when the two little ones arrived, there was a wave of curiosity. Upon learning they were the children of Gong Yixiao, everyone became even more attentive to the young masters and mistresses. Tang Tang was delighted by the beautiful house, while Guogua displayed little emotion, quickly seeking out the children's room shared with Tang Tang. The man even thought to provide them with a separate room, and the decor was quite pleasing. For now, Guogua was satisfied. Mu Qing encouraged them to acclimate to their new surroundings while she headed to the kitchen. Upon seeing her enter, the housekeeper, Zhang Ma, could not help but inquire, Madam, what are you planning to do? To prepare the medicinal dish for Gong Yixiao, whose sleep has been rather poor and in need of adjustment. Mu Qing felt it inappropriate to directly mention the hidden ailments within his body. However, the fact that Gong Yixiao struggled with sleep was hardly a secret. Upon realizing Mu Qing had thought of this, Zhang Ma could not help but feel pleased for Gong Yixiao, believing he would surely be delighted. Madam, do you require any assistance? Zhang Ma inquired. No need. You may leave. I can manage on my own. If you find yourself with time to spare, please look after the little ones, Mu Qing replied, much to Zhang Ma's appreciation. Of course, madam. With that, Zhang Ma exited, allowing Mu Qing to bring in the medicinal ingredients she had prepared and commence her culinary endeavor. Before long, the enticing aroma of the medicinal dish began to waft through the air, stirring one's appetite. Just then, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Madam. Su Emo rushed in hastily. Mu Qing, momentarily taken aback, instinctively glanced behind him but saw no sign of Gong Yixiao, prompting her to turn her gaze back to Su Emo. What is it? What has happened? Given Gong Yixiao's current status, he faced numerous plots and dangers, and Su Mo's urgency led Mu Qing to fear for his safety. Madam, may I take the medical kit with me?
Su Emo asked.
He is injured? Not Gong Zong, but Jiang Yi. Su Mo's words brought a sigh of relief from Mu Qing.
Jiang Yi?
As long as it is not Gong Yixiao. At that moment, Mu Qing was blissfully unaware of the concern she harbored for Gong Yixiao. Su Emo nodded. Madam, you know him. Jiang Yi is Jiang Macheng, the one who recently inquired about the incense maker. Recalling Su Mo's words, Mu Qing remembered that this man was indeed a close brother to Gong Yixiao. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the medical kit. Knowing the children would be well cared for, and that Gong Yixiao must have sent Su Emo to keep Jiang Macheng's injury under wraps, she swiftly located the medical kit while turning off the stove for the medicinal dish. Mu Qing also grabbed a thermos to bring some of the medicinal dish along. Although she was aware that Gong Yixiao might not be in the mood for food, the image of that man's battered body compelled her to take it regardless. Su Emo had no objections and willingly assisted her in carrying it. As they exited the kitchen, Guogua and Tangting noticed Mu Qing with the medical kit and understood that their mother was about to leave. Mommy, please be careful. I will take good care of my sister at home. Yes, good. Call me if you need anything. Mu Qing patted the heads of the little ones, offered a few more words of reassurance, and then followed Su Emo out. Meanwhile, Mu Ning, occupied with the children, had not noticed her fingers aching amidst the busyness. Now that the children were gone, the vast emptiness of the house made her acutely aware of the sharp pain in her fingers. Reflecting on the burdens she had endured within the Mu family over the years, sorrow overwhelmed her. Had it not been for the oppression of the Mu family, she would never have left with her sister. If she had not left with her sister, how could Mu Qing have met her demise? Reflecting on the current situation, Mu Ning believed that severing ties with the Mu family was the wisest decision. Even if not for her own sake, she must consider Mu Qing's well-being.
Now,
Mu Qing had become the wife of Gong Yixiao. Although the match was somewhat mismatched, given Mu Qing's current status, it was hardly unfavorable. However, if she were to be accompanied by the Mu family, with their character, they would likely cling to her like leeches, creating difficulties for Mu Qing. Mu Ning clenched her teeth in frustration. She sought out the study and retrieved an item to tuck into her bosom, then resolutely turned to leave. She needed to consult the elder of the Mu family. Ultimately, it was he who would have the final say regarding her departure from the family. Upon stepping outside, Mu Ning realized she had no vehicle. Approaching her 28th year, she felt a profound sense of failure, having accomplished nothing in her life. Not even securing a job or a stable existence without her sister Mu Qing's concern. Now, she lacked even a means of transportation. A wave of disappointment washed over her. No more. From this day forth, even for Mu Qing's sake, she would strive to earn money and live well. With this determination, Mu Ning took out her phone to summon a ride, but to her dismay, either due to the time or the seclusion of her location, not a single vehicle was available to accept her request. Sighing, she decided to walk, treating it as a means of exercise. As she made her way, she suddenly found herself dragged into a narrow alley, her mouth covered. Muffled cries escaped her as she struggled fiercely, only to hear a low voice command, "Don't scream. Someone is after me. Please help." In that instant, she was pressed against the wall, and something soft was abruptly shoved into her mouth. Her eyes widened in shock. No, her first kiss. Rage surged within her. Yet, the grip was too strong. She could not free herself. Just then, footsteps echoed outside. "Quick, check over here." Mu Ning's body froze in place. What horrendous luck had she encountered today? To be forcibly kissed in broad daylight was one thing, but now, with the impending threat, if she could not navigate this situation, she would be in peril alongside this man. Tears of despair threatened to spill. Was it truly the heavens punishing her for living too well? The footsteps drew nearer. Without time for further contemplation, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, while her other hand, trembling with anxiety, began to explore his chest, moving hesitantly downward. The man stiffened, a wave of heat coursing through him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Was he truly being flirted with? Just as he contemplated retreating, Mu Ning swiftly reversed their positions. pinning him against the wall with a hoarse voice tinged with a hint of menace. Today, do you dare to escape? Do you believe I won't claim you right here? As the words escaped his lips, the man felt an overwhelming surge of anger. What nonsense was this? How dare she demand something from him? This woman possessed an audacity beyond measure. At that moment, those pursuing them outside coincidentally overheard her utterance, halting in their tracks. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the unfolding scene. What are you staring at? Scram. The intensity of his demeanor, the fire in his gaze, exuded a palpable sense of frustration, a longing interrupted. Although some among the onlookers were tempted to linger for the spectacle, the leader reminded them of their mission, commanding, "Let's go. We need to find him." The crowd dispersed in a cacophony of footsteps. Mu Ning felt a sudden wave of relief wash over her, her back dampened by cold sweat. In that moment of her weakness, the man across from her seized her slender waist. Was this woman truly risking herself to save him? The man's eyes narrowed slightly, a complex emotion swirling within their depths. Mu Ning felt the warmth of his hand against her waist, causing her to shiver involuntarily. And she promptly pushed him away. Scoundrel. While she had indeed aided him, she had not forgotten his brazen manner of dragging her into peril. The man emitted a low grunt, bending forward. It was then that Mu Ning noticed the blood soaking his abdomen, obscured by his dark attire. He paused, his striking eyes seeming to assess Mu Ning's intentions behind her act of rescue. Chapter 101. A Life, After All. Mu Ning paid little heed to his scrutinizing gaze. The man observed her living conditions, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes, yet he remained silent. Hurry inside. I need to clean up the blood outside, she urged, assisting him through the doorway before hastily stepping out again. The man, feeling a twinge of unease, rose to his feet. Watching Mu Ning laboriously erase any traces of the chaos, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, his phone buzzed. "Jiang, where are you? We found your car, but not you. You aren't. I'm fine. No need to search for me. I'm safe," Jiang Machin replied, issuing commands without hesitation. Those pursuing him were affiliated with the sharks, intensifying their efforts to corner him. This area, after all, was affluent, and that woman had proven rather agreeable. Here, he felt safer than outside. Considering this, Jiang Machin discarded his SIM card and powered down his phone. He reclined on the sofa, the pain from his wound gnawing at him. If only he had some painkillers. Just then, he heard the sound of a door opening. "I'll tend to your wound." Jiang Machin remained silent. Mu Ning, too, chose not to engage him. Her sole focus was to swiftly treat his injuries and then send him on his way. She could not afford to delay her visit to the Mu family. With that thought in mind, Mu Ning quickly fetched a pair of scissors and began cutting open Jiang Machin's shirt. As the fabric of his expensive shirt, worth several thousand, fell to tatters in her hands, Jiang Machin touched his nose, at a loss for words. He had rather liked that shirt. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the fact that this woman was indeed acting to save him. Jiang Machin surveyed the home, and warmth enveloped the space, indicating that the woman hailed from a prosperous background in a commendable environment. Mu Ning remained unaware of Jiang Machin's thoughts upon swiftly unbuttoning his shirt. She was confronted with the severity of the wound on his abdomen, prompting an involuntary gasp. "With such an injury, how can you dare to wander about? You must seek medical attention. My conditions here are inadequate." As she reached for her phone to call for assistance, Jiang Machin halted her. "I cannot go to the hospital." "Why not?" Mu Ning asked, only to realize the implications of her question. A man pursued by so many could indeed be a criminal. Yet, the pursuers did not appear to be virtuous either. Nevertheless, who could sustain such grievous injuries without seeking medical help? Furrowing her brow, Mu Ning insisted, "Your wound requires anti-inflammatory treatment. Mere medication will not suffice, and I lack the means for intravenous therapy. I must go to the hospital for that." Jiang Machin's eyes narrowed. "You cannot go anywhere. What you need, I am aware of what I require. Just provide me with a simple bandage," he replied nonchalantly, as if the wounds were not his own. Mu Ning had never encountered anyone like him. Yet, she understood that prolonged conflict with Jiang Machin might lead him to bleed out. Relenting, she quickly began to tend to his injuries. Jiang Machin winced in pain, feeling as if she were intentionally inflicting retribution upon him, though he had no evidence to support such a notion. He gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort. Once she had deftly attended to his wounds, noticing that he was on the verge of losing consciousness, she promptly retrieved some painkillers and offered them to him. "Take these. They will alleviate your pain, but your wound must be treated for inflammation." Mu Ning exhibited considerable patience in her treatment. Jiang Machin glanced at her. While she was not conventionally beautiful and lacked the initial allure to captivate attention, she emanated a soothing warmth. "Are you a doctor?" He noted her adeptness, which belied her novice status. Neither of the options presented appealed to Jiang Macheng. I am fatigued and wish to rest. Could you prepare some food for me? His request irked Mu Ning. This was her home. It was already a considerable favor to have rescued him, yet he appeared oblivious to the situation, audaciously instructing her to prepare a meal. Had she inadvertently given him the wrong impression? Hey you, Mu Ning began, but her words halted as she realized Jiang Macheng had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Stunned, she observed his pallid face, noting that he was, in fact, rather handsome. Realizing her wandering thoughts, Mu Ning shook her head in disbelief. How absurd it was to find herself contemplating the attractiveness of such an enigmatic man. Rising, she covered Jiang Macheng with a nearby thin blanket, hesitating momentarily before retrieving her phone to call a familiar acquaintance. Xiao Jiang, I need your assistance with something. Mu Ningxi was completely oblivious. The moment she picked up the phone to dial, Jiang Macheng suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a glint of murderous intent within them. A small dagger slipped from the palm of Jiang Macheng's hand. Should Mu Ning call the police or take any other action, that dagger could swiftly find its way to her throat. Unaware of the imminent danger, upon hearing Xiao Zhang's voice, she remarked, I plan to open a clinic, but I'm currently uncertain about the supply channels. Aren't you working at a pharmaceutical factory? Perhaps you could recommend some to me? Rest assured, given our relationship, I will ensure you profit from this. Upon hearing that Mu Ning intended to open a clinic, Xiao Zhang instantly felt elated. Sure, while I may not trust others, I have faith in Dr. Mu. What do you need? I require some antibiotics, a few medical devices, and if possible, some anti-inflammatory drips. You know I need to prepare these items in advance. Her words brought a sigh of relief from Jiang Macheng. This woman displayed a degree of intelligence, refraining from directly requesting the anti-inflammatory drips from others, which would have drawn unnecessary attention. Moreover, was she truly a doctor? While Mu Ning continued her conversation with Xiao Zhang, Jiang Macheng had already stowed away the dagger. Shortly thereafter, an agreement was reached, and Xiao Zhang promised to deliver the items shortly. Mu Ning finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her palms were clammy with sweat. After all, it was her first time engaging in such activities. And anyone would feel anxious. Well, it was a life at stake. With that thought, Mu Ning hung up the phone and resolved to head to the kitchen to prepare something for Jiang Macheng. Although this man had a rather unpleasant demeanor, he was not entirely wrong. Given the extent of the injuries, it was indeed favorable for him to eat. However, just as Mu Ning rose to her feet and had yet to make her way to the kitchen, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. In an instant, both Mu Ning and Jiang Macheng were taken aback. Who could possibly arrive at this hour?